Amidst the quiet drone of the plane, Chun Ji-seung was already traversing worlds unseen, his focus betraying a hidden depth. On a brightly lit screen, a news anchor declared a new era where shamans were stepping into the public eye. From entertainment to documentaries, shamans were everywhere, and the news anchor proudly introduced Master Zhejian, hailed as a first-class spiritual leader, to discuss this surging faith. Master Zhejian offered a knowing, almost mischievous chuckle, his true intentions veiled. Chun Ji-seung watched the broadcast with disgust, his teeth gnawing at his nails as he dismissed the shaman's first-class claims. A shaman's instruments rattled rhythmically as a solemn ritual unfolded for two kneeling young women. One young woman looked annoyed, another nervous, while a smirking woman with a shaved head watched from the side. With a confident sweep of her hand, the woman with the shaved head accepted payment, offering a crisp, "Thank you." A departing figure's footsteps echoed as they left the talisman-adorned room. The shaman with the shaved head smirked, clutching her cigarettes as she vented her disdain for haggling clients, revealing why she refused to take students. In an outdoor setting, a shaman performed an elaborate ritual, observed by a kneeling man and several onlookers. The man in the gray jacket clicked his tongue in disappointment, labeling the performance definitively as second-rate. In a cool, professional hallway, a group of serious-looking men in suits strode purposefully forward. A hand clutched a wallet brimming with cash and a talisman, as narration dismissed shamans consulting for businesses as simply second-rate. Two men in black suits respectfully presented offerings to Lady Seonyo, conveying the chairman's appreciation for her potent talisman. Lady Seonyo's lips curled into a subtle smirk as she glanced at the boxes of apples, a token of deference. The woman in the gray suit bowed deeply, pleading for continued support this quarter, while the narration mused on shamans' predictable, if limited, fixed incomes. With a sharp tearing sound, Lady Seonyo's hand ripped a newspaper bearing dire headlines of a corporate crisis and a chairman's dismissal. Lady Seonyo's face contorted in surprise and distress as the torn paper fluttered, confirming the narrative that those tied to failing companies would inevitably share their fate. An emblem of golden power marked Korea's distinct spiritual landscape. A group of determined men in suits rushed into a traditional Korean building. No corresponding narration for this panel. A distraught man knelt, despairing over the ruling party's impending victory, as the narration declared these politically involved shamans first.5 rate. An old man with a solemn face invited someone in, while a younger man reacted with wide-eyed surprise, categorizing shamans who dealt with politicians as first.5 rate. A line of men in suits approached a traditional building, one leading the ascent up the steps. From a vibrant political stage, a politician enthusiastically thanked voters for supporting his new Korea Party candidates. An old man with a white beard clapped, proclaiming conviction and determination were only for the people, as the narration noted these shamans gained not only money but social prestige. But it never ended well, as a man sat dejected on the floor, framed by headlines of a new Korea Party state manipulation scandal. The whirring blades of a helicopter cut through the vibrant sunset sky above the city. "Then who are the first-rate ones?" the narrator challenged, mockingly adding, "What are you, some punk, to be grading other people's work?" A pair of hands gripped a smartphone tightly. Chun Ji-seung, relaxed yet focused, replied, "Let me answer the first question first," then added, "The real first-rate ones play here." He shifted his gaze slightly, looking out into the orange-hued sky beyond the private jet window. Reflected in the window, a single eye observed the world passing by. Helicopters soared over Yeouido, the financial capital of South Korea, where hundreds of financial companies gathered. Towering modern high-rises, bearing the names of major financial institutions, dominated the vibrant cityscape. In a bustling trading room, men in suits reacted with intense despair or excitement as stock market fluctuations worth hundreds of billions played out on massive screens, based on the rise or fall of a single stock. To put it more directly, the narration explained, merely creating a 0.1% divine movement could have monumental impact. A young shaman, adorned in a traditional hat and blue robe, focused intensely, clutching a staff-like weapon and a ringing bell. Feet in traditional Korean shoes swiftly shifted across a red surface. This was a place, the narration revealed, crawling with companies that showered shamans with billions in cash bonuses per day. A female shaman stood steadfast with her staff as a man in a suit walked past. Two men in suits presented an open briefcase overflowing with money to the shaman. The shaman's lips curved into a subtle, pleased smirk. This place was, the narration continued, a sprawling modern cityscape under a bright sky. A vibrant purple sports car roared through the city streets. Above her sunglasses, a woman striking red eyes hinted at a fierce determination. Confidently, the woman with pink hair drove her car through the city. This was the all-star match of first-rate shamans and first-rate religious figures, and the purple sports car continued to speed through it. An old man's eye twitched with a soft rattling sound. An old man in a wheelchair was pushed by two bald monks, accompanied by men in suits through a city street. The monks walked away as a man in a suit gestured, setting the stage for the autumn baseball of shamans. In a spacious modern lobby, a man with dreadlocks hummed softly through his headphones while others moved about. The distinct dreadlocks and headphones of a man were captured in a close-up, accompanied by an unintelligible, static sound. The man with dreadlocks posed, a golden bracelet gleaming on his tattooed arm, marking the fall baseball of the shamanic world. An elderly, heavy-set nun with a stern expression and a cross necklace stared forward, the air around her filled with a humming and rattling. A group of nuns clapped and smiled with fervent enthusiasm in a brightly lit hall, as the narrator identified the Sejong Cultural Center. Footsteps clicked sharply as a young woman, a person in a white hooded cloak, and a man in a suit moved through a dimly lit corridor. Different individuals, some in suits, some in white robes, strode purposefully through vast indoor spaces, their footsteps echoing toward a momentous event, an Olympic stadium of spiritual power. Chun Ji-seung gazed out his window, then turned pensive, posing the question to himself, so then, who am I? With firm resolve, Chun Ji-seung declared, well, watch from now on. A hand swiftly snatched a document. Chun Ji-seung strode purposefully across a rooftop helipad, a helicopter visible in the distance, flanked by two associates. The man in glasses relayed the CEO's instructions that Chun Ji-seung could move to the lounge and work without meetings, as his footsteps carried him away. Chun Ji-seung acknowledged the completion of work preparations, his expression thoughtful. The trio descended a dimly lit stairwell with measured footsteps. As they walked through a modern hallway, Chun Ji-seung casually slipped off his jacket. The jacket rustled as it slid from his shoulder. Shirtless and muscular, Chun Ji-seung deftly tied his long hair into a bun, his nose ring glinting, as the woman watched from behind, holding his discarded jacket. A folded traditional robe was passed to a waiting hand. With a dramatic flourish, Chun Ji-seung donned a traditional black robe over his bare torso. Chun Ji-seung, now in his traditional robe, stood poised with Dandori, the man in glasses, and two men in white robes before a large, ornate wooden door. Dandori, Chun Ji-seung called, and she responded with an obedient nod, yes. White powder poured from a small bag onto a dark surface. A line of white powder was meticulously drawn across the dark, carpeted floor. An eye peered stealthily through a narrow creak in the wooden slats. Chun Ji-seung raised his arms, palms open, as if beginning a potent invocation. People bowed deeply before an elaborately decorated altar, initiating the spiritual ceremony. Within a wooden pen, a pig grunted and a cow lowed, awaiting their fate. A richly decorated ritual altar stood laden with offerings of fruit, candles, and traditional weapons, framed by ancient scriptures. A woman and a man in traditional attire played bass guitars, their fingers plucking at the strings. A heavy-set man tapped away at a keyboard, while a young man with gray hair energetically played the drums, providing musical accompaniment for the ritual. Dandori informed Chun Ji-seung that Gillen Bio was their target, noting that rumors after market close yesterday had sent its stock soaring over 8%. Chun Ji-seung instructed Dandori to suppress the upward trend and reverse it, to which she revealed the substantial incentive, 1 billion for every 1% drop due to their large put position. With a satisfied sweep of his hand, Chun Ji-seung noted, good. The chunk is big, his gaze falling upon his weapon. Chun Ji-seung pondered who backed the opposing parties, the ones who wouldn't sit still after selling their positions, and Dandori listed Jongrim Capital and Global Leaders Investors Club, along with several smaller management companies. Dandori continued, explaining that, as if determined to sink them, the opposing side had brought in a master shaman who had served the mountain lord of Yuri-san for 50 years. Dandori then asked if Chun Ji-seung could suppress the market, given rumors that yesterday's stock movements were the Yuri-san shaman's work, but Chun Ji-seung simply dismissed her, stating, everyone knows nothing. A diagram illustrated the critical principle that mountain lords lost power exponentially the further they ventured from their sacred territory. Chun Ji-seung smirked, remarking, rather than a Yuri-san master shaman, a shaman who served a nearby mountain lord would have been far more effective. In other words, the gleaming halberd and rattling skull bells indicated, Chun Ji-seung wielded formidable power. Surrounded by dark, swirling energy, Chun Ji-seung declared with absolute conviction, I can crush them to death. With a calm, decisive nod, Chun Ji-seung declared, let's kill them then. A drumstick struck the drum with a resounding thud. Again, the drumstick struck the drum with another powerful thud. The drum vibrated intensely, causing white powder to jump and dance rhythmically on its surface. Chun Ji-seung swung a sword-like weapon with a powerful whoosh as a cymbal clashed. Chun Ji-seung raised his ritual bell, his gaze fixed skyward. The man with curly hair strummed his electric guitar with intense focus. Bare feet hung precariously above a wooden beam, hinting at a gruesome act below. A cow's severed head lay on a wooden surface, blood splattering violently. Onlookers gasped and gagged in horror as the pig's head was violently attacked, its screams piercing the air. Overcome with nausea and fear, two men covered their faces, trembling uncontrollably. Across various modern settings, people collapsed and groaned in chaotic distress. The market bells rang repeatedly, signaling the opening of stock markets around the world. The narrator announced, "Second Tuesday of September, market opens." Several men in suits looked up with varied expressions of uncertainty, mousetraps scattered across their conference table. The screen displayed the name of the target company, KOSPI. The screen starkly displayed a devastating drop, minus 10.17%. A man in a suit stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend how an 8% gain before market open had plummeted to a minus 10.17% loss. The bald man in the suit clutched his head in despair, muttering, "We're screwed." A man in a suit, distressed, informed his shocked colleagues, "Our company's shaman lost." An extreme close-up revealed a bloodshot, pained eye, as the speaker lamented their shaman's defeat to the king of death curses. The defeated master shaman from Yeouido was carried away on a stretcher, coughing and bleeding profusely from his mouth. A man stood in an office, gazing out a window, lost in thought. A close-up of an eye revealed lingering red and white specks, a subtle after-effect of the ritual's intensity. An ambulance, surrounded by a somber crowd on a city street, marked the emergency or aftermath. Chun Ji-seung stood with his back to the viewer, looking out at the KOSPI building, posing his rhetorical question, "You asked who I am." He revealed his identity, a professional death curse shaman who sends death curses to other companies. With a bloody face and glowing red eyes, Chun Ji-seung declared his name, Chun Ji-seung, and hinted at the story yet to unfold. This, the narration concluded, was the story of his journey to become the top in the industry, driven by the relentless pursuit of money. Chun Ji-seung stood gazing out at the sprawling city, posing a rhetorical question about his true identity. With a bloodied face and piercing gaze, Chun Ji-seung declared himself a shaman specializing in curses against rival companies. This was the story of his relentless rise, chronicling his journey to become the unrivaled master in this unique industry. 7 years earlier, he had lived with his grandmother in a decaying shrine, tucked away in a poor hillside village. The village nestled into the vibrant green mountainside, a picturesque collection of traditional homes beneath a wide, blue sky. A traditional building, marked by a stone sign and a fluttering flag, stood as a quiet sentinel in the serene landscape. But grim notices plastered across a distressed wall warned of impending demolition, casting a shadow over their quiet existence. Inside, a young Chun Ji-seung quietly contemplated his limited options as he sifted through the worn clothes in his wardrobe. At 18, Chun Ji-seung meticulously adjusted his tie, his expression a mask of weary resolve. Footsteps dragged, then halted, echoing in the quiet space. Chun Ji-seung moved deliberately through the familiar hallway, past generations of memories captured in framed photographs. It was said his grandmother, once revered as the region's most powerful shaman, had known a prosperous life in her youth. But now, she was left impoverished and abandoned, her assets callously stripped away by her own children. Adding to her burdens, she was left to care for him, a child unwanted by his own parents, their shared hardship evident in their tired gazes. His hand briefly touched the door frame, a moment of quiet hesitation. He stepped into the room, his gaze falling upon his grandmother, who looked up with a flicker of confused surprise. A round table lay scattered with the aftermath of a meal, remnants of red food smeared across the stained cloth, hinting at struggle and neglect. "I'm hungry," his grandmother's voice rasped, her mouth still stained with past meals, betraying a profound, gnawing need. Disheveled and lost in her dementia, she demanded food, her voice echoing the deep sorrow of her deteriorated state. Even as he entered middle school, her dementia persisted, leaving her rarely lucid and casting a melancholic pall over his thoughts. With a mixture of care and burgeoning frustration, Chun Ji-seung gently tried to remind her she had just eaten, but her singular demand for food was unyielding. "I'll prepare it at lunchtime," he promised softly, offering a momentary distraction as the television clicked on, its glow illuminating their quiet domesticity. He skillfully closed the sliding door with his foot, balancing the small table of food with practiced ease. The gate of the Chonji shrine creaked open as Chun Ji-seung, in his school uniform, stepped out into the gritty morning light. He descended the worn steps through the hillside village, his thoughts already far beyond the familiar routine. "I'll be late," he muttered, glancing at his cracked phone as he ran, but the narration wondered if his misfortunes truly ended there. He walked through the bustling school hallway, a melancholic silence enveloping him amidst the mundane routines of other students. Pausing by a window, Chun Ji-seung gazed out, seemingly lost in a deep, contemplative stillness. "No." A deep, dragging sigh escaped him as he closed his eyes, heavy with unseen burdens and quiet resignation. His eyes, though open, held a profound weariness, betraying an exhaustion that went deeper than just sleep. There was still one more misfortune, and then his eyes snapped wide open, consumed by sudden shock. No money, no parents to speak of. Living in a shaman's house, cursed with such tags, fate often seemed to throw in another misfortune as a cruel bonus. A school desk bore the grotesque smear of red bean porridge, a deliberate and ugly defacement. 3 students stood around the defiled desk, their indifferent expressions setting a tense and bullying atmosphere. As Chun Ji-seung entered the hostile classroom, a bully's mocking voice immediately cut through the air, "Oh, ghost eyes." The bully's smug smile was laced with cruelty as he taunted Chun Ji-seung about the porridge, pretending it was a gift to ward off ghosts. 2 other bullies snickered with malicious joy, finding humor in the humiliating spectacle they had orchestrated. With a grim resolve, Chun Ji-seung walked slowly towards his defiled desk, the eyes of his classmates heavy upon him. Then, a foot violently struck a paper bowl, sending red beans scattering across the floor. Chun Ji-seung quietly began to wipe away the sticky mess, enduring the bully's taunting gaze with a focused, almost detached calm. Suddenly, his head was violently shoved down, his face brutally forced into the grotesque porridge, a wave of pain washing over him. The bully's voice, menacing and heavy with false indignation, scorned him for daring to clean the mess without permission. The bully continued his taunts about a friend's sincerity, but beneath Chun Ji-seung's bloody chin, his fist trembled, clenching with a barely contained, suppressed rage. With a cruel smile, the bully pressed further, urging Chun Ji-seung to cry, twisting his torment into a perverse gift. Red bean porridge and blood mixed together, dripping slowly from Chun Ji-seung's face in a sickening, painful stream. With a guttural grind of his teeth, Chun Ji-seung looked up, his eyes now blazing with an unholy, vengeful red. The bully visibly recoiled, a bead of sweat tracing a sudden path down his now apprehensive face. Ignoring the bully's venomous shout, Chun Ji-seung turned his back and walked away, leaving the tense confrontation behind him. He continued to walk, each step a deliberate refusal to acknowledge their petty malice, leaving the bullies to stew in their charged silence. The door slammed open with a sharp, decisive sound. One bully wondered if Ghost Eyes would report them, while another smugly assured him they would simply claim it was an accident. The bullies continued to laugh, mocking Chun Ji-seung's previous expression and joking about him casting a curse, utterly unaware of their impending doom. A self-satisfied smirk played on the bully's lips as he confidently adjusted his hair. The bully, smug and arrogant, dismissed any threats, boasting about his father's profession and mocking another student with a snide remark. When a story began with an act of school violence, the usual narrative tropes emerged. His fist clenched so tightly that his bruised knuckles turned white, a stark symbol of his suppressed pain and fury. Typically, the protagonist would weep, deny the harsh reality, or passively await a savior. But he was not like that then, his resolve was far more dangerous than simple despair. With a stark, deliberate motion, he wiped the sticky blood from his cheek. As he moved, a young girl instinctively flinched, startled by his resolute, unsettling presence. His eye, now a burning, menacing red, narrowed as he vowed, "You guys crossed the line, this is it." His hand briefly brushed another as he received a black bag, a simple transaction. He walked past a bustling food stall, aptly named Mom's Blood Sausage, a familiar part of his everyday route. His destination was the unassuming public library. Inside the quiet library, Chun Ji-seung sat, intensely focused, the rapid clicks of the keyboard a prelude to his plan. His cursor precisely landed on student activity within the digital interface. He then clicked on the specific class designation, 2-1. The screen displayed the target, him Jae-hyun, his confident smile frozen in a digital photograph. With a final, decisive click, he initiated the print command. He walked with purpose, the printed papers clutched in his hand, a physical manifestation of his cold determination. With the black bag and rolled papers in hand, Chun Ji-seung descended the grimy concrete stairs into the utilitarian alleyway. The shrine gate creaked open, revealing a sleek, fancy black car idling suspiciously nearby as Chun Ji-seung slipped inside. He stepped into the dimly lit room, his grandmother a somber, unmoving figure, looking away from him. "Did you come to feed me?" his grandmother asked hopefully, but Chun Ji-seung gently reminded her it wasn't mealtime yet as he moved further into the room. Her voice sharpened with confusion, accusing him of cruelty for entering someone else's room when he wasn't bringing food. "People," he echoed, and his grandmother, lost in her memories, vaguely spoke of the Redevelopment Association and her past as a shaman. He peered cautiously from behind a door, a subtle worry flickering across his face as he pondered if people still mistook him for a fortune teller. A key adorned with a distinctive red tassel lay quietly, hinting at a forgotten secret. He promised his grandmother a meal, assuring her he would swiftly finish his work first. With a sly smirk, Chun Ji-seung announced his blood sundae, hinting at the ominous contents within the black bag. He stood in the quiet room, his back to the viewer, poised on the precipice of a hidden act. A heavily rusted lock, caked with age and neglect, secured a mysterious wooden door. The key slid into the ancient lock with a soft click, granting access to what lay beyond. From above, Chun Ji-seung entered a dimly lit chamber, a mysterious, sacred space brimming with an array of shamanistic artifacts. "I know what Grandma used to do," Chun Ji-seung mused, his gaze resolute, "I learned it all by watching." He began to enumerate the essential elements required to cast a potent curse. First, he presented the target, a photo of him Jae-hyun, held with ominous certainty. Next, he offered the sacrifice, a bag of the dark blood sundae, laid before the bully's image. Fourth, the chant, a cracked smartphone screen glowed, displaying a death metal playlist, an unexpected modern twist to ancient ritual. Finally, for the implementation, he held aloft a curved ritual knife and a rattling shamanistic bell stick, tools for his dark purpose. A heavy sigh escaped him before the flickering altar, his exhaustion warring with an unyielding resolve as he gripped the ritual knife. Again, I say, he declared, his arms sweeping through the mystical light as he began the potent ritual. With a chilling finality, his glowing red eye conveyed a silent declaration, you brought this upon yourself. The shamanistic bell stick rattled furiously, its sharp chimes echoing through the air as he shook it. His hand arced with powerful precision, swinging the curved ritual knife through the air. As the smartphone's death metal shrieked its chant, the curse took hold, transforming the porridge into a vile, bloodied vision of torment as the bully recoiled in horror. The faint, persistent ringing of bells permeated the air, an otherworldly echo over the mundane village and the still-waiting black car. This. The woman murmured, a cigarette dangling from her lips, her attention sharply piqued. From within the luxurious car, she noted a strange, distorted sound, speculating aloud if it could be an exorcism. The man in sunglasses, the driver, gave a subtle, affirming nod. Taking off her glasses, the woman mused on the oddity of the sound, realizing its rhythm wasn't an exorcism, but eerily reminiscent of a curse ritual. She pressed him about other occupants in the house, learning of a room belonging to the shaman's grandchild. A faint, knowing smirk touched her lips, she found the discovery quite interesting. She issued a clear command, Chio-gon, investigate this until tonight. From the dim ritual chamber, Chun Ji-seung gazed out a multi-paned window, his expression unreadable. Her thoughts were fixed on whether the unknown force she sensed truly belonged to the grandmother's grandchild. Through the doorway, Chun Ji-seung stood, ritual knife in hand, his face etched with a profound weariness after the intense ritual. And critically, she needed to know if the cursed individual had emerged unharmed. Meanwhile, the bullies in the classroom were still laughing, blissfully unaware of the consequences unfolding around them. Yes, the man affirmed, his decision made, they would bring the grandchild to their company. The luxury black car roared to life, departing the village with a powerful surge. Eat lunch, Chun Ji-seung said softly, placing a tray of food before his grandmother, maintaining their tender daily routine. The sacrificial stir-fried blood sundae was served, its ominous name a stark contrast to the homely meal. High on a brick wall, the bullies sat, relaxed and smug, overlooking the schoolyard as if nothing could touch them. Ah, how relaxing, the main bully sighed, stretching with a cigarette, entirely consumed by his smug complacency. Suddenly, his cigarette slipped, falling with a start onto his hair. Ouch, ouch, he yelped, flailing his arm and lurching violently, suddenly losing all balance. His body pitched backward, sending him plummeting unexpectedly from the wall. A single tear formed in his eye, reflecting sheer bewilderment as he cried out in confusion. Panic erupted around him, shouts of, someone fell, and, call the teacher, mixing with the frantic, baseless blame for his sudden, shocking plunge. The black car now sat in the stark, shadow-laden expanse of an underground parking garage. Inside the car, the woman exhaled slowly, her expression thoughtful and concerned as she reviewed the papers in her hand. From inside, they watched as the man in black strode purposefully towards the car through the dimly lit garage. Removing his sunglasses, the man revealed the shaman's grandchild to be Chun Ji-seung, an 18-year-old. The man explained Chun Ji-seung's past as an abandoned child raised by his shaman grandmother for 8 years, prompting the woman to ask, who did he cast the curse on? He identified the target as a classmate, him Jae-hyun, the very leader of the bullying group that had tormented Chun Ji-seung. Most importantly, the woman pressed, her gaze sharp and analytical, what is the condition of the guy who got cursed? The man simply paused, his eye betraying a subtle mix of surprise and concern. The man delivered the grim news, the cursed individual had reportedly fallen from a rooftop that afternoon, fracturing both his legs, as a chaotic hospital scene erupted around the victim. Interesting, the woman murmured, a subtle, dark smirk curling her lips. With a powerful, decisive gaze, she ordered the driver to retrieve him at once, before such a potent talent could possibly be wasted. The traditional sliding doors slowly creaked open, revealing a new threshold. Meeting that enigmatic, money ghost, was the precise moment Chun Ji-seung's unexpected journey into this strange new industry truly began. With a calm, measured tone, Dandori inquired about his knowledge of Chun Ji-seung. She asserted that he was the preeminent shaman she had recruited from the esteemed Yeouido group. When asked about her first impression, Dandori, exhaling a plume of smoke, enigmatically described him as, the last bud created by an old tree. Dandori concluded her potent description with a subtle thud, suggesting a latent power on the verge of eruption, leaving the young man utterly bewildered by her enigmatic gaze. Chun Ji-seung's thoughts swirled with confusion, questioning why this woman was so intently observing him on his doorstep. He nervously gulped, attempting to explain that his grandmother's worsening health meant they could no longer offer fortune-telling services, assuming that was her purpose. Dandori, however, was direct and unwavering. They were there for him. Chun Ji-seung's forehead beaded with sweat as he struggled to understand why he was the focus of their unexpected visit. Dandori's unblinking eye held an intense, scrutinizing gaze, revealing nothing of her true intentions. Dandori casually asked about the current minimum wage, to which the man in the black suit promptly responded with the exact figure. With a rustling of fabric, Dandori expressed her irritation at the precise minimum wage, questioning the triviality of the extra 31 as she pulled something from her jacket. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of large bills, making him realize he had no smaller change. With a swift movement, the man in black suit held up a staggering 1,000,001 bill, directly asking if Chun Ji-seung could provide change. A subtle, silent shift of a suit sleeve underscored the smooth, almost predatory, nature of their movements. The man in black suit declared he lacked change for such a large sum, prompting Dandori to dismissively suggest deducting it from Cheolgon's salary. A wave of indignation washed over Chun Ji-seung as he questioned if they were deliberately flaunting their money before his impoverished home. Annoyed, Chun Ji-seung attempted to dismiss them with a quick gesture, intending to retreat into his house. But with a sudden, forceful grasp, Dandori's hand clamped down on his arm, halting his departure. Dandori, holding a wad of money, then offered Chun Ji-seung 20 times the minimum wage to buy just 1 hour of his time, holding his arm in a coercive grip. The narrative acknowledged the money's irresistible lure, shifting the scene to a local supermarket. In a dimly lit alley, Chun Ji-seung and Dandori sat in somber contemplation, the oppressive quiet amplifying their unspoken thoughts. Dandori complained about the neighborhood's lack of basic amenities, prompting a defensive, embarrassed retort from Chun Ji-seung about his shitty neighborhood. The man in black suit emerged from the shadows with a quiet jingle, offering a can of soda. With unexpected grace, soda cans were exchanged, offering a brief, silent truce in the dim alley. Taking a sip of his Fanta, Chun Ji-seung pressed for clarification, eager to understand why his time had been purchased. A chilling, direct question from Dandori, "You did the shamanic ritual today, didn't you?" Froze Chun Ji-seung in profound shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chun Ji-seung stood disoriented, his soda can held defensively, utterly bewildered by her sudden, unnerving knowledge. Dandori casually, almost dismissively, mentioned the grim consequence of his ritual: that guy's leg got messed up. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened in panic, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he nervously fumbled for words, betraying his guilt. With a shaky voice, Chun Ji-seung nervously challenged her, demanding evidence of his responsibility. Chun Ji-seung frantically argued that the situation wasn't a matter for the police, desperately questioning the legitimacy of his own ritual as his voice choked with emotion. His face contorted with rage, Chun Ji-seung shouted, demanding to know if his parents had sent them and recalling the torment he had endured. From off-panel, the man in black suit's voice cut through the tension, questioning Chun Ji-seung's agitated mumbling. Chun Ji-seung looked surprised as Dandori's intense gaze fixed on him, an unspoken challenge passing between them. Dandori leaned in, her voice low and manipulative, assuring him she cared nothing for the broken leg and would not hold him responsible. Chun Ji-seung's eye widened in a mix of fear and surprise as Dandori, with a subtle smirk and a lick of her lips, hinted at her true motives. Dandori, pressing a hand to her chest for emphasis, declared her profound interest lay solely in his raw talent. As Dandori praised the power of his flimsy ritual, Chun Ji-seung's worried thoughts spiraled, wondering if she intended to use him to harm others. With an almost sinister smile, Dandori dramatically conjured a vision of immense, red-tinged power, urging him to imagine what he could wield with a truly proper ritual. Chun Ji-seung fell silent, his thoughts drifting to a fading image of his frail, coughing grandmother, the true source of his profound contemplation. With a firm shake of his head, Chun Ji-seung resolutely refused, asserting that some lines should never be crossed. But his protest was cut short as an unseen hand roughly gripped his face, forcing his wide, panicked eyes to meet a new threat. Dandori's face contorted in anger as she asserted her financial authority, grabbing Chun Ji-seung's face and ordering him to comply, her patience wearing thin. Dandori clarified that their request wasn't for murder, instead, the target of the curse they sought to hire him for was something entirely different. With a sharp click and an ominous glow in her eyes, Dandori revealed the startling target of their curse, an entire company. Chun Ji-seung's confusion deepened, his wide eyes questioning if she truly meant a mere business. Dandori tightened her grip on his arm, her voice laced with threat, scolding him for interrupting and questioning if he was deliberately trying to provoke her. Dandori explained that a skilled shaman's ritual could make a business prosper and its stock prices soar, illustrating her point with a bustling factory opening ceremony. She then chillingly detailed the inverse, where a bad luck ritual would lead to harm, a bloody hand with scattered feathers serving as a stark visual. Dandori continued, revealing that such dark rituals would cause the company to face severe problems, as an ominous, blood-stained ceremony unfolded in a modern office. A breaking news report flashed across a screen, detailing the collapse of Hogong Construction's apartment site, illustrating Dandori's point about a company's downfall. Dandori declared that a company's stock price would inevitably plummet, as a digital ticker graphically displayed Hogong Construction's drastic decline. Dandori concluded that by merely predicting stock movements, shamans could generate immense profits, prompting asset management firms and investment banks to hire real shamans. Various individuals in professional settings were depicted, subtly highlighting the diverse players within this clandestine economy. A blonde-haired man, clutching prayer beads, recoiled in surprise as a hand extended towards him, signaling a momentous offer. Dandori emphasized the astronomical sums paid to top-tier shamans, ranging from thousands to billions. A briefcase overflowing with stacks of 50,000 won bills visually confirmed the immense wealth at stake. With a soft sigh, Dandori proudly articulated her unique role, to discover and scout these real shamans. Dandori's hand discreetly slipped something into her jacket, a subtle gesture hinting at hidden preparations. Her hand then presented a business card, a tangible representation of the opportunity she offered. Dandori, with an inviting smile, directly offered Chun Ji-seung a business card, urging him to sell his talent to her with a firm click, promising fair compensation. Chun Ji-seung stared at the business card, his wide eyes reflecting shock and deep contemplation. A series of sharp clicks marked a subtle shift in the scene, signaling a transition. The narration posed a direct, challenging question about the morality of cursing a company. An ordinary font a can, a mundane detail, now served as a backdrop to extraordinary thoughts. The narrator pondered the true meaning of selling one's talent, reflecting that an ordinary person would question such a suspicious woman. Yet, for Chun Ji-seung, circumstances had shaped a different perspective, as indicated by a backdrop of urban redevelopment. Official-looking documents adorned a wall, hinting at the bureaucratic machinery behind the ongoing redevelopment project. Chun Ji-seung's hand lay still on his lap, the narrator's voice explaining how years of poverty had dulled his concern for ordinary anxieties. Instead, his mind was singularly fixated on one crucial sentence Dandori had uttered. The image of the overflowing briefcase returned, reaffirming Dandori's words about the billions paid to elite shamans. Chun Ji-seung, standing with his back to the city lights, contemplated the staggering sums shamans could earn, imagining what he could accomplish with such wealth. He envisioned a future where he could secure his grandmother a comfortable place in a good nursing home. In his mind's eye, Chun Ji-seung tenderly washed his frail grandmother, the intimate act highlighting the stark reality of their difficult life. His grandmother's face, partially obscured by steam, appeared frail and vulnerable, emphasizing his desperate desire to provide for her. Chun Ji-seung yearned to escape their condemned neighborhood, slated for demolition. He longed for a normal life, free from financial worry, like other children who faced school trip deadlines without trepidation. The lively chatter of his classmates only emphasized Chun Ji-seung's isolation, as he sat apart, burdened by worries they didn't share. Chun Ji-seung sat alone at a desk in an empty, minimalist classroom, a poignant symbol of his profound solitude. His thoughts surged with a fierce determination, envisioning not just financial stability, but the pride of triumphantly proving himself to his detractors. The image of weary adults and a baby in a sterile waiting room fueled his fierce ambition to escape such a life. His inner monologue echoed with the passionate determination to proudly show off to them. A scene of a woman and child crying, locked in a sorrowful embrace, intensified his resolve. A man and woman observed a residential area from above, oblivious to the despair below. The image of a crying child, hand outstretched in despair, was a powerful catalyst for his decision. Chun Ji-seung scratched the back of his head, deep in thought, making a pivotal decision. His face set in a determined profile, Chun Ji-seung had clearly made up his mind. With a knowing smirk, Dandori observed that he had finished his internal calculations. Dandori directly asked for his answer, and Chun Ji-seung, his face tight with resolve and a sheen of sweat, agreed, stating his urgent need for money. A cigarette was extinguished in a soda can, signifying the decisive conclusion of his internal struggle. Dandori clapped her hands with a sweet smile, her expression deceptively pleasant as she approved his decision. With a subtle gesture, Dandori announced it was time to move. Chun Ji-seung, still surprised and hesitant, stammered, asking where they were going. Dandori, with a confident smile and crossed arms, asserted they needed to verify his abilities if she was offering such a high-paying job. Dandori instructed the man in black suit to start the engine, signaling their departure. With an open hand, Dandori offered Chun Ji-seung 50 times the hourly wage, reassuring him she wouldn't ask him to follow empty-handed. Dandori pointed into the distance, compelling him to come along, offering a substantial sum for 6 hours of his time. Chun Ji-seung began to calculate the money aloud, while Dandori watched him, a subtle question in her expression. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened in stunned realization as he processed the vast sum, a dizzying 3,009,000 won for the 50 times hourly wage. Dandori's intense, cool gaze remained fixed on him, observing his every reaction to the sheer amount. The word "you" resonated with emphasis, highlighting Chun Ji-seung's unique position. With a subtle smirk, Dandori found Chun Ji-seung undeniably interesting. The city lights of Yeouido shimmered against the dusk sky, a panoramic view revealing their destination. An aerial view captured their red car driving swiftly through the darkened city, headlights cutting through the night. Inside the car, Dandori, notepad in hand, informed Chun Ji-seung that she needed to understand his ritual style to set up the upcoming test. Dandori sternly commanded Chun Ji-seung to answer her questions carefully from that moment on. She precisely questioned him about the offerings, music, and specific shamanic tools he had employed in his previous ritual. Chun Ji-seung, looking slightly embarrassed, revealed his offering had been humble, sundae, or blood sausage. Dandori reacted with a mix of shock and palpable disgust at his unconventional offering. Chun Ji-seung sheepishly admitted to playing random death metal from YouTube for music and picking old tools from his grandmother's collection. A profound realization dawned on Dandori: with such rudimentary offerings, Chun Ji-seung had only broken a leg, but with true ritual mastery, he could have easily killed. Dandori's intense gaze hinted at a major discovery, contemplating Chun Ji-seung's potential in relation to the fallen figure. While Dandori smirked in amusement, Chun Ji-seung worried internally, questioning if he should have lied and if his half-hearted confessions would cost him points. Dandori instructed her driver to connect her to the preparation team's group call, signaling imminent action. A hand tapped on a smartphone screen, displaying ritual icons, coordinating the intricate preparations. Dandori declared that the ritual would commence tonight, the words appearing starkly on the screen. Dandori, now focused with her glasses on, turned her attention to the offering team. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened in utter shock at her directives. Dandori instructed the offering team to prepare a dead animal, specifically a pig, for those shamans unaccustomed to rituals with living offerings. A sign with Korean writing offered a glimpse into the bustling urban landscape. A fist pounded loudly and repeatedly on a surface, demanding attention. The distinct clatter of a metal roller shutter door underscored the late hour of the disturbance. A furious butcher, cleaver in hand and apron stained with blood, angrily confronted the two men in suits for making noise after hours. The man in a suit calmly offered a shocking 30 million won for a single cow, leaving the butcher wide-eyed in surprise. The man in the suit strenuously carried a large, heavy, dark sack over his shoulder, presumably containing his expensive purchase. Dandori confirmed the offering was secured and then, with unconventional efficiency, instructed the music team to prepare for a death metal ritual. She directed her team to find a suitable death metal band from a practice studio or venue in Hongdae or Yeouido. A death metal band played fiercely on a dimly lit stage, the raw energy captivating a small audience. A blonde band member casually drank from a bottle backstage, as faint claps signaled someone's approach. A woman in a suit approached the blonde band member, offering him a fresh bottle with a quiet click of her heels. A hand gripped the handle of a case, its contents yet unknown. The woman in the gray suit confidently offered a wad of money for a private performance, her smile persuasive. The band members, shocked and surprised, spat out their drinks in disbelief. The blonde band member hesitated, mentioning a prior commitment, but the woman in gray swiftly countered with an offer of even more money. Dandori announced the final team, the shamanic tool team, as the woman in the gray suit led the now hired band members. Dandori, speaking with strategic intent, instructed her team to acquire powerful, ancient shamanic tools to compensate for the cheap offerings and music, directing them to their usual borrowing place for an older selection. A man with blonde hair struggled to carry a long, rectangular case through the dim parking garage. In the dark parking lot, an old man handed a long, rectangular case to the man in black suit. The man in black suit accepted the case with a subtle, satisfied smile. Inside the case lay ornate, traditional ceremonial swords, their ancient power now revealed. The old man pleaded anxiously for their return before an upcoming exhibition, emphasizing their newfound status as national treasures. The man in black suit confidently dismissed the old man's worries, assuring him they had never broken a promise. A small bag, presumably containing payment, was discreetly exchanged between hands. As he drove off, the man in black suit confirmed the shamanic tools had been secured, their mission complete. An aerial shot unveiled the glittering skyline of Yeouido at night, a beacon of financial power. The majestic skyscraper of Yeouido Golden Cross Investment stood illuminated, marking their destination. A traditional door slid open, revealing a glimpse of intricate Korean art within a grand interior. The vast, ornate room, filled with people in traditional robes and shamanic items, now stood ready for a solemn ceremony. Chun Ji-seung stared, utterly overwhelmed by the opulent, traditional ritual hall, gasping with confusion and demanding to know their true location. Dandori, with a sly, challenging smile, informed him that this grand hall was his playground for the night. Chun Ji-seung's face contorted in panic, realizing her playground implied a very real and immediate confrontation. With sharp clicks of her heels, Dandori walked away, calling Chun Ji-seung's name as she left him standing in the center of the hall. Dandori, her expression determined, turned back to declare that Chun Ji-seung's test was about to begin. With a decisive gesture, Dandori pointed forward and issued her chilling command, "Curse them." The question hung in the air, did anyone know about Sanjil talk? Inevitably, life brought encounters with those whose conversations felt like a heavy burden. Even friends could become sources of vexing conflict. Or superiors, whose every word carried an oppressive weight. And family, where strained connections often broke hearts. Even romantic interests, the ad advised, could be registered on Sanjil Talk to manage these complexities. An AI ghosting bot, Sanjil, promised to mimic users' speech and handle their conversations. It gently steered relationships toward a clean, decisive break. The promise was clear: avoid unnecessary emotional drains. It claimed to eliminate the fatigue born from repetitive, circular conversations. The app offered to ease the heavy burden of unwanted relationships. As a smart ghosting bot, Sanjil Talk boasted realistic algorithms from analyzing millions of conversations, thoroughly protecting user data with encryption, and even offering random friend matching. The neat and tidy Sanjil Talk simply handled the ghosting for its users. Then, an abrupt static marked the end of the broadcast. Kim Jajayam, chief of the Secretarial Office for Gold Cross Investment, presented a tablet with a decisive tap. A surprised gasp escaped Chun Ji-seung as the image on the screen registered. Chun Ji-seung scratched his neck, skeptically asking why he was being shown what appeared to be an app for kids, humbly adding that he wouldn't use it anyway. Dandori countered that its significance extended far beyond mere childish amusement. A woman in a gray suit explained that the app was a viral sensation among Gen Z, rapidly gaining millions of subscribers. She continued, detailing its unparalleled growth among recent messaging applications. That, she concluded, is Sanjil Talk. The man in glasses smirked, wondering if Chun Ji-seung, being such an outsider, knew nothing of it, prompting a sarcastic apology from the young man. With a frustrated glance, Chun Ji-seung conceded the app's impressiveness but demanded to know its direct relevance to him. Dandori reminded him of her initial instructions, leaving Chun Ji-seung utterly bewildered. Their purpose, she revealed with stark clarity, was to place a curse. Her smirk deepened as she explained they would perform a curse ritual specifically to crash a company's stock price. She then declared that this very ritual would serve as his crucial test. Both Chun Ji-seung and the man in the gray jacket mumbled in sheer bewilderment. The man in glasses and Dandori observed Chun Ji-seung's clueless demeanor with dismissive amusement, deeming his amateurishness quite the spectacle. A cracked smartphone displayed a playlist, primarily featuring various death metal tracks. Chun Ji-seung smiled, sharing something on his phone with the goth-attired band members, who looked on with curious interest. The man in glasses expressed apprehension that Sunj Technology, parent company of Sanjil Talk, had been chosen as the target for the rookie's test. News reports confirmed Sanjil Talk's explosive user growth and imminent overseas expansion, as Sunj Tech's stock price had surged by 33% after exceeding earnings expectations. He questioned Dandori, doubting if the newbie could possibly curb a stock price soaring with such apparent madness. Dandori calmly explained that such a formidable challenge was necessary to contend with Yeouido's top-tier shamans. Then, with a sudden intensity that surprised the man in glasses, Dandori warned him not to underestimate Chun Ji-seung. Dandori recounted a desperate time from her past when Chun Ji-seung's grandmother had saved her from a shamanic illness with a powerful Nurium gut ritual. As she lit a cigarette, Dandori concluded that spiritual talent flowed through bloodlines, making it highly probable that Chun Ji-seung was indeed the real deal. Dandori, clipboard in hand, commanded the ritual to begin, emphasizing that nights in Yeouido offered little time for delay. Chun Ji-seung stood poised in his traditional robe, ceremonial swords gripped tightly, a serious intensity about him. A bead of sweat traced a path down Chun Ji-seung's temple as he mentally questioned the perplexing logistics of cursing an entire corporation. With Chun Ji-seung's back to them, the ritual commenced amidst the golden light and red banners. The blonde band member, gazing around, wondered how he was meant to lead a ritual of such massive scale. The man in the gray jacket, equally lost, admitted he had absolutely no idea what was happening. Dandori, however, remained calm, her gaze neutral yet intensely observant. The man in glasses confessed internally that his mind had gone completely blank. Despite acknowledging his inexperience as a student shaman, only accustomed to rituals for personal revenge, Chun Ji-seung closed his eyes, resolute. With a fierce red glint in his eye, he knew he couldn't back down now. He grasped the ceremonial swords, understanding his reality as an inescapable cliff. With a firm stance, Chun Ji-seung decided to simply try, believing somehow it would all work out. Chun Ji-seung's feet began to tap a rhythm on the floor. His feet continued their rhythmic steps, marking the start of his dance. The blonde band member grimaced, playing an intense riff on his electric guitar. His eyes, wide and sweating, darted sideways, observing. The blonde band member mused on his confusion, having known nothing of this place or his role in a ritual before arriving. Yet, as his hands found the guitar strings, he instinctively sensed a deeper meaning. He critically noted that the kid performing the ritual had absolutely no rhythm, his movements feeling awkward. Chun Ji-seung's strained, sweating face suggested he was merely pretending to keep up. Even with effort, he seemed to be failing miserably at matching their tempo. Despite being paid regardless, the blonde band member felt an unstated concern while his bandmate played the keyboard. He wondered if something was going terribly wrong and considered altering their tempo to help Chun Ji-seung keep pace. The man in glasses inquired of the man in black suit, Cheolgon, if he had sensed anything eerie since the ritual began. Cheolgon subtly shook his head, indicating no unusual sensations. Dandori's gaze sharpened as she asked about any changes in the indoor temperature. The man in glasses diligently checked his tablet for readings. He reported that the indoor temperature remained precisely 21 degrees Celsius, with good air quality, according to the Sasling AI. The man in glasses concluded that Chun Ji-seung had likely failed, then turned and began to walk away. Dandori followed, her eyes still surveying the scene as she passed the impassive men in traditional clothing. She then walked past the band members, who looked subtly surprised as she passed. A shared "huh" escaped both Chun Ji-seung and Dandori, as an unexpected turn of events left them equally confused. Suddenly, a shocking injury appeared on Chun Ji-seung's chest, drawing blood and causing Dandori to recoil. Chun Ji-seung winced, a pained gasp catching in his throat. His feet faltered, and he stumbled, losing his balance. Chun Ji-seung cried out in a panicked plea, demanding to know what was happening as Dandori watched, wide-eyed. The man in glasses clenched his fist in fury, accusing Chun Ji-seung of putting on a pathetic $3,000 clown show instead of displaying his abilities. In a desperate shout, Chun Ji-seung protested that he was following instructions exactly and demanded to know what more they wanted from him. Dandori's intense blue eyes narrowed as she delivered her critical assessment. His curse lacked any murderous intent. She recalled his previous curse upon his bully, a clumsy act, yet one filled with a genuine, dark intent to harm. Dandori accused him of failing to muster even a quarter of that past intent, despite improved conditions, which Chun Ji-seung vehemently countered, stating the target corporation had done nothing to him personally. Chun Ji-seung cried out in extreme frustration, asking how he could possibly fully curse a corporation when he lacked both the experience and the personal reason to do so. Dandori's hands gently covered his, her voice firm with conviction as she told him he could do it. She instructed him to channel all his accumulated negative energy into a single point, then unleash it. Chun Ji-seung looked sideways, confused by the concept of negative energy. With an intense gaze, Dandori exposed a raw nerve, citing his resentment towards the parents who had abandoned him, shocking Chun Ji-seung. Her eye remained intense as she listed the neglect he felt during an age when he should have been cared for. A cowering boy in a dark void echoed a somber memory of isolation. Dandori invoked the helplessness he felt, unable to properly care for his sole family, his grandmother, amidst their despair. She highlighted the constant, crushing anxiety he suffered from overwhelming financial hardship. Then came the alienation from his peers, a loneliness born from trauma and background. She brought forth the hatred born from years of bullying and contempt, a menacing memory for the terrified young Chun Ji-seung. If that's not enough, Dandori declared, pointing a finger, add the humiliation I've just given you, now, curse again, Chun Ji-seung. Chun Ji-seung bowed his head, processing the brutal honesty of Dandori's words. Dandori's voice was stern as she warned him that this opportunity might be his last, while Chun Ji-seung internally raged at her for presuming to know his life so intimately. But what truly angered him most, as tears streamed down his face, was the painful realization that every single word she had spoken was agonizingly true. He sniffled, his stance becoming firm as he resolved to prove himself and seize this critical opportunity. Chun Ji-seung bowed deeply before Dandori, a silent vow of renewed determination. With blood dripping from his hands, Chun Ji-seung declared his intent to deliver a proper curse this time. Chun Ji-seung furiously swung his ceremonial swords, splattering blood in a ritualistic frenzy. Dandori's eyes widened, fixated on the raw intensity unfolding before her. Chun Ji-seung's bloodshot eyes glowed with a feral intensity, reflecting the dark power within. Dandori subtly nodded, a quiet acknowledgement passing between her and the blonde band member. The guitar sang with a new, searing intensity. The entire band played their instruments with a frenzied, chaotic energy. Covered in blood, Chun Ji-seung roared, his ritual becoming a frenzied, raw display of power. The blonde band member's eyes widened in sudden realization. Chun Ji-seung had finally found the rhythm. No, he quickly corrected himself, Chun Ji-seung hadn't merely found the rhythm. With awe, the band member realized Chun Ji-seung was now driving the tempo, compelling them to follow his furious lead. A powerful surge of chaotic energy erupted from Chun Ji-seung, sending objects scattering and startling everyone present. Cheol-gon reacted with a surprised exclamation, sensing an undeniable shift in the atmosphere. The man in glasses watched his tablets display in alarm as the indoor temperature rapidly plunged from 20 degrees Celsius to 17 degrees Celsius. Chun Ji-seung manifested a powerful, spectral white form, surrounded by swirling energy as he continued to swing his swords. Dandori's eyes went wide, intensely shocked by the raw power unleashed. Behind the pained, bloodied Chun Ji-seung, the spectral form of Master Zhejian appeared, a profound spiritual connection. With a gasp of awe and revelation, Dandori realized that the flower bud was bursting open. Chun Ji-seung's chest pulsed with dark energy as he resolved to burst it open himself. The dark, swirling void on his chest expanded ominously, growing with immense power. All the messed up feelings inside him surged forth as dark, spiky, flower-like energy erupted from his back. Yet, almost no one ever witnessed the exact, mystical moment a flower bud truly burst open. If someone were to witness such a moment, the man in black suit proved, it would surely inspire awe. He noticed Dandori, and softly asked if she was crying. A tear escaped Dandori's eye, revealing subtle, unsettling fangs. And indeed, Dandori shed tears, cradling a wriggling black creature in her palm, a profound emotional release. The man in glasses watched Chun Ji-seung on the white pedestal, surrounded by swirling dark energy, and muttered about that child. He then prophesied, with chilling certainty, that Chun Ji-seung would become the worst shaman Yeouido had ever seen. The man in the black suit widened his eyes, a flicker of surprise passing through him as he sensed something subtle in his open palm. "Are you crying?" he asked, his voice laced with tense confusion. A tear slid down Dandori's cheek, a silent testament to profound emotion. Dandori wept openly, cradling a small, dark object that seemed to hum with solemn energy. "That child," Dandori murmured, watching a dark, swirling mass hover above a distant figure, linking him to the ritual's aftermath. "Will become Yeouido's worst shaman," Dandori prophesied, a foreboding declaration over the bloody Chun Ji-seung. Broken talismans shattered on the blood-stained golden floor, marking the dramatic end of a fierce ritual around Chun Ji-seung's feet. Despite the blood covering his face, Chun Ji-seung offered a grim, knowing smile, hinting at the depths of his recent struggle. Figures in the grand, dimly lit hall, including Chun Ji-seung and Dandori, shifted in and out of a distorted view, an unsettling blur through a mysterious frame. Chun Ji-seung's bloodied eyes blinked, his ragged gasps and sniffling a raw expression of pain and exhaustion. With a slow, pained movement, Chun Ji-seung bent forward, extending a bloodied hand. His blood-soaked hand lay open, a dark and dramatic testament to the brutal ritual. Still bloodied, Chun Ji-seung straightened, his outstretched hand lingering in the dimly lit hall. The band members were caught in a distorted vision, a grainy blur obscuring their shocked faces and frantic movements. Dandori's hand moved in a gesture, obscured by dark, horizontal lines, a fleeting moment within the unsettling vision. Chun Ji-seung stood on the steps, bathed in an ethereal blue glow, a mystical figure in a segmented, dreamlike sequence. The blurred face of an old man flickered through the disorienting vision, his features obscured by frantic, dark lines. A soft, unsettling sound accompanied the slow-falling tear from Chun Ji-seung's bloodied eye, a raw manifestation of his pain. The old man collapsed with a dull thud, slumping into a disoriented heap. Chun Ji-seung lay bloodied on the golden floor, ritual objects scattered around him, a drawn-out sigh escaping his lips in the dramatic aftermath. A bead of sweat traced Dandori's nose as she panted softly, her face etched with exertion and stress. Dandori stepped decisively onto the platform, her heel striking the carpet with a sharp, clear tap. Multiple sharp taps echoed around the blood-stained floor, marking the measured approach towards Chun Ji-seung and the bound cow. Dandori knelt beside the bloodied Chun Ji-seung, her hands trembling with deep concern. Chun Ji-seung lay still, his face a tableau of pain and exhaustion, blood, tears, and saliva stark against his skin. Dandori's hand gently reached out, brushing against Chun Ji-seung's bloodied hand in a tender, examining touch. With a subtle, comforting gesture, Dandori gently touched Chun Ji-seung's bloodied head. The man in the black suit gestured frantically, his eyes wide with shock, as the rapid, urgent footsteps of other men approached through the tense, ornate hall. "Mister, he has severe hypothermia and anemia," Dandori declared, her voice firm with urgency. "Hot packs and gauze. Please get them from the supply room." The man in the black suit, his jaw tight with resolve, clenched his fist, his determined steps echoing in the tense hall. Giving precise orders, the man in the black suit commanded, "Contact Han Seoul University Hospital to secure a VIP room, and have them send an ambulance quietly right now." He then added, a soft sigh escaping him, "The rest of the staff should continue monitoring rumors and news updates related to Sunj Tech, and start cleaning up the shrine." A gloved hand pressed a button with a decisive click, setting in motion the efficient cleanup. Two men in hazmat suits moved with sterile efficiency, pushing a large waste bin through the space. A man in a suit offered an object to a blonde woman, their polite interaction a subtle exchange in the dimly lit hall. On his tablet, a man tapped with focused intent, searching SONJ technology on a Maver search engine. Dandori sat beside Chun Ji-seung, whose body trembled uncontrollably under a blanket covered in talismans as she tended to his head. "Don't shake," Dandori instructed, her hand gently closing over Chun Ji-seung's trembling one. Dandori looked down at him, a complex expression of concern and satisfaction on her face, and simply said, "You did well." The sprawling cityscape of Panjio New Town, Songnam City, Gyeonggi Province, spread out below, a vast urban landscape stretching into the twilight. Towering against the darkening sky stood the imposing headquarters of SONJ Technology and Communication. The building's facade, a grid of windows, some glowing with artificial light, hinted at the hidden activity within. A man sat hunched at his desk, his posture betraying a deep nervousness as he worked under the glow of two computer monitors. This man, identified as Park Chang-won, wore an anxious expression, his hands clasped tightly, a subtle sheen of sweat on his brow. A framed photograph captured a happier time, showing three young people smiling brightly in an office setting. The man, smiling broadly in the old photo, was a founding member of Sunj Technology and Communication, his past self radiating warmth. With a furrowed brow and intense gaze, the man had also created Sonjiltalk's complex algorithm. His jaw clenched tightly, a grinding sound escaping him, confirming the narration that this man was deeply troubled. The man on the phone confessed his growing isolation, lamenting that he couldn't communicate with anyone, neither his team members in work messages nor in personal conversations. As he stared at his computer screen, the man reflected with quiet despair that he subtly felt them making him feel left out. His computer screen displayed a series of cold, impersonal messages on a chat application, their dismissive tones a stark confirmation of his communication struggles. A chill ran down the man's spine as he thought, could it be, they registered me as a cutoff target? He immediately denied it, pressing a hand to his face, "No way. No. I'm still a founding member, the father of Sonjiltalk and the company's #1 contributor, there's no way they'd ostracize me, using the program I created." But instinctively, he felt the truth of it. He hesitated, clutching his head in a pained gesture, deeply distressed and indecisive. A reflection in his glasses lens offered a glimpse into a computer screen filled with complex text and icons, a window into his tech-focused world. The narration revealed he was being rejected by the program he created, yet he thought, but, since I wrote the algorithm, as his fingers tapped restlessly on the desk. He determinedly thought, at least I can distinguish the scent of my own child. As a precise click moved the cursor to _user_log_db. The mouse cursor slid across the digital interface, focusing intently on the name, Jennifer. His hand hovered over the computer mouse, a moment of tense indecision stretching out. He swallowed nervously, the sound echoing his anxious thought, Sonjiltalk, the security of the cutoff list is its lifeline. He clicked, then looked distraught, thinking, if I break it open, I'd be cutting that lifeline with my own hands. No matter how much I created it. I don't have the right to view the list. A restless rustling accompanied his despairing thoughts as he wondered how he could face his colleagues if he was indeed being cut off. A high-pitched squeal filled the air as black, inky tendrils ominously swirled around a traditional red door. From a red frame, a monstrous, gnarled hand with dark, swirling energy abruptly emerged, a terrifying supernatural intrusion. A long, gnarled arm, eerily similar to the hand, descended from the office ceiling, its dark tendrils snaking out into the room. The monstrous arm suddenly lashed out with a sharp impact, grasping at the timid man, as the narration declared it was this very push that forced his hand. As the gnarled arm softly slid closer, its true identity was shockingly revealed, the evil ghost General 8-armed ghost. The man stared blankly, dazed, as the terrifying apparition reflected in his screen, confirming the narration that it was a creature summoned by Chun Ji-seung's death curse ritual. A sudden ringing sound startled the man, causing his eyes to widen in shock as he peered out, uttering, "Huh." A stark red and black warning flashed on the computer screen, "Are you sure to open the log of users?" "Yes, no." A single tear traced a path down the man's cheek, reflecting the critical warning message in his glasses. The cursor slid across the reflected screen, poised to click "Yes" on the warning prompt. A sterile sign clearly marked the VIP 05 room in the hospital corridor. Chun Ji-seung lay in the brightly lit hospital room, recovering in bed, eyes closed, bandages wrapped around his hands, and 4 drip providing sustenance. Dandori sat composed in the hospital room, casually tapping her phone. Dandori's finger swiped across her smartphone screen with focused intensity. The phone vibrated with urgent persistence on the bedside table, its BRRRS cutting through the dim quiet. A fumbling hand reached for the vibrating phone, an urgent, sleepy struggle against the insistent call. Yeah, CEO, Justin Lee, the CEO of Golden Cross Investment, answered the phone, sitting up in bed with two women lounging beside him. Team leader me, Justin Lee grumbled sleepily, it's 2F** King early. Dandori's voice was sharp and businesslike, countering, when has money ever waited for people? Too early to make money. Money. Justin Lee mused, as the woman beside him added with a smile, if it's money, we should make it. Justin Lee tapped the woman's forehead abruptly, causing her to flinch. Justin Lee's face hardened with focus as he asked, what kind of deal is it? Short Sunj Tech. When the market opens, Dandori instructed, the action of betting on a stock's decline defined for clarity, and Justin Lee responded with a surprised, Sunj Tech. The smartphone screen displayed Sunj Technologies stock with a significant, analytical increase. Are you sure? Justin Lee asked, his eyes wide with surprise and lingering doubt. Justin Lee swiftly dismissed his doubt, realizing with conviction that if team leader me wasn't sure, she wouldn't have contacted him from such an early hour. What's the scale? Justin Lee asked, how much cash can the company currently mobilize? Dandori responded, lighting a cigarette, there are quite a lot of assets already invested. Let me check real quick. Dandori stood by Chun Ji-seung's hospital bed, phone in hand, as he stirred slightly under the blanket. Dandori stated with a subtle shift, holding her cigarette pack, about 8 billion. Dandori's eye gleamed with fierce, unyielding determination. Dandori declared, her voice decisive and demanding, that's not enough. 8 billion isn't enough. 8 billion. Not 800 million but F***King 8 billion. Justin Lee exploded with incredulous frustration, jerking upright and gasping. 8 billion for short selling in one go is enough. How much do you want to put in? Yelling into the phone, Justin Lee continued, and I haven't said I'd do it yet, team leader me. 8 billion is what we can mobilize. Short selling a high-risk stock that's on an upward trend. Even if it's team leader me's request, it's cautious. Yet, despite his caution, he conceded, use the 2 billion that's tied up for payment by the end of this year too. Dandori, confident and demanding, raised the stakes, instead, the commission for this deal is 10% instead of 7.5%. Justin Lee, surprised and thoughtful, pondered Dandori's unusual offer, wondering if, the money ghost, is asking to burn even her own bonus. Either she ate the wrong rat poison, or she found the promising stock she's been desperately looking for. A sly smirk spread across Justin Lee's face, his decision made. Deal, Justin Lee stated, a confident smile on his face. I'll start buying positions now. Oh, and CEO, one more thing, Dandori added, her eyes intense. Justin Lee asked, what else? Refrain from sleeping with a bunch of women, she advised. If too much yang energy drains out, money won't stick. Then, the call abruptly ended. Anyway, your intuition is F***King good, our team leader me, Justin Lee remarked, glancing back at the women, one of whom playfully scolded, it was a woman's voice. How about focusing on us when you're with us, CEO? A sudden, chaotic series of thuds and impacts caused the two women to fall from the bed as Justin Lee sat up, arms spread in surprise. Justin Lee clutched his head with determined resolve, declaring, everyone get lost. We need to make money. Through the hospital window, a brilliant blue sky heralded the fresh beginning of a new day. Dandori stood by the window, arms crossed, her reflection visible as she contemplatively observed the new day. With an intense gaze that reflected the dawn light, Dandori ushered in the narration, a new day dawns. Disorienting rustling sounds accompanied a jarring, distorted black and white visual. Still disoriented, Chun Ji-seung thought, where is this? I was definitely doing a ritual. I remember doing the ritual. Chun Ji-seung groaned, sitting up in the hospital bed and clutching his forehead in confusion and discomfort. Chun Ji-seung's eye widened in a surprised, questioning glance. Dandori emerged from the bathroom, wet, in a robe, her wet footsteps squelching as she gave Chun Ji-seung a slight, surprising smirk. Chun Ji-seung exclaimed, shocked and covering himself with a blanket. Why are you undressing? Dandori calmly replied, it's a hospital, kid. I didn't take you anywhere weird, so don't worry. VIP rooms come with expensive bathtubs and 6 baths, right? Dandori questioned, standing by the bath in her robe. We paid expensive money, so shouldn't we use everything? Chun Ji-seung yelled back, exasperated, that doesn't answer my question at all. Put your clothes on quickly. Dandori smirked, a sly twinkle in her eye as she asked, more importantly, do you know what time it is? What time is it? Chun Ji-seung asked, confused. Dandori's answer was direct, 9 o'clock. The time when the stock market opens. And Dandori added dramatically, as a clock showed 9 o'clock, the time when your fate will change. Dandori purposefully pressed a button on the TV remote, a sharp beep confirming her action. Dandori and Chun Ji-seung watched expectantly as a news anchor reported from the TV screen. The TV screen displayed SONJ Tech 3.2%, showing an unexpected rise in stock price. The wall clock showed the time had advanced to 9:15. The wall clock continued its slow march, now displaying 9:40. The wall clock indicated a new time, 9:50. The moment when fate would change, as that woman said, didn't come so easily, the narration stated, as Dandori exhaled a worried sigh, smoking her cigarette. Instead, what came was bitter silence, leaving Chun Ji-seung surprised and confused, a sweat drop on his cheek. The stock market graph showed a continuing, unsettling upward trend for SONJ Technology and Com at 7.4%. Is something going wrong? Chun Ji-seung asked Dandori, who remained pensive, smoking her cigarette. Chun Ji-seung realized with growing concern, the stock price of the company we performed the death curse ritual on isn't falling at all. No, it's actually rising. The man in the black suit entered the room with a rustling sound, his presence a sudden intrusion. The man in the black suit confronted Dandori, stating, I thought you would naturally be monitoring it. The board of directors is demanding an explanation. Ah. They also added that if we end up closing positions at a loss, the man in black suit informed Dandori, team leader, you'll have to take responsibility. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened in shocked alarm, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Dandori asserted confidently, the death curse ritual went improperly. Everyone who was there, including you, felt it, Kim Jae-gyum. Tell the directors to wait quietly. Adjusting his glasses nervously, the man in the black suit voiced his concern, SONJ Tech's upward trend shows no signs of breaking. If it continues rising through Thursday and Friday, the company's losses will. Dandori reminded him with assertive confidence, I've made hundreds of billions for the company. My win rate so far is a whopping 82%. With fierce, unwavering determination, Dandori declared, it will definitely fall. Before today's market closes. Dandori instructed with intense determination, tell them not to worry because if there are losses, I'll sell all my assets to cover them. Chun Ji-seung, watching the TV, felt a suffocating tension, thinking, I can't breathe. His bandaged hands clenched tightly as Chun Ji-seung thought to himself. I did what I was told. I don't think there's anything I need to take responsibility for. A sweat drop on his brow, Chun Ji-seung wondered with profound doubt, what does that woman believe in to remain so unshaken? The man in the black suit walked away with an air of certainty, his resolute demeanor contrasting with Chun Ji-seung's doubt. A hand picked a cigarette from the pack, a sizzling sound accompanying the nascent smoke, a small, tense action. The more bitter silence, created by these two conflicting feelings, hung heavy as the stock market graph continued to show an unsettling upward trend. The narration declared the silence broken shortly after, as a sudden, impactful blue candlestick appeared, indicating a dramatic market downturn. Multiple impactful blue candlesticks cascaded rapidly down the stock market graphs, signaling a sharp and alarming decline. A roaring gush and a tearing sound ripped through the air as the stock market dramatically collapsed, leaving both Dandori and Chun Ji-seung wide-eyed with shock. Chun Ji-seung, eyes wide with hopeful anticipation, pointed toward the screen and asked, that's going down right now, right? Dandori smirked triumphantly, her eyes glowing with power, as she declared, it started. This comic provided a preview of the original, acknowledging potential errors in translation and plot. In the chaotic world of high finance, a tense silence fell as news broke of Sonjiltok's historic stock price crash, rumored to be caused by insider selling. The market reacted with immediate, brutal clarity, as SONJ Tech's stock value plummeted by a drastic 11.7%. A tremor of panic rippled across the trading floor as stock prices violently shook and fell, leaving traders distressed. One man shouted in frantic disbelief, demanding to know how a stock that was up 7% could suddenly lose all its gains, suspecting insider trading. A woman voiced her profound confusion, questioning why insiders would sell immediately after the company reported record-breaking earnings. As the chaos mounted, a man anxiously tried to get the attention of his seniors, speculating if news had spread about China copying the product. With wide, shocked eyes and a face glistening with sweat, the man revealed the devastating truth. A Sonjiltok developer had created a website exposing user registration details, now spreading virally across social media. A low rumble of anxious whispers spread through the modern office as a group of professionals gathered, all staring with growing alarm at the shocking contents of a young man's phone screen. A phone screen glitched with red and purple hues, ominously asking, Hashbrow SNA. Who cut US off? News reports exploded across the screens, announcing the Sonjiltok customer information leak and detailing scandalous revelations about celebrities caught in cut-off relationships. Amidst the unfolding crisis, a man in glasses intently absorbed the implications, his focus locked on his phone screen. With a decisive click, the man looked up, processing the information that would soon change everything. The narration then chillingly revealed that Park Chan-won, Sonjil-talk's initial developer, had intentionally sabotaged his own creation and fled overseas. With a soft pull and a final power-off, a finger pressed down, symbolizing the definitive destruction of the platform. A hollow thud echoed as a man, his back to the camera, abandoned his digital ties, dropping his phone into a trash can before departing with his suitcase. This act was a programmer's bitter revenge for betrayal, triggering a massive exodus of Sonjil-talk users. Across all demographics, users frantically deleted their accounts one after another, clinging to the desperate hope that it might erase their digital past. The grim reality of the exodus was starkly displayed as Sonjil-talk's subscriber count plummeted by nearly 1 million users on the day of the incident. The rhythmic clicking of camera shutters filled the air as Sunj Tech CEO, bowing deeply in apology, held an emergency press conference broadcast live for all to see. Sonjil-talk stock, having utterly lost the public's trust, endured 3 consecutive trading days of a devastating crash. As the digital screens displayed the relentless market collapse, figures in the trading room sat or knelt, utterly defeated. The investments that had once held promise were now declared worthless paper, a truth that made Chun Ji-seung jolt awake in his hospital bed, his eyes wide with shock. Breaking news flashed across the screens, announcing the Sunj Tech-triggered AI messenger sector crash, a crisis that resonated far beyond a single company. Chun Ji-seung, nervous in his hospital gown, sniffed and asked the woman, "That was my first work in Yeouido. It went well, right? Did I pass the test?" The woman gasped, then swallowed, her voice barely a whisper of disbelief as she asked, "Even though we set up the ritual stage properly, you blew up the entire company with one death curse ritual." With a single tear forming, the woman corrected herself, hinting at a wider catastrophe. She revealed that his power had not merely affected one firm, but pushed down the entire AI messenger sector. The woman placed a hand on Chun Ji-seung's head, growling, "This isn't just good stuff. It's a monster." Chun Ji-seung, a sly smile playing on his lips, clarified, "A money-printing monster at that." The woman smiled, a satisfied glimmer in her eye, declaring that he had passed, and at the top of the class, too. Chun Ji-seung closed his eyes, exhaling a long, visible sigh of profound relief. The woman formally welcomed him, "Welcome to being a Yeouido shaman, Chun Ji-seung," adding a cryptic note, "and one more thing." She commanded him to address her as team leader from that moment on, warning that they would be seeing each other often, to which a submissive Chun Ji-seung readily agreed. Just as a great artist reaps immense rewards for their masterpieces, a shimmering skyscraper stood as a beacon of the riches awaiting Chun Ji-seung. Once the Sonjil-talk case was wrapped up, unimaginable rewards began to cascade down to Chun Ji-seung, who looked around the lavish office with wide, astonished eyes. With a soft click, imposing double doors stood before them, signifying that these were not just any rewards. These were rewards far grander than Chun Ji-seung had ever dared to imagine, hinted at by Justin Lee, who lounged casually in a luxurious office as they entered. With purposeful thudding footsteps, the woman walked ahead, while Chun Ji-seung excitedly swished his head from side to side, eagerly absorbing his opulent new surroundings. The woman gestured towards Justin Lee, informing Chun Ji-seung, "This is your employer. Please introduce yourself." Justin Lee, sunglasses pushed onto his head, froze in shock as he rustled, "Hey. The shaman we hired, was a teenager." The woman confidently crossed her arms, a tremor of certainty in her voice, challenging, "Being a minor shouldn't be a problem. Otherwise, why would I have brought him to the CEO's office?" Justin Lee, relaxing slightly, admitted his misconception, "I thought he was team leader Mi's nephew. A drawer rattled open, revealing a meticulously organized stack of Golden Cross business cards. Justin Lee formally introduced himself as the Golden Cross CEO, exchanging business cards with Chun Ji-seung. With a knowing wink and a smile, Justin Lee confessed, "I was impressed by your recent performance." With a firm squeak, Chun Ji-seung shook Justin Lee's hand, conveying his honor to work with him. The woman quickly cut through the awkward pleasantries, explaining that Chun Ji-seung, being just a kid, likely didn't understand such formalities, prompting Justin Lee to suggest they get straight to the point. Justin Lee clapped his hands, signaling an end to the small talk and a clear move to the main topic. A woman walked through the hallway, her steps clicking rhythmically, carrying a designer bag. The focus sharpened on the elegant black, Prada, branded bag, its presence hinting at something significant. With a soft creak and a slide, the woman placed the Prada bag on Justin Lee's desk, drawing the attention of Chun Ji-seung and the team leader. The bag lay open, revealing stacks of Korean won banknotes, an astonishing 500 million. Justin Lee, gesturing towards the bag, precisely stated the amount, exactly 543,920,000 won. "Please check it." Chun Ji-seung, utterly bewildered, pointed to himself and stammered, "Me? Why? The woman smirked, delivering the stunning news, because it's yours. It's your ritual fee. Chun Ji-seung, bewildered and trying to calm himself, mentally recalled a much smaller mobile banking transfer and questioned if the ritual fee hadn't already been sent. With a pointed gesture towards the money bag, the woman clarified, that was hourly wage. This is commission. The woman, a subtle smile playing on her lips, explained that the money was a legitimate compensation for his ritual, encouraging him to take it without worry. Chun Ji-seung was utterly overwhelmed, feeling as if his spirit had separated from his body as he struggled to comprehend, 500 million, is my money. The woman exhaled, a wisp of smoke escaping her lips as she extended a hand, teasing, if you don't want it, give it to me. No. Chun Ji-seung cried, snapping out of his daze and frantically grabbing the money bag as banknotes scattered around him. The woman paused, her expression pensive, reflecting on Chun Ji-seung's desperate reaction. Justin Lee, chin resting on his hands, looked at Chun Ji-seung with a serious expression, admitting he had never even touched a fraction of such a vast sum. The stark reality of Chun Ji-seung's past, revealed through a humble mobile banking balance and meticulous ledger entries, painted a clear picture of his struggle. Chun Ji-seung thought, what's 1/50th? I've often become servile because I didn't even have 1/100th. The memory surfaced of a younger Chun Ji-seung, standing nervously before an adult, the stark words, list of unpaid school meal fees, highlighting his enduring hardship. With a decisive thud, Chun Ji-seung opened the money bag, a memory of his past financial struggles burning in his mind. An intense gleam entered his eyes as Chun Ji-seung commanded himself, stay calm. As Chun Ji-seung began to speak, the woman confidently interjected, promising that their company would enable him to earn 100 times more. The woman smiled warmly and stroked Chun Ji-seung's shoulder, and he enthusiastically agreed to her terms. The woman laid down firm rules, instructing him to only perform rituals for their company and assuring him that they would match any scout offers, with Justin Lee giving an approving nod from his desk. A sigh of satisfaction escaped Chun Ji-seung as he stood proudly with his money bag, while the woman observed him with stern resolve. The woman asked Chun Ji-seung where he planned to spend this unprecedented sum, and he confidently replied, I don't know about other things, but the first place to spend it is decided. A subtle smile played on Chun Ji-seung's lips as he kept his first spending choice a secret. The destination for his newfound wealth was revealed, a brightly lit, bustling Korean barbecue restaurant. Inside, the tantalizing sizzle of grilling meat filled the air as Chun Ji-seung and an old woman enjoyed their meal, chewing contentedly. The old woman's hand gently rustled a brochure for a Silver Town nursing home. Chun Ji-seung enthusiastically tried to convince his grandma, this is a really expensive and really good nursing home, you know. If you go here, they'll wash you, feed you, and treat your dementia too. Sounds good, right? The old woman playfully glared, asking if the nursing home would feed her on time, not just one meal a day like you, to which Chun Ji-seung defensively responded that he had always provided 5 meals, including snacks. Chun Ji-seung confidently declared their plans, anyway, we're going here tomorrow. It's not far from home, so I can visit every day. A quiet, thoughtful smile graced Chun Ji-seung's face as he contemplated the future. The old woman, focused on scraping the grill, brushed aside his deep thoughts, urging him to simply grill more meat. With a determined grip on the tongs, Chun Ji-seung declared, Grandma's hardships are over now. Chun Ji-seung gently placed food on his grandma's plate, reassuring her, now you can rest well. The woman with the shaved head looked down thoughtfully, beginning to reflect on Chun Ji-seung. The man in the apron, grilling nearby, remarked that Ji-seung seemed genuinely nice and different from other shamans, while the woman listened silently. The woman, pensive, expressed a hopeful wish for Ji-seung's sustained success and resilience, hoping he would go far. She thought to herself, finding him strangely endearing. The pulsating rhythm of a hidden beat thrummed, drawing attention to a brightly lit, exclusive, VIP sign. The beat continued as a bottle of wine and 2 glasses sat on a table, bathed in a sophisticated purple glow, setting a mysterious ambience. A hand delicately swirled red wine in a glass, hinting at the luxurious gathering. The swirling wine reflected the opulent scene where Master Lee Tae-ha, Osong Finance's Rank 1, lounged on a sofa in a traditional robe. A clank echoed as a woman entered a dimly lit, purple-hued private room where several men were already seated around a table. The woman leaned in closely, whispering something intimate into a man's ear. Justin Lee listened intently, his expression intrigued as he learned that Sunj Tech's collapse was the work of a shaman, a newcomer to the industry, finding it all incredibly interesting. With a new resolve, Chun Ji-seung led his grandmother into the Emerald Silver nursing home the following morning, a significant step in their changing lives. The receptionist, her smile unwavering, outlined the 70 million won cost for the 2-year plan, awaiting Chun Ji-seung's decision on account transfer or card payment. A heavy thud announced its presence on the counter, a stark statement of its weighty contents. Chun Ji-seung confidently placed the massive stacks of 50,000 won bills onto the counter, a silent declaration. Chun Ji-seung revealed the staggering 100 million won, instructing the now shocked receptionist to convert the surplus into usable credits for his grandmother's comfort. His resolve firm, Chun Ji-seung added that his grandmother was to have access to every paid dementia treatment program available. As Chun Ji-seung walked away, the narrator reflected on the surprisingly substantial sum that remained after securing 2 years of care in a warm home for his grandmother. A sense of unreality settled as the total was revealed, a staggering 440 million won. The vast fortune, now so tangible, still failed to register as truly real in his mind. The sleek black car hummed softly, awaiting Chun Ji-seung's approach where the enigmatic woman with the shaved head stood, ready for their next step. Her gaze, distant and calculating, concealed a mind already strategizing their next move. Inside the luxurious car, Chun Ji-seung wrestled with the unfamiliar weight of his newfound wealth, utterly clueless on how to truly wield it. Breaking the silence, the woman cut straight to the point, asking if he had considered how to spend the vast remainder of his fortune. Chun Ji-seung revealed his immediate priority was a safe home, still unsettled by the constant threat of intrusion, prompting the woman to ask if he had any other plans. When Chun Ji-seung tentatively suggested a bank deposit, the woman sharply warned that a sudden influx of 400 million won into a minor's account would undoubtedly trigger a financial authority investigation. After a dismissive sigh about his high school status, the woman declared her intention to teach him the art of spending money before he made a foolish mistake. Chun Ji-seung, bewildered, wondered aloud if there truly existed a special way to spend money. With a confident smirk, she asserted that while earning might lack a special method, spending certainly had one, then immediately ordered Cheolgon to begin a tour following her intricate itinerary. A subtle click resonated as the car prepared for their journey. The city's pulse thrummed around them as their car merged into the bustling flow of the highway. Their first destination brought them to a traditional real estate office, where they met an agent to begin their search. The imposing modern high-rise loomed, a testament to luxury in the heart of the city. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened in undisguised surprise as he stepped into the apartment building's lavish, spacious interior. The woman, offering to lend the deposit, simply stated he should take the apartment, but Chun Ji-seung felt overwhelmed by its sheer luxury for a single person. She explained with gravity that the death rituals he performed inflicted immense stress, severe mood swings, and profound physical exhaustion. With a sharp intake of breath, Chun Ji-seung reluctantly agreed to the apartment, swayed by her chilling warning that skimping on rest could lead to spending the same money on psychiatric care. Cash registers chimed as their rapid appliance purchases made the store employee visibly flinch in surprise. The spending spree continued unabated in the furniture store, causing another employee to flinch at their swift, extensive purchases. Their journey led them next through the charming, old-fashioned alleys of Insadong. A rustic wooden sign confirmed their location, an alley in Insadong. Inside the dimly lit, traditional shop, the woman explained the practical limits of constantly borrowing ritual tools for his work. She smoothly emphasized that even with borrowed tools, a shaman must possess one primary ritual instrument to master and grow alongside. A rattling door slid open and then clicked shut, drawing them deeper into the shop's ancient interior. A subtle, knowing gaze from the old man's eyes tracked their presence. A potent, dark spiritual aura inexplicably swelled behind Chun Ji-seung, eliciting a sharp gasp of his own as he reacted with wide-eyed shock. The old man muttered regretfully, recognizing the woman's return meant she was once again seeking something inherently dangerous. With a knowing smirk, she acknowledged the old man's keen perception, noting he still knew she dealt in death rituals. The old man cut to the chase, simply asking for the estimate. When the woman calmly declared the price to be 100 million won, Chun Ji-seung audibly choked in sheer shock. Both Chun Ji-seung and the woman reacted with stunned disbelief at the price, but the old man calmly insisted such an investment was justified for a tool meant to last, then asked them to wait. The old man steadily ascended a wooden ladder, his movements precise. With a smooth motion, he retrieved a dark, unassuming box from a high shelf. Kneeling before them, the old man slowly exhaled as he began to unfasten the mysterious box. Inside, golden bells shimmered and ancient papers rustled, revealing a ceremonial tool unlike any other. A hand gracefully extended, offering the mystical tool to Chun Ji-seung. The golden bells on the tool chimed with an otherworldly clarity as Chun Ji-seung, utterly amazed, held his new treasure. A profound sense of pride washed over him as he realized this was his very first personal ritual tool. The old man's parting words echoed with a grave warning, to use the tool carefully, lest its power consume him entirely. Outside a traditional house, the woman promptly inquired about the remaining balance of his funds. Chun Ji-seung calculated a surprising 150 million won remained, a sum he felt would be more than sufficient, much to the woman's implied annoyance. As a car door creaked open, Chun Ji-seung, aghast, wondered if there was still more money to spend, tentatively suggesting they should save some. With a decisive click, the woman asserted that true wealth came only through investment, urging Chun Ji-seung to cease questioning and simply invest. Scratching his head in deep frustration, Chun Ji-seung worriedly pondered where his next investment should go. Her eyes, sharp and intense, delivered a cryptic one-word answer, people. She continued, her gaze fixed outside the car window, among them. In a playful, pixelated vision, she declared the first crucial investment was to acquire an assistant shaman. The vision continued as she elaborated, an experienced assistant could offer invaluable advice and customize ritual setups, allowing him to focus purely on the intense death rituals. And, in the game of shamanism, she concluded with a chilling logic, an assistant shaman could serve as valuable insurance, 2p, to take the fall should a ritual go catastrophically wrong. Back in the opulent room, Mephistopheles Seonyo Rayhan defiantly declared, no, flicking her cigarette with disdain. With a dismissive puff of smoke, she proudly declared her recent past as Master Damon's adopted daughter, brushing aside any present perceived shabbiness. Her boast continued, highlighting her status as Master Damon's top apprentice, the best in Korea for death rituals, before she incredulously posed her question. With an indignant gesture, she furiously rejected the notion of serving a mere kid who had no lineage, no gods, and barely a week's experience in the industry. She vehemently refused, boasting that her business was thriving, a claim the woman coolly questioned with a single word. With a smooth motion, the woman produced her phone, delivering a cutting rebuke that reduced Rayhan's business to a mere website preying on teenage girls' pocket money. As Mephistopheles Seonyo Rayhan stammered in flustered denial, the woman calmly offered a contract of 152 years with a 50 million won signing bonus. The woman sweetened the deal further, guaranteeing a minimum annual salary of 200 million won and a proper shrine upon retirement. With a subtle tap, she added the clincher, the prestigious shrine would even be located in Gangnam. Chun Ji-seung remained impassive, an unimpressed spectator to the calculated temptation unfolding before him. A zipper slid open with a sharp, clear sound. Gold coins cascaded like a waterfall as glittering bundles of cash were revealed, leaving Mephistopheles Seonyo Rayhan utterly speechless in awe. The woman then asserted Chun Ji-seung was no ordinary individual, arguing that helping nurture his unique talents would significantly boost her own resume. The woman provocatively introduced him as Yeouido's worst shaman supporter, the title causing a shiver of intrigue to run through Rayhan. Her throat worked with a visible gulp, the tempting offer now proving irresistible. With a sly smirk, Mephistopheles Seonyo Rayhan conceded, agreeing to work with them, and the woman promptly declared their next target, the fixer. Their search next led them to a cluttered office, where they met Choi Dae-ho, a man whose confident posture hinted at his reputation. Choi Dae-ho, despite taking the meeting as a favor, bristled at the idea of serving as a bodyguard and driver for a high schooler, finding it beneath his professional pride. With a firm, deliberate gesture, the woman laid out the terms, a 10 million won signing bonus, comprehensive insurance, and an 80 million won after-tax annual salary. Choi Dae-ho triumphantly carried an embarrassed Chun Ji-seung through the streets, as the woman, already planning ahead, announced their final recruitment target, Aksu. As Chun Ji-seung approached the neon-lit entrance of the Falling Hole Club, a quirky mascot handed him a card, a peculiar initiation to the night. On a stage strewn with instruments, the woman presented a contract to the blonde band member while another diligently signed, solidifying their new alliance. A pen decisively scratched across the legal document, sealing the agreement. On stage, Chun Ji-seung remained surprised, while the blonde band member seemed lost in a moment of thoughtful contemplation. The blonde band member confessed his lack of full understanding, yet was deeply moved, insisting that the experience possessed a profound soul. A spectral, robed figure of his powerful future self loomed, embodying the thrilling sense of destiny that coursed through Chun Ji-seung. He extended his hand, confessing that while the money was good, it was the raw inspiration he felt that truly compelled him to work with his new employer. A silent, intense understanding passed between their focused gazes. Their hands clasped, solidifying the professional agreement and a mutual anticipation of their future collaboration. With a decisive gesture, the woman declared their necessary lineup complete, assuring Chun Ji-seung of unwavering company support for any future personnel needs. His hand clenched in a gesture of deep resolve, Chun Ji-seung offered a heartfelt thanks for everything that had been done. She paused, a flicker of something unreadable passing behind her eyes as she took a slow drag from her cigarette. With a flick of her lighter, she revealed her true motive, a commission from every successful death ritual, aligning their financial success. Chun Ji-seung let out a knowing snicker, telling her pointedly not to offer excessive thanks in the realm of business. As the city lights blurred past, the woman confirmed his destination was his old house, a place he needed to return to for his final belongings. As Chun Ji-seung approached, a rapid crackling sound filled the night, causing the woman to gasp in utter disbelief. Amidst an eerie orange glow and swirling embers, Chun Ji-seung stood with eyes blazing crimson, a supernatural power radiating as the woman watched calmly behind him. Firefighters battled furiously against the raging inferno, the house consumed by crackling flames, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The rapid-fire words of Chun Ji-seung echoed the rising tension as he declared the situation ridiculous. Amidst the lingering smoke, Chun Ji-seung's eyes burned with an unsettling crimson, a grim foreshadowing of the power simmering beneath the ashes. The crackling flames devoured everything in their path, even as firefighters frantically sprayed water into the destructive inferno. On the narrow street, a stunned crowd watched as the inferno consumed what remained, the alarming scale of the disaster stretching beyond their comprehension. Illuminated by the raging fire, ghost hand emblazoned on the wall stood as an ominous, almost supernatural, signature upon the destruction. A sudden, sharp realization dawned in Chun Ji-seung's wide, fire-lit eyes. Chun Ji-seung's hand clenched into a tight, white-knuckled fist, a silent testament to his suppressed fury. Dandori's accusatory question hung heavy in the air, prompting Chun Ji-seung to reveal the perpetrators, Kim Jae-hyun and the gang who relentlessly bullied him. A tear traced its way down Chun Ji-seung's soot-stained face as the crackling fire devoured a framed photo of Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu and every irreplaceable memory he hadn't yet salvaged. Dandori's voice cut through the silence, urging him to dance the sword dance one more time. Chun Ji-seung looked up, surprised by Dandori's pointed question about forming a team today. Choi Dae-ho, surrounded by the enigmatic figures who would soon be allies, declared their new collective strength. With an intense gaze, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu echoed the challenge, telling Chun Ji-seung to dance the sword dance once more. The narration recounted the tragic truth: the old building was utterly consumed, and the hillside village location made the destruction even more isolated. The man in the gray jacket's hand fell gently on Chun Ji-seung's shoulder, a soft apology for a loss that couldn't be repaired. A deep rumbling receded into the night, leaving Chun Ji-seung utterly alone in the darkness. With grim determination, Chun Ji-seung pulled up his glove, revealing the raw, untamed force beneath. His hand, once battered, now bore the faint, healing lines of bandaged fingers, a quiet testament to his ordeal. Chun Ji-seung's fist clenched, echoing his firm declaration: he would endure no longer. His red eyes glowing with an inner fire, Chun Ji-seung realized with potent clarity that he was no longer someone to be ignored, no longer an insignificant person. The sudden screech of tires announced the imposing arrival of a large black vehicle and its 3 silent occupants. Choi Dae-ho scoffed at the corporate demands, while Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu wrinkled her nose at the pervasive smell of burning, questioning if they were about to perform a ritual. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu, with a serious demeanor, informed the assembled team that their employer was in a precarious state. A school desk, scarred with a dark, burnt stain, stood as a silent, somber monument to past trauma. The hazy memory of a hand reaching out to Chun Ji-seung as he lay helpless on the ground resurfaced, a stark image of his pain. From an overhead view, Chun Ji-seung sat isolated in the back of the classroom, a poignant symbol of his past exclusion and loneliness. The blonde band member and 2 other men smirked sinisterly, their gazes fixed on a miniature house, embers dancing around them with malicious intent. Choi Dae-ho and Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu exchanged silent, tense glances as they observed something unseen, their associate standing ready. Chun Ji-seung stood poised with a large, ritual knife, a grim, preparatory figure under the watchful eyes of Choi Dae-ho and Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu. With unwavering resolve, Chun Ji-seung declared his intention to perform a death ritual, challenging anyone uncomfortable to leave, vowing to proceed alone if necessary. Choi Dae-ho, with a cynical smirk, revealed his motto: he would do anything for money. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu gravely asserted that setting fire to the shaman's home, especially after Chun Ji-seung broke someone's legs, was undeniably an act of suicide. The blonde band member commended their actions, promising to play a chilling tune as his guitar began to hum with sinister intent. A shiver ran through Chun Ji-seung as he looked up, the damp, chilly environment adding to his subtle apprehension. The band played a macabre tune as a photo of a smug man was placed upon a pig, transforming the performance into a ritual. A figure, shrouded in ritualistic light and smoke, began to perform an ancient rite with candles and offerings on an altar. The rhythmic strumming and pounding of the band fused with Chun Ji-seung's ceremonial movements, his allies watching intently as the ritual intensified around the adorned pig. As Chun Ji-seung held up a sacred scroll, a voice from the past declared his former identity: a wicked master, a Sangmi Malcolm. From a swirling cloud, a dark, bird-like creature with a malevolent red eye materialized, and a chilling voice commanded: kill. Golden bells chimed rhythmically as Chun Ji-seung, now cloaked in traditional robes, swung his staff, activating the magical energy of the ritual. The incessant, rhythmic chiming of golden bells intensified, accelerating the ritual's already potent energy. An abstract, skull-like distortion of sharp lines violently erupted, a destructive omen against the stark white background. 3 motorcyclists sped through the foggy night, their headlights piercing the thick mist with urgent purpose. 4 men roared through the night on their motorcycles, a reckless and urgent procession. The blonde-haired man nervously questioned Jae-hyun's confidence, but the white-haired man smugly dismissed his worries, certain the police wouldn't care about a demolished house. The white-haired man leaned back with brazen confidence, boasting about his father's pervasive political connections. Fear and anger twisted the blonde-haired man's face as he angrily questioned if ghost eyes would remain still this time, given his potential for a death ritual. The white-haired man's grim expression darkened as he contemplated the severe consequences of further injury. With a chilling resolve, the white-haired man, his leg now encased in a cast, vowed to kill Chun Ji-seung. The white-haired man taunted his companion before carelessly striking him on the head, prompting a frantic cry about the dangers of driving a motorcycle. 3 motorcycles, a dangerous retinue, followed a large truck down the desolate, foggy road. The man in the black suit muttered in annoyance, recognizing the approaching motorcycles as those high school brats. The truck driver gripped the steering wheel, exasperated by the reckless speed of the high schoolers driving late at night. The truck driver's brow furrowed with concern as he peered intently through the windshield. A sudden, inexplicable sight on the road ahead caused the truck driver's face to register surprise. The driver's eye widened in a sudden, visceral jolt of shock and fear. A ghostly woman with a terrifying smile and vacant black eyes materialized, her presence chilling the night. The truck driver wrestled with the steering wheel, bellowing in frustrated panic as the massive vehicle violently skidded, sparks igniting the night. The faces of the terrified motorcyclists flashed in rapid succession, their eyes wide with panic as sparks exploded around them. A sudden, violent impact erupted, a crimson splash punctuating the chaos. The white-haired man lay amidst the grotesque wreckage, his bloodied form reflecting the catastrophic accident, uttering a curse under his breath. The injured white-haired man screamed in pain and desperate confusion, trying to crawl through the carnage. The white-haired man's bloodied eye reflected a primal fear, raw and intense. The white-haired man cried out in agonizing pain, his focus solely on his severely injured leg. Crawling desperately, the white-haired man screamed for his companions, realizing with a horrifying clarity that they had abandoned him. Extreme terror distorted the white-haired man's eye, reflecting an unseen horror. The red-haired man screamed in pure terror, lying injured beside the twisted metal of his wrecked motorcycle. The red-haired man frantically cried out for someone to call emergency services, his bloodied hand reaching out. The white-haired man lay defeated and injured, his smartphone's cheerful display a stark and cruel irony to his dire plight. The injured white-haired man struggled to crawl, each movement etched with grimacing pain. A sickening crunch echoed through the night as the white-haired man screamed in agony, crushed beneath the truck's wreckage. Red shoes clicked deliberately on the blood-stained ground, her footsteps echoing with ominous intent. The white-haired man, bloodied and desperate, screamed for help, trying to alert anyone to the horrifying accident. The rhythmic clicking of red shoes intensified, her measured steps growing closer with each beat of suspense. The ghostly woman, a terrifying figure in a trench coat, advanced towards the injured white-haired man, her presence radiating menace. The ghostly woman's horrifying face, framed by dark hair and wide black eyes, filled the white-haired man's terrified, bloodshot gaze. Shaking uncontrollably, the white-haired man desperately pleaded with the ghostly woman to stay away, his words trembling with pure terror. The white-haired man shrieked at the shadowy figure, defiantly clutching a cross necklace as he demanded the demon begone. The white-haired man screamed, proclaiming himself a pastor's son as he cursed the demon bastards while the ghostly woman's feet stood ominously over him. The ghostly arm extended with chilling speed, wrapping around the white-haired man's neck as he struggled and screamed for it to disappear. A brutal, grinding sound filled the air as the ghostly hand crushed an unseen object with violent force. Horror contorted the white-haired man's face, tears and blood mingling as his crushed cross lay before him, a symbol of utter despair. A tear rolled down the white-haired man's face as he uttered Chun Ji-seung's name, a dawning and terrifying realization gripping him. The ghostly woman, her face contorted into a terrifying smile, menacingly referred to someone as, "this son of a bitch." The ghostly figure dissipated into a chaotic burst of light as the narrator reflected on that day, when he killed the man who had relentlessly tormented him since elementary school. The news report from C News Society grimly announced a fatal truck and motorcycle collision, confirming multiple fatalities. Though free of guilt, an unsettling feeling lingered in Chun Ji-seung as he reflected on the aftermath. A haunting sense of foul-smelling blood on his hands persisted, while a ghostly apparition of one of his victims stood silently behind Chun Ji-seung. The ghostly white-haired man, his face accusatory, challenged Chun Ji-seung, asserting that he had been the first to cross the line. As Chun Ji-seung dried his hair, a fierce resolution settled within him, forming a silent vow. Chun Ji-seung strode down the modern staircase, making a series of profound vows, to never again let anyone bully him, to avoid succumbing to death rituals, to escape the dirty feeling of vengeance, and to accumulate undeniable wealth and honor. Chun Ji-seung sat on his bed, casually scrolling through his phone, a moment of calm before the storm. His cracked smartphone vibrated with an incoming call, the name, Team Leader Me, flashing across the screen. Chun Ji-seung's eye narrowed with fierce determination as he looked at his phone, immediately resolved to put his vows into practice. With unwavering resolve, Chun Ji-seung spoke into the phone, demanding Team Leader Me give him as much work as possible. Dandori's mouth curled into a satisfied smirk, an unspoken approval conveyed over the phone. With confident assurance, Dandori promised to inundate him with so much work he would feel overwhelmed. Chun Ji-seung solidified his silent vows, determined that he would never again endure torment or resort to death rituals, but instead amass wealth and honor no one could ignore. He found himself reflecting on the miraculous nature of his new path. The phone buzzed, and Chun Ji-seung knew he had to immediately put his new resolve into practice. With a decisive click, he answered the call, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Chun Ji-seung urgently requested his team leader to give him as much work as possible. Dandori's smirk conveyed her satisfaction with his unexpected eagerness. Dandori promised to push Chun Ji-seung to his limits, vowing to work him so hard he would literally vomit. Dandori focused on an article detailing Geoma General Trading's rising stock. A man in glasses intently studied an article about Solomon Marine Transportation's potential new trade route. At a presentation, a man highlighted Studio Tolstoy's upcoming drama, but for Chun Ji-seung, the specific company didn't matter, only the target. Shamanic rituals were underway, with one figure carrying a pig and another performing a mysterious ritual, embodying the otherworldly efforts behind their operations. An intense electric guitar riff provided a raw, powerful soundtrack to their mystical endeavors. Chun Ji-seung, only 18, unleashed a guttural scream as he violently shook his bells, his eyes seemingly damaged by the force of his own ritual. The team consistently caused the stock prices of every targeted company to plummet, as illustrated by the drastic declines. The group became known as the Grim Reapers of Yeouido, walking with a shared, determined purpose through the financial district. Heavy duffel bags filled with their illicit gains sat piled on a desk. The team gathered around the overflowing bags, their faces reflecting a mix of weariness and satisfaction. Billions of won in commission fees poured in, and though the team looked exhausted, their efforts were undeniably successful. Chun Ji-seung, holding stacks of bills and a passbook, remained humble despite his increasing wealth. The woman with the shaved head cheered, ecstatic about receiving a bonus less than 2 months into her new job, praising Chun Ji-seung's positive mindset. The man with green hair smirked, admitting this work was far more lucrative than tracking down runaway wives. The blonde band member and his bandmates were utterly shocked by the amount of money, realizing it was enough to finally release their album. Dandori took a contemplative drag from her cigarette. The cigarette was extinguished with a soft sizzle in the ashtray. Chun Ji-seung, looking confused, questioned his own identity, wondering why he was being singled out. Chun Ji-seung expressed his surprise, asking his team leader if she, too, needed money. The woman in the gray suit assertively declared that money was a constant need for everyone, prompting Chun Ji-seung to internally dub her a money demon. Chun Ji-seung, frustrated, pointed out her vast wealth, which she misinterpreted as ingratitude. The woman in the gray suit acknowledged Chun Ji-seung's perceived slight with stern disappointment, leaving him shocked. A firm handshake sealed an unspoken understanding. Chun Ji-seung, startled and flustered, tried to backtrack, explaining he thought her greater wealth meant the money wouldn't mean much to her. Her hand delved into a duffel bag, revealing an unexpected gesture of generosity. The woman in the gray suit presented a gift, explaining it was a token of her gratitude. As she opened the box to reveal a watch, she explained the clerk's recommendation and assured him a gift receipt was included for exchanges. Chun Ji-seung looked on, surprised and unsure how to react to her unexpected kindness. The watch was carefully fastened onto a wrist. The woman in the gray suit admired the new watch on her wrist, a subtle smirk playing on her lips as she deemed it not bad. Chun Ji-seung watched her, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The woman in the gray suit mentioned a gift for the man in the black suit, recalling his fondness for sunglasses. Her focused eye indicated a keen observation, missing nothing. Despite his considerable earnings, Chun Ji-seung had not purchased any new clothes or even shoes for himself, a testament to his unchanged priorities. Instead of becoming arrogant, his generosity toward others grew exponentially as his wealth increased, an unexpected development that surprised even his colleagues. The man in the black suit, now wearing the sunglasses, confidently agreed with the narrator's prediction that Chun Ji-seung's good character would lead to lasting success. The woman in the gray suit cleared her throat, signaling a shift in the evening's plans. She then confidently invited everyone for a drink, insisting it was on her. Dandori looked on in confusion as her colleagues erupted in excited chatter and posed for photos, celebrating the unexpected invitation. The bartender, with a confident smile, polished a glass, ready for the evening's festivities. Shelves laden with an array of liquor bottles promised a night of indulgence. A lavish spread of food and drinks awaited, setting a festive mood. Chun Ji-seung cheerfully waved from the bar, while others blushed, hinting at an undercurrent of unexpected flirtation. Chun Ji-seung watched the man in the black suit and the woman in the gray suit confidently stride into the bar, their entrance marked by the steady clicking of their heels. Chun Ji-seung sat with the woman in the gray suit, a hint of confusion on his face as they shared drinks at the bar. Chun Ji-seung looked around, surprised that everyone else had seemingly disappeared from the bar. He explained that Yu Reihan, the shaman, had caused a scene in the women's restroom, prompting Dae Ho Hyung to take her home. Yu Reihan, unable to resist expensive alcohol, succumbed to its effects, loudly vomiting a rainbow-colored stream that shocked other patrons. The man with green hair, carrying an unconscious Yu Reihan over his shoulder, promised Chun Ji-seung a ride home after he dropped her off. The narrator explained that the band members, cheering enthusiastically for a second round, instead headed to their practice room for a more private celebration. The woman in the gray suit dismissed the others as weak, while Chun Ji-seung, only drinking cola, calmly affirmed his sobriety. The woman in the gray suit elegantly sipped her champagne, seemingly unbothered by the chaos around her. Chun Ji-seung felt a sense of relief that everyone had left, as he had something important to discuss with her in private. Chun Ji-seung blushed, stuttering as he repeated the word talk, while the woman in the gray suit gave a knowing smirk. The woman in the gray suit quickly clarified that the discussion was about work, then playfully chastised Chun Ji-seung for his expectant look. Flustered and embarrassed, Chun Ji-seung insisted he naturally assumed their conversation would be solely about work. He expressed his confusion, wondering what there could be to discuss since their rituals were successfully plummeting stock prices and their teamwork seemed solid. The woman in the gray suit acknowledged their ongoing success, but her thoughtful expression hinted at a deeper underlying concern. With a serious gaze, the woman revealed that Chun Ji-seung's name was becoming too prominent. She explained that financial companies in Yeouido were wary of him, nicknaming him the Shaman of Sudden Death, and displayed a man on the phone promising to uncover his personal information. The woman further elaborated that this wariness meant rival companies would hire other Yeouido shamans to counteract them, prompting Chun Ji-seung to question the nature of such a shaman. She explained that these shamans were hired specifically to protect the company's stock price from the destructive power of his death rituals. Moreover, these counter-shamans could suppress his death rituals and even, conversely, raise stock prices. She clarified that this meant hiring a shaman who performed counter-rituals against his own practices. Chun Ji-seung swallowed hard, a pensive silence falling over him as the implications sank in. A man in a dark suit walked with purpose through an opulent, grand hall towards a ceremonial platform. Kim Yoon-suk, a team leader from Fibonacci Capital, stood in the lavish hall, a look of concern on his face. The man explained that Golden Cross had been shorting the stocks their company operated on for several months. He questioned why they needed Osong Financial's help despite having their own shamans, then revealed it was because their opponent was the Shaman of Sudden Death. A hand clenched into a tight fist, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. The man with blonde hair, seated on an ornate throne, reacted with surprise upon hearing the ominous title, Shaman of Sudden Death. The stark decline in stock prices for Sunj Tech, Geoma Trading CO, Solomon, and Studio Tolstoy vividly illustrated the devastating impact of the Shaman of Sudden Death. The man in the suit expressed his concern about the widespread industry rumor that the recent sharp declines in shorted stocks were the work of the Shaman of Sudden Death. He humbly admitted his company's shamans might not be capable of handling the threat, which was why they sought outside help. The man in the suit urgently pleaded with Ilsen Doryong to perform a blessing ritual for their manipulated stock, just this once. The man with blonde hair subtly declined, stating he only accepted cases with a definitive profit or impact, particularly those affecting Osong Financial's quarterly performance. The man in the suit, looking distraught, reminded the blonde man of their many past partnerships, questioning his heartlessness. The blonde man offered an alternative solution: he would provide a skilled shaman on loan. As the man in the suit questioned the idea of a skilled shaman, the blonde man invited someone to enter. A bare foot, shrouded in a traditional robe, stepped softly into the dimly lit room. A golden, bell-adorned staff was prominently displayed, then a hand, extending from a simple robe, reached out. Bare feet splashed through water as someone walked, followed by a broad, knowing smile. The man in the suit recoiled in terror and confusion from the newly revealed figure. Master Zhejian, a very large, bald man in yellow robes, stood smiling broadly, supported by two attendants. The corpulent, bald man extended his hand towards the surprised and recoiling man in the suit. The blond man introduced the smiling, finger-to-his-lips figure as Guanyin Bodhisattva, also known as Oziang Financial's fifth-seat gold-clad Bodhisattva Gong Yong Hwa. The soaring skyscraper of Osong Financial pierced the brilliant blue, a beacon in the concrete jungle. A crimson carpet, adorned with 5 golden stars, heralded entry into a realm of opulence and influence. The golden characters of Hong Young glittered beneath dangling red lanterns, marking a place of hidden power. Inside, a jovial man, food smeared across his face, savored a dumpling with unrestrained indulgence. Flames erupted from woks as chefs moved with synchronized intensity, preparing a feast beyond measure. He continued his relentless consumption, a liquor bottle and fried rice barely making a dent in his Epicurean pursuit. Dishes piled high, each plated with the precision of a culinary architect. A procession of waitresses delivered an endless stream of dishes, their footsteps echoing with the scale of the order. A drumstick vanished in a single, blissful bite, his satisfaction palpable. A young waitress, plates teetering in her grasp, registered a sudden, unbidden surprise. Jennifer revealed the VIP room's overwhelming orders had paralyzed the kitchen, prompting the younger waitress to question how many could consume so much. Jennifer's revelation of only 3 people in the VIP room ignited utter disbelief, the waitress wondering if they were mukbang YouTubers to eat so much. Only one person is eating, Jennifer declared, as the bald man was revealed to be the sole, voracious consumer. The nervous man in the suit tentatively called out, addressing the figure as Bodhisattva. He pressed, his patience wearing thin, wondering when the essential business discussions would finally begin amidst the endless feast. The sharp click of heels announced an arrival of import. The woman in grey declared that Bodhisattva would only entertain business after satisfying her hunger, urging him to accumulate virtue in the interim. With a weary sigh, the man in the suit reluctantly conceded, his frustration barely contained. The clatter of an empty plate signaled the monumental consumption had finally concluded. The bald man, a picture of deep satisfaction, wiped his mouth clean with a finger. A thunderous burp escaped him, a final, unrefined testament to his absolute contentment. The man in the suit reeled, horrified by the unspoken, staggering cost of the meal, calculating it must be 10 million won. A profound tranquility settled over the bald man's face, his blissful smile an enigma. A delicate tap of his finger conveyed a silent, significant command. The woman in grey leaned in, her hushed whispers cloaked in a conspiratorial air. The woman formally conveyed Bodhisattva's satisfaction with the team leader's sincerity, promising detailed instructions for the impending ritual and its necessary components. A surge of eager shock washed over the man in the suit, his anticipation reaching a fever pitch. "I'm listening," he declared, already typing furiously on his phone, ready to capture every critical detail. The woman, with cool precision, revealed that Golden Cross's crucial short position on Mansiok Steel would expire that Friday. She unveiled the opposing side strategy, death curse rituals until Thursday night, which Bodhisattva would counter with powerful prayers for Mansiok Steel. He stammered his heartfelt thanks, relief flooding over him. However, the woman interjected, her tone turning gravely serious, signaling a crucial condition. When he questioned, however, she simply stated he must prepare the offerings. She demanded the very same delicacies continuously for Bodhisattva during prayers, a request the bald man affirmed with a satisfied lick of his lips. The man in the suit trembled at the internal calculation, expensive delicacies, continuously, for 3 agonizing days. He nodded, absorbing her stern admonition about accumulating virtue, then braced himself for her one last thing. She delivered her final, startling demand, locate the rapid death curse shaman, as Bodhisattva desired a meeting before prayers commenced. A cold wave of apprehension washed over him, his gaze darting upwards in sudden alarm. A sleek, black luxury vehicle sliced through the bustling city, moving with silent purpose. The woman reminded Chun Ji-seung to manage his condition for the ritual scheduled for Thursday, which he acknowledged. She observed Chun Ji-seung's pensive demeanor, asking if something weighed on his mind. Chun Ji-seung admitted his unease about facing a potentially veteran shaman, despite his own acclaimed skills, fearing he was still a rookie. He voiced his core fear, couldn't I lose in a ritual battle? She calmly advised him not to fear prematurely, emphasizing the importance of momentum in ritual battles and the absence of rumors against them. She urged Chun Ji-seung to shed his unnecessary worries and concentrate solely on his condition. The car screeched to a halt before an office-tel, the green-haired man announcing their arrival to Chun Ji-seung. Chun Ji-seung emerged from the luxury car, ready for whatever awaited him. He strode away, the woman watching his determined departure. Chun Ji-seung recoiled, startled by the sudden, ominous mention of a rapid death curse shaman. The woman informed Chun Ji-seung that the Bodhisattva she served wished to meet him, leaving him intrigued. It won't take long, she assured him, directing Chun Ji-seung to the underground parking garage where Bodhisattva awaited. The underground parking garage, bathed in dim, artificial light, felt like a clandestine rendezvous point. They walked deeper into the garage's shadowy depths, each step echoing in the oppressive quiet. With a creak and a mechanical whir, a hidden platform descended, revealing the lowered ramp of a mysterious truck. A dramatic rumble announced the revelation of Bodhisattva, enthroned placidly in a grand, ornate chamber. Chun Ji-seung reeled back, startled by the unexpected opulence and the figure before him. The bald man subtly gestured, a silent command for them to approach. A hesitant step echoed in the vast silence. Chun Ji-seung questioned silently, wondering exactly who this Bodhisattva truly was, as the woman whispered to the figure. Quiet, the woman commanded sharply, explaining that Bodhisattva was directly conveying her intentions through spiritual means. First, let me introduce her, the woman declared, gesturing towards the figure. Among Yeouido's shamans, even first-class ones, she's in the top 5, the woman proclaimed, unveiling the formidable, golden Buddha Bodhisattva, Gong Yonghwa. Then, with chilling clarity, the woman revealed Bodhisattva was the very shaman Chun Ji-seung would face in battle. Chun Ji-seung's heart sank as the grim realization hit him. Bodhisattva was the formidable shaman hired to defend the stock price he was tasked to destroy. Bodhisattva requests that you, the rapid death curse shaman, give up this job, the woman asserted, adding that he was no match for their power. The woman lauded Bodhisattva's unparalleled track record, declaring her experience and skill were on a different level from a mere drifter. Though Bodhisattva could crush him with skill, the woman claimed her patron loved peace, hoping he wouldn't suffer a bitter taste of defeat in a predetermined battle. She then presented the alternative, a generous monetary gift if he simply abstained from the death curse ritual. A hand rummaged deep within the bald man's opulent yellow robe. A glittering handful of gold jewelry, rings, and chains emerged, gleaming with illicit promise. With a theatrical flourish, the bald man hurled the gold toward Chun Ji-seung, who recoiled in shock as gold coins cascaded like a waterfall. A self-satisfied smirk played across the bald man's lips, pleased by his opulent display. Scattered around Chun Ji-seung's feet, the gold jewelry lay like glittering bait. When pressed to accept Bodhisattva's merciful proposal, Chun Ji-seung responded with a terse and defiant, bullshit. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu entered, explaining she had followed, drawn by the suspicious nature of the meeting. Why are you seriously listening to some pig squealing, Chun Ji-seung? Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu challenged, her tone dripping with blatant disrespect. The woman in grey recoiled at the insult, but Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu pressed on, openly mocking Golden Buddha Bodhisattva for attempting such a meager bribe against a drifter. A visible tension gripped the bald man's face, his anger barely contained. His fists clenched tightly against his yellow robe, a silent testament to his seething rage. The bald man rose, his imposing presence amplifying the woman's chilling warning about the death curse bounce back that awaited any shaman whose ritual was twisted by Bodhisattva's prayers. The bald man, panting with rage, roared his accusation. How could they act righteous while lowering stock prices that held people's dreams and hopes, like bugs who make money from others' misfortune? While much of the exchange remained convoluted, Chun Ji-seung grasped the core of the bald man's furious condemnation. A profound epiphany struck Chun Ji-seung. He had never truly considered the devastating pain that stock market failures inflicted upon ordinary people. His eye widened, gulping at the sheer, overwhelming weight of his new understanding. Suddenly, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu explosive laughter shattered the tense silence. Chun Ji-seung, his expression grim, demanded to know what could possibly be so amusing. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu retorted, exposing their hypocrisy by questioning if they weren't the ones inflating stock prices of valueless companies. She detailed their insidious methods, artificially pushing down certain stock prices while forcibly inflating others to ensnare unsuspecting retail investors. Her gaze piercing, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu directly challenged the bald man, asking which was truly more malicious, even for someone with a pig's head like him. Don't try to persuade with shitty justifications, you hypocrites, the bald man roared, his face contorted in absolute fury. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu tapped Chun Ji-seung's chest, declaring, let's just have a clean fight. Then, with a confident smirk, she laid down the ultimate challenge, let's see who's more divine. His fury snapped, and the bald man roared for them to cease their attempts at persuasion, condemning them as hypocrites. With a resolute intake of breath, the bald man declared that their battle would be a clean fight. He then issued his ultimate challenge, demanding to see whose divine power truly reigned supreme. A deep breath was drawn as a fist clenched tight, knuckles cracking with profound tension. He settled back, exhaling softly, a sly smile gracing his lips as contemplation settled upon him. With serene confidence, the bald man simply commanded Dandori to go. The heavy doors creaked open, revealing the bald man standing within as Chun Ji-seung watched. The bald man's voice dripped with condescension, warning that Chun Ji-seung, the rapid death curse shaman, would also just be used and then discarded. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu shot back, her voice sharp and determined, that it would be merciful for her to end him appropriately with her own hands. The vehicle rumbled to life, and Dandori drove past, leaving Chun Ji-seung and Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu waiting. Inside, the bald man smiled confidently, asserting he would give his all and requested team leader Han to set it up based on his prime. Dandori's sly smile widened as he expressed his excitement to see Bodhisattva at full power after so long. Chun Ji-seung and Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu remained still, the unexpected challenge weighing on them. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu mused that she needed to strengthen security, surprised that their opponents, rather than just challenging them with momentum, had dared to visit their house and that of a minor newbie. Chun Ji-seung called out to his team leader, his voice laced with concern. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu scoffed, dismissing the bald man's words as an attempt to break Chun Ji-seung's momentum and criticizing their hypocrisy in calling them bugs, while they themselves manipulated stocks and sucked retail investors' blood. Chun Ji-seung's surprise was evident as he questioned his team leader's dismissal. With renewed determination, Chun Ji-seung declared his indifference to any shaman visiting him or insulting his death curse rituals. But as his fist clenched, Chun Ji-seung confessed that the bald man's last words still bothered him. The bald man's condescending voice echoed in Chun Ji-seung's memory, asserting that he, too, would simply be used and discarded. Chun Ji-seung's inner thoughts revealed his deep aversion to betrayal, recalling painful past arguments between others. A young Chun Ji-seung, only 18, cowered and covered his ears, trying to block out the distressed sounds. He looked up at a woman with red hair, her face etched with sorrow. The woman closed her eyes, forcing a sad, faint smile as a single tear escaped. Small hands reached up, yearning to connect with larger, adult hands. In the dim light of night, a child desperately hugged a kneeling, crying woman, while a man stood by, his expression somber. Young Chun Ji-seung, a mere child, cried out desperately for his mom and dad. An adult's hands grasped his leg as the young Chun Ji-seung desperately hoped his parents would reconcile. Another adult hand held his as his childish hope continued. Young Chun Ji-seung cried and struggled, proclaiming that he would return for himself one day. The woman knelt, a child reaching towards her, as two adults walked away, leaving them behind. Chun Ji-seung remained pensive, lost in his thoughts, as Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan observed him. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan reassured him with a gentle pat on the head, promising never to betray him, as he was the best shaman she had found and a quality asset. She added with a soft smile that no one carelessly handles a flower they have cultivated with their own hands. Chun Ji-seung's eyes briefly registered a flustered warmth. He rubbed his head and sheepishly smiled, admitting that her words were exactly what he wanted to hear. Chun Ji-seung's enthusiasm surged, and he enthusiastically vowed to flatten the nose of the fatso who dared to babble about them being bugs and using people, then begged his team leader to teach him how to deal with other shamans. His fist raised in determination, Chun Ji-seung pressed Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan for shamanistic guidance, and she, with a confident smirk, agreed, deciding they needed to call their teammates to make their opponent pay for their rude declaration of war. A towering glass skyscraper reflected the clear blue sky, a beacon in the corporate world. Inside, a woman with a shaved head wrote on a whiteboard in a bright conference room, while others watched. A marker uncapped with a soft click, ready for use. The woman with the shaved head began to explain, tapping the whiteboard as she announced that the principle of clashing rituals and death curse rituals was simple. A hand illustrated her point, drawing a shield and a sword on the whiteboard to represent defense and offense. The whiteboard further depicted a siege warfare that continued until one side, between good and evil energy, was completely suppressed. Then, it showed a dogfight where both shamans staked everything. The woman with the shaved head concluded confidently that this was precisely the counter-ritual they were about to perform. A young man with long dark hair, head resting thoughtfully on his hand, muttered his concern about engaging in counter-rituals so early in their career, calling it bad luck. He questioned the gravity of the situation, claiming he only agreed because he was fired up, but the woman with the shaved head sharply interjected, explaining that counter-rituals were a significant matter where the losing shaman usually faced forced retirement. She further detailed the dire consequences of defeat, either severe internal injuries or the complete severance of the divine cord connecting gods and humans. The young man with long dark hair yelled in disbelief, demanding to know how she could have agreed to fight Golden Buddha Bodhisattva without knowing such basic information. He recounted Golden Buddha Bodhisattva's formidable past, noting that just 10 years ago, her prayer power was killer, with companies definitely seeking her out before stock listings. He exclaimed that she had pledged to fight the former number 1 of Yeouido, to which the woman with the shaved head, exasperated, corrected him, stating that their opponents had picked the fight. She clarified that their team leader had provoked them and accepted the challenge, while the young man admitted his ignorance regarding the fat uncle's renown. The woman with the shaved head sternly chastised him for killing the kid's spirit before they even started, asserting that she wouldn't have initiated the conflict if the odds weren't in their favor. The young man scratched his head, rationalizing that counter-rituals were an inevitable problem, merely occurring sooner with a slightly stronger enemy. The woman with the shaved head delivered a stern warning, advising against momentum-breaking talk, as it brought bad luck. The man with green hair questioned if having good odds meant their shaman was strong. He then asked if there was a sharp strategy at play. A slight smirk played on the woman's lips as she concisely replied, both. An unidentified hand pointed at Chun Ji-seung as the woman with the shaved head declared that their shaman was stronger than everyone thought. She confidently tapped her temple, announcing her excellent strategy to bring down Golden Buddha Bodhisattva. A hand placed a marker on the whiteboard tray. The whiteboard displayed a simple drawing, illustrating how their opponent remained hidden until their identity was revealed. As a hand added aggressive arrows to the drawing, the narration explained that they hadn't known which shaman they would be facing, thus highlighting their opponent's self-incrimination. The whiteboard's drawing showed a large, downward arrow targeting the figure, as the narration proclaimed that Golden Buddha Bodhisattva had dug their own grave. The sprawling city glittered below, its myriad lights illuminating the vast urban landscape. Above a dark, towering building, a massive golden glow emanated from its rooftop, imbuing the night with mysterious power. Inside an ornate room, bald men with prayer beads and veiled women stood solemnly amidst low tables laden with food, creating a ceremonial atmosphere. Figures in traditional yellow and white robes played instruments and stood in a richly detailed room, enhancing the ceremonial feel. The bald man soaked in a steamy bath, a contented smile on his face as he enjoyed an opulent feast. All preparations were complete for what was truly a grand banquet, observed by the woman in the grey suit. The woman in the grey suit intently observed the bald man in his bath. With a resounding roar, the bald man excitedly declared the beginning of the grand banquet. In another ornate room, Chun Ji-seung, clad in traditional robes, raised his arms as a powerful, golden light streamed down upon him, enveloping him in mystical energy. A grand ritual commenced with various attendees, including the bald man observing from above, others performing rituals, and robed figures dancing. The bald man gazed into a reflective surface as golden light began to spread, while other bald men watched in awe, one covering his mouth. The ritual intensified, filling the entire room with shimmering golden particles and light, centered around the bald man, creating an atmosphere of grand spiritual energy. Above the city building, a massive, luminous yellow sphere materialized, raining down golden particles in an awe-inspiring, supernatural display. The golden sphere above the building grew larger and more dynamic, implying a powerful release of energy. Amidst an overwhelming burst of golden light, the name, Jayeka Podi Waesang, was revealed. Intricate, flowing patterns of golden light swirled, emanating from a hidden, divine source. Podi Waesang, a legendary monk, was revered as the incarnation of Maitreya, a harbinger of divine grace. His distinctive pot belly and bright, benevolent smile became symbols of his boundless generosity and profound wisdom. The joyous harmony of his presence often drew children to him, their laughter echoing his own gentle spirit. He carried a massive sack, an endless source from which he drew sustenance and comfort for all who needed it. From its depths, his hand would emerge, always laden with something precious to share with the world. With a gesture of profound benevolence, Podi Waesang offered his provisions to the eager children, embodying true compassion. Because of his selfless sharing, his profound teachings, and his divine foresight, his legend grew to mythical proportions. Even in his tranquil rest, the quiet sorrow of those who mourned him spoke volumes of his enduring impact. Across myriad lands, his divine spirit was worshipped, enshrined as a deity of hope and prosperity. A towering stone statue stood as a testament to his revered status, a symbol of virtue, luck, and boundless wealth. Bathed in celestial light, Podi Waesang ascended as a divine being, his golden robes shimmering with otherworldly power. Below, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu gazed up at the glowing, divine presence, a storm of defiance brewing behind her eyes. A benevolent god who bestowed mercy and virtue on the weak, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu mused cynically, a puff of smoke trailing from her lips. Her voice dripped with sardonic disbelief as she questioned the irony of using such a pure deity for their dark purposes. The divine figure's hands, clasped around his legendary sack, promised endless bounty. A torrent of pure golden light poured from his mystical sack, a cascade of impossible wealth. Her eye narrowed, a sharp glint of contempt as Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu condemned the act as pumping manipulation stocks. An ethereal golden liquid rained down, forming an incandescent dome over the city, dripping with ominous purple energy. The glowing Buddha-like figure floated majestically above the golden-domed skyscraper, a sentinel of divine power. Doesn't this make us, who summon evil spirits, look like gentlemen in comparison? Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu smirked, her words laced with dark irony as she spoke to her subordinate. The man in the suit reported with weariness that the ritual preparations were now complete, awaiting only her command. Her fingers tightened around the cigarette, a small, decisive gesture of control. Tell them to begin, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu commanded, a subtle flick of her wrist signaling the start of a grim undertaking. As an ominous prophecy of 4 deaths loomed, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu and Chun Ji-seung prepared for a destined confrontation. The intense, grinding sound of an electric guitar sliced through the air, foreshadowing the escalating tension. With an eerie rustle, a traditional red gate began to part, revealing dark mist that whispered of what lay beyond. The red gates burst open, stretching endlessly into the star-filled night sky, a terrifying stairway to another realm. "They're here," the woman in the grey suit exclaimed, her voice tight with surprise and a hint of concern as she peered through her binoculars. With a determined resolve, the woman in the grey suit ordered them to let the encroaching forces enter. As the red gates crackled with raw energy, she declared her intent to reveal the vast chasm in their divine status. From the deepening shadows, a grotesque, clawed hand appeared, signaling the imminent arrival of something truly malevolent. A horde of dark, skeletal hell demons, with their long limbs, clawed their way up the red gates, a terrifying assault. One hell demon cackled maniacally from its perch atop a gate, its sinister laugh echoing into the night. An overwhelming tide of hell demons charged with piercing shrieks towards the glowing Buddha-like figure, their intent unmistakably hostile. Yet, the Buddha-like figure met the onslaught with a serene, almost imperceptible smile. Despite the aggressive lunge of two screaming hell demons, the Buddha-like figure remained utterly unfazed. An ethereal purple liquid splashed as the Buddha-like figure effortlessly deflected an attack. Amidst the scattering purple residue, the Buddha-like figure stood radiant and unwavering, his golden light a beacon against the darkness. The woman in the grey suit mused with contempt at the sheer audacity of confronting Maitreya's incarnation with such pitiful hellspawn. Her eyes snapped open, glaring with utter disdain as she silently cursed the fucking idiots. The Buddha-like figure stood at the serene center of a chaotic maelstrom, surrounded by a multitude of writhing demons. The woman in the grey suit concluded, observing the overwhelming power disparity, that there was no need to avoid this inevitable clash. The Buddha-like figure's hand casually rummaged within the depths of his golden robe. He clenched his fist, and grains of rice, imbued with divine power, spilled from his grasp. With a delicate flick, the Buddha-like figure scattered the grains, and the demons, touched by them, dissolved into nothingness. He then calmly turned, his attention drawn to a fresh wave of chittering demons crawling into view from behind. A monstrous hell demon lunged forward, its massive mouth wide open, drooling with savage hunger. With a tranquil gesture, the Buddha-like figure wiped his face, then unleashed a single, devastating punch that obliterated the demon into purple energy. The woman in the grey suit continued to observe the unfolding spectacle through her binoculars, witnessing the raw power of the grand banquet. She realized the immense power displayed was the very same full-force bodhisattva ability, unleashed in its absolute prime. A profound sense of finality washed over the woman in the grey suit as she declared, "This is the end." Chun Ji-seung, his face etched with distress and tears, spoke of the so-called rapid death curse shaman with urgent concern. Mephistopheles Yeouido, with a smug composure, watched the chaotic events unfold from the calm vantage of a rooftop. Internally, Mephistopheles Yeouido noted that Poti Waisang's defenses were unexpectedly solid, and the demons were being consumed far too rapidly. Mephistopheles Yeouido instructed her subordinate to call Chun Ji-seung and ascertain his remaining progress. The man in the suit answered his vibrating phone, displaying the caller ID for Choi Dae-ho, his expression grim. "He says 5 meters left," the man in the suit relayed, but Mephistopheles Yeouido demanded he go faster, sensing the urgency of their timing. Mephistopheles Yeouido, focused on striking when the opponent's guard was down, dismissed her subordinate's frantic protests about Chun Ji-seung's safety. "Stop whining," Mephistopheles Yeouido declared, her steps confident, certain that Chun Ji-seung would succeed. Mephistopheles Yeouido held an unwavering belief in Chun Ji-seung, proclaiming him a true genius. The Buddha-like figure radiated pure golden light, effortlessly dissolving the last vestiges of purple residue around him. As expected, rumors tend to be exaggerated. The woman in the grey suit mused, her thoughts echoing a growing sense of ease. A smirk played on the woman in the grey suit's lips as she dismissively branded the rapid death curse shaman as nothing special. The woman in the grey suit praised the bodhisattva, acknowledging his magnificent performance with deep admiration. She assured the bodhisattva that this incident would secure his positive re-evaluation in Yeouido, commending his arduous efforts. "It's not enough to completely relax yet," the Buddha-like figure gently warned, despite the woman in the grey suit acknowledging one death curse was blocked. The Buddha-like figure, his mouth audibly munching, instructed them not to dismiss personnel and to prepare even more nutritious meals, implying continued vigilance. He continued to eat with an almost blissful enjoyment, his actions belying the gravity of his words. The Buddha-like figure splashed contentedly in his large bowl, surrounded by a lavish feast of food and sweets. An ominous red gate once again began to open, slowly revealing a chilling dark mist. High above the city, the glowing Buddha-like figure floated, dwarfed by the immense, dark red gate looming far above him. A phone call from Choi Dae-ho delivered the urgent news: "He's finished climbing." Chun Ji-seung, utterly exhausted and in pain, had somehow scaled the entire 20-meter blade without falling. A triumphant smirk spread across Mephistopheles Yeouido's face. Mephistopheles Yeouido sat pensive, observing the night, a quiet moment of anticipation. Her finger raised decisively, pointing towards an unseen target. "Bang," Mephistopheles Yeouido declared, her finger aimed directly at the glowing Buddha-like figure now visible behind the red gate. Suddenly, Blade General Black Horse Steel, a fierce warrior clad in heavy armor and wielding 2 swords, appeared, ready for battle. The Buddha-like figure reeled in disbelief at the impossible notion of 2 consecutive death curse rituals, while Mephistopheles Yeouido mockingly called him fatty. Mephistopheles Yeouido began to unveil the truth, chastising his unimaginative assumption that they performed rituals consecutively. "We ran 2 rituals simultaneously from the beginning, you idiot," Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu revealed, shocking Chun Ji-seung with the true nature of their dual death curses. Yeouido's death curse ritual was merely a diversion, designed to seize attention with its dark, mystical performance. Meanwhile, Chun Ji-seung's agonizing death curse ritual, walking barefoot on blades, was intended to drive in the wedge of their true attack. An unseen presence filled the ceremonial path with terrifying mystery, eliciting a shocked and fearful question about the ignorant and terrifying-looking thing. The narrator dramatically introduced a powerful blade, ominously dubbed the Hell of Falling, as 2 observers stood on the grand ceremonial platform. The young man emphasized that while few shamans dared attempt the ridiculously long blade ritual, its inherent risks promised an equally great reward. This ritual blade promised to amplify divine power by 2 or even 3 times, far surpassing regular ceremonial tools amidst vibrant, glowing energy. He panicked, vehemently repeating that such a feat was utterly impossible, shaking his head in profound disbelief. Chun Ji-seung vehemently protested, claiming his motor skills were awful and he'd never even attempted tightrope walking, let alone the blade dance on such an impossibly long blade. A gentle touch landed, offering calm reassurance as the woman with the shaved head declared he could indeed do it. She reassured him that his excellent divine power would naturally guide his body through the ritual if he focused, hinting at extraordinary success. Chun Ji-seung's bare foot gently made contact with the golden ceremonial mat, marking the solemn beginning of his ordeal. A sharp gasp escaped Chun Ji-seung's lips, his face contorted with strain as sweat beaded on his brow, the ritual's immediate toll evident. Above the sprawling cityscape, a radiant, Buddha-like figure descended, a lord whose very presence promised overwhelming victory. With a deafening screech, a massive, fiery red gate slowly tore open, spewing dark energy. A powerful deity, drawn to the spiritual energy of rituals using blades as their potent medium, manifested. This was a god who unleashed absolute force, especially when facing down powerful counter-rituals, its eyes glowing with intense, scarlet light. The ground shook with a heavy thud, as the entity was identified as a formidable, general spirit, its feet hovering just above the shimmering surface. The general spirit roared, its mouth wide and its red eyes blazing fiercely as streaks of immense power erupted from its form. Electrical energy crackled violently around them, causing the woman with the shaved head to gasp in shock, while the Buddha-like figure remained serenely calm. Through her binoculars, the woman in the gray suit watched the chaos unfurl with a sudden movement, her mouth agape in shocked disbelief. The general spirit dramatically raised its powerful sword against the starry night, preparing for a devastating strike. A powerful hum resonated as the radiant Buddha-like figure stood before a surging column of bright energy, absorbing its immense power. Despite visible beads of sweat, the Buddha-like figure maintained a serene smile, eyes closed in profound focus. Her eye narrowed, wet with exertion or concern, reflecting an intense and unwavering determination. Back in the stark reality of a hospital room, the Buddha-like figure received urgent medical attention, surrounded by watchful staff and observers. Urgent hands tightly applied a blood pressure cuff, while a stethoscope pressed against his chest, assessing his critical state. The woman in the gray suit anxiously chewed on her finger, her concern palpable. A peaceful, almost unnerving smile gently spread across the Buddha-like figure's face as he lay in the hospital bed. The woman in the gray suit bluntly dismissed his capabilities, whispering that he was utterly washed up as she brushed past. A man in a suit lamented that despite still being rank 5, one of Oziang's top 5, the Buddha-like figure's current health problems were a stark decline from his powerful past. He listed a litany of ailments, high blood pressure, diabetes, heart disease, airway obstruction, and arthritis, concluding that the Buddha-like figure was now a walking hospital, barely capable of 1 ritual a month, then suggested transferring him to another team. The man in the suit dismissively declared it best to cut ties with a shaman whose influence was spent, causing the woman in the gray suit to tremble with barely suppressed fury. With a bitter, disgusted sound, she spat out her contempt for the suit-wearing scavengers, who picked at scraps with no shame. Her heels clicked sharply against the tiled floor, as the woman in the gray suit walked with renewed, angry purpose. A hand stretched out, grasping for something unseen but crucial. The Buddha-like figure calmly asserted that intimidation alone wouldn't prove their opponent's wrongness, instead calling for a more direct approach. He declared with unwavering conviction that he would soon recover and prove his skills, a defiant vow from a shaman whose influence was perceived to have already fallen. In his celestial vision, the Buddha-like figure reflected on being used by Osong, a disposable card paired with the rapid death curse shaman simply to gauge his formidable abilities. With an explosive crash, the glowing Buddha-like figure and the general spirit clashed in a dynamic celestial battle, energy bursting around them. The Buddha-like figure, radiating immense power, affirmed his absolute resolve, he could not lose this critical counter-ritual. Her concerned voice urgently called out for Team Leader Han, her worry etched on her face. Gasping with exertion, the Buddha-like figure, dripping with sweat, demanded raw meat, strong liquor, more dancers, assistant shamans, and a higher water temperature to intensify the ritual. She protested, her eyes wide with worry, deeply concerned about the toll an expanded, longer ritual would take on his already weakened body. The Buddha-like figure, sweat beading on his determined brow, declared with unwavering conviction that the golden Buddha Bodhisattva they believed in would not lose this counter-ritual. A confident, slightly wry grin broke across the Buddha-like figure's face, a reassuring gesture to the concerned woman. With resolute nods, she affirmed her unwavering loyalty, vowing to believe until the very end. Her footsteps clicked sharply as she walked away, raising a hand to her ear, ready to respond to the urgent commands. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu watched from her vantage, observing the distant, intense spiritual clash between the glowing Buddha-like figure and the sword-wielding general spirit. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu, with a defiant gaze, questioned her opponent's stubborn refusal to concede, knowing the golden Buddha Bodhisattva was not in a state to prolong a counter-ritual. Her lips parted, unspoken thoughts lingering as she paused, her mind calculating the next move. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu declared that since their opponent chose a messy dogfight, they would merge their ritual stages into one, glancing decisively at her subordinate. The man with green hair urgently reported by phone that Yeouido and all personnel from the other ritual were now moving to merge the ritual stages. The man with green hair felt utterly exhausted, wondering how the golden Buddha Bodhisattva could possibly endure 2 death curse hits, as Chun Ji-seung stood poised in the ritual space. The general spirit's sword rushed forward with immense force, met by the Buddha-like figure's resolute block. Chun Ji-seung trembled uncontrollably, pale and sweating, spitting out bubbles from sheer physical and spiritual exhaustion. The man with green hair expressed his concern for Chun Ji-seung's well-being, yet Chun Ji-seung's thought simply acknowledged that he had to continue. Sweat beaded on his brow, but his eyes burned with grim determination. He had to do it. He considered the monumental consequences of stopping the ritual at this critical point. Chun Ji-seung knew he had come too far, not alone, but with too many people who had given their all. A youthful smile from a band member underscored his realization, he had truly come too far to turn back. With a confident gesture, Chun Ji-seung declared, "No problem. Let's begin." His hands gripped the ritualistic bell and knife, signaling the profound commencement of the ceremony. With an urgent expression, a band member held up a scroll, deeply immersed in the ritual's unfolding power. A drum pounded with furious, rapid intensity, building a driving rhythm for the unfolding magic. His bare feet hovered, swaying delicately above the treacherous blade as Chun Ji-seung began his perilous dance. Bells clattered rhythmically as Chun Ji-seung danced, surrounded by an intense, vibrant spiritual energy that pulsed with every precise movement. Hands presented a platter piled high with raw, sliced meat, a visceral element of the ongoing ritual. The woman with the shaved head purposefully led a line of servers, each bearing a platter of raw meat, stepping in unison for the ritual. The Buddha-like figure consumed raw meat and liquor with vigorous, straining gulps, an immense effort to sustain his energy. The glowing Buddha-like figure and the purple-hued general spirit faced off, surrounded by surging energy as their spiritual battle raged over the reigning cityscape. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu mused, a cigarette between her fingers, that her strategy had neutralized the veteran's advantage, but now the real battle would be a pure test of divine power. As she watched the distant clash between glowing yellow and purple, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu silently willed Chun Ji-seung to win. With a violent retch, the Buddha-like figure collapsed, vomiting and sweating profusely from the extreme strain. The woman with the shaved head chewed raw meat, her thoughts grimly assessing their desperate hold, but anticipating that dawn would weaken the death curse and offer a chance to turn the tide. As the Buddha-like figure continued to eat raw meat with grim determination, the woman with the shaved head silently urged him to just hold on, convinced they would make it. The general spirit's sword cut through the air with a swift, powerful slice, relentless in its fierce attack. Bare feet pressed painfully onto the blade, bleeding profusely, a stark testament to the ritual's brutal cost. With a resounding clash, the Buddha-like figure forcefully blocked the general spirit's attack, a bright flash marking the impact. He drank liquor in desperate gulps and tore at raw meat, continuously consuming to sustain himself through the arduous ritual. One shaman fought to seize the future, while the other battled fiercely to reclaim past glory, their determined gazes reflecting the profound stakes. The two shamans' counter-ritual had raged all night long, and now, as the woman with the shaved head watched from above, dawn finally began to break. With an urgent, excited smile, she called out to Bodhisattva, announcing that dawn was finally breaking. The Buddha-like figure groaned and rumbled, his broad back drenched in sweat from the intense, prolonged effort. Her eye narrowed with fierce determination, signaling a crucial, strategic shift. The woman screamed Bodhisattva's name in horror as he gasped, his head thrown back, liquid spewing from his nose and mouth in a critical physical reaction. Water violently splashed around the Buddha-like figure in the bath, signaling a sudden, powerful surge of energy within the ritual. The general spirit charged with a vigorous cry, swords drawn, ready to launch a renewed assault against the Buddha-like figure. With a menacing rasp, the general spirit crossed its two swords, its glowing red eyes fixed in a determined, stern expression, ready for a decisive strike. A swift, decisive cut sliced through the air with devastating impact. The Buddha-like figure closed his eyes, his face peaceful and serene, having seemingly reached a profound resolution. With a soft rustle, the Buddha-like figure's form began to dissolve into shimmering golden particles, fading away as the general spirit watched from below. Chun Ji-seung watched the world awaken, dawn breaking over the city as if on cue for a pivotal moment. Dandori urgently declared the arrival of dawn to the Bodhisattva. The Buddha-like figure groaned, his body straining under an immense, guttural pressure. Chun Ji-seung's gaze sharpened, piercing the moment with an almost otherworldly intensity. The Buddha-like figure cried out in agony, blood erupting from his mouth. Water churned violently around the Buddha-like figure as he struggled within the ritual bath. Dandori rushed forward, her arm extended in a desperate reach. With a grim expression, Dandori cradled the head of the vulnerable Buddha-like figure in the splashing water. The Buddha-like figure suddenly collapsed into the basin, sending up a cloud of steam, as Dandori recoiled in shock. Unconscious, the Buddha-like figure lay bleeding from his mouth and nose, marks of immense struggle etched on his face. Dandori leaned over the Buddha-like figure, her focus intense, a faint crack marking the strained moment. With desperate determination, Dandori pressed her hands together on the Buddha-like figure's chest, kneeling over him. Tears streamed down Dandori's face as she cried, knowing what the world called him. In Chun Ji-seung's memory, a bald man in a suit dismissed the Buddha-like figure as a washed-up, walking hospital, barely able to perform rituals once a month, prompting another to suggest a team transfer. Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan questioned Chun Ji-seung's judgment, asking why he would listen to a pig squealing. The narrative shifted to a stark declaration, discarded card, represented by a powerful general spirit flying high above. A man with blonde hair calmly sipped red wine, his expression thoughtful. He gazed out at the city skyline, a prominent golden Buddha statue glowing in the distance. Dandori's hands clasped tightly on the Buddha-like figure's wet body, a symbol of her desperate, intense effort. Dandori cried over the unconscious Buddha-like figure, his bleeding mouth a stark contrast to her distress. Intimately, desperately, Dandori pressed her mouth to the Buddha-like figure's skin, a tear rolling down her cheek as she wondered what else she could do. This person, she thought, was still her Bodhisattva, remembering a flashback 3 years prior where she introduced herself as Han Ju-young. The Buddha-like figure, peaceful and smiling, stood with his eyes closed in a brightly lit room. Dandori struggled, bending under the weight of several overflowing trash bags, pushing them with effort. Her uniform became splattered with blood and waste when a broken trash bag burst open, covering her legs. Dandori stood, aghast, over a large, blood-stained pile of food waste and trash. Despair washed over Dandori as she questioned if her hard-earned education and prestigious job at Osong Finance were all for cleaning trash. Dandori stared down at her blood-splattered shoes and pants, unable to comprehend her situation. Hunched over and crying amidst the trash, Dandori wondered if her mother's hardships were for her to clean up after some cult pig. Exhausted, Dandori worked at her office desk late into the night, tapping away with heavy eyes. Dandori, serious and focused, placed a folder decisively onto a stack of papers. The Buddha-like figure addressed her as Assistant Han, questioning if he heard her name right, to which Dandori nervously confirmed. He then asked about her family's health, making Dandori visibly uncomfortable as she denied any specific illness. Yet, with a serene smile, the Buddha-like figure delivered a chilling prediction: someone in Assistant Han's family had their insides rotting away, and she should tell them to get a checkup. A hand turned the doorknob, revealing a slight opening. Dandori stood by the door, pondering the Buddha-like figure's words, wondering if he was a shaman or a doctor. She walked away, still deep in thought, questioning whether he simply feigned care. Dandori stopped walking abruptly, her high heels tapping to a sudden halt. She held her smartphone, initiating a call to her mother. Walking away, Dandori spoke into the phone, reassuring her mother that it was nothing serious. A news anchor on screen grimly reported a diagnosis of pancreatic cancer. The doctor explained that, fortunately, the illness had been caught before it became completely untreatable. Though difficult, the doctor confirmed that combining surgery and treatment should lead to improvement, and Dandori reassured her mother, offering her studio apartment during recovery. Dandori smiled, telling her mother about the excellent benefits of her new job at Osong, promising to accompany her to every hospital visit. But her mother firmly refused, stating she would not accept such a burden. Dandori's mother explained her refusal to take any loans or vacations, declaring she absolutely would not block her daughter's path, despite Dandori's surprise. Mom has lived enough, her mother declared, turning and walking away, leaving Dandori yelling in distress. Dandori's mother calmly explained that she had made up her mind, desiring only to rest well and wrap things up nicely, asking for understanding. Dandori cried silently, tears streaming down her face. With a broad smile, her mother asked for the stubborn right to have her way, just this once. Outside the hospital, Dandori knelt, inconsolable, crying openly as confused passers-by looked on. The Buddha-like figure, holding a coffee cup, calmly informed Dandori he had paid for her mother's surgery and granted her leave to stay by her side, leaving Dandori surprised and wondering why he would go so far. He explained his selfish motivation, hoping that rescuing someone from misfortune might fill some of his endless hunger. With a content smile, the Buddha-like figure asked Dandori to accept the meddling of a selfish cult pig. Dandori's face registered surprise, tinged with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. The Buddha-like figure's mouth bled profusely, his teeth exposed in an unconscious grimace. Dandori knelt on the Buddha-like figure, distressed, her hands pressing down as her clothes became stained. Dandori cried again, her distress mirroring the unconscious, bleeding face of the Buddha-like figure. With hands clasped and voice strained, Dandori yelled in frustration, demanding to know why he hadn't proved his skills as promised. Her hands pressed down, Dandori questioned why he could save others but not himself, despite serving a god who brought happiness. Tears streaming down her face, Dandori refused to let him leave so unhappily, vowing not to let him go like this. Shaking with emotion, Dandori screamed in frustration, calling him a cult pig. Dandori cried in despair, thinking of the pain and calling out, "Team Leader Han." The Buddha-like figure lay utterly exhausted, blood and spittle around his mouth, his eyes closed. Dandori knelt over the exhausted Buddha-like figure, looking down at him from above. Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan confidently declared, "We won." From her high vantage point, Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan declared they would now take care of their person, as a man in a black suit looked up in surprise at a general spirit in the sky. Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan walked confidently down an ornate corridor, followed by a procession of serious men in suits. Chun Ji-seung cried openly, spittle running down his face, conveying intense sadness and despair. An unnamed young man fanned Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan, who looked serene in a traditional Korean room. In an ornate hall, band members reacted with shock, some spitting out drinks, while a serious man in a black suit observed. The man in glasses looked surprised, holding his tablet. Dandori knelt to tend to Chun Ji-seung's bleeding leg, as he sat on the floor, barefoot. Chun Ji-seung pensively touched his nose, explaining that he hadn't been cut initially, but his concentration had slipped later, reassuring Dandori that the wound wasn't deep. Dandori gently wrapped Chun Ji-seung's injured foot, dismissing his explanations and acknowledging his hard work. Dandori looked at Chun Ji-seung with a gentle smile, telling him he was the best. Chun Ji-seung beamed, a wide smile spreading across his face, happy to hear her praise. Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan walked, beginning to explain that while it seemed like just one counter-ritual victory, this incident, Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan declared, would make Chun Ji-seung a superstar, surprising him with the term. She humorously preempted his unspoken question about practicing autographs, juxtaposing his surprised look with a rockstar image. Chun Ji-seung hastily denied thinking about autographs, even though he was, as Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan explained that being a superstar meant creating both fans and haters. His fans, she clarified, would be financial companies trying to scout him for breaking one of Ozeong's top 5. Conversely, his haters would be Ozeong-affiliated financial companies or shamans whose livelihoods were threatened. Chun Ji-seung acknowledged the explanation, finding fortune in the fact that not everyone would be a direct threat. He mused, considering if he could somehow appease his haters by skillfully utilizing his fans. Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan pointed an annoyed finger at a shocked Chun Ji-seung, criticizing his bullshit thoughts. Sternly, Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan warned that fans were far more dangerous than haters. A market report flashed across a screen, highlighting significant stock fluctuations, including Manseok Steel down 30% and CTS-ECO up 13.7%. A man in a suit, practicing his golf swing indoors, reacted to the market news. Chairman Ma Yong-song adjusted his sunglasses, curiously asking if this impressive work was from the rookie discovered by Golden Cross. Home Investments Death Curse Shaman, HYUKM, explained to Chairman Ma Yong-song that the work involved breaking Golden Buddha Bodhisattva in a counter-ritual. HYUKM emphasized the historical significance, stating that in Yeouido, only Master Ilsen had previously achieved such a feat as a rookie. HYUKM advised Chairman Ma Yong-song that scouting this prodigy would practically monopolize the death curse ritual scene in Yeouido. Chairman Ma Yong-song, hearing this, decided he absolutely had to acquire the talent. He asserted that the method of acquisition, whether through money or threats, was irrelevant. Chairman Ma Yong-song ordered HYUKM to make the rookie his, and HYUKM respectfully accepted the command. An imposing structure, the Fitkim Center stood tall amidst the vibrant urban landscape, a new stage for challenges ahead. Inside, Chun Ji-seung and Dandori pushed themselves to their limits, their muscles burning with intense, focused energy. With every labored breath, Chun Ji-seung felt his body screaming, questioning through his gasps how much longer this relentless training would endure. Dandori paused for a deliberate sip, her mind already pushing past the physical strain to consider the true, often grueling, nature of their training. She revealed the stark necessity of their exertion. Physical training was essential to break his habit of collapsing after powerful rituals, a weakness they could not afford. Dandori's voice grew stern as she cautioned him, painting a chilling picture of collapsing mid-ritual, a moment when mere willpower would no longer be enough. The very thought sent a shiver through Chun Ji-seung, a vivid, horrifying vision of himself lying lifeless, consumed by the very death curses he sought to wield. With an unyielding thud of her feet, Dandori cut off his protests, reminding him that this relentless training was not punishment, but a desperate measure to keep him alive. Yet, amidst his exhaustion, Chun Ji-seung found enough energy to pivot, a new question hovering on his lips. Dandori abruptly inquired about his spare room, and though Chun Ji-seung explained his hope to bring his grandmother home, she unequivocally declared it for Choi Dae-ho instead. Chun Ji-seung's wide eyes betrayed his utter disbelief, his voice catching as he stammered a question about the length of Choi Dae-ho's unexpected stay. With a decisive kick of her foot, Dandori delivered her unwavering decree: Choi Dae-ho would be staying, not for days, but forever. A frantic cartoon version of Chun Ji-seung's head seemed to plead for answers as he desperately tried to stop his treadmill, utterly bewildered by Dandori's unshakable resolve. Dandori calmly wiped the perspiration from her brow as Chun Ji-seung collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated, his body a heavy testament to their grueling session. As Chun Ji-seung acknowledged the ethereal golden Buddha Bodhisattva's visit to Dandori's house, a fleeting vision confirmed the fantastical encounter. Dandori reiterated the inevitable truth: his reputation was skyrocketing after the counter-ritual, an ascent that came with unseen consequences. She revealed the stark reality of his newfound fame, warning that his rising profile meant new, unseen enemies would undoubtedly emerge, necessitating constant, round-the-clock protection. Dandori extended her hand, her gaze unyielding, silently demanding a clear and immediate answer. Chun Ji-seung, accepting the inevitable, acknowledged with a sigh that refusal was never truly an option with Dandori. With a firm grip, Dandori took his arm, sealing his reluctant acquiescence. A dull dragging sound announced Choi Dae-ho's arrival, officially ushering in the beginning of their new, somewhat awkward, cohabitation. Chun Ji-seung's hesitant welcome hung in the air as he faced Choi Dae-ho, a man whose formidable presence made him the most fierce-looking member of their team. Despite Chun Ji-seung's apprehension about the former gangster's quiet demeanor, Choi Dae-ho immediately cut through the awkwardness with a cold demand to be shown his room. Chun Ji-seung nervously gestured towards the innermost room, acknowledging his designated space. Choi Dae-ho's gaze narrowed, his sharp eyes meticulously scrutinizing every detail of his new surroundings. A nervous gulp caught in Chun Ji-seung's throat, betraying his deep-seated fear of the man now living under his roof. Chun Ji-seung's initial worries about their cohabitation quickly evaporated as Choi Dae-ho stretched with a cheerful flex, making himself unexpectedly at home. With a wide yawn and a stretching reach, Chun Ji-seung began his day, easing into the morning. Choi Dae-ho, surprisingly domestic, explained his morning creation had simply been a practical effort to use up expiring ingredients. Wearing an apron, Choi Dae-ho presented a plate of food, the gentle clink of the dish radiating an unexpected warmth. Chun Ji-seung rubbed his eyes in disbelief, an excited gasp escaping him as he took in the unexpected feast. A spoon dipped in, delivering the first delightful taste. A cosmic burst of pure, unadulterated bliss overwhelmed Chun Ji-seung, declaring the food nothing short of delicious. Choi Dae-ho meticulously cleaned the bathroom, lecturing Chun Ji-seung on the critical link between proper hygiene, health, and his ritualistic ability to earn money. Choi Dae-ho continued his vigorous scrubbing, reiterating his firm instruction for Chun Ji-seung to pay far more attention to his personal hygiene. A simple snack was offered, concealed within a blue-tiered lunchbox. As he drove, Choi Dae-ho insisted Chun Ji-seung consume homemade snacks, a small anchor of domesticity amidst his meals out. Chun Ji-seung, surprised, clicked open the lunchbox. The lunchbox opened to reveal a perfectly grilled sandwich, sparkling with an almost magical allure. As day faded, the city's towering buildings became beacons against the night sky, standing silent watch. Chun Ji-seung slumped in utter exhaustion, his body having endured a day that left him utterly drained. The heavy thud of his own weariness echoed Chun Ji-seung's lament, dreading the inevitable muscle pain from combining grueling physical training with potent death curse rituals. Choi Dae-ho's hand gently grazed Chun Ji-seung's wrist, a silent gesture of concern. Choi Dae-ho, ever practical, advised Chun Ji-seung to drink tea and relax, warning that his current state would jeopardize tomorrow's crucial schedule. In the quiet calm of the living room, both men finally found a moment to relax, their drinks in hand. Chun Ji-seung hesitated, a question forming on his lips as he held his mug. Chun Ji-seung, genuinely impressed, wondered aloud if Choi Dae-ho had a past in housework, given his surprising skill. Chun Ji-seung's frantic protests and wild gestures immediately followed Choi Dae-ho's pointed question, reassuring him that his domestic skills were appreciated, not burdensome. Choi Dae-ho quietly revealed the unexpected reason for his domestic prowess: he had once lived with his daughter. A sudden jolt of shock coursed through Chun Ji-seung, his jaw dropping in disbelief at the revelation of Choi Dae-ho's marital past. Choi Dae-ho challenged his surprise, prompting a flustered Chun Ji-seung to comically assert that a married man should logically not be attached to him. Choi Dae-ho delivered another sharp shock, revealing he was divorced, leaving Chun Ji-seung wide-eyed with surprise. He added, with a hint of sadness, that his daughter had gone with her mother after the divorce. Choi Dae-ho tapped his phone, expressing a determined hope that by saving money working for Chun Ji-seung, he could one day bring his daughter back home. He proudly displayed a picture of his daughter on his phone, boasting that her loyalty leaned more towards him than her mother. Choi Dae-ho confided that his criminal record had prevented him from gaining custody, but he harbored a profound hope that a stable job and prosperous environment could sway the court. Chun Ji-seung quietly affirmed his belief that Choi Dae-ho was indeed a good dad. A wave of melancholy washed over Chun Ji-seung as he reflected on his own father, who had never once thought to come for him. Choi Dae-ho met his gaze, a quiet understanding passing between them. Choi Dae-ho encouraged Chun Ji-seung to finish his drink and head to bed, warning against the trouble of sleeping too late. Choi Dae-ho offered a comforting thought, suggesting Chun Ji-seung's father might simply not be ready to come for him yet. Chun Ji-seung remained silent for a moment, then quietly voiced his lingering doubt that it was already too late. A gentle smile touched Chun Ji-seung's face as he thanked Choi Dae-ho for the unexpected comfort. The city sprawled out, a tapestry of shimmering lights against the deep nocturnal sky. Chun Ji-seung slumped in the car seat, utterly drained, his body rattling with profound exhaustion. Choi Dae-ho offered a thermos of the same comforting tea from yesterday, which Chun Ji-seung gratefully accepted. The comforting steam rose as Chun Ji-seung poured the hot tea into his cup. A sudden, insistent vibration cut through the quiet, signaling an incoming call from "daughter" on Choi Dae-ho's phone. The vibrating phone flashed the name "daughter," demanding immediate attention. Choi Dae-ho's gaze suddenly met Chun Ji-seung's in the rearview mirror, a flash of shared tension. Choi Dae-ho clicked the phone to his ear, his voice immediately softening with paternal concern as he asked what was wrong. The phone screen showed his daughter's tear-streaked face as her voice delivered the distressing news: her mother hadn't come home again. His daughter's tearful voice conveyed her desperate loneliness, revealing her mother had been gone for 3 nights, leaving her terrified to sleep alone. Her cries grew more desperate as she confessed her hunger and the stark, painful truth that there was no food at all in the house. Choi Dae-ho's hands clenched, crushing the steering wheel with a furious grip, his agitation palpable. With a swift, purposeful motion, Choi Dae-ho reached inside his jacket. Chun Ji-seung, sensing his distress, quickly offered support, urging Choi Dae-ho to go to his daughter or even bring her to their house. Choi Dae-ho reassured his daughter that he would come quickly, ending the call with a click and a newfound determination in his eyes. His foot pressed the accelerator, launching the car forward with a surge. A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted, forcing both men to instinctively shield their eyes. Then, in a disorienting cascade, multiple black vehicles surrounding them simultaneously ignited their headlights, plunging the garage into stark, blinding chaos. Choi Dae-ho cursed fiercely as the sudden, overwhelming glare trapped them in a hostile spotlight. Out of the harsh light, an ominous figure in traditional shamanic robes emerged, their face obscured by a wide, shadowed hat. With a subtle click of their awareness, 2 other men in sharp suits observed the unfolding scene from their nearby cars. Chun Ji-seung's mind raced, his inner voice questioning the identity of these assailants and the unsettling possibility that the robed figure was a shaman. With deliberate, heavy steps, the robed figure advanced. A sudden tap on the window startled Chun Ji-seung, announcing the shaman's unwelcome presence. A cold sweat broke over Chun Ji-seung, his eyes wide with a deep, visceral fear. The ominous figure bowed slightly to the car, formally addressing its occupant as the "rapid death curse shaman" and requesting a moment to talk. Sensing immediate danger, Choi Dae-ho urgently warned Chun Ji-seung not to leave the car, confessing a terrible premonition. The robed shaman gave an ominous, sharp gesture with his staff, emanating a palpable sense of threat. The shaman pondered, a subtle rustle of his robes accompanying his reluctant admission that he might resort to an undesirable method. With a definitive snap, the shaman declared his chilling intent: they would simply make the rapid death curse shaman want to talk. The man with white hair emitted a sharp, decisive signal from his lips. Then, with a deafening rumble and a surging rush, a swarm of suited men in black vehicles descended, launching their aggressive assault. "It's not my preferred method," the man in the gray jacket muttered, a subtle hand gesture betraying his grim consideration of what came next. With a chilling resolve, the man in the gray jacket declared his intent to make his target want to talk, an unsettling shiver running through the dimly lit garage. The man with white hair then signaled with a sharp whistle and a decisive tap, ready to execute the grim plan. A rumbling swarm of suited men, some armed with bats, descended upon the black vehicle, turning the garage into a chilling trap. Chun Ji-seung, wide-eyed and stunned, understood with a chilling certainty that this overwhelming show of force, previously only seen in gangster movies, was now undeniably real. A cold sweat broke over Chun Ji-seung as the dreadful truth clicked into place. This time, he was the target, and it was no longer just a screen. His mind throbbing with panic, Chun Ji-seung frantically wondered if calling the police was their only desperate option. Choi Dae-ho calmly dismissed the idea, explaining that the police would be too late and his own criminal record could create further complications. As Choi Dae-ho retrieved a pistol from the glove compartment, the click of the latch echoed his earlier admission of a criminal record, prompting Chun Ji-seung's terrified question of what they would do. Choi Dae-ho urgently instructed Chun Ji-seung to call his team leader and request that Cheol Gon-hyung be brought to their location. Employer, Choi Dae-ho sternly commanded, no matter what happens, you are to remain inside the vehicle and never open the car door. As Choi Dae-ho adjusted his glasses with a determined tap, Chun Ji-seung asked what he planned to do, to which Choi Dae-ho simply replied that he needed to earn his pay. With a decisive slide, Choi Dae-ho cocked the revolver, preparing for the impending confrontation. The raw, abject terror in Chun Ji-seung's wide eyes reflected the cold steel of the revolver Choi Dae-ho now aimed. Outside, a man with blonde hair aggressively pounded on the car window. "Open up, mister," the man with blonde hair snarled, his voice a chilling threat, "if you don't want to die." The ominous figures in suits tightened their circle around the vehicle, their presence an undeniable threat. The man with blonde hair peered through the glass, his gaze meeting Choi Dae-ho's unervingly calm reflection. With a menacing smirk and a sharp click, the man with blonde hair produced a pistol, declaring he should have done so from the start. His eyes widened in sheer terror as a weapon, unseen just moments before, was suddenly aimed directly at him. "Move the car, fucking bastards," Choi Dae-ho snarled, his revolver now aimed squarely at the man with blonde hair. The men flinched and hesitated, their shock palpable as the tables suddenly turned. The man with white hair, who had expected a decent bodyguard for a promising talent, peered at the scene with a sudden, unnerving thought, "Guns in Korea? Hey, you idiots," the man with white hair furiously shouted, "where are their guns in Korea? It's a gas gun, he won't die, so drag him out." Choi Dae-ho tisked, his annoyance tinged with a grim realization that a sharp old wolf was indeed mixed among the flock. "This coward bastard," the man with blonde hair roared, charging aggressively with the others as Choi Dae-ho fired his pistol. A sudden puff of pink gas erupted from the car, engulfing the charging men and forcing them to recoil. A thick, suffocating haze of gas filled the air, leaving the men coughing and reeling as they struggled to breathe. Choi Dae-ho rummaged back through the glove compartment, preparing his next move. Choi Dae-ho, now holding an extendable bat, sternly reminded Chun Ji-seung of his earlier instructions. Chun Ji-seung nervously repeated the instructions, "Contact the team leader, and never come out of the car." "Okay. You understood well," Choi Dae-ho confirmed decisively, just as Chun Ji-seung called out to him. Choi Dae-ho looked puzzled, a slight gulp betraying the unexpected moment. Chun Ji-seung, a defeated sigh escaping him, apologized for involving Choi Dae-ho, his desperate thoughts turning to his daughter. Choi Dae-ho, his hand resolute, declared he would see it through quickly before they could leave. Now shielded by a gas mask, Choi Dae-ho declared his grim determination to fulfill his duties both as a father and as an employee. "Come out, you bastard," the man with blonde hair furiously demanded, his voice rattling with coughs from the lingering gas. A primal scream of rage tore from the man with blonde hair, his face distorted by anger and discomfort. The man with blonde hair lay bleeding on the ground, a testament to the chaos, as another thug charged forward with a bat. Clad in his gas mask, Choi Dae-ho emerged from the vehicle, armed with a pistol and an extendable bat, walking with an imposing confidence through the lingering gas. "Attack," the man with white hair ordered, yet a nagging thought questioned the gas gun's close-range effectiveness. His eye widened in a sudden, sharp shock. The reason for the shock became clear. Choi Dae-ho wore a gas mask, his heavy breathing muffled behind its filter. A gas mask. The man with white hair's gaze lingered, realizing that such a preparation spoke of extensive, dangerous experience with gas weapons. In a blur of motion, Choi Dae-ho engaged, battling a thug in a chaotic struggle. "I remembered," the man with white hair murmured, a sudden realization clicking into place as Choi Dae-ho struck a thug with his bat. "He's the former action captain of Kyolyongpa," the man with white hair exclaimed, a powerful whoosh accompanying Choi Dae-ho's fierce bat swing. With a swift swish, Choi Dae-ho drew a knife, pulling it quickly from his suit. The man with white hair lunged, his hidden blade clanging sharply against Choi Dae-ho's defending bat. Choi Dae-ho expertly stepped back as the man with white hair advanced, both moving with a deadly precision. The man with white hair grunted, acknowledging Choi Dae-ho's good instincts for attempting a headshot right away. The man with white hair revealed his own past within organizations, stating he knew Choi Dae-ho's reputation well from his active days. Yet, despite their shared past, the man with white hair coolly reminded Choi Dae-ho of the overwhelming odds. It's 32 against 1. The injured man with blonde hair, grimacing and clutching his bloody nose, issued a chilling threat. His life wouldn't be guaranteed once their numbers truly engaged. The man with white hair cut to the chase, revealing their true objective. What we want is one rapid death curse shaman. He offered a deal, promising to overlook Choi Dae-ho's defiance if he would simply hand over the shaman. I'll do anything if you pay me, Choi Dae-ho declared defiantly, his pistol smoothly raising to aim, even if it's 32 against 1. Bullshit posturing, the injured man with blonde hair furiously shouted, a furious flinch accompanying his words. Die, the man with blonde hair screamed, lunging with a knife as another thug swung a bat in a desperate, synchronized attack. A brutal impact resounded as Choi Dae-ho deftly blocked a bat swing with his pistol. A sickening crack of impact echoed as the man with blonde hair's head snapped back, blood splattering from the forceful blow. Ah, a bald man screamed, charging with his bat as Choi Dae-ho found himself swallowed by a chaotic mob of attackers. Choi Dae-ho delivered a devastating blow to one man's head, sending him sprawling to the ground. Choi Dae-ho moved with brutal efficiency, thumping and kicking, incapacitating multiple men in a flurry of impacts. Overwhelmed by the brutal spectacle, Chun Ji-seung stared in wide-eyed terror, his phone clutched uselessly in his hand. With a swift movement and powerful force, Choi Dae-ho blocked a hammer attack with his bat, his pistol still firmly in hand. A grunt of pain erupted as Choi Dae-ho's pistol barked, shooting the bald man directly in the chest. Far from the chaos, the enigmatic Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu spoke calmly into her phone, a silent guard watching nearby. The man with blonde hair grimaced, wiping the blood from his battered nose, a stark reminder of the toll of the fight. With a subtle rustle of fabric, the man with blonde hair's hand slid inside his suit, subtly drawing a hidden knife. The bloodied man with blonde hair lunged, a sudden slash of his raised knife marking a desperate, furious attack. Choi Dae-ho's gaze sharpened behind his gas mask, intensely focused on his approaching opponent. A heavy thump echoed as a bald man delivered a brutal bat strike to the back of Choi Dae-ho's head. A low groan escaped Choi Dae-ho as blood began to drip grimly inside his gas mask, signaling a severe head injury. With a cruel smirk, the man with blonde hair delivered a sharp, quick stab, embedding his knife deep into Choi Dae-ho's leg. Despite his severe injuries, Choi Dae-ho retaliated fiercely, a sickening crunch of impact resounding as he kicked the man with blonde hair in the face and swung his bat at another thug. Ah, a bald man screamed, swinging his bat as Choi Dae-ho's pistol barked, delivering a decisive shot. The man with white hair watched in disbelief, questioning how Choi Dae-ho could continue fighting with such tenacity despite his wounds. With a shuffling urgency, the man with white hair commanded his men to clean up quickly and retrieve the rapid death curse shaman before they attracted more attention. The man with white hair reflected with annoyance on the heavy debt he was incurring and the frustrating necessity of cleaning up after selfish subordinates who knew nothing of cooperation. Why does he go that far, the man with white hair wondered, as Choi Dae-ho continued to fight, a symphony of thumps and crunches echoing his relentless battle against overwhelming odds. The man with white hair spoke, a hint of regret in his voice, implying that both he and Choi Dae-ho had left their former organization for nothing. With a subtle rustle, the man with white hair's hand slid inside his suit, retrieving yet another hidden knife. As he walked towards the chaos, twin knives now in hand and bodies strewn around him, the man with white hair reflected somberly that at least in their past, loyalty was truly valued. As expected. The man with white hair thought, as Choi Dae-ho gasped and wheezed, finally collapsing from his severe injuries. Standing over the defeated Choi Dae-ho, the man with white hair observed with cold triumph that 32 men were indeed a bit much. The man with white hair stood as the victor, the scene a chilling tableau of defeated thugs and the severely injured Choi Dae-ho, a silent testament to the brutal confrontation. His face streaked with blood, the man with white hair made his relentless demand, hand over the car keys before you die. Severely injured, Choi Dae-ho still managed a defiant gaze, chastising them for their shameful actions as adults targeting a minor. I'm saying this for the last time, the man with white hair demanded, both men's hands pattering quickly towards the car keys on the blood-stained ground. Shit, we can just kill him and take them, the injured man with blonde hair shrieked in frustration, raising his knife with murderous intent to strike Choi Dae-ho. Amidst the city's nocturnal pulse, a labyrinth of makeshift stalls hinted at hidden commercial narratives. In the quiet warmth of a restaurant, an unnamed man with green hair found a moment of respite, though his thoughts remained elsewhere. A heavy silence settled around the man, his pensive expression revealing unspoken burdens. The man drank deeply, the deliberate ritual of fleeting search for solace. With a soft clink, the glass settled back onto the table, marking the end of a private moment. This world, he knew, was full of those who constantly demanded others do things for them. The green-haired commander, with a commanding gesture, ordered Choi Dae-ho to retrieve something crucial. In a menacing, dim space, the green-haired commander presented a document to a bound and distressed man, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The distressed man trembled and cried as the green-haired commander stood over him, a physical injury waiver already creaking in the other's hand. The green-haired commander then looked to Choi Dae-ho, demanding that he go wild and embrace the extreme for his sake. Amidst the chaotic clatter of a brawl, the green-haired commander stood with his back to the viewer, calmly observing the violence he orchestrated. His methodical steps continued, accompanied by soft creaking, as he moved through the unseen chaos. A hand gripped a large knife, its cold steel promising swift, brutal action. The green-haired commander lunged aggressively, his knife flashing as he attacked a terrified, cowering man. The past echoed with the commanding voice, urging his men to fight brutally for him in a chaotic melee. Once more, the green-haired commander tasked Choi Dae-ho with handling a difficult situation, his expression resolute. A large, sharp knife was held firmly, its blade pointing downwards with chilling intent. A moment of serene calm in a public bathhouse was captured in grayscale, men unwinding in the steam. The creak of a door heralded the entry of more men into the stifling heat of a sauna-like room. Then, the green-haired commander, knife in hand, violently splashed water onto an old man, shattering the calm with shocking force. A sharp impact resonated, indicating something forceful striking the wooden wall. Gruesome violence had erupted, splattering blood across the wooden door, staining the digital temperature display. The ominous creak of a blood-stained door slowly opening revealed the aftermath of the unseen brutality. Bloodied and distressed, the green-haired commander stood, his hand pressed to his head, a silent testament to the recent violence. "Kill for me," the green-haired commander ordered, tasking another subordinate to attend school for his immature son. A blood-stained knife, a grim trophy, lay sealed within a clear plastic bag. The green-haired commander mused manipulatively to Choi Dae-ho that drugs are better than murder. In a grim prison yard, Choi Dae-ho sat, his green hair visible, a stark image of his fate after following orders. The silent thought lingered, constantly paying for the crimes of others, for him. The green-haired commander's inner turmoil surfaced, questioning if he was destined to live only as someone's substitute, constantly needing others to act for him. The street exploded into violence as a blonde-haired man attacked the green-haired commander with a knife, drawing blood. Through the haze of pain and fear, the injured man with green hair thought desperately about his daughter, wondering who would care for her if he died there. An extreme close-up revealed the grim reality of his facial injuries, fresh blood mingling with dried. Amidst the pain, the injured man with green hair opened his eye, a dawning confusion flickering within. Chun Ji-seung clutched his injured hand, a fierce determination in his eyes, as the bloodied man with green hair looked on from behind, surprised. The injured man with green hair shouted Chun Ji-seung's name, his voice filled with enraged desperation. A montage of violence unfolded, a blond man's bloody nose, the swift movements of figures in suits, and the grim observation of the man with white hair, all contributing to the chaos of the parking garage. Chun Ji-seung, clutching his injured hand, spoke with a tense certainty, realizing they were after him and questioning the extreme measures taken. The blonde-haired man shouted in furious desperation, calling his opponents completely crazy. With a violent flourish, the blonde-haired man lunged, his bloodied knife splashing, as Chun Ji-seung defended, despite his injured arm. The blonde-haired man, still clutching his knife, furiously suggested killing everyone, only to be restrained by a mysterious hand. The blonde-haired man was thrown backward, glasses dislodged, after being struck by a figure wearing a traditional shaman hat. A barrage of furious punches rained down on the blonde-haired man as the shaman-hatted figure expressed deep concern over potential hand injuries preventing rituals. A hand in traditional attire made a swift, deliberate movement with a staff, exuding controlled power. A hand deftly secured a gun, its owner adjusting his sleeve with focused precision. The man with white hair, a bloody cheek, questioned the shaman, asking if merely securing their target was truly enough. He then expressed concern, advising the shaman to preserve their dignity as the other kids were watching. From beneath his veiled hat, the man in traditional shaman attire observed the scene, his presence a mystery. The bald man and the man in black suit moved quickly through the parking garage, urgency in their every step. The injured blonde-haired man, on the ground, defiantly threatened to report the shaman to the chairman, holding him personally responsible. The blonde-haired man bowed his head submissively, a silent, tense acknowledgement of the shaman's authority. Before their escort, the man in a traditional shaman hat introduced himself to Chun Ji-seung and the injured man. Adjusting his tie, Hyuk-am declared himself a death-cursed shaman belonging to Home Investment. Hyuk-am explained their chairman, Ma Yong-song, had ordered them to bring the rapid death-cursed shaman, confirming their intent to escort them. Chun Ji-seung, resolute, agreed to cooperate fully, but only if they promised to never again harm his hyung. Under the watchful eye of the man with white hair, Chun Ji-seung entered the black vehicle. Two men efficiently assisted Chun Ji-seung's injured Hyung into the waiting black vehicle. The black vehicle pulled away with a low rumble, leaving the concrete labyrinth of the parking garage behind. Inside the car, Chun Ji-seung and Hyuk-am sat in tense silence. Hyuk-am attempted to reassure Chun Ji-seung, but the young man's wary eye remained unconvinced. Hyuk-am explained that despite the rough introduction, the chairman's most likely intention was a scout offer, a chance for Chun Ji-seung to join them. He then urged Chun Ji-seung to consider his desired compensation. Chun Ji-seung began to speak, a hint of disbelief in his voice, questioning their actions. With a stern challenge, Chun Ji-seung asked how anyone could realistically work with people who beat their own to a pulp. Gesturing with his bandaged, bloody hand, Chun Ji-seung accused them, wondering if they would truly shake hands with those who harmed him, all for self-interest. Hyuk-am stammered a response, flustered by Chun Ji-seung's sharp question, who then asked directly if he had misunderstood. Hyuk-am's tone shifted, becoming assertive and threatening as he challenged Chun Ji-seung on his intentions. Hyuk-am revealed Home Investment's imposing past, having originated as an organized crime group known as Djagutpa. If Chun Ji-seung refused their rituals, Hyuk-am warned, their methods would turn brutal. He continued, delivering a menacing statement about eliminating a punk like him without a trace. As a barrel plunged into rough waters in a stark memory, Hyuk-am concluded his threat, eliminating him would be easier than taking candy from a kid. Hyuk-am, punctuating his words with a pointed pen, advised Chun Ji-seung to keep his eyes down and accept their offer to survive in their world. Suddenly, the black vehicle screeched to a halt, its blinding headlights filling the narrow space. Hyuk-am reacted with a startled gasp and clutched his robes, demanding to know why they had stopped. The man with white hair, visibly frustrated, explained that the parking garage entrance was blocked. Hyuk-am questioned why the shutter was down, puzzlement and concern etched on his face. Annoyed by the delay, Hyuk-am decided to investigate himself, ordering the others to remain in the car. The man with white hair issued commands, directing some men to open the shutter and others to stand by and observe. The bald man and the man in black suit hurried through the parking garage, while other men stood ready. The man with white hair watched, his expression wary and anticipatory, as his men prepared. Startling screams erupted, causing the man with white hair and others to react with alarm and confusion. The blonde-haired man, his face a mask of horror, questioned the source of the strange, unsettling sound. A deliberate footfall echoed as someone stepped onto the concrete floor. A large, muscular man in a black suit advanced with heavy, angry steps, his presence intimidating. A bloodied fist dripped onto the concrete, a brutal testament to recent violence. The man with white hair questioned the unknown assailant's actions, a shiver of unease passing through him. Gang Cheol-gon, the voice echoed, as the man with the intense gaze was seemingly recognized. The blonde-haired man, bleeding and angry, confronted Gang Cheol-gon, demanding an explanation. The man with white hair shouted a desperate warning to avoid provoking Gang Cheol-gon. Gang Cheol-gon stood over a crumpled, severely damaged black vehicle, an undeniable display of his immense power. A hand gripped a large knife with menacing intent, ready for whatever came next. Gang Cheol-gon spoke, his grim voice searching for student Ji-seung and Choi Dae-ho. The blonde-haired man, his eye bruised, angrily confronted Gang Cheol-gon, demanding to know what had just happened. The injured man with white hair cried out a desperate warning to not provoke Gang Cheol-gon. An injured man lay motionless on the ground, a silent testament to the calm, imposing figure of Gang Cheol-gon standing nearby. A hand gripped a knife with menacing intent, ready for whatever came next. Gang Cheol-gon's gaze narrowed as he grimly demanded the whereabouts of Chun Ji-seung and Choi Dae-ho. The white-haired man, Kim Sang-hyung, contemplated a grim choice, realizing he might have no alternative if Gang Cheol-gon had been hired against them. A foot blurred into motion, signaling a sudden, desperate surge forward. Kim Sang-hyung, team leader of Home Security, defiantly declared his intention to stop the advancing threat. Kim Sang-hyung lunged, bringing his knife down in a desperate, swift strike. Kim Sang-hyung lay battered and bloodied on the ground, brutally defeated. The parking garage floor was littered with injured men, a chaotic scene of shattered resistance. From inside a car, Hyuk-am cursed under his breath, his voice laced with terror as he questioned the nature of the unseen horror. Hyuk-am recoiled in terror as a chilling red glow emanated from the eyes of the man beside him. Chun Ji-seung cried out in a terrified, choked gasp, recognizing a figure named Kyeol-gol amid the chaos. Gang Cheol-gon's voice was a cold, unwavering command, open it. A desperate hand furiously hammered the car lock buttons, swearing defiance. With a sudden, forceful thrust, Gang Cheol-gon made his move. The car window violently shattered inward, as if struck by an unseen force. A bloodied hand reached for the car door handle, and with a soft click, it opened. Gang Cheol-gon, his bloody hand a stark contrast to his calm demeanor, assured Chun Ji-seung that the cleanup was finished and it was now safe to come out. Chun Ji-seung's eyes were wide with anxiety as he stammered his refusal to leave the car under such unsettling circumstances. From the shadows, a shaman figure, shrouded in mystery, observed the palpable fear emanating from Chun Ji-seung. Chun Ji-seung stood with clenched fists in the dim garage, confronting Gang Cheo-gon, whose blood-stained hands spoke volumes of the recent violence. Chun Ji-seung gasped in concern at the sight of the bandaged, bloody hand, wondering if it had been a knife wound. Chun Ji-seung, distraught, pointed towards his injured friend, emphasizing the dire seriousness of Choi Dae-ho's condition and the urgent need for a hospital. Choi Dae-ho's face was a grim mask of pain and blood, clearly in a critical state. Deep in the car's dim interior, Choi Dae-ho lay critically wounded, bleeding profusely from his chest. The scene transitioned to the sterile tension of a surgery. Dandori approached Chun Ji-seung, her steps a soft rhythm in the quiet, anxious hospital waiting room. Chun Ji-seung, his voice tinged with deep concern, looked up at Dandori and asked if Choi Dae-ho would truly be all right. Dandori reassured Chun Ji-seung, relaying the doctor's words that the surgery wasn't difficult and Choi Dae-ho's life was not in danger. Though the recovery might take time, Dandori confidently asserted that Choi Dae-ho's resilient spirit would ensure a quick return. However, a more immediate concern weighed on their minds. Dandori declared their path forward with steely resolve, crushing a cup in her hand as she vowed revenge on the home bastards. Chun Ji-seung expressed his surprise at the talk of revenge against the gangster company, but Dandori's affirmative reply was unwavering. Chun Ji-seung hesitated, wondering if Gang Cheo-gon's brutal beating of their assailants wasn't enough, and argued against stirring up a hornet's nest. Dandori, resolute, countered that precisely because it was a hornet's nest, they had to stir it up, lest they be forced to abandon their own home. With a new, powerful card in hand, Dandori saw no reason not to exploit their advantage and initiate their plan. Dandori declared her intention to use the shaman to arrange a meeting with Home that very night, commanding Chun Ji-seung to prepare himself. Chun Ji-seung stammered his surprise at being included, but Dandori sternly reminded him that the entire incident had revolved around Home's desire to claim him, making his attendance crucial. Dandori's eyes narrowed, her sharp question cutting through the air, challenging if Chun Ji-seung dared to have other plans. Chun Ji-seung sheepishly admitted he indeed had another obligation, he needed to buy someone dinner. Dandori's surprise was evident in her sharp, disbelieving query about his nighttime plans. A door creaked open, revealing a young girl with green hair cautiously peeking out from the darkened hallway. Her wide, innocent eyes, startled by the presence, looked up with an almost childlike wonder. Chun Ji-seung gently introduced himself to the young girl, So-hui, identifying himself as her dad's work colleague, while she hesitantly questioned his identity. Explaining that her dad was too busy, Chun Ji-seung kindly invited So-hui to dinner, his offer met with a hopeful rumble from her stomach. They found themselves at a restaurant named Kimbap Hell. The table was laden with an inviting array of Korean dishes, as hungry hands reached eagerly for their meal. So-hui ate contentedly, her cheeks puffed out with each satisfying bite. Around the table, the unlikely trio shared a surprisingly relaxed meal together. Under the urban glow of streetlights, their black car waited silently on the city street. Mephistopheles Yeouido, cigarette in hand and gun pointed, darkly noted the shaman's near-death experience, dismissing his frantic pleas of innocence. The hand tightened its grip on the futuristic gun, ready to unleash its deadly purpose. The shaman gasped, a sound of pure terror escaping him beneath his obscuring hat. Mephistopheles Yeouido issued a chilling ultimatum, threatening to cook him half done, which quickly elicited a terrified submission from the shaman. Chun Ji-seung and So-hui stepped into the modest apartment, the door clicking softly behind them. Chun Ji-seung observed the simple living room as So-hui settled quietly onto the couch. So-hui energetically moved through the apartment, while Chun Ji-seung watched over her. A hand gently slid a wooden picture frame into view. The frame held a heartwarming picture of a man with green hair, smiling brightly with the young girl perched on his shoulders. So-hui, still holding the cherished picture, looked up expectantly and asked when her dad would return. Chun Ji-seung offered a gentle, reassuring smile, telling So-hui that she could stay there for a while, making sure she knew it was her choice. Crouching down, Chun Ji-seung generously invited So-hui to make herself completely at home, offering her free reign of the refrigerator, TV, and bathroom. Chun Ji-seung thoughtfully decided to leave his phone number, fumbling around for a piece of paper. So-hui's wide eyes, filled with a touch of forlorn anxiety, looked up and questioned where her appa was going. Chun Ji-seung offered a hesitant, drawn-out, Kneeling to her level, Chun Ji-seung explained with serious resolve that he needed to confront the people responsible for making her dad so busy. He vowed with unwavering determination that he would make it absolutely clear they were never to do such a thing again. The imposing facade of Home Investment loomed against the night sky. On the wet city street, a red sports car and a black vehicle quietly pulled up to the curb. With purposeful strides, Chun Ji-seung, Gang Cheo-gon, Dandori, the shaman, and Justin Lee advanced as a formidable group. Justin Lee reluctantly questioned the necessity of his presence, to which Dandori explained that the opposing boss was too stubborn to meet unless their own leader was present. Running a hand through his hair, Justin Lee dismissively commented that it was always those with no class who obsessed over formality. Dandori analytically speculated on the opposing CEO's security, expecting them to use their gangster origins to set up intimidating guards. Justin Lee, with an arrogant smirk, confidently dismissed any potential threat, implying their opponents would only wield insignificant kitchen knives. He then added, with a subtle glance at a holstered pistol, that they wouldn't even have proper guns. Chun Ji-seung reacted with wide-eyed shock, questioning if it was another gas gun, but Justin Lee smugly revealed it was a very real pistol, acquired from a Yakuza contact. Justin Lee handed the weapon to the shaman, then turned to Chun Ji-seung, expressing concern about the attack and requesting immediate care for his badly injured bodyguard colleague. A bead of sweat trickled down Justin Lee's face, a rare moment of genuine concern breaking through his usual bravado. Exhaling smoke, Justin Lee advised Dandori to teach their shaman to prioritize his own self-interest occasionally. Dandori, holding a gun with a smug expression, remarked on the shaman's excessive softness, admitting she only tolerated it to prevent him from becoming too rude. With a final word from Gang Cheol-gon, the group prepared to make their grand entrance. A massive door creaked open, revealing a blinding light beyond its threshold. With fierce determination etched on their faces, Dandori, Justin Lee, and Chun Ji-seung steeled themselves for the confrontation ahead, Dandori declaring, "Let's work." A man in sunglasses sat imperiously in a luxurious room, flanked by an intimidating phalanx of suited men. The man in sunglasses calmly announced their adversaries had arrived. Led by Golden Cross's Justin Lee, the group stepped into the grand interior, their arrival met with hushed anticipation. In the opulent room, the two formidable groups finally faced each other in a tense standoff. Chun Ji-seung flinched and swallowed hard, a shock of recognition seizing him as he whispered, "That person is." With heavy, deliberate steps, the man in sunglasses advanced, and Chun Ji-seung knew him instantly as the one who had sent thugs to abduct him. An unnamed doctor recognized the approaching figure, declaring that was Justin Lee of Golden Cross. In the formal office, Justin Lee's group and another cadre of suited men, led by a stern bald man, had assembled. Chun Ji-seung's breath caught in his throat, a sudden gulp escaping him as he recognized the man. His heavy footsteps echoed in Chun Ji-seung's memory, this was the one who had sent thugs to abduct him. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-Rehan hesitated, a slight recoil betraying her usual composure. A hand seized Chun Ji-seung's arm, making him gasp in surprise. Chun Ji-seung stared wide-eyed, while Justin Lee calmly instructed him to simply watch and learn. Chun Ji-seung identified the approaching figure as Chairman Ma Yong-song of Home Investment. Justin Lee and Chairman Ma Yong-song stood face to face, the air thick with unspoken challenge. Their hands clasped in a tense, firm handshake. Chairman Ma Yong-song, a smirk playing on his lips, questioned if meeting the shaman of swift death allowed Justin Lee to breathe easier, given his alleged previous losses. Justin Lee, returning the smirk, confidently declared they were having a fantastic quarter, more than just breathing easier. Chairman Ma Yong-song attempted a cordial facade, hinting at ulterior motives, saying, "So, about that." With a vice-like grip, Chairman Ma Yong-song pressed his point, hoping to share in Justin Lee's good fortune. Justin Lee broke the handshake, dismissing Chairman Ma Yong-song's veiled request. Holding his golf club like a scepter, Chairman Ma Yong-song demanded Justin Lee hand over the shaman, offering to pay handsomely. The price for Chun Ji-seung was a staggering 24 billion won. Chairman Ma Yong-song raised his offer to 28 billion, payable in home construction and home entertainment stocks and bonds, while Chun Ji-seung listened, his gaze intense. He disrespected Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-Rehan, suggesting Justin Lee could easily find a new shaman even with that dead-eyed little bitch. Justin Lee silenced Chairman Ma Yong-song's question with an annoyed, "Shut your mouth." Justin Lee's eyes narrowed, unleashing a scathing insult about Chairman Ma Yong-song's rotten brain and foul-smelling mouth. Chun Ji-seung flinched, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Two of Chairman Ma Yong-song's men watched, wide-eyed and shocked by the escalating tension. Chairman Ma Yong-song's eyes narrowed behind his sunglasses, seething with anger as he questioned Justin Lee's intentions. Justin Lee asserted his turn to speak, having heard enough from Chairman Ma Yong-song. With an arm raised, Justin Lee questioned Chairman Ma Yong-song about his unlikely rise to power in Yeouido, stating he never allowed anyone to take what was his. Justin Lee's face hardened with determination as he fiercely warned Chairman Ma Yong-song not to touch Chun Ji-seung. Justin Lee struck Chairman Ma Yong-song with a golf club. Justin Lee, with a smirk, mocked Chairman Ma Yong-song, questioning his elementary school education after the strike. Justin Lee walked away, his footsteps fading as he warned Chairman Ma Yong-song to never bother Chun Ji-seung again. Justin Lee, followed by his entourage, declared his visit wasn't for business. His purpose was to deliver a warning in person. Justin Lee shoved a man in pink pajamas to the floor, coldly stating he was simply returning an underling. Justin Lee waved goodbye, calmly announcing their departure. A bald man from home shouted a furious expletive, his face contorted in rage. The bald man grabbed Justin Lee's arm, challenging his attempt to leave after such disrespect. A man in a suit angrily leveled a gun, its cold metallic click echoing the heightened danger. Justin Lee remained calm, asserting his right to leave, because I walked in. With a smooth motion, Justin Lee drew his own weapon from his waistband. Justin Lee, gun drawn, calmly explained that some pretty little things were waiting for him, necessitating his departure. As Justin Lee's group walked away, a bald man's voice echoed in Chun Ji-seung's mind, reminding him that skill alone wasn't enough to survive in Yeouido. The bald man's voice continued to resonate in Chun Ji-seung's thoughts, urging him to remember the medal Justin Lee had just displayed while Justin Lee held him at gunpoint. Chun Ji-seung, sheepishly looking down, modestly brushed off the compliment, saying he was being hyped up too much. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu countered that she was not overstating that medal, but then criticized Justin Lee's womanizing. Justin Lee smirked, proposing a sarcastic bargain with Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu he would quit women if she quit smoking. The bald man in a suit aggressively swung a golf club, a blurred arc of motion. A suited man bravely blocked the golf club with his arm, grimacing in pain as he protected the others. The bald man in a suit let out a mocking laugh. He pointed an accusing finger, furiously questioning Justin Lee's manners for attempting to leave after insulting the chairman. Footsteps receded across the wooden floor. Justin Lee, smirking, continued his taunts, suggesting Chairman Ma Yong-seong's kleptomania stemmed from the same elementary school. The bald man in a suit extended his hand, attempting to persuade Justin Lee to leave Chun Ji-seung behind for a meager commission. Chairman Ma Yong-seong, in profile, sternly demanded Justin Lee comply while he was asking nicely. He dismissed Justin Lee's threats, implying his gangster syndicate predecessor's tantrums and big guys no longer held sway. The bald man in a suit smirked, confidently threatening to sabotage every single one of their rituals with his intelligence network, shocking Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened in utter shock, a cold sweat breaking out across his face. The bald man in a suit emphasized the formidable power of his intelligence network. He boasted about their immense force, while a terrifying group of men, some armed, stood menacingly. He asserted the vastness of their connections, vowing to use everything at their disposal. A horde of determined men in suits surged through a doorway, their intent clear. Two women in traditional Korean attire looked on, surprised and worried, within an ornate temple setting. The bald man in a suit declared his unwavering intention to ruin every ritual they conducted. Men violently clashed amid a ritual site, their glowing weapons defiling the serene golden Buddha statue. He confidently smirked, asserting his plan to financially devastate them by taking the opposite position. The bald man in a suit threatened to bankrupt them entirely, leaving them homeless. He challenged their disbelief, dismissing the idea that laws could protect their ritual sites. With a clenched fist, the bald man in a suit asserted his absolute control over the underworld. Justin Lee, defiant, repeated his demand for the shaman of swift death, threatening to destroy Chairman Ma Yong-seong's company if he refused. Justin Lee declared his unwavering resolve to destroy the entire home group. Chun Ji-seung gasped, turning sharply with wide, startled eyes. Justin Lee smiled, an arm around Chun Ji-seung, confirming he was the shaman of swift death they wanted so badly. Justin Lee walked out, his arm still around Chun Ji-seung, leaving the confrontation behind. The bold character for destruction loomed large, signaling the gravity of the declaration. Chairman Ma Yong-seong collapsed to his knees, utterly shocked that his home, built by his own hands, could be destroyed. Hyukam urgently reassured Chairman Ma Yong-seong, reminding him they could block all the rituals at their source. Hyukam knelt in submission, suggesting they must block their opponents at the source as Chairman Ma Yong-seong walked away. Chairman Ma Yong-seong agreed, believing that cutting their opponent's lifeline would make them understand their place, but something else had to happen first. Holding his golf club, Chairman Ma Yong-seong grimly ordered Hyukam to start with a beating. A bloodied golf club lay discarded on the floor, a grim testament to the violence. Chairman Ma Yong-seong, bleeding and coughing, gave Hyukam a final, dire warning, bankrupt Golden Cross or end up in a drum. Chairman Ma Yong-seong's blood-splattered face conveyed the chilling finality of his threat. The towering Golden Cross skyscraper, illuminated against the dark sky, represented the formidable company. Justin Lee, Chun Ji-seung, and Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu discussed their recent confrontation in the modern office. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu questioned the wisdom of declaring war on home, doubting their ability to bring them down. Justin Lee acknowledged the surface impossibility, detailing Home's vast empire beyond mere investment. Home loomed like a towering corporate giant, its capital several times larger than Golden Cross. Justin Lee's focused eye conveyed the serious threat of Home using all its infrastructure to block their rituals. Justin Lee likened their struggle to David versus Goliath, then was momentarily startled when his card house collapsed. Despite the immense challenge, Justin Lee looked at Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu Rayhan and offered reassurance. His finger tapped a book, subtly introducing the idea that immense size also brings vulnerability. Justin Lee, smirking confidently, asserted that even a giant could be brought down with a single, decisive blow. Justin Lee, with a determined gaze, revealed his plan to short Home Investment's largest subsidiary. Their target, Justin Lee declared, was home construction. Justin Lee's declaration that a single blow against home construction would bring down the entire home group shocked both Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu Rayhan and Chun Ji-seung. The central question of their audacious strategy, why home construction, loomed over the proceedings. A presenter began to lay out the critical details of their plan. He confidently explained that while the home group had expanded like an octopus, its true strengths were deceptively few. Only home construction and home investment truly generated significant revenue. He acknowledged that some might question why they wouldn't target the seemingly smaller home investment instead. He then revealed that home investment's assets were overwhelmingly tied to home construction and its related products. With a click, he declared that by dismantling home construction alone, they could achieve their goal. He asserted that home investment would be destroyed beyond any hope of recovery. A sharp click brought the room back to full light. With a flourish and a series of claps, he announced it was time for questions. The board members around the table absorbed the audacious plan, their expressions a mix of contemplation and apprehension. One board member immediately raised concerns, asking if such a massive short sale was even financially possible given the company's current capital. The man with blonde hair calmly announced that starting tomorrow, they would liquidate the company's quality assets. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stammered a question about the sheer amount. About 120 billion won, the man with blonde hair declared. The staggering figure caused one board member to choke and sputter out his drink in sheer shock. Another man nervously wiped the sweat from his brow, a strained gasp escaping him. A low murmur of unease began to ripple through the gathered board members. The man in glasses conceded that with such capital, success was possible, but he warned of the catastrophic consequences if home construction managed to defend itself. He delivered a stark warning to the CEO, failure would mean bankruptcy. The man with blonde hair remained perfectly calm, acknowledging the immense risks involved. A board member, unsettled by the scale of the risk, pressed him for his true motivation behind such a drastic plan. His resolve, he stated, stemmed from Home trying to seize what was his, and their explicit declaration of war. Home had brazenly declared their intent to take opposite positions to every move Golden Cross made. Home had vowed to bleed Golden Cross dry, make them homeless, and boastfully claimed they would prevent any future rituals in Yeouido. This is a chicken game, the man with blonde hair declared, one of us has to die. He bowed deeply, stating his actions were for both his personal revenge and the vital growth of Golden Cross. He appealed to the board members for their support, as murmurs of uncertainty filled the room. Inside a hushed hallway, Chun Ji-seung, Dan Dory, and a man in a black suit waited in tense silence. The heavy wooden door slowly creaked open. The man with blonde hair and Dan Dory turned sharply, startled by the unexpected appearance of the man in glasses. With a confident smirk and wink, the man with blonde hair revealed the board had approved the unprecedented 120 billion won short sale, the largest in their company's history. Dan Dory expressed quiet satisfaction that her part in the perilous plan had concluded. The man with blonde hair then turned his attention to Chun Ji-seung. Hands firmly grasped Chun Ji-seung's shoulders, causing him to flinch in surprise. Now it's your turn to shine, the man with blonde hair declared intensely, addressing Chun Ji-seung as his little shaman. Chun Ji-seung, a bead of sweat on his brow, pledged to work hard with determined eyes. Chun Ji-seung truly intended to work hard, his gaze fixed on the unconscious man in the hospital bed. The unconscious man with green hair lay heavily injured, tubes and bandages marking the severity of his condition. By his bedside, the young girl quietly wept, her face etched with profound sorrow. A fist clenched tightly, reflecting the burning emotions Chun Ji-seung felt as the young girl continued to cry. He aimed to exact revenge for Dae Ho-hyung, who lay incapacitated in the hospital. And he would prove that he was not merely an object to be manipulated at will. And as a blonde man spoke to Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu Rayhan in a high-end restaurant, another thread of their story began. The blonde band member smirked, a knowing nod suggesting everything was unfolding as expected. He took a sip of wine, affirming that rejecting Gong Yonghwa had been the correct move. He harbored an ambition to climb even higher, but despite his resolve, reality proved far from cooperative. A chaotic scene unfolded as people scrambled through a ransacked room, its contents violently upturned. At dawn, thugs bribed security, wreaked havoc, and were arrested, yet they showed no remorse or fear. Their chilling composure behind bars suggested they had anticipated and even planned for their arrest. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu held her phone, a stark silence filling the room as Chun Ji-seung and the young girl waited. The report detailed relentless sabotage, a truck carrying shrine materials was attacked, and recruited assistants were quitting, threatened by thugs. The relentless pressure caused the young Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu to hold her head, overwhelmed. Chun Ji-seung covered his face, a throbbing headache mirroring his deep distress. Even the band members, crucial for their rituals, had been threatened by thugs at their venue the previous day. The young girl asked anxiously about the band members' well-being, to which Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu replied they seemed fine since none had quit. Wringing her hands, the young girl despaired, lamenting they had poked a hornet's nest and that their desperate enemies were preventing even a single ritual. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu delivered a light, corrective tap to the young girl's forehead. As the young girl reacted defensively, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu calmly observed that their enemies' desperation meant they were also vulnerable, then redirected them to focusing on how to perform a ritual. Chun Ji-seung pondered whether they could perform the ritual outside Yeouido, only to immediately dismiss the idea. Holmes' company was based in Yeouido, making that location critically important. A diagram illustrated the fundamental rule: the further from the target, the exponentially weaker the ritual became. Chun Ji-seung pointedly asked if the reason Yeouido shamans set up shrines in Yeouido wasn't already obvious. Chun Ji-seung's fists clenched in despair, feeling utterly powerless without the ability to perform the rituals. He felt a crushing familiarity, as if he had reverted to his helpless childhood self. In a painful flashback, young Chun Ji-seung was a small, distressed figure in a classroom, surrounded by indifferent peers. He cried out, reaching from the floor, as other students walked past, utterly oblivious to his sorrow. He remembered an old woman, eating silently in a humble, traditional home. A single tear tracked a path down Chun Ji-seung's cheek, reflecting profound sadness. This devastating war, he realized, had truly begun for his protection, a thought echoed by the image of a wounded Choi Dae-ho threatened by a knife. The company had staked its entire fate on this endeavor, a heavy burden for Chun Ji-seung to bear as the man with blonde hair pointed intensely. But he, despite all the sacrifices, felt he was failing, his fists clenching in agonizing self-reproach. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu with a calm, almost fiery presence, assured him that his ability was not lacking and he needn't react so despairingly. The young girl, eyes now bright with determination, reiterated his undeniable ability and insisted they simply needed to find a way to perform the ritual. A sudden flash of insight struck Chun Ji-seung: could they deliver the ritual setup to Yeouido, much like an early morning delivery service? Delivery, he exclaimed, the idea solidifying in his mind as Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu looked thoughtful and the young girl beamed with excitement. He proposed starting the ritual outside Yeouido and moving it inside, wondering if the power would hold, only to immediately question the seemingly impossible logistics of moving a ritual stage mid-performance. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu stood in thoughtful silence, carefully considering the audacious idea. She then articulated a plan: if they could design a compact ritual, they might be able to fit the stage into a large trailer. Let's do it, Chun Ji-seung declared, his eyes sparkling with renewed determination, eager to try this bold new approach. His determination, he insisted, was for everyone's sake. The whirring of an electric drill filled the air as construction began in earnest. Lady Seonyo meticulously prepared ritual items, while in the background, a man worked with a drill. Both the young girl and Chun Ji-seung reacted with utter astonishment at the sight before them. Her eyes were wide, her mouth agape in profound surprise. Chun Ji-seung too was wide-eyed, a hint of sweat on his brow from the sheer wonder of it all. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu looked on with a satisfied smirk, marveling at the fully realized, moving ritual stage. As the mobile ritual stage stood ready within its trailer, she declared it triumphantly complete. The brightly lit sports field stood quiet under the night sky, a momentary stillness before the coming storm. Across the manicured greens, a group of powerful men in suits strode purposefully, one declaring that it was time to start the report. A man with a bandaged face reported grimly that Golden Cross's short position on home construction was set to expire in just 3 days, yet the stock price remained stubbornly strong. News headlines echoed the prior announcement of Golden Cross Investments' massive $120 billion short position on home construction, a move that initially caused only slight hesitation. The towering symbols of corporate power stood in stark opposition, an immediate move-in consultation offered as a subtle challenge. With individual investors and firms now aiming for a short squeeze, the speaker explained that home investments buying pressure was rapidly building across their focused screens. The stock price had surged by 5%, a stark visual confirmation that Golden Cross's losses were escalating dramatically. The man in the black suit smirked with satisfaction, confidently anticipating the rival company's bankruptcy in just 3 days. Despite their successful interference in preventing the rivals from holding rituals, the man in the gray jacket mused cautiously that they wouldn't simply stand idle. As he carefully teed up his golf ball, the man in the gray jacket pondered how their opponents were maneuvering in response. The man with the bandaged face reported that the rivals seemed to have entirely abandoned their attempts to perform rituals in Yeouido, and their surveillance had detected nothing unusual. The man in the traditional shaman hat warned that while it would inherently carry less influence, their opponents might still attempt a ritual outside of Yeouido. Taking no chances, the man in the grey jacket decisively ordered the preparation of a blessing ritual to defend the stock price, calling it a necessary insurance measure. The man in the traditional shaman had agreed to prepare for the ritual. The man in the black suit angrily questioned how he could trust a blessing ritual from a former death curse practitioner, accusing him of completely botching the scouting as well. The shaman, caught in the criticism, could only stammer a hesitant response. As the man in the black suit swung his golf club with an intimidating force, the shaman flinched visibly. The man in the black suit then commanded that Baek-am should be the one to perform the blessing ritual instead. Addressing Hyuk-am, the man sternly instructed him to simply provide quiet support. Hyuk-am's jaw clenched tightly in silent resentment at the demotion. With a decisive gesture, the man in the black suit added one more thing. He issued a chilling warning: failure this time would carry consequences far beyond a mere golf club. The imposing corporate tower stood illuminated against the night, a silent testament to the city's ceaseless financial activity. A younger Chun Ji-seung and a nurse watched intently as a man in a traditional shaman hat meticulously arranged ritual items in the serene, color-flecked room. Young Chun Ji-seung observed solemnly as Master Zhejian played a stringed instrument, preparing for the sacred ritual. Veiled and poised for the ritual, Master Zhejian sat calmly in a moment of quiet contemplation. Baek-am, the designated shaman for home investments blessing ritual, began her performance with a striking, spiritual gesture. As Baek-am moved fluidly through her ritual, the narration revealed Home's darker past, having originally focused on death curse rituals for aggressive short selling and competitor elimination. Baek-am reflected that Hyuk-am Sr., who practiced death curses, had always held more true power than she, the practitioner of blessing rituals. With a determined adjustment of her attire, Baek-am declared her intention to decisively flip that power dynamic with this new opportunity. Baek-am addressed Master Zhejian, stating she was counting on him, but he remained silently unresponsive. Master Zhejian, his expression grim, sternly warned Baek-am not to be cocky and to focus solely on the ritual, as failure meant dire consequences for them both. With a confident step, Baek-am dismissed his worries. Baek-am boldly declared that there was zero chance her ritual at home headquarters would be bested by any ritual performed outside Yeouido. A ceremonial dagger was meticulously placed over an incense burner, marking a key moment in the ritual. A traditional fan, emblazoned with a sinuous snake motif, seemed to shimmer with an ethereal power. Master Zhejian's hands moved with focused precision, plucking his stringed instrument in a rhythmic pulse for the ongoing ritual. Baek-am performed a dynamic ritual dance, weaving and swaying with a fan and dagger in hand. From above, Baek-am's ritual dance continued, her movements flowing and precise with the fan. Ethereal smoke and ritual tags marked the home building, indicating a powerful, mystical energy rising around it. The building itself seemed to crackle and shimmer, responding to the potent energies of the ritual. A magnificent, serpent-like column of white spiritual energy erupted skyward from the building, unfurling with immense power. The spiritual creature was revealed as the white porcelain four dragons, a formidable entity with glowing eyes. The colossal white serpent creature coiled protectively around the tall building, while a black vehicle waited in the street below. Mephistopheles Yeouido, thoughtful as she smoked, observed that the enemy was protecting their main base with the summoned white snake. She noted that the organization had deployed their members throughout Yeouido, strategically positioning them around the city. Their strategy was clearly to prevent any potential attacks whatsoever, creating an impermeable defense. Just like a construction company, they had transformed Yeouido into their impenetrable fortress, Mephistopheles Yeouido mused, as her phone vibrated urgently. As a phone connected with a sharp click, the man in glasses concisely stated the urgent activation of the mobile ritual. As items were swiftly loaded onto the truck, Lady Yeouido announced that preparations for the mobile ritual are nearing completion. Inside the warmly lit, adorned mobile ritual truck, Chun Ji-seung stood ready, his expression resolute. Young Mephistopheles Yeouido shrugged playfully, sharing a focused moment with Chun Ji-seung. Young Mephistopheles Yeouido explained to Chun Ji-seung that the rhythm team in Hongdae was ready to transmit their performance directly through the headphones once the ritual began. She further instructed Chun Ji-seung never to remove the headphones during the ritual, as they would also provide critical updates on the situation outside the trailer. Chun Ji-seung slid the headphones over his ears, his focus unwavering. He reacted with a questioning look, a soft tap indicating something had just come through his headphones. Young Mephistopheles Yeouido expressed her regret and apologized to Chun Ji-seung, wishing she could join him as an assistant shaman. With a faint, understanding smile, Chun Ji-seung acknowledged the practical constraints that kept her from assisting. Chun Ji-seung declared his firm determination to succeed, not just for himself, but to resolve Choi Daeho's lingering resentment. With a confident fist bump, Chun Ji-seung vowed to return victorious. With a soft, spiritual creak, Chun Ji-seung walked into the transformed, vibrant shrine-like space within the truck, ready for his purpose. Two men closed the large blue door with a decisive sound, sealing Chun Ji-seung within the mobile shrine. Mephistopheles Yeouido took a deep, focused drag from her cigarette, the tension palpable. Over the phone, Mephistopheles Yeouido gave the concise command to begin. With a low rumble of the engine, Choi Dae-ho drove the car, his expression serious and determined. The large truck, flanked by several black vehicles, revved its engine and began to drive away into the night. Choi Dae-ho and his team, with the truck leading the way, sped down the highway towards their destination, Yeouido. A slight tremble ran through Chun Ji-seung's feet, a subtle sign of the immense anticipation or power beginning to stir. The operation was officially underway. Chun Ji-seung listened intently through his headphones, absorbing every sound. The ritual had truly begun. As crackling sounds filled his ears, Chun Ji-seung began to recite the ancient, mystical incantations of Kyeonsa Jime, Gajin Gomi, and Yeouido Hyoi. Meanwhile, under the dim, eerie light of the industrial area, the woman with the shaved head performed her own ritualistic chants of Jin Sa Myong and Eo Du Gwi beside a black vehicle. Young Mephistopheles Yeouido, holding a ritualistic paper, added her focused chants of Yachong Minrikjang to the synchronized performance. The true nature of the ritual was revealed through the earbud, a potent death curse. On a stage bathed in red, the blonde band member played his electric guitar with dynamic intensity, its wailing notes fueling the ritual. The entire band played with surging energy, their instruments providing a powerful, rhythmic backbone to the unfolding magic. Chun Ji-seung remained intently focused, facing the glowing light of the shrine, deeply absorbed in the ritual. Bells jingled rhythmically while a dagger was twirled with precise, hypnotic movements, deepening the ritual's trance. Chun Ji-seung took a decisive step forward. Emanating golden light, Chun Ji-seung danced vigorously, his movements infused with intense, raw power. Sweat beaded on Chun Ji-seung's face as he strained intensely, pouring all his energy into the ritual. A security camera hummed, silently observing the unfolding events. Watching Chun Ji-seung's performance on a smartphone, an observer mused that while a moving ritual was theoretically possible, its actual execution was still surprising. A jolt of concern ran through Mephistopheles Yeouido as she wondered what deity might be summoned, or if any manifestation was even truly possible with such an impossible ritual. As Chun Ji-seung's straining face appeared on the screen, the unspoken hope was that his unique talent could make the impossible possible. A large, traditional red gate-like structure descended rapidly from the sky, hurtling towards the white serpent coiled around the building. With an ominous creak, the massive red gate partially opened, revealing a profound and dark void within. Amidst soft light, a veiled woman performed an ancient ritual, her rhythmic movements and murmured sounds weaving spiritual energy into the air. Beneath her veil, her determined resolve deepened as the ritual intensified, the soft fabric shifting with her focused breath. With a slow, deliberate grace, her eye began to open, a portal to the immense power she wielded. Then, in a brilliant flash, her eyes snapped open, revealing the intense, glowing blue of a true shaman's snake eyes. From the mystic shadows, a large white serpent emerged, its fangs bared and tongue flickering in an ominous display. The shaman's glowing reptilian eye mirrored the serpent's, forging a profound connection between them. As a colossal red gate materialized in the night sky, the narrator questioned the terrifying summon, wondering, what is that? What are you going to summon, rapid death curse shaman? With a prolonged, mournful creak, the massive red gate slowly opened, revealing an unfathomable void within. The deepening darkness behind the gate created a palpable, silent dread. From the gate's cavernous maw, a dark, spherical entity with a pulsating purple aura began to emerge into the starry expanse. The mysterious, spherical creature continued its slow, sibilant emergence from the gate, its purple aura growing. The shaman, caught off guard, gasped in profound surprise at the creature's unexpected form. What? That's all, she uttered, her voice laced with surprise and a hint of disappointment at the summoned entity. A burst of mocking laughter escaped her. I thought the Lord would be pathetic since they're doing the ritual outside Yeouido, but... Her laughter continued, sharp and derisive, soap bubbles. Are you SpongeBob, rapid death curse shaman? Hyuk-am sharply commanded the woman, Baek-am, to restrain yourself, warning her not to disrupt the ritual's delicate flow with her overconfidence. And the Lord's appearance doesn't matter, Hyuk-am continued, confident that their strategic location in Yeouido gave them the upper hand. He emphasized that the Lord's strength could belie its unassuming form, as the creature itself began to change, manifesting a spiky appendage. The white serpent looked skyward, startled by a sudden, unseen projectile. A small projectile made a light impact against the white serpent's head. Is this a talent show, really? Did Hyuk-am Sr. go to scout something like that and get humiliated? Baek-am laughed, lying amidst swirling spiritual energy. Come on, be serious. Hyukam urged, a flush of annoyance coloring his cheek. Baekam continued her sarcastic musings, Is making us laugh to stop the ritual the strategy. Ha. Seriously. With a decisive motion, the woman readied her dagger and fan, declaring, let's finish this. Her glowing blue eyes narrowed with fierce determination as she proclaimed, I'll let Hyukam Sr. go home early too. Another small projectile struck the white serpent's head. The white serpent's massive body shifted and coiled, acknowledging the continued assault from the small, dark creature in the distance. The dark spherical creature relentlessly struck the white serpent's head, causing multiple impacts. The white serpent recoiled from an impact, spiritual energy flaring around its head. Oh. Small but nimble, the woman mused, her glowing eyes observing the creature with newfound surprise. The small dark creature demonstrated its surprising agility, rapidly striking the white serpent multiple times against the urban night sky. The woman noted the significant divine power expenditure required to control the grand white porcelain four dragons compared to the nimble dark creature's impact. With strategic precision, she declared, changing strategy. In response to the command, the white serpent began to coil protectively around a building, drawing in spiritual energy. The dark spherical creature began to bubble and pulsate with an intensifying purple aura. The mysterious dark sphere multiplied and expanded, its purple aura growing with each transformation. From the splitting spheres, a new form emerged, transforming into a dark, insect-like creature with a menacing purple aura. Its form changed to an insect. If it's an insect, a plague lord. Or maybe an evil beast, the woman pondered, contemplating the ominous transformation. Damn. Actually, it doesn't really matter, she muttered, turning away with a resolute stride, her frustration evident but her resolve unwavering. Her reflection in the ritual bowl affirmed her confidence, geographical advantage, and divine power output are both on our side. She pressed the dagger's point, a soft, piercing sound breaking the silence. Blood began to drip, steadily, from the blade. With an unyielding resolve, the woman plunged the dagger into her own neck. With the dagger still embedded, she declared, I just need to increase my ritual's completion, her determination burning through the pain. The white porcelain four dragons, a spiritual creature known for its solid defense, glowed with intense green spiritual energy. The woman was enveloped in a pillar of green spiritual energy, channeling an increased supply of divine power to the white porcelain four dragons. Yet, Baekam's unwavering resolve began to falter as Chun Ji-seung summoned entity underwent two more shocking transformations. The creature shifted again, taking on a flapping, fish-like form, surrounded by a swirling purple aura. The fish-like entity then evolved further, twisting and squirming into a larger, salamander-like form. In the dark, mystical void, the white serpent and the newly formed salamander-like creature confronted each other. Hyukam noticed the change in the opponent's strategy, wondering, he's panicking. Did some problem occur? Hyukam's head snapped around, a sudden realization dawning on him. As green and purple energies swirled, the woman closed her eyes in deep concentration, channeling her power. The narration revealed that the transformations were not merely superficial changes in size or appearance. Instead, the surging purple energy began to coalesce into the nascent shape of an animal. Indeed, the divine power itself was growing, becoming more potent with each shift in the creature's form. But how, the narrator questioned, highlighting the impossible growth of spiritual resources, usually supplied directly by the shaman. The narrator pondered the impossibility of such a massive flow of divine power from outside Yeouido, illustrating the immense logistical challenge with an analogy of tangled power cables. Hyukam's surprise deepened as a thought struck him, could it be, he mused, hesitating over a new, alarming possibility. Since I initiated the ritual, there should be no problem even if I leave my position briefly, Hyukam declared, rising with a new sense of purpose. Hey! Take over the Jiamungo here. Hyukam commanded, swiftly delegating his duties as he departed. Hyukam quickened his pace, realizing he should have focused on how his opponents were making the impossible happen, rather than dwelling on its impossibility. A phone vibrated urgently in a man's hand, signaling a critical incoming call. The man in the suit answered, informing the chairman, it seems they're entering Yeouido while conducting their ritual. Give me people, he commanded, then vowed, I'll find them, stop the death curse ritual. And bring your victory, chairman. A group of men in suits stood ready, awaiting the critical orders that would guide their actions. The man in green-tinted glasses declared, they say rat bastards have entered Yeouido, and immediately issued orders to mobilize his entire organization. He commanded his forces to become Hyukam's hands and feet and catch those rat bastards, deducing the ritualists were in a trailer truck and ordering checkpoints around Maple Bridge. Use every means available, he insisted, as his men prepared their vehicles for the impending confrontation. He gave a chilling authorization, the company will cover it, so you can kill everyone except the rapid death curse shaman. With grim intensity, the man ordered his forces to show those newborn puppies HOAMs. No, Djagukpa's ruthlessness properly. The scene shifted to the brightly lit expanse of Mapo Bridge at night, a bustling nexus of urban movement. A large trailer truck moved steadily along the highway, flanked by 2 black cars. Multiple black cars moved in a disciplined formation, their headlights piercing the night. "We've confirmed a trailer entering Yeouido through Mapo Bridge," the man in the suit reported, confirming their target and declaring, "We'll block it." A surprised man in a suit received a supportive pat on the shoulder. Men in dark suits strategically positioned their cars and themselves to form a blockade on the highway. The man in glasses appeared lost in a thoughtful contemplation of the unfolding events. "You can't get through." "Stop," a man in a suit shouted, defiantly pointing towards the oncoming vehicle. A large truck barreled down the highway, its blazing headlights creating a tense and dangerous standoff with the parked black car. The driving man, resolute, stated their aggressive intent, "We'll attach first and clear them out." "And no need for that," the man in glasses calmly interjected, leaving the driver momentarily confused. Adjusting his glasses, the man with quiet certainty asserted, "A passenger car can't beat a truck." A hand reached for a car door handle, preparing for a decisive action. The massive truck charged forward with a menacing roar, its headlights blazing with unchecked momentum. "What's that?" a man uttered in surprise, witnessing his colleagues scattered by the approaching truck. His eyes wide with shock, the man questioned. "Why isn't it stopping?" With a thunderous crash, the large truck skidded and slammed into the black vehicle, crushing it with devastating force. The aftermath revealed 2 severely damaged cars, one overturned and sparking, as smoke billowed into the night. His face bruised and bleeding, the man exclaimed in shock, the trailer and sedan." Kneeling amidst the chaos, the man frantically ordered, "Tell all organization members to chase them quickly," as he urged a swift pursuit. Amidst the frantic night chase, an unnamed voice screamed at the unseen, "Hey, you crazy bastards." Hyukam, shrouded in the car's dim interior, asserted with grim determination that their target's exact location was known, and more people were on the way. Yet, with a frustrated blow, Hyukam demanded to know why they couldn't simply stop the car. On the dark highway, a black vehicle pulled up alongside the large red truck, matching its relentless pace. A bald man, clad in a suit, clung perilously to the side of the accelerating truck, his resolve unwavering. He maintained his precarious grip on the moving truck, focusing intently on the road ahead. Then, the black vehicle abruptly collided with the truck, sending the bald man tumbling from its side. The bald man lay injured and bleeding on the blurred city street as the large truck roared away into the night. Despite the chaos, a man in a suit, hands determined, began to climb the truck's side using its mirrors as footholds. He struggled with immense effort, scaling the exterior of the speeding truck against the backdrop of blurred city lights. Inside the vehicle, the man in glasses and the man in the suit both jolted in surprise at an unexpected event outside. The man in the suit, holding a steaming cup, gazed out, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. With a sudden, violent motion, the man in the suit hurled the scalding liquid from his cup directly into the face of the man in glasses, eliciting a scream. The man in the suit was violently thrown from the side of the large, speeding truck, tumbling onto the highway. On the phone, a man in a suit reported with surprise that the truck driver was unerringly skilled and the escort vehicles were effectively blocking their pursuit. Hyukam, adjusting his tie with a strained expression, stressed that stopping a moving truck was an inherently difficult task. In a dimly lit, traditional room, Master Zhejian expressed his quiet frustration, a fan waving slowly in his hand. Master Zhejian realized that the mysterious force kept growing stronger with every movement. From the swirling purple energy, a massive, snake-like supernatural creature materialized, its presence both mystical and menacing. The white serpent with its piercing blue eye was not merely evading, it was actively counterattacking, its form writhing with power. Master Zhejian speculated on Hyukam's urgent mission, emphasizing that any action they took needed to be swift. He inwardly worried that if the creature transformed just a few more times, their position in the divine power struggle would be irrevocably lost. Chun Ji-seung, straining with every fiber of his being, believed he was agonizingly close to winning the divine power struggle. Unable to physically see it, Chun Ji-seung relied solely on his senses, feeling the powerful struggle as he held a knife firmly in his mouth. Chun Ji-seung keenly sensed the momentum of the divine power struggle shifting decisively in their lord's favor. Despite the immense struggle, Chun Ji-seung urged his allies to maintain their positions, his ritual movements precise and purposeful. The blonde band member, electrifying his guitar with raw passion, shouted for them to push just a little more. As the truck rumbled relentlessly, a man in a suit made a perilous attempt to climb onto its side from a nearby car. The man in the suit was abruptly flung from the truck, falling through the air as another man looked up in shock. Amidst the chaotic traffic, a man screamed as he plummeted from the truck, falling onto the dark city street. The blonde band members' thought echoed the desperate need for continued, unyielding effort. The man in glasses, driving through the night, appeared lost in troubled thought, his concern palpable. His face etched with worry, the man in glasses looked deeply troubled by the unfolding situation. With a violent screech, the large truck swerved and skidded as if on the brink of a catastrophic crash. Gripping the steering wheel with intense focus, the man in glasses grimaced, navigating a dangerous driving situation. Chun Ji-seung, back turned to the viewer, contemplated the traditional paintings on the wall, his thought trailing off into uncertainty. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened in sudden, stark surprise, the knife still held tightly in his mouth. As Chun Ji-seung seemed to collapse internally, the truck sped away, and men in suits rushed towards the chaotic scene. An injured and bloody man in a suit slumped inside the dimly lit vehicle, defeated. Chun Ji-seung lay bloodied and exhausted on the patterned floor, his traditional robe stark against the dim light. Severely injured and bleeding, a man in a suit looked up, his face a mask of pain. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu frantically demanded to know the identity of the injured person, her eyes wide with distress. A man reported that the truck had flipped over, and everyone, including Gang Cheol-gon, was severely injured. The man on the phone urgently inquired about Chun Ji-seung and the shaman's condition, reporting that the person thrown from the truck was in critical condition. Hyukam reprimanded the man for not prioritizing Gang Cheol-gon, expressing absolute confidence in his resilience, much to the other man's hesitant surprise. Despite his grievous injuries, Gang Cheol-gon struggled to push himself up from the ground as another man watched in disbelief. The men in suits reacted with shared, profound shock to an unseen event unfolding nearby. Gang Cheol-gon's bloody hand clutched a phone, resting on the harsh asphalt. Even with his injuries, Gang Cheol-gon resolutely decided to secure Chun Ji-seung and retreat, anticipating an imminent swarm of Holmes' forces. Gang Cheol-gon then handed his phone to a kneeling man in a suit, a silent command passing between them. Turning his back on the overturned truck, Gang Cheol-gon began to walk away, his mission not yet complete. Gang Cheol-gon paused, his gaze fixed upon the chaotic wreckage of the overturned truck. A gasp escaped Gang Cheol-gon's lips as his hands touched the side of the truck, a sudden realization dawning on him. Alarm coursed through Gang Cheol-gon as he recognized the critical damage to the truck's door. The damaged door of the overturned truck slowly creaked open, revealing its broken mechanism. Standing injured near the overturned truck, Gang Cheol-gon assessed the gravity of the situation with a grim expression. Gang Cheol-gon, bruised but determined, stood over the unconscious and injured Chun Ji-seung amidst the urban night. On the warm-toned, patterned floor, a pair of white headphones lay abandoned. Chun Ji-seung's injured leg, wrapped in a bandage, lay still in its sneaker on the floor. With urgency, Gang Cheol-gon called out to the unconscious Chun Ji-seung, reaching out a steadying hand. On the city street, a chaotic melee erupted as multiple men in suits clashed with various weapons. The snake-like supernatural creature pulsed with mystical purple energy, its blue eye glowing intensely. The overturned truck lay with its back open, surrounded by men scattered across the street, some fighting, others injured or unconscious. A hand touched a phone screen, the sudden crash sound hinting at immediate danger or an urgent message. From his office overlooking the city, Choi Dae-ho, pensive and somber, contemplated that the situation was now irrevocably finished. Justin Lee raised a glass of amber liquid to his lips, the only sound a quiet clink of ice. With a dragging sound, Justin Lee reached into a desk drawer, his back to the viewer. A handgun lay prominently on the dark desk, a silent, weighty presence. Brilliant streaks of orange and yellow light blurred across the background, an abstract, vibrant display. Chun Ji-seung's bloody eye stared out, intense and raw. Injured and defeated, Chun Ji-seung knelt on the patterned floor, his gaze cast downward. Chun Ji-seung watched through a window as men violently fought outside, the sounds of impact echoing the chaos. Gazing at his injured, bandaged hand, Chun Ji-seung wondered if this grim struggle was truly the end. As he floated, injured in his traditional robe, Chun Ji-seung mused on the fleeting power he had briefly held. Chun Ji-seung, his bloody eye reflecting despair, questioned if his efforts would vanish like a forgotten dream. His past, he reflected, had been a terribly good dream, a memory he cherished even in despair. A grayscale montage of past struggles and moments unfolded, a nostalgic journey through Chun Ji-seung's life. A voice from the past asked if it was truly alright to awaken from such a dream. The young man with long dark hair looked down with tender concern at the injured Chun Ji-seung. Chun Ji-seung, injured yet resolute, floated as he declared he would not wake, longing to continue his dream with those who believed in him and his unique talent. His cherished dream, Chun Ji-seung thought, was one that no one in the world would willingly abandon, especially with the support of his allies. Yet, with a clenching of his bandaged fist, Chun Ji-seung grappled with the agonizing question of what he could possibly do in this dire situation. The young man simply advised Chun Ji-seung to focus on what he was capable of doing. What I can do, Chun Ji-seung repeated, lost in deep thought about his own capabilities despite his injuries. With renewed resolve, Chun Ji-seung began to push himself up from the floor, a rope still around his waist. Despite his bloodied face, Chun Ji-seung's eyes flared crimson, a fierce surge of determination overcoming his pain. A pained grunt escaped Chun Ji-seung as he put weight on his injured, swollen ankle, pressing it firmly to the floor. With a pained gasp and immense effort, Chun Ji-seung twisted his body, his determination overriding his injuries. What I can do. Chun Ji-seung cried out, his bloody face alight with unwavering resolve. Gang Cheo-gon, injured himself, looked up in surprise as Chun Ji-seung stood before him. Chun Ji-seung stood over the unconscious men and the ritual setup on the street, his presence now commanding the chaotic scene. Injured but determined, Chun Ji-seung gripped a ritual bell and a knife, ready for the spiritual battle ahead. As he observed an armed man, Chun Ji-seung pondered the single thing he could do to protect everyone, recognizing the unfolding evil. Chun Ji-seung's hands held a golden ritual bell and a knife, spiritual tools against the blurred city backdrop. Floating above the ritual table, Chun Ji-seung prepared to unleash his full power, dedicating everything he had to curse his enemy. A splitting headache from a concussion blurred Chun Ji-seung's vision as blood seeped from his scalp. Dizzying agony from his twisted fingers and ankles surged through his very nerves. Scattered fragments of the truck lay around him, testament to the destructive chaos that had just unfolded. Thugs and bodyguards lay tangled together in the immediate aftermath of the violent chaos. Their bewildered stares seemed unable to comprehend the impossible scene before them. All the pain and chaos faded into insignificance, for none of that mattered anymore. Bloodied and struggling, Chun Ji-seung was performing a ritual, channeling a desperate power beyond comprehension. With bloody tears streaking his face, Chun Ji-seung poured every ounce of his being into the only action he could take right now. A man in a traditional shaman hat gasped, wondering what Chun Ji-seung could possibly be doing in such a dire situation. Hyuk-am struggled to breathe as the negative energy Chun Ji-seung emitted seemed to fill and suffocate the entire space. For one who could sense divine power, the overwhelming energy swirling around Chun Ji-seung was an undeniable, terrifying force. The surge of power felt like swimming against an unstoppable overflow, dragging him deeper into its dark depths. Hyuk-am, his face etched with concern, adjusted his tie, bracing himself for the escalating supernatural events. The man with white hair clicked his tongue, his eyes red and intense, warning that failure would mean ending up in a drum barrel. The man in the traditional shaman hat heaved and spat, his body violently rejecting the overwhelming energy. Chun Ji-seung had reached a dangerous state of selflessness, and at this rate, the consequences would be dire. The chicken thrashed wildly in the woman's grip, a grim premonition that Baek-am would surely lose. An urgent, unwavering resolve settled, this must be stopped. The man with white hair roared, demanding they stop the ritual immediately. A man in a suit stammered, unable to fully process the command or the situation. Men in suits screamed, locked in a brutal, chaotic fight with weapons on the city street. Amidst the surreal chaos of fighting men and scattered bodies, Chun Ji-seung continued his ritual from the back of the truck. Punches connected with brutal force as two bloodied men in suits traded blows. Kicks and bat swings rained down mercilessly on a fallen opponent. A bloodied hand lay open, palm up on the wet pavement, a silent symbol of utter defeat. Gasping, the man with white hair cursed, lamenting his weakened state from the fall off the truck. Agitated breaths could be heard among the observers as the chaotic situation intensified. Hyuk-am's face hardened with grim resignation, he couldn't flee carrying an unconscious shaman, and this was truly the end. The man with white hair sneered, dismissing someone as a brash brat who talked far too much. A powerful clench of the jaw signaled intense, raw emotion. Hyuk-am drew his knife with a swift motion, declaring he would personally repay the humiliation before this night was over. A hand firmly gripped the handle of a sword, poised for decisive action. Hyuk-am's thoughts of vengeance screeched to a halt with a sudden thud as a new threat appeared. A heavy impact rocked the chaotic street as men fought violently around damaged vehicles. A deliberate step announced the arrival of a new, intriguing presence. A grim, injured Choi Dae-ho announced his arrival, his presence a stark declaration of impending change. Choi Dae-ho questioned the unexpected appearance of his retired guys, who explained they came to repay the hospital fees and a kindness shown to a daughter. With a decisive click, the man with green hair prepared for battle, holding his gun and adjusting his gas mask. With a rallying cry, the man with green hair led a furious charge forward, igniting a new phase of the brutal conflict. An injured man on the ground clutched his cracked phone, its screen displaying an incoming call from Rhythm. With a soft clatter, a charging cable was urgently plugged into the cracked phone. A finger pressed firmly onto the phone screen, a deliberate action with hidden intent. A digital drag pulled across the screen, initiating a hidden command. Crackling energy erupted from Chun Ji-seung's ritual on the truck, causing static disturbances to ripple through the chaotic street below. Crackling and whooshing energies swirled around Chun Ji-seung, his face a mask of intense, painful struggle as he continued the ritual. A vast, ominous cloud of dark purple energy whooshed and hummed, erupting from the collapsed Chun Ji-seung and spreading rapidly across the city. With a whispering rustle of immense power, a giant white serpent materialized, coiling itself around a towering city building. The colossal white serpent swiftly continued its mystical coiling around the building, dark energy swirling around its form. The white serpent's body squirmed and bulged, consuming something unseen with unsettling power. As the woman with the shaved head performed a grim, bloody ritual, the narration confirmed that pouring divine power into an already swallowed god was utterly meaningless. The white serpent's head gasped and wriggled, its blue eye glowing with eerie power after its consumption. The serpent's body trembled and rippled with faint, fluttering energy, signaling an otherworldly transformation. The white serpent's head pulsed with an unsettling, squishy rhythm, its blue eye glowing with mystical absorption. The white serpent's head ominously cracked open, dark matter smoothly slithering forth from within its transformative shell. With a terrifying whoosh, a massive, dark, bird-like supernatural creature burst forth from the serpent, its red eye glowing as it rose above the city. The dark creature shimmered, its body mysteriously compacting into a swirling ball of black feathers in the sky. With a rustling of unseen energy, the feathered ball transformed into a menacing black tiger with 3 glowing purple eyes, descending with silent, heavy power. The woman with the shaved head stared up in stunned disbelief, wondering if the powerful entity was truly a god. Shock and confusion etched onto her face, the woman with the shaved head wondered what the so-called rapid death curse shaman had truly summoned. With a fierce roar, the black tiger-like creature lunged, initiating a violent confrontation with the white serpent. This was a ghost that fed insatiably on divine power and fear, growing progressively stronger with every morsel. In its nascent form, the Yeouido ghost resembled an unsettling, segmented insect, already emanating dark power. The creature evolved further, transforming into a menacing, fish-like form with razor-sharp teeth. Its form shifted again, becoming a dark, salamander-like creature, hinting at endless evolution. Then it became a dark, ominous serpent, its purple eyes glowing as it hovered menacingly over the city buildings. Finally, it soared as a powerful, dark bird-like creature, its sharp beak and glowing eye a menace above the city. Until now, the creature had grown by feeding solely on Chun Ji-seung's divine power, but that was about to change. Now, here in Yeouido, a terrifyingly huge feast had been laid out, promising the creature immense, new power. The ghost fed on fear, particularly the unsettling dread evoked by Chun Ji-seung performing his chaotic ritual, eyes rolling and spouting glossolalia. Chun Ji-seung's agonizing struggle and the fear emanating from him became fuel for the monstrous entity. The ghost also fed on the desperate fear generated by Choi Daeho's group, fighting 1 against 100 as if numbers held no meaning. Another fear, born from despair, arose from shamans facing an insurmountable mystical wall, despite their own formidable powers. The knife with a snake-shaped handle fell to the floor with a soft thud, symbolizing her utter defeat. She collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed by the profound anxiety and fear of losing everything despite having come so far. The man in the traditional shaman hat trembled, despairing at their efforts, knowing that at this rate, they were all doomed to the drum barrel. The Yeouido was a ghost that fed on divine power and fear, its very nature a consuming void. The white serpent violently entwined itself around the black tiger, constricting the powerful creature in an intense struggle. The white serpent sneered as the black tiger began to crumble under its agonizing grip, while a man in a gray jacket stammered, trying to understand what he was witnessing. The black tiger's face twisted into a feral, predatory snarl, drooling as its 3 purple eyes glowed menacingly. The black tiger's head spun in a disorienting swirl, its control rapidly slipping away. With a final, weak thud, the black tiger struggled against the white serpent's tight constriction, completely captured. With a decisive gulp, the white serpent consumed the black tiger, swallowing the powerful entity whole. As a dramatic flare of energy filled the sky, the white serpent, having consumed the tiger, coiled majestically around the city building. The now immensely powerful white serpent slithered its vast body across the cityscape, encompassing multiple buildings in its awe-inspiring form. With a whoosh, the divine power seemed to vanish, leaving the woman with the shaved head in utter disbelief and despair. Her bloodied hand came to rest softly on the mat, a poignant symbol of her profound defeat and exhaustion. With quiet, dejected footsteps, the woman with the shaved head walked away, leaving defeat in her wake. An eerie, human-like hand rose with a soft plop from a pool of dark purple liquid, signaling the ominous manifestation of a new entity. The dark, human-like figure continued to rise from the liquid, its ominous form observed by the massive white serpent coiled around a distant building. She gasped, her eyes wide and mouth agape in intense shock at the unfolding events. Consumed by abject terror, the woman with the shaved head trembled uncontrollably at the horrifying sight. As the dark, human-like figure continued to rise, human fear itself descended upon home, signaling a terrifying climax. Edoxini, entities whose tails stretched across Korea's 8 provinces, took diverse forms like the Central Region Edoxini, Gangwon-do Edokwi, and Jeolla-do Edosini. Even on Jeju Island, the enigmatic Edok Harabang stood as a testament to these varied spiritual forces. The reason for such diverse manifestations, the narrator mused, was that everyone harbored different objects of fear, a truth now palpable as a dark, shadowy figure faced the giant white serpent coiled around the city. The supernatural creature's head contorted, dark energy swirling as if an unseen force relentlessly squeezed its very essence. Its form crackled with raw power as the colossal, shadowy creature ominously observed a distant man in a traditional shaman hat, who seemed caught in its unseen grasp. The man in the traditional shaman hat trembled violently, his face a mask of primal terror, every muscle screaming in silent fear. As the reflection of Chairman Ma Yong-song appeared imposingly in the window, the narrator revealed that this formidable figure was Baekhyun's true object of fear. Chairman Ma Yong-song's grim expression twisted further as he delivered a searing condemnation, labeling his subordinate an incompetent loser bastard. Baekhyun's face contorted in terrified denial, sweat and spittle flying as he desperately tried to refute the chairman's judgment, crying, "It's not that." A single tear slowly streamed from Baekhyun's eye, a stark manifestation of his profound emotional distress and defeat. Then, with an unnerving shift, Baekhyun's eye transformed, his pupil becoming a stark, black triangle, signaling a profound internal change. In a stark, watery void, the man in a traditional shaman hat and the man in the suit stood opposite each other, a silent confrontation brewing within Baekhyun's mind. The man in the suit, his steps creating soft ripples in the watery expanse, lamented, he was just too strong, there were also variables, seeking to justify what had transpired. Baekhyun desperately shouted his denial, vehemently shifting the blame to those who failed to stop the ritual, asserting, "It's not my fault." The man in the suit's single word hung heavy, an ominous query over Baekhyun's frantic denial, his terrified face a distorted reflection in the rippling water. Baekhyun collapsed to his knees, utterly defeated, yet still vehemently cried out, "It's not my fault," as the shadowy man loomed and Chairman Ma Yong-song's enraged face distorted in the water below. As an old woman and another man frantically tapped at Baekhyun, they cried out in confusion, questioning his desperate words and insisting, "The chairman isn't here." The other man, gripping Baekhyun's arm, urgently tried to snap him out of his trembling terror, demanding, "Get a grip and continue the ritual." "What exactly are you seeing?" The unnamed man's shocked and sweating face betrayed his utter disbelief at Baekhyun's erratic, terrifying behavior. He continued to watch, beads of sweat tracing lines of deep concern down his temple. With a soft rustle, the unnamed man, his eyes obscured by shadow, uttered, "Sergeant Kim," his grip on reality slowly fading. Distraught, Baekhyun knelt and desperately cried out, "Mom," to the horrified old woman, his hat now fallen away. As the towering supernatural creature loomed over the city, the narrator reflected that fear, indeed, was a spreading plague. Among those who tried to stop Chun Ji-seung's death curse ritual, the whooshing spread of fear quickly led those with divine power to panic. Amidst the growing dread, Hyuk stood calmly, observing the immense, shadowy supernatural creature that now dwarfed the city buildings in the distance. With a silent thump of his fist, Hyuk observed the situation with grim resolve, his thoughts impenetrable beneath the shadow of his hat. An injured man in a suit stumbled towards Hyuk, urgently reporting, "Master Hyuk, their resistance is too intense." He desperately urged Hyuk to call for reinforcements or reveal a hidden strategy, to which Hyuk responded with only a silent, questioning glance. A bruised and trembling woman, tears streaming, whispered desperate pleas to an unseen chairman, crying, "I have family, please spare my life." The injured man flinched under Hyuk's impassive gaze, a silent acknowledgement of the weight of the moment. The injured man's wide, panicked eyes silently conveyed the grim truth, Hyuk, who had been commanding, had completely lost control. Hyuk's hand lashed out, grabbing a man in black traditional clothing who then dramatically collapsed to the ground. The injured man looked on, his expression heavy with the grim certainty of what was most likely to follow. Baekhyun sobbed uncontrollably, clasping his hands and pleading for his life, while the grim reality settled, the rapid death curse shaman's ritual had indeed succeeded, bringing him to this desperate state. Moreover, a new complication arose as two injured men, one masked, stood resolutely, Hyuk observing their grim determination from a distance. They faced an insurmountable problem, no troops remained to break through the defensive line. The street was a grim testament to heavy losses, littered with the bloodied, motionless bodies of numerous men in suits. Weary and defeated, Hyuk carried a fallen comrade over his shoulder, a heavy thump resonating with every step. An injured man with a bloodied knife stomped forward, grimly resolute, while Hyuk, also wounded, carried another in the background. The bloodied man, with a resolute thump, gave a definitive order to retreat, declaring that going further is just stubbornness. The bandaged man worried if the chairman would be satisfied, but the other, equally injured, retorted that this outcome was merely the result of a fight he started himself. Still carrying Hyuk-am, the injured man stated grimly that if the chairman could not accept this outcome, then, that's the end in its own way. The street stretched out below, a grim tapestry of blood-stained asphalt and fallen bodies, with only a few injured survivors standing amidst the carnage. An injured man stood, breathing heavily, while another, kneeling and masked, hissed in pain, both physically broken from the conflict. An injured man pressed a bloodied hand to his stomach wound, crying out, "Choi Dae-ho," his face contorted in pain. Despite his reopened wound, Choi Dae-ho groaned and insisted he would endure the pain, urging the injured man, "Take care of Chun Ji-seung first." The injured man urgently called out, "Student Ji-seung. Are you okay?" his voice laced with desperate concern. Chun Ji-seung stood solemnly before the ritual table, bloodstains around his eyes marking the heavy cost of his spiritual work. Alone on the city street, Chun Ji-seung stood with his head bowed, his obscured face and blood-streaked eyes conveying profound defeat and sorrow. As someone called out to him, the panel focused on Chun Ji-seung's bandaged, bruised hand, a stark testament to the physical toll of the ritual. Chun Ji-seung ran a hand through his hair, revealing his strained, bloodied face, a visible exhaustion etched into his features. With a wobbly step, Chun Ji-seung declared, "It's over," as the shadowy supernatural creature slowly walked away, its ominous presence beginning to dissipate. The shadowy hand of the supernatural creature gently touched the white serpent's head, whose serene blue eye seemed to acknowledge its ominous presence. With a hiss, the white serpent opened its mouth, revealing gleaming fangs as the shadowy creature drew near, its intentions unclear. The supernatural creature held the squirming white serpent in its grasp, glowing purple energy swirling around them in a mystical entanglement. The white serpent writhed, its body crackling and rustling with immense, transformative energy, an unsettling power surging through it. With a mighty roar, the supernatural creature stretched its arms wide, crackling with energy as it merged completely with the white serpent in a dramatic fusion of power. Then, with a final whoosh, both the supernatural creature and the white serpent ascended, dissolving into sparkling light high above the city, their power vanishing into the ether. A bloody tear streamed from Chun Ji-seung's weary eye, a stark manifestation of the profound pain and exhaustion he carried. The bloody tears continued to drip down Chun Ji-seung's face, a silent testament to the lingering agony. The very next day, as Chun Ji-seung stood before the ritual table, the stock price of home construction, once protected by a formidable wall, spectacularly collapsed. Panic erupted in the corporate office as men in suits watched Home's stock plummet a staggering 21.39%, its value vanishing before their eyes. A man in a suit frantically shouted, "Sell," his voice cutting through the office chaos. The panicked man screamed into his phone to sell everything. Even the subcontractors and partners, while the bewildered narrator questioned how a major construction company could collapse overnight. Everyone would immediately consider typical negative factors such as the catastrophic collapse of constructed buildings. Or perhaps a large-scale real estate crisis, visually represented by a massive, collapsed bridge over water. Another common assumption would be redevelopment-related corruption, the kind often hinted at by news broadcasts of government announcements. A news headline further fueled suspicion, announcing a special investigation team launched for a 5.7 trillion won redevelopment project. But the narration revealed Home's negative factor was none of these, as a distressed man watched the news, exclaiming, "No, what kind of owner risk is bursting out like this?" Breaking news flashed across the screen, Home Group's chairman Ma Yong-song had been urgently arrested. Prosecutors arrested Chairman Ma Yong-song for ordering company employees to commit murder and dispose of bodies, a heinous crime now brought to light. Not only that, Home's insiders, desperate to save their lives after the failed counter-ritual, began blowing the whistle, exposing the chairman's deep corruption. These whistleblowers revealed further crimes, from bribery to kidnapping competitors' families, implying that sending Chairman Ma Yong-song to jail was a calculated move to ensure their own survival. A soft whisper echoed as consciousness stirred, accompanied by a hazy disorientation. Chun Ji-seung's first thought upon seeing the unfamiliar ceiling was a question: where was he? He internally mused about collapsing after winning the counter-ritual and ending up in a hospital again, just as Choi Dae-ho asked, "Are you awake, Chun Ji-seung?" Chun Ji-seung's gaze settled on the familiar green hair of Choi Dae-ho in the bed beside him, uttering, "Dae-ho Hyung," in surprise. Panting, Chun Ji-seung sat up abruptly, demanding, "Why are you lying down? Did you get hurt somewhere again?" his voice laced with concern. Choi Dae-ho, with a dismissive thump, reassured Chun Ji-seung that only some stitches burst, urging him not to make a fuss. More than his own injuries, Choi Dae-ho acknowledged Chun Ji-seung's actions, noting, "I heard you took care of So-hui, plus you got revenge too." Choi Dae-ho offered a sincere, "Thank you," to which Chun Ji-seung slyly responded, "If you're grateful." With a subtle smile, Chun Ji-seung proposed, "Work with me for a long time." Choi Dae-ho readily agreed, acknowledging the financial benefits in a recession and adding, "Let's go long without getting hurt," emphasizing a desire for a safer, lasting partnership. As Choi Dae-ho gently patted his head, Chun Ji-seung affirmed, "Yeah, let's do that," solidifying their newfound understanding. The hospital room door rattled and clattered open as Mephistopheles Yeouido and her band eagerly rushed inside. Chun Ji-seung's eye widened, his bandaged forehead creasing in clear surprise at the unexpected intrusion. Mephistopheles Yeouido burst into the room, joyfully shouting, "Chun Ji-seung," her band members following, surprising both him and Choi Dae-ho with their exuberant arrival. The hospital room erupted with fervent shouts of his name, a triumphant welcome for Chun Ji-seung after his ordeal. Mephistopheles Yeouido, her own leg in a cast, offered him a soft laugh and her sympathy, but a rumbling from her stomach cut the tender moment short. While Chun Ji-seung was celebrated, Choi Dae-ho, still recovering, could only manage a tired smile and a soft, lingering snore. A chair scraped across the floor, positioned for an impending, crucial discussion. A nervous voice addressed team leader Mi, who sat in quiet contemplation, the outcome of their gamble weighing on her. Chun Ji-seung, still recovering, urgently asked team leader Mi if the perilous death curse ritual had succeeded as planned. He knew Golden Cross's very survival hinged on a significant stock price drop, making the stakes incredibly high. Team leader Mi offered a slight smirk, even as a series of stomach rumbles punctuated the tense silence. The phone screen decisively confirmed that home construction stock was temporarily suspended from trading. Chun Ji-seung absorbed the gravity of the news, his expression hardening as he looked at the suspended stock. A triumphant smirk curled Chun Ji-seung's lips, revealing a flash of fangs as the depth of their victory became clear. Team leader Mi confirmed their triumph with a confident smile, declaring the ritual a resounding success. Home construction stock price had plummeted by an astonishing 30% in a single day. With a confident flourish, team leader Mi predicted an even deeper plummet when trading resumed, a declaration that made Chun Ji-seung sit bolt upright. A celebratory high-five sealed their shared victory. Chun Ji-seung confessed a profound sense of relief, acknowledging how perilously close they had come to disaster this time. Team leader Mi offered a soft, proud affirmation, telling Chun Ji-seung he had truly done it. She gently patted his head, emphasizing that this time, he had won entirely on the strength of his own burgeoning power. Mephistopheles Yeouido broke the spell of the tender moment with a decisive step and a teasing apology for interrupting the strange atmosphere. She cackled eagerly, cutting straight to the chase about the immense profits Golden Cross must have reaped from the deal. Team leader Mi playfully called out Mephistopheles Yeouido's true, materialistic intentions, prompting a defensive grumble and a frustrated outburst. Choi Dae-ho thumped his hand down, complaining that if the company profited, they should too, then immediately contradicted himself by claiming indifference to compensation. The man with long hair echoed a similar feigned indifference, stating that compared to others, they had suffered less and therefore didn't truly care about their share, garnering grumbles of agreement. Exasperated, Mephistopheles Yeouido demanded to know why everyone was so nonchalant, especially Chun Ji-seung, if he wasn't curious about the money. Chun Ji-seung calmly remarked that he trusted them to decide his compensation, leading to Mephistopheles Yeouido's incredulous, exasperated outburst. Her explosive frustration, punctuated by a series of cracking sounds, left everyone else comically unconscious on the floor, while Chun Ji-seung watched the aftermath. The group convened in a formal conference room, with the blonde band member taking charge at the head of the table. The blonde band member immediately dropped a bombshell, stating that they hadn't prepared cash for the job, much to Mephistopheles Yeouido's shock. He explained with a subtle smile that the sum was simply too vast to withdraw all at once. Chun Ji-seung, curiosity finally piqued, leaned in to ask for the exact amount. A sticky note was torn off with a crisp sound. The blonde band member swiftly scrawled a figure onto it. With a soft whir, the note was slid across the table, eliciting a sharp gasp of surprise from Chun Ji-seung. He carefully unfolded the small piece of paper. As the numbers registered, Chun Ji-seung glowed with an almost otherworldly shock, his companion stunned as he uttered a disbelieving, "Shit, we're rich." A voice calmly explained that paying such an enormous sum in cash would extend the payment period to an unbelievable 5 years. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened further, realizing this was only a fraction of what the company earned, a wave of disbelief washing over him. The CEO, bowing slightly, expressed profound gratitude to Chun Ji-seung, crediting him with not only their survival but also their elevated standing in the industry. Chun Ji-seung humbly brushed off the praise, giving the CEO full credit for the strategic planning, financial investment, and protective war waged on his behalf. The CEO then firmly shook Chun Ji-seung's hand, expressing his deep satisfaction that everything had worked out. He then shared a realization, understanding why team leader Mi held such high regard for Chun Ji-seung, noting his inner strength. The CEO concluded, recognizing Chun Ji-seung as a person of both profound kindness and unwavering strength. With a purposeful shift, the CEO announced he had an important proposal to make to Chun Ji-seung. He offered Chun Ji-seung equity in Golden Cross, proposing to elevate him from a mere ritual-performing shaman to something far greater. The CEO formally invited him to become a partner, someone who would grow with the company, hand in hand. The scene shifted to the grim, imposing structure of the Seoul Detention Center. Inside, Chairman Ma Yong-song sat in sterile isolation, a stark symbol of his confinement. A door clicked open and a man in a suit gestured towards an empty chair, indicating the start of a somber meeting. The man in the suit announced UKM's arrival, who respectfully greeted Chairman Ma Yong-song before settling heavily into the chair. Chairman Ma Yong-song's voice dripped with sarcasm, questioning if UKM felt more at ease now that his former master was behind bars, a remark that threatened to shatter UKM's composure. UKM abruptly sprang to his feet, vehemently denying any cooperation with the police, arguing that his presence there proved his loyalty. Chairman Ma Yong-song merely stated, with chilling calm, that he already knew. He then casually revealed that he had already ordered the elimination of all whistleblowers and those who had cooperated with the police. His teeth ground together and his fist clenched with visceral anger as he declared that though imprisoned, a tiger still retained its lethal claws. Chairman Ma Yong-song lamented that his former subordinate still failed to grasp the extent of his capabilities, while UKM flinched at his name. UKM nervously affirmed his loyalty but then, with a subtle shift, gently implied that Chairman Ma Yong-song also bore some responsibility for his current predicament. Chairman Ma Yong-song offered a grim choice, his family's safety in exchange for one critical task, which UKM, in desperation, vowed to undertake without question. Chairman Ma Yong-song's cold command then landed. UKM was to perform a death curse ritual to eliminate both the rapid death curse shaman and Golden Cross's Justin Lee. UKM reacted with stunned disbelief, but Chairman Ma Yong-song, with a deliberate gesture, reiterated his fierce vow to reclaim everything from those who had humiliated him. UKM remained in silent contemplation, the chairman's chilling directive weighing heavily upon him. UKM began to speak, his voice hesitant. Impossible, UKM declared with stark finality. UKM explained that Yeouido shamans were bound by strict rules, death curses could only be cast on companies, never on individuals, lest a mysterious, they intervened to stop it. Chairman Ma Yong-song cut him off with a chilling threat, failure would mean the death of UKM and his entire family, prompting UKM's desperate internal plea. Chairman Ma Yong-song's eyes burned with furious resolve as he declared there were no exceptions, reiterating that UKM's only purpose now was to be his ruthless blade. UKM argued that even attempting the ritual was futile, as his current divine power was insufficient to overcome a formidable opponent like the rapid death curse shaman. Chairman Ma Yong-song then revealed a whispered legend, an item called a gu existed, capable of temporarily boosting a death curse shaman's divine power. He explained that Lawyer Yoon had located this mythical gu, a revelation that made UKM swallow hard and feel his resolve waver. With a final, chilling command, Chairman Ma Yong-song ordered UKM to use the gu to carry out the assassinations. Chairman Ma Yong-song declared their discussion concluded as guards led him away in handcuffs. A stark brushstroke marked a chilling, dramatic transition. The narrative then shifted to the imposing, glass facade of the home investment building, standing ominous in the night. Inside a dimly lit ritual room, UKM knelt before an altar, solemnly preparing for the dark ceremony. Bound chickens struggled and flapped frantically, while a small pig squealed, all part of the macabre ritual preparations. The walls of the chamber were covered in ominous, flowing red script, ancient curses etched in blood. A large jar, adorned with blood-stained yellow talismans, held an unsettling mystery. The man in the suit explained the immense difficulty in obtaining the item, which had to be illicitly smuggled from China at a steep price. UKM's hands moved with practiced solemnity, placing a plate of talismans onto the jar with a soft click. The true, horrifying nature of the donggu was then revealed, a curse cruelly fashioned from a young child. The man in the suit recoiled in utter disgust, a choked gasp escaping him at the grotesque abomination. The sheer horror of the artifact caused the man in the suit to cough, a physical manifestation of his profound revulsion. The incantation was so vile that any shaman who wielded it would incur divine punishment, its malevolence far exceeding the grasp of ordinary evil spirits. UKM knew that performing this ritual meant, at best, being left crippled, and at worst, facing a deadly disease. Yet, UKM knew that if he refused, he would certainly die, a searing realization that burned through him. The faces of his family, everyone who depended on him, flashed through his mind, solidifying his agonizing decision. His ultimate fear, he realized, was not divine punishment, but the far more terrifying cruelty of humans. With grim resolve, UKM announced his decision to proceed alone, ordering all assistants and personnel to immediately leave the sacred space. His face grim, UKM delivered a chilling warning, leave, if they wished to live. Two figures quietly retreated from the room, their fans gently swishing as they disappeared. The room darkened, leaving only a mysterious circular opening on the floor to draw the eye. The gruesome scene was filled with the frantic flapping of chickens and the terrified squeals of bound pigs, as a dark, burgeoning presence began to emerge. UKM snapped his fan open with a sharp crack, the ritual commencing in earnest. The circular opening on the floor seemed to deepen, drawing all light into its void. From the depths of the darkness, a horrifying scream echoed. A haunting wail echoed through the ominous darkness. The mournful cries intensified, surrounding a mysterious, altar-like structure. From Chun Ji-seung's strained eyes, blood began to weep, a physical manifestation of the immense toll exacted by the ritual. The desperate wailing grew louder, a chilling symphony of despair around the arcane altar. Blood and sweat streamed down Chun Ji-seung's face, each drop a testament to his agonizing struggle against an unseen force. A cacophony of wails filled the void, pressing in on the silent, foreboding structure. With a sickening gurgle, the shaman collapsed, his very being torn apart by the dark forces he had unleashed. He writhed on the floor, his pained groans mingling with the persistent wails, a grim testament to the ritual's devastating power. The air thrummed with an overwhelming chorus of wails, a suffocating presence consuming the space. Do you know how to forge a donggu, the most monstrous of curses? First, the ritual demanded a baby, taken before it knew its mother's first milk, used as a brutal threat to compel others. Then, this child was to be nurtured with the richest milk and honey, fed porridge infused with herbs to stimulate an insatiable appetite. The goal was to fatten the child, to let its stomach grow full and round, a deceptive picture of health. And then, the unspeakable cruelty began, the child was starved. Despite its wrenching screams, the child was denied even a single drop of water, its desperate cries for sustenance ignored. No weakness could be tolerated, for the child's agonizing hunger would become the very essence of the donggu, its painful gasps fueling the dark magic. Just as the child neared its last breath, a jar was prepared, smeared with the very milk porridge it once eagerly consumed. Driven by a primal urge to survive, the small, emaciated child would struggle with its last vestiges of strength towards the promised sustenance. Having expended every ounce of its life force, the child would crawl into the jar, a vessel it could enter but from which it could never escape. Once inside, the child curled up, its fate sealed. With grim finality, a lid was placed atop the jar, consigning the child to its dark purpose. Ropes were then tightly bound around the sealed jar, securing the horrific creation. Thus, the worst incantation, forged from the purest being, was brought into existence. As dark purple energy surged from the vessel, Chun Ji-seung lay strained and gasping, the cost of the ritual weighing heavy. Suddenly, the bald man in the suit declared an end to their serious talks, inviting everyone to a celebratory dinner for their new partnership. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened at the sight of the CEO's corporate card, a symbol of lavish spending he could barely comprehend. As they walked, discussing the free-flowing wine and extravagant plans, Chun Ji-seung, still on crutches, appeared utterly exhausted. Dark, roiling energy erupted from unseen depths, a chilling premonition of chaos. The bald man suggested sushi omakase, a concept that left Chun Ji-seung and the woman with long dark hair visibly bewildered. Another form of Chun Ji-seung spiraled deeper into dark, turbulent waters, utterly isolated in the encroaching gloom. The air fractured with sharp cracks and flashes, like an invisible surface shattering under immense pressure. A dark, viscous substance oozed from a building window, dripping down like a malevolent tear against the city's backdrop. The bald man confidently proposed Haru, a private omakase choice that the woman with long dark hair calmly approved. When Chun Ji-seung innocently asked if omakase was just like regular sushi, the woman with long dark hair sharply dismissed him, claiming he reeked of poverty. Down the skyscraper's sleek facade, a dark, viscous substance streamed, an unnatural stain against the city's glow. A choked sound escaped Chun Ji-seung as he froze, his eyes wide with an unspoken terror at something only he could perceive. His throat tightened, a strangled sound catching in his jaw. A shiver ran through Chun Ji-seung, his distressed gasps betraying a growing dread. Chun Ji-seung's eyes darted wildly, wide and glistening with sweat, his face etched with terror. A ghostly, wailing baby figure materialized before Chun Ji-seung, its transparent form and glowing red eyes a harbinger of pure dread. Chun Ji-seung stumbled forward, confused and distressed, as the others in the group reacted with varying degrees of concern to the unseen threat. The grotesque, ghostly baby's face leered closer, its empty red eyes and drooling mouth a vision of pure horror. But the three individuals blessed with divine power recognized the terrifying apparition immediately. The woman with long dark hair gravely pronounced it a death curse, confirming their worst fears. The ghostly creature, its wails interspersed with unsettling sounds, rasped out the names, Chun Ji-seung, Justin Lee. Among them, the woman with long dark hair was the first to rapidly calculate the full gravity of the situation. Her mind raced, instantly deducing the death curse likely stemmed from home, a brazen violation of Yeouido's sacred rules driven by personal vendetta. With a forceful intake of breath, she abruptly silenced her own unproductive thoughts, steeling her resolve. Her fist clenched, a silent vow to protect Chun Ji-seung and the CEO until reinforcements arrived. The elevator display clicked, showing they were still on the 41st floor and descending. The bald man in the suit, bewildered by the sudden shift in demeanor, wondered aloud if they had forgotten something back at the office. The woman with long dark hair shouted an urgent command for everyone to stop, her foot planting firmly as she took control. The bald man's eyes widened in surprise as he peered into the dark maw of the elevator shaft. A horrifying chorus of groans and creaks emanated from the elevator mechanism, followed by ominous thuds, signaling a dire malfunction. A thick rope snapped with a sharp crack, severing a crucial tether. The elevator car plunged violently, sparks showering the shaft as chaos erupted. The woman with long dark hair warned them grimly that every single movement could now mean their death, demanding absolute stillness. With a strained breath, she issued precise orders. Cheol-gon and Choi Dae-ho were to stay by the CEO and Chun Ji-seung, respectively, for any emergency. The ghostly baby pressed against an unseen barrier, its cries growing more strained and menacing. The spectral baby lunged with startling force, its face cracking open to reveal blazing red eyes, startling the woman with long dark hair. The woman's fingers fumbled, then grasped with determination inside her jacket, accepting the unfortunate necessity of using Master Sangmyeong's talisman. With a flash, she ignited a powerful talisman, Master Sangmyeong's protection burning brightly in her hand. To her shock, dark energy emanated from her own body, a horrifying testament to the curse's immense divine power. Glass splintered and cracked with sharp, piercing sounds, reflecting the chaotic destruction. With a terrifying shriek, the windows exploded inwards, sending everyone reeling backward in a chaotic cascade of terror. Two ghostly baby figures drifted aimlessly, looking around with disoriented gazes, while Chun Ji-seung and the man with long green hair and glasses lay stunned on the floor. Chun Ji-seung stared, his eyes wide and bloodshot, fixed on a scene of utter disbelief and distress. The spectral baby, its drooling face inches from Chun Ji-seung's, gazed at him with an unnerving, singular focus. As blood wept from his eyes, Chun Ji-seung convulsed, desperate words of an ancient incantation, Ajin Abake. Akong Agui, tearing from his throat. With crimson tears streaming down his face, he questioned if receiving death curses was simply a brutal consequence of wielding them himself. The ghostly creature loomed over the pained Chun Ji-seung, uttering fragmented names, Ammonius Beck. Ammonius Ya. In a desperate sprint, the woman cried out, fear etched onto her face, as she lunged forward. In a serene space, Dandori knelt in reverence before a tall woman adorned with a magnificent deer antler headdress. The woman in traditional attire, sorrow in her voice, lamented that her stern warnings against using death curses within Yeouido had been utterly disregarded. She recalled her dire prophecy that such acts would inevitably transform their world into a brutal battlefield where all would turn on each other. With a heavy sigh, she concluded that humans, as expected, were creatures of forgetfulness, addressing Dandori by his name, Nam-san. A powerful blow landed with a sickening thud, echoing through the tense air. Chun Ji-seung lay injured on the floor, bloodied, as two concerned men stood over him. The monstrous infant thrashed wildly, ensnared in a web of ritualistic papers, its spectral form struggling against the powerful confines. A wave of relief washed over her, realizing they had intervened just in time. This was the realm of the Financial Supervisory Service's Death Curse Ritual Enforcement Bureau. Upon the home investment skyscraper, a shadowy figure scaled its side, marking the target of their intervention. The elevator chimed, signaling its arrival. With a mechanical hum, the elevator doors slid open, revealing a bright light and the top of several heads within. This was the FSS Death Curse Bureau. A determined cohort of suited figures strode forward, their presence a promise of imminent intervention. A procession of men in suits advanced with resolute strides, their collective movement a statement of purpose. Within the corporate facade of home investment, the shadowed halls concealed the true nature of the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau. A metallic ding signaled a brief, tense silence. With a mechanical whir, the doors parted, revealing figures within the feared Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau. A man in a crisp suit stepped forward with an unsettling resolve, his team following close behind. The young man with long dark hair moved with silent purpose, his measured footsteps leading the determined procession. This was the Financial Supervisory Service, the unblinking watcher over Yeouido. Its towering structure dominated the skyline, a symbol of its pervasive influence. The Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau, born in the early 2000s, was forged from the chaos of companies wielding death rituals for their own ends. Behind these doors lay the restricted chambers of their operations. The Yeouido of the 2000s, when death rituals first clawed their way into existence, was a maelstrom of clattering alarms, splintering order, and a persistent, unsettling hum of fear. These curses, first whispered only against rival companies, descended with a dark whoosh and a low, guttural rumble. The practice soon twisted into a ruthless phenomenon, targeting the very individuals who steered policies, company owners and politicians, with bloody, ritualistic precision. A defaced photograph, eyes scratched out and splattered with blood, bore silent witness to the curse's chilling, personal toll. News headlines screamed of tragedy, as a plane carrying the Jangsiang shipbuilding owner's family crashed, resulting in devastating casualties. Another breaking report soon followed, announcing the sudden, suspicious death of Assemblyman Du Byong-jin in his own home. A grim pattern emerged, a construction executive's fatal fall, and a tragic three-car collision claiming another life, all pointing to unnatural occurrences. The FSS grappled with blocking these death rituals through law, but ultimately recoiled from the public acknowledgement of shamanism it would demand from investors. Instead, they forged the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau, recruiting the era's most formidable shamans with a singular, crucial purpose. Their mission was clear: to prevent Yeouido's shamans from ever casting death curses upon people, a resolve Dandori held with a clenched fist. They would respect the market's freedom, yet become an unyielding judge, suppressing any breach the moment a forbidden line was crossed. With a firm, decisive grip, the young man with long dark hair clutched his hilted weapon. A thick, purple smoke billowed and squeezed through the hallway as the young man observed his team already succumbing to its effects. The toxic mist rose, forcing a grimace of agony onto the man's face as he struggled to breathe. A man collapsed, his body racked by violent retching and a grotesque, gurgling expulsion of dark matter. "It's a death ritual all right," a concerned man in a suit warned, noting the severe contamination. "They used goo. You should be careful, team leader." "Steel yourselves," the young man with long dark hair commanded, gripping his staff with conviction. "We'll break through at once and sever the spiritual line." A quiet clanking and a low hum of power surrounded the two men as they prepared for the coming confrontation. Guardian General of the Water Gate of the Azure Club Fortress, heed my call, the young man with long dark hair proclaimed, the banners swirling in response to his potent command, "General, attend." With a shimmering rush of energy, the young man transformed, enveloped in blue light as he wielded a radiant, ceremonial sword. A powerful kick struck the door with an echoing bang. Blue energy swirled around the young man as he stood, a beacon of power, over the shaman incapacitated by the death curse. The shaman's body trembled uncontrollably, a terrifying reflection of the cursed tool's insidious power, as the jar continued to emanate purple smoke. With a decisive grip on his glowing sword, the young man declared, "I'll cut them down." The shaman slumped in disbelief, his mind reeling as he wondered how his opponent could possibly stand against him. Blood streamed from the shaman's eyes and nose, yet he defiantly challenged, "How? I escaped the binding spell. Did you think I'd disappear easily?" With a grotesque spew and a dark whoosh, the shaman unleashed a torrent of black energy, summoning swarms of purple, insect-like creatures. A sudden hiss of unseen force caused the young man with long dark hair to look up in surprise. With a soft slide of his foot, the young man stepped forward through the smoke. General spirits materialized, clashing with the insect creatures in a series of explosive bangs and thunderous crashes. The young man with long dark hair stood confidently, his decisive step marking his victory over the kneeling shaman. With a slow, deliberate movement of his glowing sword, the young man condemned the shaman as an existence that should not have existed. Empowered by the general spirit, the young man raised his sword, poised to deliver the final blow that would command the shaman to return to nothingness. A searing blue energy blade slashed through the air, piercing the shaman with an agonizing scream. The shaman's body hit the ground with a dull thud, blue energy still faintly pulsing from his chest. With a triumphant crack and crumble, the young man stood victoriously atop the cursed jar. The young man then turned, issuing precise commands: "Put the shaman under surveillance and send him to the emergency room. Secure the cursed tool and transport it to headquarters." One man knelt to place a careful seal on the cursed jar, while others efficiently carried the incapacitated shaman away. With a quiet clanking, the man sheathed his staff-like weapon, signaling the end of the immediate threat. A calm slide of metal marked the young man with long dark hair sheathing his sword, his expression composed. A collective gasp and a horrified scream escaped Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-Rehan and a young girl as the cursed stone figure glowed blue, cracked, and began to dramatically disintegrate. "Mom," the young girl wailed, "Mommy," as the figure continued its chaotic destruction. With a soft burst and a final rustle of crumbling dust, the stone figure vanished, leaving behind only the chilling, disembodied whisper, "I'm hungry." A silent shiver passed through the air as Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-Rehan and the young girl stared, stunned by the complete and unsettling disappearance. "I lived," Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-Rehan declared, as Chun Ji-seung collapsed in relief, his knees hitting the floor with a decisive click. Dandori reached out, kneeling beside the bleeding Chun Ji-seung, as Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-Rehan observed the injured shaman. "Damn it," Chun Ji-seung gasped, blood streaming from his eyes as his pulse and breathing became terrifyingly erratic. Dandori's face was etched with worry, wondering if this severe condition was the dire consequence of a death curse wielding insane divine power, even for such a brief moment. With a soft rustle of fabric, Chun Ji-seung pressed his hand against his bleeding chest. "Ambulance," a man shouted into his phone, while Dandori, frantic, urged, "Call an ambulance, as fast as possible." As paramedics rushed Chun Ji-seung into the ambulance, Dandori cried out, "Guardian." "Who is the guardian?" Inside the ambulance, Dandori clasped Chun Ji-seung's hand, a silent vow forming on her lips, "This time, not this time." Tears streamed down Dandori's face as she silently pleaded, "Don't break down before me." As Chun Ji-seung underwent a thorough MRI scan, doctors found no special external injuries upon him. The doctor explained that, physically, Chun Ji-seung's body was healthy, yet despite this, he remained inexplicably unconscious since that fateful day. Dandori maintained a weary vigil by Chun Ji-seung's hospital bed, day after day. A deep, weary sigh escaped Dandori, her face etched with the toll of ceaseless worry. A woman in a grey suit approached, stating her intention to gather testimony regarding the child goo incident caused by home. "But his condition is quite poor," the woman observed, a slight click of her pen punctuating her words, "Team leader me of Golden Cross, right?" With a subtle shift, the woman in grey suit informed Dandori that introductions were unnecessary, adding, "You might not remember, but we've met once before." A knowing skepticism played across the woman's face as she softly asked, "Is that so?" Dandori's grip tightened on the chair, the sound of it dragging across the floor echoing her inner turmoil. "When our company's shaman, Chanchi, clashed with Ilsen Doryang," the woman recalled, glancing at Chun Ji-seung, "you mediated and cleaned up the mess." She then abruptly declared, "So, speaking of which, there's something I want to ask." Dandori's face was a mask of anger as she sharply accused, "Did the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau really not know Home was performing a death ritual on Chun Ji-seung? Or, did you stand by with the intention of reducing one troublesome death ritual shaman?" The woman in grey suit remained placid, calmly stating, "There are no guidelines within the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau to discriminate against death ritual shamans." Her heels clicked softly on the polished floor as she took a precise step. "Look me in the eyes and say it," Dandori snarled, her grip tightening on the woman's shoulders. "No, look at that child lying there and say it." The woman in grey suit, unfazed, spoke of Dandori's rare sight, "You, who can see through every ritual ground in Yeouido. Did you really not know that Home was trying to cast a death ritual on that child?" Dandori demanded, her grip still firm, "that they were bringing a ridiculous cursed tool like child goo into Yeouido?" "I do not support death ritual shamans being active in Yeouido," the woman calmly stated, confirming Dandori's dawning realization, "as I thought." To be precise, the woman elaborated, her voice firm, "I believe that no shaman should set foot in Yeouido." This stark declaration struck Dandori with surprise. As she smoothed her sleeve, the woman articulated her core belief: stock prices should rise and fall reflecting a company's performance and vision. They are not something that should be moved by mysterious powers. That is my belief. "Liar," Dandori accused, but the woman retorted, "If such a world comes, your livelihood will be cut off too." The woman calmly envisioned her return to being a regular shaman, living as a rope connecting ordinary people and gods, as a grayscale image of ancient rituals played out. With a slight lean against the chair, she added, "Of course, realistically, I don't think such a world will come in the short term, and investment firms that have tasted success with shamans won't let you go easily." Her footsteps echoing, the woman walked away, concluding, "For the time being, people like us must exist as a minimum safety device." She expressed regret that the young shaman had been affected by the death curse, then promised, regarding the introduction of the forbidden curse tool into Yeouido, the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau will monitor more strictly in the future. Dandori crumpled to her knees, bowing deeply in apology, but the woman calmly dismissed it, "There's no need to go this far to apologize for the misunderstanding." Dandori pleaded for help, explaining that despite Chun Ji-seung showing no physical issues even in precision MRI exams, he remained unable to wake up, it had to be a spiritual problem they couldn't grasp. Dandori, clenching her hands, earnestly told the woman, "The reason all shamans in Yeouido fear the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau is because you are there, I know that." Her voice filled with urgent hope, Dandori finally pleaded, "Please help Chun Ji-seung stand up again." To support the creators and ensure more amazing series, readers were encouraged to visit the provided website. Continuing their commitment, the team urged readers to support them by reading on their official site. Within the vibrant heart of the city, towering office buildings hummed with the pulse of modern finance. Busy professionals navigated the streets, each carrying the weight of significant transactions. For these financial power brokers, the money they wielded, though belonging to clients, ranged from billions to nearly trillions. A screen flashed, displaying a buy order for 30,000 shares of Jongmun Industries. Multiple stock orders, Jongmun, Global Camtech, Narek Bio, raced across screens, confirming a rapid flurry of transactions. Once accustomed to moving such immense wealth and earning performance-based commissions, a subtle shift in perspective began. A news anchor reported on a domestic stock market boom, with daily transactions in October 2025 soaring to 16.6 trillion won. In a celebratory moment, a bald man in a suit toasted to achieving the highest quarterly performance, while others observed his success. Cash exchanged hands, a discreet envelope full of bills disappearing into waiting fingers. Ordinary people, living on meager monthly salaries, began to appear pathetic in their eyes. With practiced ease, someone secretly stashed a wad of cash into the inner pocket of their suit. A man in a suit flashed a smug smile, barely acknowledging the approaching old woman with her cleaning supplies. The old woman looked up, her wide eyes reflecting a momentary shock or intimidation. The man in the suit touched his chest, his expression hardening with an unpleasant irritation. This sense of superiority fostered a strange illusion that they existed on a plane above everyone else. This deep-seated observation was something the director of the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau had always understood. Dandori watched, her expression a mix of seriousness and a subtle worry for the path ahead. The director knew the immense weight that forced a person to their knees. An overhead view revealed a man humbly bowed on the cold, hard floor. As the woman with the shaved head knelt, her thoughts questioned the point of such deep submission if a shaman was merely a tool to manipulate stock prices, replaceable once broken. Peering at the unconscious Chun Ji-seung, the woman with the shaved head mused that such profound deference suggested they viewed this young shaman as far more than just a simple instrument. The woman with the shaved head pondered the difficult situation, noting that the FSS made impartial judgments, benefiting no specific firm or bank. Just as Lady Justice stood blindfolded and balanced, the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau adhered to a strict organizational policy of neutrality, never favoring specific shamans or their corporate patrons. Still, the woman with the shaved head admitted, they were not entirely without responsibility. Her hand moved to her earring as she considered how they might offer a small measure of help, a subtle internal shift from her usual neutrality. Dandori queried about Namsan as a figure in a flowing white robe stood over Chun Ji-seung, who lay motionless. Lady Seonyo's serene, blindfolded face offered a calm acceptance, signaling her compliance. No narration for this panel. Chun Ji-seung lay unresponsive in the hospital bed, a silent focal point for Dandori, a man, and Lady Seonyo gathered around him. A gentle hand, Lady Seonyo's, rested softly on Chun Ji-seung's forehead as he remained peacefully unconscious. A tense quiet hung between them as the woman with the shaved head bit her lip, while Dandori observed with a look of deep concern. Lady Seonyo stood a tranquil vigil beside Chun Ji-seung's hospital bed, a serene presence amidst the medical equipment. The woman with the shaved head anxiously tapped her foot and asked about the boy's condition, prompting Lady Seonyo's response. Lady Seonyo declared his state empty, a chilling pronouncement that echoed in his vacant eyes, reflecting only a distant image. Her voice grave, Lady Seonyo emphasized that he was completely empty. A vast, cloud-filled sky seemed to stretch across Chun Ji-seung's eye, visually embodying the profound emptiness within him. Lady Seonyo began to explain the inherent nature of a human born as a vessel for a god. Walking on turbulent, grayscale waters, Lady Seonyo clarified that such a divine vessel should inherently be full of a god's form or power. But what truly filled this boy, Lady Seonyo mused, remained a solemn question. Her lips moved, and an ethereal whisper of rushing water accompanied her words, deepening the mystery. As she stood by the grayscale, churning water, Lady Seonyo revealed that only a massive amount of yin energy resided within Chun Ji-seung, nothing else. Water violently splashed around Lady Seonyo, mirroring the turbulent energy she described within the boy. With a sharp gasp, the woman with the shaved head realized that the boy's condition wasn't a direct result of the death curse. The death curse had merely added a few drops of yin energy to a vessel that was already destined to overflow. The woman with the shaved head revealed the true cause of Chun Ji-seung's inert state, a profound lack of a worthy owner to control the volatile yin energy within his vessel. Dandori pieced it together, realizing it was a spiritual sickness caused by the absence of a proper initiation ritual. Relief washed over the woman with the shaved head, a single tear escaping as she acknowledged that a proper initiation ritual could restore him to normal. Yet, the fleeting sense of relief quickly vanished, giving way to a fresh wave of concern. A new thought brought the woman with the shaved head to a sudden pause. Her hand rose to her mouth as the woman with the shaved head voiced her immediate and pressing worry: who could perform such a crucial initiation ritual, and how? Chun Ji-seung's previous feats, achieved without even a proper initiation ritual, hinted at extraordinary power. A formidable, red-eyed warrior stood juxtaposed with a mysterious black orb, hinting at profound, unharnessed spiritual forces. Considering the immense divine power and yin energy Chun Ji-seung exuded without even a god, the woman with the shaved head grimly concluded that an average deity would be wholly inadequate. The woman with the shaved head realized that scouting a sufficiently powerful god was one problem, but an even greater challenge lay in finding a shaman capable of performing an initiation ritual for a deity of such magnitude. The woman with the shaved head explained that an initiation ritual typically required a senior shaman with greater divine power, leaving a significant question as to who among their competitors could possibly initiate Chun Ji-seung. The woman with the shaved head's words landed with a sharp edge, concluding that all truly capable shamans were their rivals. A blond man in a golden robe stood with piercing yellow eyes, a significant and potentially rivalrous figure, surrounded by his shadowy associates. Dandori stood firm, stating plainly, "I won't do it." Lady Seonyo clarified that, precisely, she couldn't perform the ritual, explaining that as a vessel for an earth god, her type of vessel was incompatible with initiating a heavenly god. Lady Seonyo sternly reiterated the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau's principle of neutrality, reminding them it was not their place to aid shamans tied to specific companies. Dandori looked down, pleading for them to consider it an act of saving a life. Dandori passionately affirmed that her desire for Chun Ji-seung to recover was genuine, untainted by any thought of corporate profits. Lady Seonyo paused, a bead of sweat forming on her brow as she absorbed Dandori's heartfelt plea. With a soft sigh, Lady Seonyo seemed to make a decision. Lady Seonyo finally conceded, offering to introduce them to one person who might help. The scene shifted to the majestic, mist-shrouded peaks of Gyeongju Tohamsan, a new path unfolding. Lady Seonyo described the person she would introduce as a freshly initiated shaman of exceptional skill, renowned outside of Yeouido. Along a sun-dappled forest path, Gang Cheolgon carefully carried Chun Ji-seung over his shoulder, while the woman with the shaved head followed, wiping her brow with a touch of annoyance. Lady Seonyo offered a cautionary note, warning them not to get their hopes too high, as this shaman was known for being quite picky. A diverse group of people, including Gang Cheolgon and the woman with the shaved head, converged on a traditional Korean shrine, emanating a soft blue glow in the mountainous landscape. Outside the shrine, a lively gathering bustled, with people embracing and observing the scene on their phones. Gang Cheolgon observed the large crowd, concluding it indicated significant spiritual power, but the woman with the shaved head quickly corrected him, shifting the focus. The woman with the shaved head emphasized that the crucial factor was what kind of crowd had gathered. Their common thread, the woman with the shaved head observed, was that they appeared to be happily married, somewhat older couples. From these observations, the woman with the shaved head deduced the identity of the god served by the shaman they were about to meet. The woman with the shaved head identified the deity as Grandma Samshin, as a young girl sat composedly before an altar, framed by a goddess painting and flickering candles. A man with long, dark dreadlocked hair walked deliberately across the traditional wooden floor towards the seated young girl. With a soft rustle, the man bent down, whispering something that surprised the young girl, who looked up with a hint of shock. The man with long dark hair whispered that guests were outside, and the young girl, covering her mouth, whispered back, instructing him to let them in. The woman with the shaved head began to explain that despite the casual name, Grandma, she was not to be underestimated. The woman with the shaved head elaborated on Grandma Samshin's high status, noting she was one of the 3 major gods in shamanism, as important as the Jade Emperor. A glimmer of fierce hope shone in the woman with the shaved head's eyes as she declared that Chun Ji-seung could indeed be cured. With a latch clicking open, the man with long dark hair welcomed them in, holding open the elaborate doors to a brightly lit room. Inside the traditional room, Gang Cheolgon and the woman with the shaved head carefully lowered Chun Ji-seung to the floor, kneeling respectfully before the young girl. The woman with the shaved head stated their purpose, explaining their need for an initiation ritual and their introduction from the director of the Death Ritual Enforcement Bureau. The young girl interrupted, shaking a rattle, implying that further explanation was unnecessary. With a gentle smile and a jingle of her rattle, the young girl revealed that Grandma already knew their entire story. Blushing shyly, the young girl asked them to avoid eye contact, admitting her discomfort around strangers. The woman with the shaved head watched, her expression a mix of worry and growing unease. The young girl continued to blush, jingling her rattle, her shyness still palpable. The woman with the shaved head looked aghast, questioning if this blushing, rattling girl was truly Grandma Samshin's vessel, finding her lack of dignity and difficulty in communication unsettling. The young girl's mouth curved into a wide, slightly unnerving smile as her rattle jingled ominously. Only a sliver of the young girl's eye was visible through her bangs, the rattle still jingling in the foreground. The rattle was suddenly and sharply shaken, breaking the uneasy quiet. The young girl's demeanor abruptly shifted as she sternly confronted them, accusing someone of doubting her vessel. The woman with the shaved head looked utterly shocked, realizing the sudden, drastic change in the atmosphere. The young girl, now distraught, began to pull at her hair, her composure swiftly unraveling. She stood up with a sudden, powerful movement, her presence filling the dimly lit room. Her traditional shoes clicked deliberately as the young girl took a few firm steps across the wooden floor. The young girl loomed over the kneeling and shocked woman with the shaved head, casting an intimidating shadow. The young girl sternly chastised the woman with the shaved head for making eye contact, a sharp impact of her words confirming the surrounding air had changed, and the divine power made it difficult to breathe, sparking a fearful thought of possession. The young girl pointedly reminded them of their initial request to help with his initiation ritual and wake him up, which the woman with the shaved head confirmed. With newfound confidence, the young girl offered an alternative, claiming a faster method existed to awaken Chun Ji-seung. The young girl shocked the woman with the shaved head by proposing that she, filled with yang energy, share a bed with Chun Ji-seung to wake him up. Readers were encouraged to visit the official website to support the creators and their work. The information disclaimed that these comic previews might contain errors, encouraging readers to support the original creators. A swirling abyss of dark water seemed to promise an inescapable journey into the unknown. Chun Ji-seung found himself adrift in a churning sea, the endless water splashing around him as anxiety tightened its grip. The cold, dark waves continued to splash around his bare feet, emphasizing his vulnerable and solitary plight. Ever since the death curse from the infant form entity had struck, Chun Ji-seung had been suspended in this unsettling void, the waves ceaselessly splashing around him. He mused that while this felt like an afterlife, the lingering sensation of his body's reactions made his supposed death uncertain. A desperate thought flickered, to plunge deeper into the dark void, hoping for an escape from his confusing predicament. No, he recoiled, believing that team leader Me would surely find a solution if he only remained conscious, not complicating matters with impulsive choices, as water splashed softly around him. Yet, the thought of perpetual dependence gnawed at him. He yearned to rise as a true partner, subtly stirring the water with his hand. His bare foot, poised at the water's edge, signified a silent deliberation, a step on the verge of being taken. With a renewed resolve, he slowly rose to his feet, determined to face and overcome his dangers alone. Chun Ji-seung bravely stepped into the depths of his own spiritual vessel, but a cruel twist of fate awaited him. He plummeted backwards into the swirling darkness, initiating a profound plunge into the unknown recesses of his own being. He sank deeper into the abyssal waters, oblivious to the profound regret that would soon engulf him. As he descended, fragmented echoes of his traumatic childhood swirled around him, a mosaic of despair and helplessness. His hands flailed wildly in the dark water, a desperate struggle against the encroaching oblivion, before a sudden, agonizing hesitation. Panic seized him as he stared wide-eyed into the blurring surface above, the dark depths pulling him further into his vulnerability. His vision blurred, an intense disorientation washing over him as his pupils dilated in fear. This perilous state of confusion was so potent it could consume even the vessel's rightful owner if he dared to venture within. An unseen voice echoed through the depths, declaring its arrival was a rescue mission for his unconscious form. But the voice's frustration mounted, scolding him for falling unconscious again, even within the confines of his own mind, calling him an ignorant fool. Then, a sudden flash ignited his vision, his eyes snapping open in a burst of startled awareness. Enveloped in a brilliant, rising light, Chun Ji-seung was drawn upwards, emerging from the crushing darkness. Water cascaded around him as he gasped, a strangled cry escaping his lips in the sudden, jarring transition. He burst forth from the turbulent waters, a powerful surge marking his dramatic re-entry. He fell to his knees, coughing and choking as he expelled the water, the sheer exhaustion evident in his struggle to breathe. A colossal hand gently plunged down, scooping up Chun Ji-seung with an otherworldly grace. The immense hand of the green-haired woman held him captive as she declared they would speak only after he had fully recovered his senses. She then branded him an ignorant one, her tone calm but laced with undeniable authority. Chun Ji-seung's face contorted in a mixture of shock and bewildered strain, trying to comprehend the surreal encounter. A momentary pause settled over the scene. The woman with long green hair uttered quiet, contemplative sounds, her thoughts veiled in mystery. She continued her thoughtful observation of Chun Ji-seung, her quiet hums revealing a pensive mind at work. After a moment of biting his lip in thought, Chun Ji-seung finally began to speak, so. Chun Ji-seung attempted to clarify his understanding, stating that team leader Me had brought him there due to his unconscious state and that a divine calling was the only path to normalcy, seeking confirmation. The woman with long green hair swallowed slowly, a thoughtful pause hanging heavy in the air as she considered his words. Then, he pressed on, anticipating her response. He earnestly implored her to perform the divine calling ritual, affirming his unwavering intention to continue his work in Yeouido regardless. He declared he would embrace the shaman's path for life without regret, finding profound strength and a guarantee against loneliness in the allies who stood with him. The woman with long green hair let out a dismissive laugh, wondering aloud if his words were spirited or merely arrogant. She sternly reiterated her judgment of him as an ignorant one, proclaiming she held no reason or responsibility to perform any ritual on his behalf. She logically argued that it was morally inappropriate for a heavenly deity like herself to facilitate the reception of an evil deity, especially for Yeouido shamans who commodified their divine connections for profit. Chun Ji-seung questioned her sudden proposal and rescue, to which she replied with enigmatic indifference, suggesting it was either a whim or a personal interest in testing a young shaman. Her voice sharpened, demanding his true, serious reason for pursuing the shaman's path after once again branding him an ignorant one. She laid bare the grim reality of his chosen fate, devoured by negative energy, cursed by death, and where the abnormal became normal, then pressed him again for his underlying motivation. Chun Ji-seung cast his gaze downwards, falling into deep introspection as he prepared to articulate his core beliefs. His downward gaze held a quiet intensity, a visible sign of his focus as he gathered his thoughts. With profound sincerity, Chun Ji-seung revealed that this, his shamanic ability, was the only true talent he possessed to bring happiness to his cherished people. A montage of his life flashed by, a poignant testament to his struggles, the battles he fought, and the unbreakable bonds forged with his newfound allies. He acknowledged the unsavory truth that cursing others for money, even when shared, was not a desirable path. Still, he insisted, clenching his fists tightly, a fierce determination underlying his words despite his reservations. He explained that through this work, he had found genuine allies, filling the emptiness in his life and empowering him to give back to others. Dismissing material gains like money and honor as trivial, he passionately affirmed his singular desire to continue this path, solely for the happiness of his people. He concluded with a poignant, personal revelation: he also hoped to find genuine happiness for himself someday. A raw, urgent plea escaped him: "Please help me." With a flash of fervent hope, Chun Ji-seung formally pleaded with Samshin to perform the divine calling ritual. With a sly smirk, the woman with long green hair mused on the ritual's potent outcome, suggesting he might become a vessel capable of mastering even the most malevolent deities. For chaotic times were never the making of evil deities themselves, but rather the consequence of shamans' excessive greed, a truth that clicked ominously into place. "Hey, you brat," the woman with long green hair sternly admonished, reminding him to address her as grandmother and questioning their casual familiarity. With a resolute jolt, she finally agreed to help, but insisted they continue their discussion outside. A disorienting flash momentarily obscured everything, marking a swift transition. As a gentle rustle stirred the air, Chun Ji-seung awoke to the woman with long green hair's voice welcoming him back to the living world, a surprising new reality. The woman with long green hair nodded playfully, remarking on her recurring role in awakening him, a comment that carried a hint of shared intimacy. A sudden jolt of realization sparked an escalating chorus of confused "hus" between them, as Chun Ji-seung's mind grappled with their unexpected proximity. Chun Ji-seung jolted upright, startled and blushing furiously, as he frantically pulled the blanket to cover himself, sending it flapping around him. What is this?" he shouted forcefully, his panic rising as he desperately sought reassurance that his worst assumptions about their intimate situation were utterly wrong. The woman with long green hair smirked, feigning ignorance and inviting him to elaborate on his imagination, which only made Chun Ji-seung blush crimson and choke in mortification. A low murmur of distant conversations drifted through the traditional halls. The woman with long green hair calmly explained she had temporarily balanced his negative energy with positive force to awaken him, but warned he would soon relapse without a swift and proper divine calling. Therefore, she declared, the divine calling ritual would be prepared with utmost speed. The ritual preparations were well underway, with figures diligently setting up ceremonial flags and altars. And, she added, her own discomfort evident, if possible, please avoid eye contact with me, especially you, Chun Ji-seung. I'm embarrassed too. Chun Ji-seung retorted, flustered and accusatory, reminding her of her earlier claim that they had merely shared body heat. Dandori calmly questioned Chun Ji-seung's propensity for creating misunderstandings, causing him to slightly flinch. She then asserted that time was short, leaving no room for idle chatter. With a decisive creak of her cup, Dandori insisted they move past such trivial matters. Dandori then questioned the plan for the divine calling ritual, expressing deep concern that Chun Ji-seung's large vessel would attract a dangerous confluence of wandering spirits and malevolent ghosts. The woman with long green hair confirmed that the ritual would indeed open a ghost gate, swarming with evil, but assured them that she and her followers would protect Chun Ji-seung until the real guest to fill his vessel finally arrived. She declared with formidable authority that her deity, her followers, and she herself would protect Chun Ji-seung, even resorting to force if the situation demanded it. With a gentle gesture, she instructed them to shed all trivial worries and instead focus entirely on their inner mindset. She clarified that this mindset was the profound preparation required to accept an entirely foreign existence dwelling within oneself. A pair of hands reverently held a traditional bowl, its depths swirling with an arcane, green liquid, ready for the ritual. Chun Ji-seung stood contemplating the colorful array of prayer flags, their gentle flutter a stark contrast to the gravity of his impending ritual. Samshin's followers were renowned as professionals among professionals, their dedication and skill unmatched. Lady Seonyo and another diligently arranged the ritual space, meticulously preparing poles and altar items. With each passing moment, Chun Ji-seung's precious time for final preparations rapidly dwindled. He stood in solemn contemplation, mentally steeling himself for the profound transformation that awaited. His gaze narrowed, burning with a fierce determination for the ordeal ahead. The woman with long green hair reiterated that this mental preparation was the arduous process of truly accepting a foreign entity within one's own being. Dandori offered a reassuring pat to Chun Ji-seung's shoulder. Dandori stood by him, 2 cups in hand, her gaze warm and inviting a quiet conversation before the ritual. Dandori broke the silence, asking Chun Ji-seung if he harbored any hesitation as the ritual's commencement drew near. Chun Ji-seung resignedly claimed he had no other choice, as losing consciousness again awaited him without the divine calling, but Dandori interjected, her voice sharp with concern, asking simply if he was truly okay right now. Dandori gravely warned him that receiving the divine calling would permanently sever his ties to the ordinary world, binding him to a lifetime of service to a deity. She confessed her own past fear, admitting she had sought a suppression ritual from his grandmother, and therefore suspected that despite his outward strength, he might also be afraid. Dandori voiced a deep sense of guilt, believing that her actions in bringing him to Yeouido had directly led to his death curse and the necessity of this divine calling. Team leader, Chun Ji-seung calmly interrupted, offering reassurance, I chose this path myself. He firmly reiterated that he had personally requested the divine calling ritual from Samshin Hamiam, sealing his own fate. Dandori then echoed his sentiment, stating that she herself had asked to be brought to Yeouido. She declared that she had chosen her own destiny, performing death curse rituals alongside her team and colleagues, embracing it as the dream and life she had chosen to pursue. Of course I'm scared, Chun Ji-seung admitted, acknowledging the terrifying prospect of a foreign existence entering him, then gently urged her to stop apologizing and instead, simply cheer for him. He smiled confidently, patting Dandori's arm as he affirmed his belief that he could overcome anything with her support. The stark white streak in Dandori's dark hair framed her thoughtful expression. With a soft slide, Dandori gently placed her cup down, her movements imbued with a quiet contemplation. A gentle rustle of fabric, and Dandori's hand found Chun Ji-seung's, a tender touch that visibly surprised him. Dandori leaned in close, her eyes softly closed, creating an intimate moment that left Chun Ji-seung wide-eyed and utterly surprised. A soft, surprising kiss landed on Chun Ji-seung's cheek, bringing a flush to his face. Holding his hand gently, Dandori declared the kiss was her heartfelt encouragement for him. Meanwhile, the woman with long green hair's voice echoed, offering sage advice, if he must receive a divine calling, it should be from the most dignified deity. The scene shifted again, preparing for the next phase. The ritual commenced, a solemn assembly of kneeling figures gathered around the altar on patterned floor mats, marking the sacred beginning. The woman with long green hair rose majestically behind the resolute Chun Ji-seung, her arms outstretched, ready to invoke a powerful, mystical force. The saga unfolded under the title, Money. The work was brought to life by the writer Narek and artist Young Ki. This preview offered information on commissioning beloved series, recruitment opportunities for translators and editors, and special thanks to dedicated patrons. The chapter began with a disclaimer that the comic was a preview, potentially containing errors, and encouraged readers to support the original work if available. A woman, poised in ceremonial robes, commenced an ancient ritual over a calmly seated man, invoking an air of profound mystery. The narration described the intricate ritual as a crucial signpost, guiding a chosen vessel toward containing the perfectly destined deity. Within the traditional hall, Dandori stood poised with ceremonial items over Chun Ji-seung, ready to guide him through the intense spiritual journey. Dandori began, acknowledging the simple purpose and principle of the calling. Yet, she cautioned, divine calling rituals held more variables than one might ever imagine, a truth she conveyed with piercing focus. The warning then extended to fake guests, entities who sought to exploit the sacred vessel meant for a deity. From the depths, a chaotic horde of mythical, monstrous creatures began to emerge, their forms grotesquely surreal. These encroaching entities coveted both the vessel's divine power and its earthly form, which could influence the living world. A sudden, chilling rush of unseen forces swept through, as ghoulish faces materialized around a kneeling figure. The seasoned man, his face etched with grim determination, observed the unfolding spectacle. But then, the focus shifted to the unpredictable whim of the real guest, a higher power that would truly decide the vessel's fate. A colossal, armored general spirit materialized, casting an imposing shadow over the seated man. A soft, deliberate scrape signaled a sword being drawn from its sheath, preparing for battle. The general spirit brought its massive blade down with a powerful, whistling rush of air. The narration warned that even a perfectly matched vessel could face immense challenges from its destined deity. Some deities, it revealed, even engaged in a fierce power struggle with their own chosen vessels for ultimate dominance. Chun Ji-seung's breath caught in his throat, his wide eyes and strained face reflecting the sheer agony of the spiritual battle within him. A divine calling ritual, the text explained, demanded a tremendous toll, draining both mental strength and spiritual power from the vessel. A powerful, long-haired entity loomed mystically over the kneeling man, a shadowy presence hinting at its immense spiritual dominance. A singular, eerie eye with a vertical pupil pierced through the darkness, an unnatural intensity in its gaze. An unsettling gurgle filled the air, as if turbulent, unseen energy churned violently beneath the surface. With a sudden thud, the figure collapsed, falling headlong as if violently thrown by an unseen force. The narration ominously stated that if the vessel faltered or the ritual itself could not continue, dire consequences awaited. A soft, rustling sound accompanied a long-haired figure who sat with a mysterious, cunning expression, her intentions hidden. As one figure collapsed unconscious, others rushed to their aid, their faces etched with desperate concern for the fallen. Despite all these unpredictable variables, Dandori asserted, the ritual had to continue. With the stakes made clear, Dandori then asked Chun Ji-seung if he was truly ready to receive the divine calling. Chun Ji-seung, resolute, replied that it was the only solution anyway, questioning why she would ask again when she already knew his answer. With a knowing chuckle, Dandori explained it was simply a formality, comparing it cynically to the refund policy of a department store. Still, Dandori mused, she found his unwavering determination and his eyes to be quite admirable. With a soft, decisive movement, Dandori gave a signal, and 3 figures in traditional attire bowed in reverent acknowledgement. A man in traditional attire readied his percussion sticks, a soft swish anticipating the ritual's rhythmic beginning. A man with closed eyes drew a deep, resonant tone from a wind instrument, filling the air with its melodious sound. A woman played a string instrument with focused serenity, its clear, ringing notes adding to the harmonious ritual. The deep, resonant thrums of large string instruments from 2 more men completed the ritual's rhythmic and harmonious ensemble. Dandori, rattle-jingling with mystic energy, commanded the very thresholds of the spirit world, calling forth unseen forces at the ghost gate, leveling ground, and valley entrance. Chun Ji-seung's head tilted back in pain as a jarring resonance echoed through him during the intense ritual. Again, another jarring thud reverberated through Chun Ji-seung, forcing him to endure the mounting spiritual pressure. Dandori declared that even an unvirtuous deity was precious, commanding any dignified existence to arrive that night and seek Chun Ji-seung as its vessel, even as he struggled beneath her. As Chun Ji-seung clenched his fists in silent struggle, soft, swirling purple energy began to emanate around him. The grand ritual intensified, with Dandori and the musicians performing as waves of mystical purple energy expanded from the central ceremony into the night. At the entrance to the courtyard, 3 men in traditional attire stood solemn guard, their swords ready for any unwelcome intrusion. A chilling whoosh of air swept past as the 3 guards observed a dark, fog-filled path leading into an eerie, uncertain forest. With a rushing whoosh and a low rumble, countless red traditional doors floated open within a cloudy, ethereal void, creating an unsettling spectacle. A bald man gasped in awe, exclaiming how the phenomenon before them resembled nothing less than a night parade of 100 demons. The red doors rushed forward with a chaotic, clattering momentum, converging rapidly through the blurry space. A terrifying whoosh preceded a grotesque cyclops monster and other creatures, who ravenously declared their delight at smelling a negative energy vessel, and called it a feast. A bubbling, swarming sound accompanied numerous shadowy figures as they ominously advanced towards the traditional gate, an overwhelming tide. With a decisive gesture, the man with dreadlocks raised a glowing hand, an authoritative command to halt the encroaching entities. With a sharp, defiant confirmation, the man with dreadlocks declared from here on, he would only permit real guests to pass. The Cyclopes-like monster let out a twisted, maniacal laugh, mocking that the living world amused them the moment they stepped foot in it. With a thoughtful intake of breath, the man with dreadlocks observed that the vessel had clearly tried to carefully select its deities and even hired a guardian shaman. With an abrupt, aggressive snarl, the monstrous spider cyclopes creature retorted that if they were to emit such a sweet smell, 100 shamans should have been hired, not just one. With a dismissive and almost whispering tone, the man with dreadlocks ordered the crawling spirit to disappear, questioning how a mere human dared to stand before him. The female spirit shrieked defiantly, questioning how the human could distinguish between real or fake in the first place, as he lay defeated on the ground. A dark, red-eyed shadow loomed with an eerie, tearing sound, its presence signaling immediate danger. With a powerful whoosh, the man with dreadlocks swung a heavy wooden signpost at the dark shadow, a forceful strike. Softly rustling through the purple-tinged smoke, 2 distinct and terrifying spirits emerged, accompanied by other ghostly red-eyed figures. With a decisive stomp, the man with dreadlocks firmly declared that he alone would decide who was real and who was fake. He defiantly warned the riffraff spirits to crawl back into the corners of hell if they wished to avoid spiritual annihilation. With furious crashes and screams, the man with dreadlocks powerfully swung his wooden post, sending multiple spirits flying in chaotic disarray. From a rocky outcrop, 2 figures in modern attire strategically observed the brightly lit traditional complex where the intense ritual unfolded below. With a calm, professional gesture, the woman checked her watch, while her companion remained in silent observation of the scene. The woman noted with concern that over 5 grueling hours had passed since the divine calling ritual began. Despite the physical exhaustion it must entail, the woman remarked, the ritual was proceeding smoothly, and she encouraged Chun Ji-seung to persevere as rattles jingled and battles raged. Dandori urgently questioned what kind of deity he would call, warning that interruption would destroy the vessel and erase his entire existence and consciousness, to which Chun Ji-seung resolutely declared he would accept it all, and call for a god. Dandori then announced the ritual was reaching its climactic final stretch, imploring Chun Ji-seung to hold tight to his consciousness and pray until the very end. With fervent desperation, Dandori shouted for him to cry out for a deity truly befitting his unique vessel. Chun Ji-seung looked down, his thoughts silently acknowledging the burden he was about to shoulder. He knew he simply had to shoulder it, no matter the cost. This, he realized, was his inescapable destiny, and he faced it with quiet determination. With a sudden crash, two men were violently thrown backward, amidst shattering fragments of wood. Dandori, startled but quickly composed, announced that a true candidate for the real guest had arrived as a figure thudded to the ground. With a soft, unsettling hiss, a shrouded, shadowy figure emerged from the gate, questioning if anyone was present to greet it. The evil ghost general announced its formidable arrival with a slithering reach, demanding an appropriate offering and a suitable vessel. With a heavy thud, the terrifying evil ghost general, a massive, multi-limbed creature, fully revealed its horrifying form. With two firm steps, Chun Ji-seung sternly addressed the new arrival, calling it an arrogant one. The supernatural creature dismissively retorted, questioning Chun Ji-seung's right to speak of status without proving his abilities. Dandori stared in confusion as the evil ghost general boomed its boast, claiming itself a supreme being with 4 pairs of arms, when even celestial deities only possessed one. The creature then challenged Dandori, demanding to know who she was to question its ability. With a dynamic, whistling swing, a golden object cut through the air. With a confident smirk, Dandori wielded her golden sword and mockingly declared herself the creature's great-great-great-grandmother. A grotesque, textured arm flexed with a loud, straining grind, hinting at immense power within. With a furious crash, the evil ghost general shrieked as Dandori fiercely attacked it with her sword. For a breathless moment, silence fell, the outcome of the fierce clash hanging heavy in the air. Dandori stood victorious, her sword dripping blood onto the defeated creature, a grim testament to her power. Dandori gasped, bleeding and strained, as the supernatural creature acknowledged her divine power, yet dismissively compared her to a mere water strider. The supernatural creature then demanded the unconscious Chun Ji-seung, asserting its right to the vessel with a predatory reach, claiming a deep tie between them. Injured and bleeding, Dandori took a strained breath, her grip firm on the ceremonial rattle, her eyes alight with unyielding resolve. With a soft rustling and a snarl, the injured supernatural creature questioned whether an evil deity truly befitted such a vessel. Dandori's eyes widened in shock as a massive, bloody paw slammed down with an earth-shaking thud. Injured and bathed in a blue light, Dandori's wide eyes conveyed profound shock as she realized that it had truly arrived. With a majestic, rumbling roar, a powerful white tiger with glowing blue eyes emerged, definitively identified as the real master. The chapter concluded, emblazoned with the powerful title, Money, and credited to writer Narek and artist Young Ki. The concluding page offered full credits to the creative staff, thanked dedicated patrons, and announced recruitment opportunities for translators and editors. This comic serves as a preview, and its language, characters, and storylines may contain errors. For the original version, please support the official release. With wide eyes, the injured woman whispered, "It's here," her entire being sensing its arrival. As a mighty presence thundered, the white tiger proclaimed itself the true master. The white tiger savored its words, declaring itself a king born from the shape of death. It continued, pronouncing itself a king born from the fear of plague, a plague king, each word a visceral taste. Looming over the unconscious Chun Ji-seung, the white tiger then claimed the mantle of an ancient king imbued with the grudge of being forgotten, an old king, truly revealed as the tiger mother, mother of calamities. The woman instinctively recoiled, her feet shifting back on the shadowed ground. Her feet pulled back sharply, a startled retreat from the overwhelming power. Despite the tiger's stillness, the woman felt a tear trace her injured cheek as her body reacted instinctively to the colossal presence. A profound shame washed over her as she declared, "What an utter disgrace this is, even while wearing the shell of a human." And then, her thoughts continued to churn. The woman stared at the tiger's glowing eyes, wondering, what kind of insane? As the white tiger demanded, "Hand it over," for a vessel suited to it, the woman contemplated guiding it directly to Chun Ji-seung. Yet, as a shiver ran through Chun Ji-seung, she doubted if he could truly endure such a being. She resolved to carefully prepare the vessel, making it fit without cracking, gripping her traditional rattle with fierce determination. She declared her intention, "I will yield the vessel." But before that, she knew there was something more urgent she had to do. Standing defiant, the woman challenged the tiger, "I'll have to teach you some manners, you tiger bastard." The white tiger moved forward, its powerful paws kicking up energy. The white tiger launched a fierce, clashing attack that reverberated through the air. With a torrent of blue energy, the white tiger lunged, and the injured woman met its power with her own, her defiance burning through the magical combat. Blood gushed from her mouth as she coughed, the battle's harsh impact taking its toll. The white tiger taunted her, "You don't mind roughing up that borrowed body," questioning if she truly believed she could face it in human flesh. With glowing blue eyes, the white tiger declared with disdain that heavenly kings have grown foolish indeed, in its absence. The woman, blood streaming from her mouth, revealed her true objective: my role is to drain as much of your power as possible. Her true purpose was to ensure the vessel's dominance, making it strong enough to contain the formidable tiger's spirit. Gripping her rattle, blood staining her robe, the woman affirmed that Chun Ji-seung, her own vessel, understood and had no complaints. She recalled that the shaman who performed her calling ritual had made similar sacrifices. The white tiger dismissed her efforts with an arrogant upward gaze, calling it foolishness. The enormous white tiger advanced, its power radiating menacingly. With an explosive roar, the white tiger lunged, a blur of power hurtling towards the distant woman. The woman's hand shook her traditional rattle, its bells jingling a focused rhythm. The white tiger roared, caught in an entanglement of chains and energy, as the woman, aided by a small white serpent, fought fiercely. The white serpent's long, whip-like appendage shot out across the mystical field. Despite her injuries, the woman defiantly declared, I have no intention of losing easily, you beast, even if winning wasn't her goal. Leaves drifted gently in the serene dusk, marking a quiet passage of time and narrative. Utterly exhausted and bleeding, the woman collapsed amidst broken ruins, her battle against the tiger leaving her completely defeated. The colossal white tiger glared at Chun Ji-seung, threatening, otherwise, I'll rip you apart, if he wasn't worthy of all this suffering. Chun Ji-seung calmly countered the tiger's threat, asserting, that's my line. Looking up with determination, Chun Ji-seung challenged the tiger, you'd better be worth something too, vessel's master, for making so many people struggle. The white tiger's muzzle pulled back, revealing its teeth in a menacing snarl. With a ferocious roar, the white tiger opened its mouth wide, fangs bared. The colossal white tiger lunged, engulfing the small figure of Chun Ji-seung in a powerful, overwhelming motion. An abrupt transition brought silence. Chun Ji-seung stirred, confused, as he awoke within a strange, fleshy, cavernous space. Curled up, small and vulnerable, Chun Ji-seung found himself within the ominous, ribcage-like interior of the white tiger. The white tiger's voice echoed, informing the surprised Chun Ji-seung that he was within the tiger's maw, inside me, and would now be tested. The white tiger laid out a foreboding condition for his test. The white tiger revealed the horrific fate of those who failed: they would be torn to pieces and digested by the grotesque spirits trapped within its belly. Chun Ji-seung looked down thoughtfully, realizing why the tiger had brought him directly into its gut. The white tiger directly questioned Chun Ji-seung's ambition, asking what he sought to achieve in the mortal world by gaining its power. With fists clenched in determination, Chun Ji-seung declared his ambition, my own happiness. The white tiger scoffed at his simple ambition, saying he should have sought a heavenly deity instead, to which Chun Ji-seung resignedly replied, I wish I could have. From behind, Chun Ji-seung admitted his inherent lack of such a gift. Chun Ji-seung acknowledged his overflowing negative energy and lack of choice from the start, but affirmed his resolve. Reflecting on a life surrounded by struggle, Chun Ji-seung declared his refusal to ever blame his tools or his circumstances. He asserted his determination to carve out his own happiness, utilizing his unique talent for death curses as a vessel for an evil king. Clenching his chest, Chun Ji-seung declared that a shaman seeking happiness with the power of an evil king was a unique ambition. Kneeling and looking up at the vast, fleshy expanse, Chun Ji-seung questioned, isn't that true ambition? Chun Ji-seung explained that pursuing happiness was far harder than petty revenge or becoming an object of human fear. From high above a city, the white tiger reflected, acknowledging that previous vessels had all used its power for similarly trivial purposes. The white tiger detailed the shallow human desires that sought its power, from revenge and spreading plague to monopolizing wealth under false pretenses. The white tiger disdainfully declared these human desires, all pointless to me, matters far beneath my concern. The white tiger declared its intent to test Chun Ji-seung, asserting that his ambition must prove worthy of the Tiger King, a challenge that should have been set from the start. Chun Ji-seung knelt calmly, ready for the white tiger's final demand. The white tiger revealed its final demand, the negative energy that will become my nourishment. Chun Ji-seung complied, making a focused hand gesture, prepared to unleash his power. Black energy began to swirl and coalesce between Chun Ji-seung's hands, forming a dark orb. Kneeling, black, viscous energy flowed from Chun Ji-seung's hands, spreading across the fleshy ground. The white tiger looked pleased, declaring that, with that much, I can analyze through my spirits. The black liquid continued to gush and pour from Chun Ji-seung's hand. The black energy erupted violently, pooling and splashing with visceral force within the fleshy confines. The white tiger recoiled in anger, black liquid splattering on its face, furiously demanding, didn't I tell you to stop? Human, as Chun Ji-seung's eyes glowed menacingly. The white tiger gagged and retched, expelling black liquid from its mouth in a furious, disgusted display. Slumped and injured, the woman realized that, with this, Chun Ji-seung was about to etch his nature clearly. The woman, resolute despite her bloodied chin, acknowledged that Chun Ji-seung was not a submissive tool, but a rebel with ambition and will. With clear eyes, the injured woman declared, "With this, the debt is settled, damnable kings." An unseen voice mused on Chun Ji-seung's pitiful nature, echoing in the quiet room. The unseen voice continued its somber observation, remarking on his wretchedness. A forlorn old woman lamented, "Our poor grandson. Oh, our poor boy." The comic concluded with a promotional message, announcing recruitment opportunities for translators and editors, and thanking dedicated patrons. The publishers urged readers to support their website for the best quality and translation. A new horizon beckoned, promising fresh journeys and untold secrets across the tranquil, sun-drenched mountains. A gathering of powerful figures, some in modern suits, others in ancient robes, convened under the bright sky, their gazes fixed on a silent understanding. The woman with green hair, serene in her traditional robes, held a quiet dignity as the man stood steadily behind her. Chun Ji-seung, team leader Me, and the man in the black suit stood united, their expressions unreadable as they awaited what was next. Chun Ji-seung's weariness weighed heavily, forcing him to cover his face as a quiet sound of distress escaped him. Chun Ji-seung knelt, offering a profound bow before the woman with green hair, a moment laden with respect and unspoken significance. Team leader Me carried a quiet sadness, while the stoic man in the black suit remained an unyielding presence beside her. The woman with green hair's words echoed in Chun Ji-seung's mind, a solemn reminder of his sacred oath, "Do not forget why you accepted the god." With a final, turning gesture from the woman with green hair, Chun Ji-seung, team leader Me, and the suited man began their journey away from the sacred grounds. No longer did the specter of unconsciousness haunt Chun Ji-seung's every step. The blonde man's gaze drifted thoughtfully, while Chun Ji-seung and team leader Me shared relaxed smiles, a moment of respite after their ordeal. A subtle smirk played on the blonde man's lips, hinting at a shrewd mind at work beneath his calm demeanor. The blonde man lauded Chun Ji-seung's efforts, yet Chun Ji-seung wryly questioned if his recent ordeal even qualified as a workplace injury. The blonde man humbly scratched his head, apologizing for any major trades Chun Ji-seung might have missed during his absence. Team leader Me reassured Chun Ji-seung that, thanks to the home deal, their company was secure for 2 years, even without further effort. The blonde man playfully chided team leader Me, asserting that for him, there was never enough money. Expressing genuine relief at Chun Ji-seung's recovery, the blonde man then smoothly transitioned the conversation towards urgent business matters. He declared it was time to talk business. In the dim room, the man in the black suit reached for a door handle, and a distinct clicking sound broke the silence. With a decisive click, a hand activated the remote control. The screen illuminated with their strategy's stark title, Golden Cross Second Half Death Ritual Strategy. Team leader Me began, reflecting on the trials and errors of their previous endeavors. She explained her intricate strategy to protect Chun Ji-seung, their shaman, while simultaneously maximizing their profits, even as Chun Ji-seung's past anguish flashed into her mind. To illustrate their predicament, team leader Me used a baseball analogy, calling for attention with a sharp sound. The presentation elaborated on the ace pitcher's dilemma, where a well-trained pitcher significantly increases winning chances. However, overworking the ace pitcher relentlessly in every game inevitably diminished his longevity and effectiveness. With a small click of the remote, team leader Me drew a stark parallel to Chun Ji-seung's own delicate situation. She grimly warned that forcing constant rituals upon Chun Ji-seung, regardless of his powerful divine connection, would ultimately destroy his life as a shaman. Chun Ji-seung worriedly recalled how every past ritual had sent him to the hospital, his own body bearing the brunt of the power. He realized it was only natural for his team to harbor such deep concerns for his well-being. The blonde man acknowledged their shared sentiment regarding limiting Chun Ji-seung's rituals, then paused, signaling a crucial next step. He pressed team leader Me to explain how they could achieve the maximum profit she had previously mentioned. Team leader Me confidently proposed pitting Chun Ji-seung against heavy hitters to dramatically raise his name value. As his reputation swelled, transforming from the shaman of swift death to the legendary king of swift death, a majestic white tiger manifested, overseeing his rise amongst an awestruck crowd. She defiantly challenged anyone to oppose their chosen shaman once his name had been firmly established. The blonde man articulated how Chun Ji-seung's growing reputation alone could intimidate rivals into cutting their losses without any direct ritualistic intervention. While the blonde man acknowledged the strategy as not bad, team leader Me emphasized that a sacrifice worthy of that immense name value would be absolutely crucial. She then revealed that she already had a specific opponent in mind. A sleek, imposing skyscraper stood sharply against the bright sky, marking the new stage for their unfolding drama. In a luxurious high-rise apartment, a man with red hair stood beside a bathtub filled with a dark, unsettling red liquid. The thick, crimson liquid in the tub began to bubble ominously. The bubbling grew more intense, a disturbing sign of the unseen forces at play. A sickening splattering sound accompanied the revelation of a woman submerged in the blood-filled tub. Despite being covered in blood, Nakwa, the death ritual shaman of Canary Capital, defiantly declared her challenger insolent. Nakwa reacted with a subtle swish as the shaman of swift death was named, while the red-haired man dismissed Chun Ji-seung as an arrogant rookie. His concern evident, the red-haired man gently held a piece of her bloodied clothing, close to her injured hand. He reassured the injured Nakwa with a confident smirk, suggesting a plan was already in motion. The man, identified as Jongpyo, praised Nakwa as the greatest death ritual shaman in Yeouido, his smirk unwavering. The injured woman embraced her powerful title, the Queen of Death Rituals, Nakwa. The blonde man interjected, a sharp halt to the proceedings. He questioned, with disbelief, if they were truly planning to use a death ritual shaman as a sacrifice. As the blonde man reacted with shock, team leader Mi continued her explanation, gesturing towards the crucial images on the screen. He expressed his confusion, believing death rituals could only be used against blessing ritual shamans. Chun Ji-seung clarified that by targeting the company itself, rather than the individual shaman, it was theoretically possible. Team leader Mi chuckled, praising Chun Ji-seung for his growing understanding of their ruthless business. She unveiled their bold plan, to force the Queen of Death Rituals into retirement and usurp her regal title for themselves. The towering edifice of Canary Capital now stood as the definitive target. A distinct clattering sound emanated from within Canary Capital's polished halls, signaling a disturbance. Jongpyo and Nakwa made their way into an office where a suited man already sat in distress, their footsteps resonating with quiet purpose. The suited man recoiled in a sudden, sharp gasp. He frantically revealed to Nakwa that Golden Cross had gone long on Hansang Precision, the very stock they had shorted, slamming his hand down in frustration. The man panicked, realizing Golden Cross intended to curse them into cutting their position, desperately asking what they should do. He trembled, fearing that clearing their position before the curse would ruin their quarter's performance and incur his father's wrath, a heavy sigh escaping him. From off-panel, Nakwa's voice cut through his panic, threatening to curse the CEO himself if he dared to clear their position, leaving him wide-eyed with shock. With steely resolve, Nakwa declared her intent to show those arrogant bastards and the shaman of swift death exactly who she was. The narration confirmed a crucial shift. Canary Capital would now become the direct target of the curse, rather than Hansang Precision. Jongpyo smiled, pointing at his tablet while others in traditional attire diligently performed their duties amidst the warm, red-lit ritual space. Jongpyo smirked, praising his sister with clear approval. He chuckled, understanding the strategic choice to prioritize offense over defense. Within the richly decorated traditional interior, figures in ancient robes meticulously arranged items, preparing for a powerful ritual. The gray-haired woman thought to herself, resolving to pull her weight this time, having heard the opposing side consisted of 2 death ritual shamans. Her face set with fierce determination, the gray-haired woman braced herself for the impending conflict. She inwardly vowed that Chun Ji-seung would not be torn to pieces alone again. A deadly game of chicken had begun, a brutal contest where one side was destined for total destruction. The news of this impending battle swept across all of Yeouido in the blink of an eye. A majestic skyscraper pierced the starry night sky, its lights twinkling like distant hopes over the city. Within a lavish lounge, well-heeled individuals mingled, unaware of the spiritual war about to erupt beneath the glittering city lights. The blond man, sipping his wine, mused that Nakwa's decision to accept Chun Ji-seung's challenge likely stemmed from a deep-seated complex. His words painted a picture of Nakwa always being second best, visualized by a woman kneeling in quiet sorrow. A subtle movement accompanied the woman's sad, upward gaze, revealing a deeper pain. A powerful, glowing figure once stood dominantly over the kneeling woman, a mystical encounter that still resonated within her. The blond man explained that Nakwa had only achieved her number 1 status because he had brought down Cheon-chi, not through her own merit, suggesting she never truly felt recognized. He took a contemplative sip of his wine. Regardless of Nakwa's personal complexes, the blond man declared the unfolding counter-ritual to be as exquisitely rewarding as the fine wine he drank. He calmly stated that if Chun Ji-seung were to lose, they would have avenged Jumjang Bosal without lifting a single finger. With a light chuckle, the blond man outlined the alternative benefit: if Nakwa lost, they would discover precisely what kind of new god Chun Ji-seung had received. He concluded that they could quite literally sit back, enjoy the show, and reap all the rewards, no matter the outcome. Looking out at the shimmering city, the man declared with grave finality that the conflict was beginning, a subtle rustle of anticipation in the air. This was to be a battle to determine who stood at the very top of the loser class, a cynical twist to the high-stakes conflict. In the warm, red-toned ritual space, Chun Ji-seung stood with intense focus, wielding a rattle and a knife, beads of sweat glistening on his skin. Chun Ji-seung's eyes burned with fierce concentration, his face a mask of sweating, unyielding determination. With an ominous creaking sound, a glowing red traditional gate descended from the dark, starry sky towards a modern skyscraper, trailing dark smoke. A magnificent, glowing white tiger descended over the city with a powerful hiss, its roar echoing with primal force. In a striking red-toned ritual space, a woman in white traditional clothing raised her fan with intense, focused determination. Her face, partially obscured by the fan, revealed sweating, resolute determination. The ominous red traditional gate continued its creaking descent toward the skyscraper, a supernatural portal to a grim encounter. A massive wooden log plummeted from the sky with a fierce whooshing sound, an impossible weapon. The terrifying, Ghost King Dakak, a monstrous, bird-like creature, descended from the heavens, roaring as it wielded the colossal log. The publishers encouraged readers to support their work by reading on their official website, offering contact details for community engagement. A sudden, unsettling void consumed the vision. Enekewa, it was said, was no ordinary failure content to merely lament her circumstances. And then, the darkness returned, absolute and silent. So what's that supposed to mean? A voice wondered, hanging in the unsettling silence. The grotesque creature, its mask dripping contempt, sneered, "Are you lowlives looking for a pity party?" High above the city, a formidable white tiger presided over the struggling, headless body of Chun Ji-seung, a stark testament to the ongoing battle. The woman, her eyes wide with shock, realized she hadn't even had time to react to the unfolding chaos, while the man beside her watched with deep concern. She recalled how, even before Chun Ji-seung's initiation ritual, his profound abilities had already unsettled her. Even then, she knew Chun Ji-seung's skills had far surpassed her own. But now, a deeper, more unsettling question lingered in her mind. Just how much further ahead had he pulled? Damn it, she fumed inwardly, her frustration palpable. Chun Ji-seung commanded, "Finish it, tiger disaster and smallpox," but the masked creature merely scoffed, declaring it was about to end the boring spectacle anyway. As the supernatural creature plummeted through the night, the white tiger roared, its gaze fixed on the falling form. A sickening snap echoed as purple energy erupted from the creature, signifying its intense suffering. A deafening crash reverberated through the air, marking a devastating impact. The man with red hair pondered the true nature of a counter-ritual, where curse met curse in a deadly dance. His grimace deepened as he understood the cruel truth: the loser would bear the full, agonizing brunt of both death rituals. He watched the hooded woman, a silent witness to the agony that racked her. Her wide, horrified eyes betrayed the profound terror gripping her soul. Black, eye-like markings began to spread insidiously across her chest, whispering a chilling promise of oblivion. A pained sigh escaped her lips as she weakly touched her neck, the curse tightening its grip. She gasped, clutching her throat as black, corrosive markings spread like poison, revealing a horrifying transformation. Amidst the spreading crimson, she choked on her words, wondering if this agonizing end was her ultimate fate after a lifetime spent battling monsters. She had believed she finally triumphed, but her reign on the throne was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by another emerging terror, leaving her to question her very limits as a shaman. Her body swayed unsteadily, a precarious balance on the precipice of collapse. Her head fell back with a dramatic grace, revealing her unbound black hair as consciousness faded. With a soft thud, she collapsed into the man's waiting arms, her face pale and marked by the ordeal. "I didn't want to show you such a pathetic side of myself," she whispered, her voice laced with deep regret. Through broken sobs and streaks of blood, she forced out a final, raw apology, her regret palpable. The man remained silent, his profile etched with an unspoken sadness. He gently caressed a strand of her long black hair, a tender, unspoken gesture. With a focused intent, he tucked a yellow talisman into the folds of her traditional clothing. In his palm lay a potent yellow talisman, intricately inscribed and bound with strands of black hair. He clenched the talisman tightly, his resolve hardened. He pressed the talisman to his lips, performing a dangerous substitution ritual to break the original spell and draw the curse from the unconscious woman to himself. Her eyes snapped open in shock as black energy visibly drained from her neck, the curse marks fading as she understood his sacrifice. "Sister, you saved my life once," he calmly declared, black markings now spreading on his arm. "Why would I be afraid to give back what I owe?" The scene once again dissolved into absolute blackness. As he cradled her, he spoke with a poignant metaphor: "Sister, a ship can't sail if the stars disappear," emphasizing her vital importance. Dark, branching markings rapidly branched across his neck, a painful testament to the curse now consuming him. He now knelt on the skyscraper, transformed into a muscular, bleeding supernatural creature, his new form a majestic and terrifying sight. Wisps of ethereal energy dissipated from the building, a silent echo of the mystical transfer. Then, Jongpyo's evil god, Skangak, unleashed a ferocious, awe-inspiring roar, its blue and red mask a terrifying visage. The woman, now revived, desperately commanded him, "Ghost King, Dakak. Live up to your name." With glowing yellow eyes, Jongpyo's evil god, Skangak, covered its masked mouth, preparing its fearsome attack. A horrifying grinding sound heralded the emergence of destructive purple energy from the rocky ground. Jongpyo's evil god, Skangak, plummeted through the city skyline with a powerful rushing force. With a thunderous impact, Jongpyo's evil god, Skangak, lunged forward, a masked blur of raw power. Jongpyo's evil god, Skangak, roared, radiating immense white energy as it unleashed its terrifying might. With a final, stylized burst of energy, the story concluded, encouraging readers to support the translators by visiting their official site. Jongpyo's voice called out, an eager "sis" that shimmered with unspoken affection. A low smirk twisted Jongpyo's lips as the call resonated again, a hint of challenge in his tone. He spoke the word a third time, his confidence a stark contrast to the shadow playing across his face. Enekewa cradled Jongpyo as he uttered a final, faint "sis," his fading life a stark reminder that when the stars disappear, a ship can no longer sail. Blood burst from the man's neck, a grim testament to the wound that claimed him. As life drained from him, Jongpyo looked down at Enekewa, his gaze filled with a tragic finality. "Please, keep shining," Jongpyo whispered, his last plea a breath against her. With a heavy thud, Jongpyo's body finally collapsed, leaving Enekewa kneeling amidst the horror. Enekewa's eyes widened in profound shock, the reality of her loss crashing down around her. Jongpyo's face, now still and bloodied, emphasized the irreversible nature of his demise. Enekewa spoke through clenched teeth, blood staining her face as she declared, if he was the star. Gripping her fan tightly, Enekewa decided, with unwavering resolve, then she decided to become one. Enekewa stood resolute amidst the blood, a concealed knife now revealed in her grip. With a fierce, narrowed eye, Enekewa declared her intent, "I'll shine." Enekewa raised her fan and knife triumphantly, bathed in an eerie red glow, ready to ascend from the top. The multi-armed creature's back muscles twitched and flexed, undergoing a grotesque transformation. Its upper back strained and grew, an agonizing display of power as it continued to morph. With multiple limbs now fully manifest, the imposing creature stood menacingly, surrounded by swirling, malevolent energy. The colossal white tiger stood guard over the city, its gaze fixed on the distant, multi-armed creature that threatened the skyline. Chun Ji-seung's eye was wide with a worry that mirrored the unfolding chaos. He looked away, pensive, acknowledging that there was already a winner, and yet. Chun Ji-seung murmured about a substitute death ritual, while the shamaness confirmed the supporting shaman's divine power had vanished. The shamaness sternly instructed Chun Ji-seung, prepare for the second bout. An ominous warning hung in the air, something bigger is coming. Chun Ji-seung's face was etched with deep concern, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. The menacing multi-armed creature was reflected in Chun Ji-seung's eye, a chilling harbinger of the approaching conflict. The multi-armed creature strained with immense power, its muscles bulging against the cityscape. It unleashed a terrifying scream, surrounded by explosive streaks of energy. Purple liquid, a visible manifestation of curse or agony, dripped from the creature's mask. The white tiger growled, to glare at me like that, even after getting crushed so badly. Then declared its intention, looks like I'll have to gouge those eyes out. Its sharp, clawed paw descended, the white tiger ready to pull it out and begin its assault. The white tiger launched a powerful, glowing attack, forcing the multi-armed creature to recoil. The creature thawed in surprise as the white tiger's paw firmly grasped its hand. The creature's hand trembled, its mask dripping purple, as it struggled against the white tiger's crushing grip. The white tiger confronted the struggling creature face to face, bathed in an intimidating blue light. The white tiger delivered a heavy blow to the creature. The white tiger roared with a cracking sound, while simultaneously, Chun Ji-seung reacted in shocked pain, spitting blood. The white tiger relentlessly pummeled the creature with a rapid succession of brutal blows. The creature snarled, its sharp teeth bared in an expression of aggression and pain. With a deafening roar, the creature fired a blazing red orb of energy from its mouth. The creature's explosive energy beam struck the white tiger, causing a massive, dazzling blast. Exhausted yet determined, the creature breathed heavily, purple liquid dripping from its mouth. A sudden, sharp jolt made the creature react, looking to the side in surprise or pain. Purple energy oozed from the creature's body, a clear sign of its wounding and weakening control. The white tiger looked down ominously, questioning its opponent, is this what you're searching for? The white tiger powerfully gripped the struggling creature, reinforcing its dominance. Its hand exerted immense crushing force, hinting at the creature's imminent demise. The white tiger's powerful, clawed foot decisively stepped down, ready to end the conflict. The white tiger snarled, spitting out a crimson spray of blood or energy. Now this, finally befits the title, Ghost King, the white tiger declared triumphantly, at last, a battle worthy of my first return in 100 years. Nakwa, grim and bloodied, conceded the immense power of the entity, acknowledging it as a monster comparable to Cheon-chi. Yet, a fierce resolve settled upon Nakwa's face as she pondered her next move. She recalled a traumatic memory of a kneeling man amidst blood, vowing that, unlike back then, I won't break and turn away from the fight. Nakwa's voice echoed with resolve as the creature's clawed feet hung suspended, saying, because I made a promise to you. Chun Ji-seung held a knife with a resolute expression as Nakwa declared, I didn't accept an evil god with a half-hearted resolve. The white tiger and the creature clashed in a fierce explosion of energy, while simultaneously, Chun Ji-seung embraced Nakwa, their connection a stark contrast to the surrounding chaos. Both Chun Ji-seung and Nakwa expressed their shared, unyielding ambition, I'll surpass you, and stand at the summit. The white tiger launched into another powerful attack, striking the creature with blue energy. The white tiger relentlessly assailed the creature with a series of thunderous blows, each impact echoing with explosive energy. A blinding, massive explosion of light and energy erupted at the battle's core. Two figures were violently thrown away from the epicenter of the massive energy explosion, hurtling through the cityscape. From his distant balcony, the blond man observed the unprecedented explosion, reflecting, never before. Holding his wine glass, the blond man mused on the unusual nature of the conflict. Have I seen a battle where curses and flesh collide like this, then wondered, but how? The blond man acknowledged the superior divine rank of the rapid death shaman's god, stating it had been crystal clear since their first clash, a truth underscored by the creature's menacing mask. He questioned the fight's endurance, given the rapid death shaman's greater spiritual energy, as the multi-armed creature continued its struggle in the distant city. A dawning realization caused the blond man to sigh deeply. His eye widened in surprise as the full implications of his insight struck him. The blond man theorized that the one-horned ghost could stand against Ho-Wan Mama because the very essence of a death curse is a curse, a stark truth reflected in the injured creature's dripping mask. Tears streamed down Nakwa's bloodied face as she recounted how her own family had disowned her for being a shaman, and how Young-pyo had become her chosen family after that. Nakwa, in a past memory, stood composed with a subtle smile, reflecting on Young-pyo's influence. In a memory, Nakwa reflected, seeing Young-pyo's reflection, that he made her consider that a life built on curses might not be completely awful. As she stood beside Young-pyo in a past urban scene, Nakwa mused that he wasn't my everything. Nakwa smoked pensively, contemplating the profound impact Young-pyo had on her life. As Young-pyo lit her cigarette, Nakwa concluded that, without him, my everything would never have been whole. Nakwa's rage sharpened as she accused an unseen foe, you took that away from me, her thoughts punctuated by the grim image of Young-pyo's lifeless face. With fierce determination, Nakwa declared her ultimate curse, I'll curse you to death, rapid death shaman, a vow mirrored by the injured creature's dripping mask. The white tiger's powerful hand crushed the struggling creature, which writhed in agony. The white tiger slammed the creature down with immense force, eliciting a pained cry. Nakwa's potent will to curse far exceeded Chun Ji-seung's, and through that singular resolve, the one-horned ghost was rapidly closing the gap with Ho-Wan Mama. The blond man contemplated the battle, musing, even if I had fought Nakwa myself and turned her curse back. He realized, looking downcast, that her young assistant would have sacrificed herself to make this very outcome happen anyway. The blond man's hand trembled, his grip tightening on the wine glass, a visible sign of his internal turmoil. With a frustrated exclamation of, how frustrating, the blond man looked down at the shattered glass and spilled liquid at his feet. Standing on his balcony under the starry sky, the blond man confessed to an initial relief, thinking he wouldn't have to deal with such trouble himself. The blond man decided it was time to seek solace, stating, I should head to the shrine to offer prayers. With a renewed sense of purpose, the blond man acknowledged a powerful resurgence of his inner fire. The narration contrasted the genius's natural talent, represented by Chun Ji-seung holding a mysterious object. This talent was pitted against a dullard's utmost effort, embodied by Nakwa, injured and still clutching her knife. Their clash continued through the relentless night, and finally, as dawn broke and the stars lost their ethereal light, a new day signaled an end. The long, arduous battle was decisively concluded, the aftermath visible in the breaking light. A menacing, injured supernatural creature, its glowing yellow eyes fixed on an unseen foe, lingered with an unsettling presence. Its fearsome form, once a terror, now bore the gruesome marks of a brutal, recent conflict. Deep, rasping gasps tore from its grimacing maw, each ragged breath a testament to its profound agony. The white tiger, its majestic form stained with the conflict's aftermath, offered a rare, humble apology, acknowledging the creature's surprising strength. With a thunderous, decisive strike, the white tiger proclaimed the century-long wait for a worthy vessel was finally justified. Chun Ji-seung, a ghostly figure in the blood-soaked ritual room, struggled against the overwhelming pain as his own life force drained away. Each agonizing stumble of Chun Ji-seung's blood-soaked leg was a testament to the severe toll the ritual had exacted upon him. Gasping for air, Chun Ji-seung clutched his bloody side, every tortured breath betraying the depth of his grave injuries. Yeongpyo's last words hung in the air, the promise, as Chun Ji-seung grieved his inability to keep it. Even in death, Yeongpyo's defiant spirit echoed, still. As crimson drops marked his final moments. The intense counter-ritual between Nakwa and Chun Ji-seung had reached its grim, fatal conclusion, leaving the bodies of Yeongpyo and Chun Ji-seung motionless in its wake. In a dimly lit memory, a young man clung to a shocked young woman, tears streaming down his face. His tear-streaked face, contorted in anguish, revealed the profound depth of his sorrow. That fierce battle, marked by an intricate substitute death ritual, would forever be etched into Yeouido's history as one of its greatest. A clenched fist tightly held crumpled paper money, a stark symbol of the material stakes in the spiritual struggle. In the shadow of the intense ritual, a bloodied man covered his mouth in distress, watched by a worried, equally blood-stained woman. A man's eye, burning with determination, peeked from behind a traditional fan, hinting at a fierce resolve. The narration pondered if the battle's true significance lay in crowning the supreme death-cursed shaman, amidst the chaotic clash of the white tiger and countless supernatural creatures. Chun Ji-seung's grave expression, clad in traditional robes, reflected the weight of the profound spiritual contest. Nakwa's grimace, etched with pain and dirt, captured the raw, brutal reality of her struggle. However, Yeouido's unforgiving landscape had no patience for such process. A woman with a white streak in her hair and a blonde-haired man exchanged glances of surprise, their world about to be rocked by unseen forces. For in Yeouido, only the result truly mattered, as a man in an office reacted with palpable shock to the sudden, cascading fall of stock prices. And that decisive result unfolded for all to see the moment the market opened, sending waves of panic through the trading floors. Men on a trading floor watched in collective horror as the KOSPI stock market plunged into a dizzying freefall. Panic erupted on the trading floor as all stocks plummeted simultaneously, leaving traders bewildered and screaming, "Why is everything crashing?" News anchors gravely reported the KOSPI market plummeting by 4.43%, a stark symbol of the financial chaos that had just unfolded. In a brightly lit hospital room, a woman with a white streak in her hair and a blonde-haired man stared at a screen displaying the catastrophic market crash, while Chun Ji-seung lay recuperating in his bed. The man with blonde hair, crossing his arms, asked the woman with the white streak, "What happened, team leader me?" The woman with the white streak in her hair pondered if the market's collapse stemmed from their counter-ritual, a direct consequence of the clash between Ho-Hwan Mama and the one-horned ghost's extreme death curses. A massive explosion of energy engulfed the city as the woman explained that deflected curses had rippled through the market, melting down investment firms' entire holdings. Purple liquid splattered across city buildings, marking the devastation as the woman explained that the inexplicable collapse triggered widespread panic selling among retail investors. Holy Jesus! The man with blonde hair breathed, his gaze shifting to Chun Ji-seung with a mixture of awe and fear, wondering just what kind of battle had been fought. The woman with the white streak and the man with blonde hair stood in quiet reflection, their serious expressions mirroring the gravity of the situation. Chun Ji-seung, still pained, slowly pushed himself up in his hospital bed, cradling his throbbing head. Despite his condition, Chun Ji-seung's first thought was of Hansang Precision, urgently asking about the stock they had intended to raise. Professional. The woman with the white streak mumbled, walking away, her tone hinting at grudging admiration. So professional. She continued, observing that after complete exhaustion, Chun Ji-seung's immediate concern upon waking was the ritual's outcome, revealing his unwavering dedication. The woman with the white streak extended her phone toward a surprised Chun Ji-seung, preparing to reveal the results. The phone's screen boldly displayed their victory, Hansang Precision plus 1.7%. Chun Ji-seung noted the rise was smaller than anticipated, acknowledging the immense effort his adversaries had invested to block their death curse ritual. The woman with the white streak in her hair conceded that the minimal effect was a natural outcome, then shifted her focus to what truly mattered. As she gently touched Chun Ji-seung's forehead, the woman with the white streak declared him the undisputed #1 death curse shaman, commending his excellent work. Good work is good work, but... She began, softly chiding Chun Ji-seung for his self-damaging ritual style that consistently landed him in the hospital. Playfully pinching Chun Ji-seung's cheek, the woman with the white streak exclaimed, "How do you end up in the hospital after every ritual? At this rate, we might as well just buy a private room." The man with blonde hair, taking the suggestion seriously, wondered if they should indeed buy a private room, suggesting a long-term rental as a donation. "It's just a figure of speech, CEO. Just a saying," the woman with the white streak clarified, as a bald man peeked curiously from the doorway. A delivery man, laden with fruit baskets and ribbons, inquired, "There's a delivery. Is this Chun Ji-seung's room?" The delivery man expressed his doubt that all the gifts would fit, revealing that tons of other drivers were still waiting outside for Chun Ji-seung. Chun Ji-seung looked up, surprised, silently questioning the sudden influx of attention. A corner of the hospital room now overflowed with an astonishing number of congratulatory gifts and vibrant floral arrangements. An array of luxury brand shopping bags and exquisitely wrapped gift boxes bespoke the wealth and prestige of those showering Chun Ji-seung with recognition. Chun Ji-seung and the man with blonde hair exchanged thoughtful, curious glances, absorbing the unexpected scene. The woman with the white streak confirmed that word of Chun Ji-seung's victory had already spread throughout the entire industry. Holding up a gift bag of premium beef, the woman with the white streak announced that the news of Chun Ji-seung defeating Nakwa was now public knowledge. Reading a gift tag addressed to the King of Rapid Death, the woman with the white streak revealed the growing rumor: Chun Ji-seung was now the new #1 death curse shaman. Shinseong Trust Management Chairman Park Tae-soo instructed his subordinate to immediately schedule a meeting with the shaman and entice them with a cash bonus for a transfer from Golden Cross. Yuksong Ventures CEO Ju Jiaihwan declared the market stagnation under Osong and Ilsandu Ryong had lasted too long, urging for a new wind to blow. Yongdam Investment CEO Huang Zhongtaek advised maintaining cordial relations with Golden Cross while carefully avoiding conflict with Osong for the time being. CEO Huang Zhongtaek predicted an inevitable, all-out war between the two factions, a conflict destined to shake all of Yeouido to its core. Osong Finance Chairman Ryu Osong mused, his gaze thoughtful, "What are you thinking of doing?" Ilsandu Ryong. Chairman Ryu Osong dismissively told his subordinate to leave them be, prompting an inquiry for his reason. Chairman Ryu Osong explained that adversaries serve to raise our value, likening it to how hunting rifles only sell when wild boars rampage through the mountains. He continued, stating that for Osong, a company operating Blessing Shamans, to truly increase its worth, death curse shamans needed to run wild. Chairman Ryu Osong's eye narrowed with a chilling promise: "If that boar tries to trample our fields, then I'll shoot it dead myself," Chairman Ryu Osong concluded, miming a gun with his hand and a cold smile. Chairman Ryu Osong, beaming, praised his intelligence, suggesting he pursue an MBA and take over management. With a wry smile, Chairman Ryu Osong set his condition: "If professional managers earn 50 billion won a year, I'll consider it." A powerful impact resonated, signaling a dramatic shift in the narrative. Nakwa lay exhausted in a dimly lit room, her eyes wide open, as consciousness slowly returned. "I'm alive," Nakwa thought, confused, wondering how she had survived. She quickly sat up in bed, a swift movement driven by bewilderment. Nakwa fumbled at her arm, incredulous, "My limbs are still attached." She recalled the death curse, still certain it had felt lethal the very moment it struck. A woman in white traditional clothing approached, informing Nakwa that the doctor had attributed her condition to mere anemia and minor bleeding. The woman in traditional clothing explained to Nakwa that her light recovery was likely because the one-horned ghost had sufficiently neutralized Hohwan Mama's curse, fighting until its annihilation. Nakwa, her voice trembling, asked, "Yongpyo, is gone?" The profound sadness etched on both women's faces spoke volumes of the unspoken grief. Tears welled in Nakwa's eyes as the woman in traditional clothing clarified that her survival was not solely due to the one-horned ghost's fighting prowess. Tears streamed down Nakwa's face as the truth dawned on her: that child fought in your place. What was she supposed to do now? A piercing cry escaped Nakwa as she collapsed in anguish, clutching her head in despair. The woman in traditional clothing implored Nakwa to live a shining life, even if it meant navigating difficulties outside of Yeouido. Nakwa lay on the bed, her hands clenched tight, absorbing the weight of the other woman's words. "That," the woman in traditional clothing revealed, "is the curse Yongpyo left for you, Nakwa." The promise of abundance permeated the air, signaling a lucrative occasion. Chun Ji-seung, the unexpected patient, calmly prepared his fruit as a diverse entourage kept a watchful, almost expectant, vigil. With quiet precision, Chun Ji-seung carved the fruit, finding a fleeting calm amidst the unspoken tensions. The man with green hair spoke with a light-hearted cadence, attempting to inject some cheer into the sterile room. While Chun Ji-seung quietly ate, the others observed him, their expressions a mix of concern and quiet contemplation. As they prepared to depart, the group exchanged weary jokes about the hospital fruit, a subtle way to mask their lingering concern for Chun Ji-seung. An unseen voice enthusiastically urged them to accept lavish gifts, including premium chocolates, much to the exasperation of some. With waves of farewell, Dandori and the blonde woman watched as the man with green hair busily gathered his share of the opulent gifts. A determined look crossed the man with green hair's face as he resolved to take some of the bounty home for his daughter, ensuring her well-being. Chun Ji-seung, a soft smile gracing his lips, kindly asked for his regards to be passed along to the young girl. The man with green hair retorted with a burst of exasperation, warning Chun Ji-seung to avoid repeated hospitalizations after his intense rituals. Chun Ji-seung responded with weary resignation, having already endured an ample amount of nagging from team leader Me. A sharp gasp escaped Chun Ji-seung's lips, signaling an unexpected thought. The man with green hair probed about the assistant shaman, revealing her request for a separate, urgent conversation later that evening. Chun Ji-seung's mind raced, filled with a growing apprehension about what she could possibly want to say. Yu Rui-han stood silently, her silhouette casting long shadows that hinted at the gravity of her decision. Bathed in the soft, melancholic glow of the setting sun, Yu Rui-han gazed out the window, lost in thought. With a quiet, heavy resolve, Yu Rui-han declared her intention to leave. Through the glass, Yu Rui-han delivered her somber pronouncement, informing a stunned Chun Ji-seung that she was relinquishing her role as his assistant. A wave of shock and self-doubt washed over Chun Ji-seung, as he frantically questioned his own actions and the fairness of their shared profits. He flinched, his mind racing to recall any missteps during their rituals or any moments of perceived selfishness. Yu Rui-han, with a sad knowing glance, articulated his very thoughts, recognizing his desperate search for fault within himself. Yet, she countered his self-accusations by revealing her own profound belief that her shortcomings were the true reason for her departure. Chun Ji-seung visibly recoiled, utterly shocked by her unexpected confession of inadequacy. She began to explain her growing sense of inadequacy, recalling a counter-ritual against the formidable Jiang Bosao, an encounter she once considered successful, but which now felt like a prelude to her own failures. She recounted her acute powerlessness during the home counter-ritual, where all she could do was initiate the proceedings while others lay gravely injured. Guilt gnawed at her as she described tending to her own wounds in the parking lot while Choi Dae-ho, Cheolgan, and Chun Ji-seung himself suffered grievous injuries. Her anguish deepened as she remembered Chun Ji-seung's torment under the Donggu curse and his spirit sickness, moments when her powers utterly failed him. The memory was stark, Chun Ji-seung lay broken, while Yu Rui-han could only offer desperate comfort amidst the observing, helpless faces. For a long time, she had clung to the belief that her lesser divine power was natural for an assistant, that merely initiating rituals was enough, and that she was merely an insurance policy for disaster. As her hand moved with practiced grace during the ritual, she acknowledged her past rationalizations. She had once convinced herself that merely following along and diligently striving to close any perceived gap in her abilities would eliminate all cause for shame. With a sharp smack to her cheeks, Yu Rui-han had fiercely rallied herself, vowing to prepare for every ritual with absolute thoroughness. But a chilling realization struck her, the chasm she faced was not a gap she could simply bridge, as distant, potent figures manifested with swirling, ominous energy. Then, a thunderous explosion of light and raw energy ripped through the night sky. Her eye, shimmering with a tear and the faint echo of purple light, reflected the profound despair that had finally taken root. She confessed her profound lack of courage, admitting she couldn't perform a substitute death ritual for her shaman, unlike another who had made the ultimate sacrifice. With a sad, resolute gaze, Yu Rui-han told Chun Ji-seung that his greatness as a shaman far outstripped her own talentless cowardice. A decisive step forward punctuated her somber declaration. Her hand slid into her jacket, signaling a formality that belied the emotional weight behind it. A crisp letter of resignation was then starkly presented. Yu Rui-han extended the resignation letter to Chun Ji-seung, a clear, painful end to their partnership. She further explained her intention to return all her accumulated compensation through me, retaining only the funds needed to establish a shrine. The reasoning was clear, she felt she had received far more than her contributions warranted. With a final, bittersweet smirk, Yu Rui-han offered her gratitude to Chun Ji-seung. She took a deliberate step back, finalizing her painful departure. A desperate hand shot out, grasping Yu Rui-han's wrist with an urgency that startled them both. Chun Ji-seung, his voice tinged with anguish, demanded to know how she could so readily abandon everything and simply quit. He pressed further, reminding her of her earlier assertion that her departure stemmed from her own perceived inadequacies. Then, in a stunning reversal, Chun Ji-seung declared that he couldn't let her go precisely because he felt just as lacking. Yu Rui-han's eyes widened in utter disbelief, murmuring that he, born genius, could never be considered lacking. Chun Ji-seung vehemently argued that even a genius could not exist in isolation, confessing his profound lack of experience and maturity to navigate the world of rituals alone. He tightened his desperate grip on her hand, a physical manifestation of his plea for her to fill the void he felt, causing Yu Rui-han to gasp in pained surprise. Yu Rui-han recoiled from his grasp, her voice cracking as she implored him to find a better, more suitable assistant and defiantly reasserted her decision to quit. As Yu Rui-han walked away, her words were laced with deep guilt, explaining her fear of becoming a stumbling block and her remorse over receiving what she considered easy rewards. Tears streamed down her face, emphasizing the profound sincerity of her heartbreaking decision. She confessed that while money initially drew her in, the genuine affection she now felt for the group caused her immense guilt at the thought of leaving. Yu Rui-han's voice softened to a whisper as she reiterated her intention to leave, her departing footsteps echoing in the silence. Chun Ji-seung reflected on his younger self, a naive boy who had entered the world with nothing, ignorant of the path ahead. He passionately countered her guilt, arguing that her presence on his arduous journey, walking beside him as he ascended, was reason enough for her to stay until the very end. He frantically flailed, asserting that her departure would burden his mind so heavily, it could cause him to lose a crucial counter-ritual, subtly shifting the blame. Yeouido stood in heavy silence, processing the desperate weight of his words. She began to recall a profound teaching from her adoptive father and teacher. Her teacher had once taught her that blessing shamans were doomed by avarice, while death-cursed shamans were susceptible to a different, equally destructive flaw. Then, with a piercing observation, she prophesied that Chun Ji-seung would be ruined by affection, immediately retracting her resignation with an unexpected turn. Yet, with a sudden shift, she requested a vacation, catching Chun Ji-seung off guard. She explained her need for a period of profound introspection, to determine if she truly possessed the capability to be his indispensable pacemaker. Under a bright, serene sky, Yeouido embarked on a journey to a peaceful, traditional Korean sanctuary. With each quiet step, a solemn resolve settled upon Yeouido's face. Her footsteps echoed softly as she continued her purposeful journey through the serene grounds. She finally entered a room imbued with ancient reverence, where a small altar awaited. Her hand paused, then gently slid open the traditional wooden door. Yeouido's announcement of her arrival to see teacher Damyeon was immediately met with a harsh, disapproving retort from a woman in white traditional clothing. The woman's stern face held a clear accusation, recalling Yeouido's past, unceremonious departure. She challenged Yeouido, questioning if she truly expected a welcome, returning only when in need. Suddenly, an unseen, weak voice from within the room broke the tension, instructing them to let Yeouido enter. Yeouido carefully stepped into the room, her gaze falling upon her old, bald teacher, now frail and connected to medical IVs. The old man lay in his bed, his eyes closed, his face etched with the weariness of age and illness. A profound sadness washed over Yeouido's face as she beheld her ailing teacher. With profound respect, Yeouido bowed, formally greeting her teacher, her voice thick with emotion. The old man's voice, raspy and weak, softly questioned the reason for his child's return. With unshakable determination, Yeouido declared her fervent desire to become stronger. Her ambition soared, aspiring to reach the formidable strength her teacher possessed in his prime. With unwavering resolve, Yeouido proclaimed her ultimate ambition, to become the greatest death-cursed shaman. A faint smile touched the old man's lips as he observed her determined eyes, recognizing that she had finally found a profound reason to seek greater power. The old man's hand twitched, a subtle acknowledgement of her earnest declaration. He took shallow, labored breaths, explaining that his disciples would never tolerate him extending such affection to her again. Despite his grave condition, a contented smile graced his lips as he expressed his profound joy at seeing her once more. His frail hand weakly reached out, and he softly uttered the words, "My child." A solitary tear, a release of pent-up emotion, cascaded from Yeouido's eye. With a surge of raw emotion, Yeouido embraced the frail old man, holding him tightly. As he returned her embrace, the old man softly promised to become her unwavering strength. In the softly lit chamber, the clatter of something falling echoed the crackling braziers as Mephistopheles Seonyo Yeouido lay lost in unconsciousness. Countless talismans, each bearing intricate red script, covered the ancient wooden wall, warding against unseen forces. Long ago, a powerful golden light, a raw, untrained magic, emanated from a young Mephistopheles Seonyo Yeouido as the man with long dark hair shielded her from unknown dangers, the crackle of fire and clatter of falling objects mirroring the chaos. As purple energy coiled around her, the man with long dark hair performed a solemn ritual, his hands guiding a nascent power into the kneeling Mephistopheles Seonyo Yeouido. This was underworld god Yoon-jae, Damon's fourth disciple, his raised hands channeling an invisible force as he deepened the mystical connection. A low, ominous hum permeated the air as a menacing, red-eyed shadow materialized above them, its dark energy swirling even as a faint smile touched the lips of the kneeling Mephistopheles Seonyo Yeouido. His eyes narrowed, a subtle shifting sound barely perceptible as underworld god Yoon-jae watched the unfolding, unseen forces with intense focus. Before the candlelit altar, underworld god Yoon-jae stood as a soft hiss signaled the dissipation of potent energies, leaving behind a solemn silence. Underworld god Yoon-jae dismissed her with a critical rub of her hand, declaring with palpable disappointment, "Tisk, what a scatterbrained brat. You're never going to get stronger." The harsh word struck Mephistopheles Seonyo Yeouido like a physical blow, leaving her to stammer out a shocked, "Why?" Through a gasping breath, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yeouido desperately reminded him, "Back when you were under our teacher. People said you were pretty talented." Underworld god Yoon-jae turned the question back to her, his tone probing, "What do you think, talent is, Yourhun?" Mephistopheles Seonyo Yeouido offered a hesitant definition, "Something you're born with." Underworld god Yoon-jae concurred, echoing her very words, "Right, something you're born with." He elucidated his view, comparing talent to the random materials you're given in art class to make a project, emphasizing that while quality varied, skillful application could still yield high results. This intricate deer sculpture, crafted from humble wooden pieces, demonstrated the potential for artistry from seemingly simple materials. Another example showcased a human figure formed from discarded newspaper and vibrant paper scraps, proving ingenuity knew no bounds. Even the majestic form of a stylized David, rendered with textured blocks, spoke to the limitless possibilities of creative vision. Before, in a sun-drenched garden, underworld god Yoon-jae had observed a young Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu playing happily, recalling now, like you said yourself. In the past, the materials you were given weren't bad at all. As her younger self giggled with innocent joy, smeared with paint, underworld god Yoon-jae reflected, if you'd used them well, maybe not a genius or superhuman, but... He nodded, his voice carrying the weight of lost possibility, concluding that she could at least have been counted among the skilled shamans. Not special, but solid. But then, his eyes burning with a sudden, fierce disappointment, he continued, but you took all that. His words cut deep, accusing her of having wasted most of it making trash, the discarded papers around her reflecting the wreckage of his judgment. Kneeling, underworld god Yoon-jae demanded an answer for the critical choice that brought them here. Why? What were you thinking when you took in some Western evil god? Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu remained silent, her lips pressed shut against the weight of his question. Her voice barely a whisper, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu confessed the core of her ambition, I wanted to be special. Her insecurity fueled her choices, driven by the belief that, my talent wasn't anything amazing, a memory of a red ritual circle and desperate prayers flashing through her mind. In the dim light of flickering candles, a young Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu gazed down intently, unaware of the menacing ram-headed shadow with glowing red eyes that already coiled above her. Kneeling at the ritual circle, she had reasoned, I thought I could never be special if I only served an ordinary god, unknowingly inviting the ominous shadow that lingered behind her. Underworld god Yoon-jae explained a fundamental truth of their craft, the farther a god and its vessel are from each other, the less power that god can exert. He illustrated their predicament with stark clarity, the distance between you and that Mephisto whatever is practically 1,000 leagues apart, rendering him unable to hear or truly answer her prayers. His voice stern, underworld god Yoon-jae declared her ambition a curse, that childish desire to be special. Completely tangled your connection to the spirits, you foolish disciple. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu looked up, her eyes wide with a desperate plea, isn't there any way to fix it? Underworld god Yoon-ga's response was stark and unyielding, explaining that she had already burned through your materials, leaving no clever solution, YURHUN. A single tear traced a path down Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu face, her silent despair made manifest. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu grief erupted in an uncontrollable wail, her body racked with heaving sobs. Over her inconsolable sobs, underworld god Yoon-jae pressed his stern lesson, demanding, that's why you need to get the first button right. That's why you need to receive a god that fits your station. Ha! I knew it back when teacher spoiled this crybaby too much. A new voice grumbled, the disciple in short sleeves remarking, always so strict with us. Don't make your junior cry. As the disciple in short sleeves wheeled in their revered teacher, the old man, he provocatively countered, and who says there's no way? Both underworld god Yoon-jae and Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu looked on, their faces mirroring a stunned disbelief, away. With an air of solemn authority, the old man delivered his cryptic solution, go into the INK coffin. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu caught off guard, questioned the ominous name, NK coffin. Is that a place, senior? A faint, knowing smile played on underworld god Yoon-ga's lips as he realized, so teacher's finally going to make this crybaby grow up. The ink coffin, a small annex standing sentinel at the very edge of dam and temple, glowed with an eerie purple-red light under the night sky. This annex, an artificial space of pure nothing, stood as a man-made void, meticulously crafted at immense cost to prevent any sound or light from entering or escaping. Within its depths, the padded walls of the ink coffin ensured absolute darkness and a suffocating silence, a truly claustrophobic void. Underworld god Yoon-jae and Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu followed their teacher and the disciple in short sleeves towards the foreboding entrance of the ink coffin. Underworld god Yoon-jae explained the ink coffin's chilling purpose. It was built for shamans whose spirit threads have gone wrong, or who've lost the ability to communicate with their gods. Her eyes wide with growing apprehension, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu voiced her rising fear, if it were just praying in a quiet room. We wouldn't treat it like such a big deal, right? Underworld god Yoon-jae turned to her, his question hanging heavy in the night air, have you ever been placed in complete isolation? He continued his chilling explanation, when all outside sound is cut off, the only thing you'll hear in that quiet space is your own breathing and your heartbeat, underworld god Yoon-jae revealed, the rhythmic thumps echoing the unnerving reality of profound solitude. Those sounds blend into this uniquely unpleasant dissonance, he explained, foreshadowing the agonizing reality seen in Chun Ji-seung, trembling and hunched in the desolate dark. Which makes you nauseous and dizzy, underworld god Yoon-jae added, painting a vivid picture of the suffering. And the total darkness. He continued, a grim vision of Chun Ji-seung's wide, horrified eyes illustrating its profound effect. In the dark, your pupils stay fully dilated. Underworld god Yoon-jae elaborated, laying bare the physiological impact of the void. He detailed the horror of squirming white lines and crawling insect-like hallucinations that drives people mad, warning that those who give up lose their grip on reality. And, he concluded, his gaze sweeping over Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan, those who get stronger. The soft scuff of footsteps echoed as the disciple in short sleeves continued to will their teacher towards the annex. Underworld god Yoon-jae set the chilling terms for her confinement, stating, if you don't open the door from the inside, then in 3 days. I'll go in and check on your condition. As the door began to creak open, Underworld god Yoon-jae imparted his final, brutal wisdom, desperation. That's the weapon of an ordinary shaman. The door's groan began as Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan stepped inside, Underworld god Yoon-ga's voice following her into the encroaching darkness, seek, cling. Through the narrowing crack, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan's desperate eye watched as the door continued to creak shut, Underworld god Yoon-ga's command echoing, and beg. His stern eye, visible only through the final sliver of the closing door, delivered the crushing instruction, until you feel filthy and humiliated. Cast into absolute darkness, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan was reduced to a tiny, gasping figure, her sobs lost in the oppressive void. Days or hours, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan knew not, her grimy hand reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp the lost sense of time. The oppressive silence warped her perception, making the confined space feel terrifyingly infinite, her distressed face streaked with tears. In the endless expanse of time and space, her finite being was diminished to an unbearable insignificance, a crushing realization. Yet, in this desolation, a single resolve ignited within her, all I can do, all I must do, is cling to my God. With bruised, bloodied lips, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan's thoughts turned to agonizing doubt, has he ever answered my prayers? What if this has all been a lie from the start? A terrifying thought gripped her, or maybe my desperation has just been entertainment for my God, as her anxious heartbeat pounded relentlessly in her ears. The frenzied rhythm of her heart echoed in her ears, pushing her to the brink as she whispered, I feel like I'm going insane. A single tear traced a path from her wide, despairing eye as she pondered, no. Maybe I was already insane from the moment I willingly stepped into a place like this. But a fierce resolve ignited within her, her hand clenching tightly, but I have to go insane. Her fist tightened, a dark understanding hardening her resolve, Yeouido is a den of madmen. Her clenched fist, now imbued with a faint, ethereal glow, affirmed her new, terrifying mantra, only by going mad can you finally shine. With a final, agonizing clench, she accepted the monstrous truth, only by going mad can you be qualified. Through the narrow crack, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan's eye burned with a fierce, renewed determination, echoing the tormenting words, seek, cling, and beg. Until you feel filthy. Her hands clasped in prayer, dark energy crackling around her, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan exerted a guttural scream, embracing the command to feel, and humiliated. Her raw, tear-streaked face contorted in a defiant scream, Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan vowed, even if I go insane, I won't give up. Her voice hoarse with fervent desperation, she screamed, I'm not leaving until you answer me. Just once. Her entire being became a conduit for her desperate plea, answer this hollow prayer of mine. This was the tale of one who longed for what exceeded their grasp, one who coveted what they inherently could not possess. This was a soul unable to accept their own perceived lack, a spirit who vehemently rejected the solace of modest peace. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan's eyes, wide and bloodshot, reflected the swirling blackness of her descent into madness, or perhaps, something far greater. From the encroaching darkness, the ram-headed shadow, its red eyes glowing, finally answered her desperate cries, beckoning, come to me. The narrative pondered those who hid their unreachable desires, coveted the impossible, and struggled to accept their own fate. Then, the question lingered, who would refuse even a moment of modest rest? From the ethereal darkness, an eerie invitation echoed, come to me. Chun Ji-seung slumped in somber reflection, wondering why it was. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan ran, her expression a mask of urgent determination. She threw herself into his spectral arms with everything she had, a desperate, longing embrace. Ghostly arms enveloped her in a mystical, overwhelming embrace, like reuniting with a lover she had ached for down to her very bones. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan sobbed profusely, her tears smearing her makeup as she gulped for air. The ghostly ram's skull and skeletal hands reappeared, questioning the source of such sorrow. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan cried out, clenching her fist, I took you in as a god. Her voice raw with fury and despair, Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan accused, but you're the evil god who's ignored me all this time. Her fist remained clenched, suppressing the torrent of unspoken emotion. I'm the pathetic one who can only cling to a god like that, Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan lamented, when an unseen voice inquired, then tell me, what do you want? As the glowing ram's skull appeared, Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan declared her singular desire, power. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan, standing tall, clarified, power to keep up with him, to set our own policy direction, and to match the Grand Council's start, while Chun Ji-seung sat defeated. Chun Ji-seung's face contorted in an intense, gritted struggle. His foot shifted dynamically against the dark floor. Power to stomp my feet and chase after him with everything I've got. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan vehemently declared, as Chun Ji-seung plummeted into a dark, swirling void. Chun Ji-seung continued to fall deeper into the oppressive darkness, his head bowed in somber resignation. The ghostly hand extended, accepting her plea with a foreboding grace. Skeletal fingers cut into a gloved hand, drawing blood in a violent, ritualistic act. A bleeding pentagram, etched in blood red, marked the hand, signifying a pact of ominous possession. The blood-red pentagram pulsed with power as Mephistopheles declared, I, Mephistopheles, will lend an ear to your prayers from now on. As a ghostly touch brushed her, Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan was reassured, do not be afraid just because your shepherd is far away, little Yunsu. From atop the hill, Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan asserted, looking up as a large ghostly hand descended towards her. Isolated in the vast darkness, Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan declared, I am watching over everyone. A wooden door creaked open, revealing a glimpse of a dark interior. Chun Ji-seung stumbled as he approached her frail teacher, who sat in a wheelchair, accompanied by the man in traditional blue clothing and the woman in traditional brown clothing. The man in traditional blue clothing looked on with concern as the old teacher, head tilted, appeared to be deeply asleep. Chun Ji-seung continued to stumble forward, approaching the still, melancholic scene. Her frail teacher stirred slightly, his eyes barely open, and gently asked, so, the god you wanted to meet, did you find him? Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan revealed, her bloodied hand touching her leg, I didn't just find him. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan smiled triumphantly, showing the blood-red pentagram on her hand, and added, I even touched him. The man in traditional blue clothing gasped in shock at the sight of the bleeding god mark on her hand. Surrounded by dense purple energy, Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan stood as the man in traditional blue clothing observed that her negative energy and divine power had intensified. The man in traditional blue clothing congratulated her, you made it through, Yu Ka-hyun. His face glistened with moisture, the man in traditional blue clothing expressed his profound relief, yeah, I'm glad. Her frail teacher's head remained bowed, appearing to be deeply asleep in peaceful yet fragile slumber. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan reacted with wide-eyed shock and distress at the sight of her teacher's frail state, her bloody hand trembling. A hand gently checked the sleeping teacher's breathing with quiet concern. The man in traditional blue clothing explained that her teacher had sat there for 2 days, waiting for her, and the fatigue must have hit him all at once, as Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan knelt in remorse. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan gazed at her sleeping teacher with a quiet, contemplative sorrow. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan gently pressed her marked hand against her teacher's arm in a tender, significant gesture. In a memory, a gentle voice from off-panel began, child. The old teacher held a child's hand, offering words of strength, be strong. The old teacher gently patted the crying young Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan's head, saying, living as a death ritual shaman is a lonely, deeply lonely path. He comforted the young, crying Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan, urging her, don't cry now. Save your tears. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan's bloodied, marked hand reached towards her teacher's resting hand in a poignant, symbolic gesture. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan stood solemnly beside her sleeping teacher, observing a moment of respectful silence. The man in traditional blue clothing advised her, do well, wherever you go, whatever you do, your teacher is watching. So don't bring him shame, the man continued, and Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan responded with resolute determination, from now on, I'll live that way, senior. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan closed her eyes, covering her bloodied mouth with her hand, lost in somber thought or pain. A simple, grateful, thank you was expressed. Yu Ka-hyun's brief respite came to an end as she knelt before her teacher and companions. The elevator doors creaked open in the sleek, modern building. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan entered the lounge, her steps resonating, as her associates awaited her return in the welcoming, social space. Mephistopheles Yeouido Rayhan smiled broadly, a joyful and mischievous glint in her heavy makeup. The band members erupted in boisterous cheers, their arms raised in celebration. 2 young women embraced, their faces a picture of joyful surprise. The young man with long dark hair smiled and waved, cheerfully announcing, I'm back in one piece. Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan smiled happily, her eyes squinted, as another woman playfully touched her face. The woman with long dark hair, arms crossed, expressed relief, seems I worried for nothing. Two men applauded a presentation displaying first-half performance status in the professional, appreciative conference room. In a chaotic and joyful celebration, people splashed drinks on each other. Three individuals turned their attention to the woman with long dark hair, who stood observing with crossed arms. Two men enthusiastically sprayed champagne on the young man and woman, who both smiled amidst the boisterous celebration. The young man and woman shared a subtle, intimate look, shimmering champagne drops still clinging to their faces. A man intently typed at a computer workstation, while narration ominously described how a ritual was enough to crush any opposing firm. In the spiritual temple, Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan knelt in prayer, her hands clasped, while Chun Ji-seung stood before a glowing Buddha statue. Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan prayed intensely, her marked hand glowing with faint purple mystical energy. The blonde band member passionately played an electric guitar, their hair flowing with the energetic music. Chun Ji-seung lunged forward, wielding a rattle and a knife, driven by intense momentum as if a massive wave carried him. Chun Ji-seung cautiously peeked from around a corner in the traditional building. Chun Ji-seung and Mephistopheles Seonyo Urehan, followed by masked figures, walked confidently, ushering in a new and powerful era. A tall, modern glass skyscraper stood imposing against the blue sky, an urban monument. Two women walked purposefully down a modern office hallway as narration explained that the Minister of Finance had already arrived at the Financial Supervisory Service. The woman with short dark hair, curious, asked the woman with long dark hair if any minister-level official had ever requested a meeting with someone from their bureau before. The woman reflected on the unusualness of being summoned from the Death Curse Bureau, acknowledging the government's uncomfortable relationship with shamans in Yeouido. The woman pondered uncertainly, why were they suddenly calling her in now, given the sensitive nature of her bureau's work? The woman with short dark hair expressed a bad feeling about the summons, but the woman with long dark hair tried to calm her, suggesting it might just be a routine courtesy call. The woman with short dark hair, holding a folder, opened an office door with anticipation. The woman stood respectfully in the formal office where two men were already seated at the conference table. Kim Chong-mak, governor of the Financial Supervisory Service, formally introduced the director of the Death Curse Bureau whom they had summoned. The woman bowed respectfully, a gesture of humble deference. Hyo Song-jaeun, the Minister of Finance and Economy, sips his teacup with a self-assured, content smile. The Minister of Finance, Hyo Song-jaeun, stated directly, since you're a busy man yourself, Director, I'll get straight to the point, the President wants to at least double the Korean stock market during his term. He explained that only then would people turn from the real estate never loses myth, finding stock investment attractive, and naturally solving the administration's biggest task, taming housing prices. The woman with short dark hair, skeptical, stated she understood the policy direction but questioned its relevance to her Death Curse Bureau, prompting the man to begin, recently. The unseen speaker revealed that the president had heard about the rapid death shaman. The man's eye narrowed as he revealed the president had also heard about a profit group in Yeouido that used death rituals to lower stock prices and make money. The man decisively set down his teacup, emphasizing that these actions were acting in direct opposition to their government's policy direction. With a subtle, resolute smile, the man stated that the government wanted death ritual shamans gone from Yeouido. The Minister of Finance paused, holding his teacup, as he began to articulate the president's overarching directive. The president, he revealed, wanted all death ritual shamans eradicated from Yeouido. The director of the Death Curse Bureau listened, her concern already deepening at the grim implications of such a policy. Her breath caught in her throat as the director pressed for clarification. Did he truly mean to eliminate only the death ritual shamans from Yeouido? Minister Hyo Song-jaeun remained utterly unperturbed, casually assuring her that her understanding was, in fact, perfect. The director countered, explaining that her bureau existed to maintain balance among Yeouido's shamans and protect people from curses, not to crush one side. With resolute determination, she stated that her bureau could never take sides or drive out certain shamans. Persecuting death ritual shamans, she asserted, went against the very mandate and legal foundation upon which the Death Curse Bureau was created. The director's strong stance prompted an official to intervene, attempting to mediate the suddenly fraught discussion. The official apologized to the minister, nervously explaining that neutrality was a fundamental principle of their work. The minister, with a slight smirk, challenged the director directly, which was more important, her bureau's neutrality or the nation's prosperity. He pressed further, contrasting the market's freedom with the people's happiness, questioning if the equal opportunity of lowlifes betting on falling stock prices held more value. He then passionately exclaimed that it was time for heroes to shine, demanding more drink and more men to support the investors who believed in Korea's future. The minister paused, his teacup settling softly onto its saucer. With a knowing smirk, he then declared that this was precisely how the president would respond. The director called out to the minister, who calmly stated he hadn't summoned her to do anything. Her confusion was palpable as the minister clarified his true intent, he had called her there so she would do nothing. With eyes that glowed menacingly, the minister commanded her to do absolutely nothing, to merely watch as Yeouido unfolded, leaving the director tearful and shocked. Your inaction, he declared, would be her patriotism, leaving the director to stand in solemn reflection. As they walked with determined steps, the assistant instructed the director to find the minister's schedule. The assistant casually slipped her hand into her pocket. She tapped intently on her phone, absorbed in the screen. The assistant informed the director that the minister would be meeting with investment firms in Yeouido, listing Osong, Il-han, Stark Management, Fidenaxi Capital, and a total of 12 firms. The director's eyes widened in sudden shock and recognition, the name Osong clearly resonating with her. Inside a grand dining hall, many men in suits gathered around an elaborately set table, the air thick with anticipation. One man reached for his plate, while another's meal was already finished, the subtle sounds of dining echoing through the room. The minister expressed his satisfaction with the meal and proposed a toast to conclude the lavish gathering. With a broad smile, the minister raised his glass, proposing a toast to the revival of their stock market and Yeouido's rise as a global financial hub. In a unified movement, the men in suits rose from their seats, their glasses clinking together. Most of the attendees were now standing around the grand dining table. A man with white hair politely wiped his mouth with a napkin, preparing to speak. The man with white hair raised his hand, the glint of his glasses signaling his intent to interject. The minister, with a hint of irritation, addressed Chairman Ryu Oh-song, asking if he had something to say. Several other men in suits also began to rise from their seats. Chairman Ryu Oh-song asserted that the support offered was far too small for the minister's ambitious demands, highlighting the fleeting nature of 5-year administrations. He emphasized that for businessmen, every move was an all-in bet, staking everything they had built and their future potential, unlike the transient political terms. Impatient, the minister cut him off, urging him to get to the point, then repeated his fervent call for heroes to shine, demanding more drink and more men. Chairman Ryu Oh-song insisted that if they were to put their lives on the line, they required at least a few conditions. His first condition, he declared, was for the government to share advance information with the gathered firms about which stocks they planned to support and invest in. His second condition was for the state coffers to be opened when needed, supplying them with ample capital. Chairman Ryu Oh-song concluded his terms with a smirk, while the minister's previous words about lacking legal means seemed to hang in the air, a stark contradiction. Looking out at the city lights, Chairman Ryu Oh-song stated that Oh-song would gladly contribute to the nation if given that level of support. He confidently declared that driving out all death ritual shamans from Yeouido would be effortless with unlimited resources and the legendary sharpshooter Il-sun Doryang behind the trigger. A soft tap of a shoe on the ground signaled unspoken disagreement. With a smirk, Chairman Ryu Oh-song suggested not merely driving out the shamans, but completely wiping out the firms that employed them. The young man with light brown hair reacted, his eyes widening at the mention of Il-sun Doryang. Chairman Ryu Oh-song predicted the imminent start of a state-sponsored season of madness, which would mark the death ritual shaman's final, desperate struggle. He then ordered the summoning of all 5 fingers of Oziang's hand. A soft, lingering hum signaled a transition to a serene traditional Korean setting. A male voice acknowledged the order with a crisp sound, as the peaceful garden remained undisturbed. A female voice confirmed her understanding with calm assurance, as the scene lingered on a collection of potted plants. Jachangbi Shin Myo-jin, a woman with long black hair, spoke the name Il-sun Doryang with serene anticipation as she tended to a plant. She was identified as Jachangbi Shin Myo-jin, Osong Finance's second seat shaman, her expression pensive. Yangji Yuk Byung-ho, a man with long dark hair, laughed exuberantly from his disheveled bed, declaring he would, of course, answer the summons. With a broad smile, Yuk Byung-ho bid a cheerful farewell to someone on the phone. Yuk Byung-ho, Osong Finance's third seat ritualist, mused thoughtfully about receiving a summons after such a long time. He excitedly proclaimed that the candles were rising again, a sound like a rushing wind accompanying his words. Yangji Yuk Byung-ho triumphantly declared it was time for heroes to shine and demanded more drink and men, while others remained in their hedonistic slumber. A muffled thud suggested the green-haired man was listening intently on his phone. The green-haired man was deeply focused on his audio work, his studio a whirlwind of sound equipment. As DJ Nam Gung-hyuk, Osong Finance's fourth seat, intoned a mantra, he deliberately put on his headphones. A woman with long green hair meticulously soldered electronic components, small clicks marking her precise work. In her cluttered workshop, the woman with long green hair was completely absorbed in her task. Her hands were shown in intricate detail, carefully soldering a circuit board, wisps of smoke rising. Yicheol Ji Jian, Osong Finance's new, fifth seat shaman, expressed a determined resolve to shed her substitute image, anticipating another all-nighter. The 5 fingers of Osong ascended the steps of a grand, traditional Korean-style building, their collective purpose now clear. Ilsun Doryang, the man with blonde hair, made a precise gesture with his hand. Ilsun Doryang, the blonde man, stood with Shin Myo-jin and Yangji Yuk Byung-ho, clipboards in hand, ready to embark on their new tasks. Ilsun Doryang, the man with blonde hair, presented a list of stocks slated for blessing rituals. The 4 shamans looked down at their rustling documents, as Ilsun Doryang explained that the purple highlighted stocks were currently tied to death ritual shamans. Ilsun Doryang instructed them to pay special attention when performing blessing rituals on those particular stocks. Shin Myo-jin observed thoughtfully that the number of such stocks was quite significant. Shin Myo-jin questioned Ilsun Doryang directly, wondering why the guidelines had suddenly become so aggressive when they previously only handled major cases of company profit. Ilsun Doryang explained that the state had decided to intervene, boost stock prices, and fully support the blessing shamans. He dramatically declared the situation an unprecedented grand feast, the start of the greatest hunting season for them. Ilsun Doryang commanded everyone to reveal their hidden claws without reservation. The 4 shamans responded with a mix of laughter, nods, and chuckles, their reactions confirming their readiness. Meanwhile, a man in a suit checked his phone as rumors began to spread about the finance minister's meeting with firms employing blessing shamans. A notification popped up on a computer screen, a crucial finance ministry memo addressed to Deputy Han Wei-jin. At the same time, groups of serious men in suits, representing tax authorities, gathered to initiate intense audits on firms using death ritual shamans. Stock prices began moving violently in one direction, with the KOSPI breaking its previous all-time high. A news report declared that the KOSPI had doubled, announcing the state's clear will that stocks would now replace real estate as the main investment. Yeouido, having no intention of defying the state's will, witnessed investors rapidly dropping death ritual shamans and replacing them with blessing shamans. The once sacred space of death ritual shamans was being dismantled, their items packed and carried away. A man in a suit handed a box of ritual items to a sad woman in traditional attire, marking the end of an era for her. Ilsun Doryang calmly reassured Shin Myo-jin and Chun Ji-seung that their financial situation was stable, thanks to Ji-seung's earnings already secured in index tracking products. He further reassured them that there was no need to worry about the team disbanding or losing their partner positions. Yet, Chun Ji-seung remained pensive, expressing subtle reservations despite the reassurances. Ilsun Doryang mused that it didn't feel great to merely pick up scraps. He thought about existing in a market someone else was driving, a towering skyscraper celebrating KOSPI 4000 in the background. As the young man and woman observed, the narration spoke of the prevailing anticipation and the state's promises coinciding with the KOSPI's remarkable rise. With Ilsun Doryang walking away, the narration declared the beginning of an age of chaos for death ritual shamans and the firms that employed them. In such an age of chaos and war, the narration asked, who do people look for? The answer came swiftly, they look for a king, a savior to deliver them. A man in a suit abruptly entered, the sudden movement marked by a sharp sound. The man in the suit instructed Ilsun Doryang, Shin Myo-jin, and Chun Ji-seung to come out to the lobby. He announced the arrival of the death ritual shamans and firm representatives, the narration suggesting they had come searching for a king who could save them. Beneath a vibrant sunset, a traditional building stood peacefully, yet it would soon bear witness to a gathering fraught with tension. Inside, a long dining table laden with an elaborate meal suggested a momentous meeting, its serene atmosphere belying the unease that filled the room. Death ritual shaman Bang Lee Shin of Yuksong Ventures was consumed by a chilling despair, his mind racing with the certainty that there was no way out. The old man, trapped between impossible choices, pondered that if they did nothing, they would surely perish, but if they acted, Osong and Ilsun Doryang would be waiting. Shaman Hyungmo Mok Jiam Rai of Thinking Board Asset Management bowed low, her silence reflecting a profound tension that weighed on her. The ex-monk, freelance death ritual shaman Black, slammed his hands down in a defiant surge of anger, declaring that if they were to die anyway, they would at least swing their sword once. Idiots, scoffed Park Cheol, the Gungjai-ju death ritual shaman from Dongbik Asset, observing that their furious reaction was exactly what Ilsun Doryang desired. Park Cheol believed that such blind rage would only lead to a collective suicide, playing right into their enemies' hands. Black vehemently insisted that Park Cheol should offer a real solution instead of merely posturing, sparking a heated exchange until Park Cheol reminded him that even old man Lee Shin had no answers. Enough! Lee Shin commanded, tapping his cane sharply as the bickering voices gave him an unbearable headache. The old shaman yearned for a bygone era, remembering when Nakwa's presence had brought order. Lee Shin lamented that this unofficial gathering of Yeouido's death ritual shamans was never such a mess when Nakwa was around, his face etched with sorrow. Lee Shin's mind conjured the image of Nakwa, remembering how her sheer charisma and sharp mind had always found a way through, no matter how dire the circumstances. The old man's grip trembled on his cane, a physical manifestation of how deeply he felt Nakwa's absence. As a new, cunning plan began to form in his mind, Li Xin mused about utilizing the King of Rapid Death. A collective murmur of surprise rippled through the shamans at the mention of such a name, their faces etched with shock. The shamans around the table stirred restlessly, their hushed whispers filling the sudden void left by Li Xin's audacious suggestion. Park Cheol, incredulous and pointing an accusing finger, questioned Li Xin's hypocrisy, reminding him of his past vow never to recognize the King of Rapid Death after what happened to Nakwa and Yungpyo. Mok Jiamrai's hair bristled with agitation, and she angrily retorted to Park Cheol's insolence, asserting she hadn't lost her mind yet. Li Xin, trembling with conviction, admitted his continued refusal to recognize him as the ultimate death ritual shaman, but conceded that their dire situation demanded desperate measures. He revealed the grim truth that over 10 death ritual shamans had already abandoned Yeouido, their numbers dwindling rapidly. And, worse still, many more had been hunted down and eliminated by Osong, leaving no choice but drastic action for survival. The old man concluded that they might be forced to sell their very souls not just to an enemy, but to a devil, making Nakwa's past defeat seem almost inevitable. Li Xin firmly decided this difficult path was not a betrayal of Nakwa, striking his cane to punctuate his resolve. He outlined his strategy. First, they would ignite a ferocious conflict between Ilsun Doryang and that guy. Li Xin reasoned that if the other guy was vanquished, Nakwa would be avenged, but if he won, death ritual shamans would gain precious breathing room, all for the greater good. It's a clever move, Park Cheol conceded, exhaling slowly and acknowledging the old man's cunning strategy. Convinced, Park Cheol stood up decisively, suggesting they waste no more time and go to meet him immediately. Park Cheol declared their next target with steely determination, the King of Rapid Death. Suddenly, the man in glasses startled, his head whipping to the side as if alerted by an unexpected presence. The man in glasses instructed Ilsun Doryang, Shin Myojin, and Chun Ji-seung to come down to the lobby. He explained that death ritual shamans and firm representatives had unexpectedly arrived, demanding a meeting with the King of Rapid Death. The group moved with a collective purpose, their footsteps echoing as they made their way towards the elevator. Chun Ji-seung surmised that if they were coming to see him, they were certainly there to beg for their lives, a sentiment Shin Myojin readily affirmed, acknowledging his status as Yeouido's representative. Though he understood the underlying reason, Chun Ji-seung confessed that the whole situation was quite annoying. Shin Myojin's annoyance crackled, as she indignantly questioned how they dared to storm their headquarters without manners, after never showing their faces when their own bowls were full. Ilsun Doryang calmly dismissed the shaman's rudeness, stating simply that business was business. As the elevator approached, Ilsun Doryang proposed they hear what the visitors had to say, speculating they might have brought a compelling offer. The man in glasses revealed that some very prominent figures, including Li Xin from Yuksong Ventures, were among the assembled shamans. Shin Myojin, looking at Chun Ji-seung with a puzzled expression, wondered why the King of Rapid Death wasn't in ritual robes. Shin Myojin worried that Chun Ji-seung, looking like a mere kid in his modern clothes, would be severely underestimated by the death ritual shamans. With a controlled gesture, Shin Myojin slipped her hand into her suit pocket, a silent preparation for the impending confrontation. Chun Ji-seung offered a slight smile, his hand touching his chest, an unspoken acknowledgement of Myojin's concerns. "What is this?" Chun Ji-seung asked, bewildered, as Shin Myojin deftly styled his hair, declaring it emergency styling. There, Shin Myojin announced triumphantly as Ilsun Doryang uttered a surprised, "Oh," at Chun Ji-seung's transformation. Chun Ji-seung blushed deeply, a rare moment of embarrassment at the sudden attention and his unexpectedly styled bun. Shin Myojin, with a resolute gaze, assured Chun Ji-seung she would be right by his side and urged him not to be intimidated, asserting that they held the undeniable upper hand, while Ilsun Doryang found the situation awkward. "You're the king," Shin Myojin affirmed, her hand resting firmly on Chun Ji-seung's arm, bolstering his resolve. Their confident footsteps echoed through the polished halls, a steady rhythm heralding their arrival. As they entered the vast lobby, the four protagonists moved with purpose, drawing the attention of the assembled death ritual shamans. The man in glasses identified the assembled figures, confirming them as Yeouido's powerful death ritual shamans. Li Xin, his eyes fixed on Chun Ji-seung, identified him as the king of the death ritual shamans. A skeptical Li Xin scoffed at the title, declaring his intention to personally verify if Chun Ji-seung was truly worthy of being called a king. With a defiant cry, Li Xin summoned the measles ghost, as a spectral red mask with glowing eyes eerily coalesced from the shadows behind him. The monstrous red mask materialized fully, letting out an earth-shattering roar, its gaze fixed on Chun Ji-seung. TCH. What kind of lunatic is this? Chun Ji-seung thought, his face shadowed with clear annoyance at the foolish display. "You dare brag about your plague spirit in front of me?" Chun Ji-seung challenged, as a majestic white tiger with glowing blue eyes manifested behind him, dwarfing Li Xin's spirit. Li Xin, utterly terrified, stammered in shock, questioning if it was the mama ghost or something far more monstrous and incomprehensible. The white tiger roared with immense power, its form radiating a fierce energy as it moved to unleash its might. Li Xin grimaced, clutching his cane tightly as he strained against the overwhelming force emanating from the white tiger. The old man's eyes squeezed shut, his face contorting in palpable pain as the spiritual assault bore down on him. Li Xin's measles ghost dissolved into swirling red particles around him, leaving him weakened and its spectral form fading. The old man coughed violently, expelling dark liquid as strange black markings appeared on his neck, revealing the brutal toll of the spiritual confrontation. "That's far enough," Chun Ji-seung declared, raising a calm hand to halt his tiger's attack, preventing further devastation. Chun Ji-seung warned Li Xin to cease provoking him, admitting that even he struggled to fully control his nascent divine power. "Ordering me around now. Damn brat." Li Xin grumbled internally, even as the white tiger's spectral form slowly faded into the air around Chun Ji-seung. Li Xin's face glistened with sweat, the black marking on his neck still visible, a testament to the immense physical and spiritual strain he had just endured. The humbled old shaman knelt, looking up at Chun Ji-seung, and respectfully asked for the true name of his powerful god. "Ho Huan Mama," Chun Ji-seung revealed, the imposing head of the white tiger still partially visible behind him. Li Xin gasped in realization. Ho Huan Mama was an ancient deity, a terrifying mix of plague and death, and in that moment, Nakwa's defeat became agonizingly clear. The old man concluded with a heavy heart that they had no choice but to bow their heads in submission. Li Xin formally introduced himself as Yeouido, servant of the measles ghost, and prostrated himself completely before the king of rapid death. A wave of shock rippled through the onlookers, men in suits murmuring and stirring at the unprecedented sight of the powerful shaman's deep bow. "Teacher. Do you have no pride at all?" Park Chio yelled in disbelief, demanding to know if such extreme submission was truly necessary. Li Xin, still prostrate, asserted with unwavering conviction that it was absolutely necessary, as Chun Ji-seung was their only hope for survival. Chun Ji-seung, clearly uncomfortable, urged the old man to stand, while Shin Myojin sharply accused Li Xin of manipulative tactics, calling him more cunning than ever. "If you were going to bow, you should have done it from the start," Shin Myojin declared with annoyance, then ordered all the shamans to leave. A man in a suit clapped his hands together, his gesture a mix of resignation and dismay. Ilsun Doryang, embarrassed by the chaotic display, apologized for the ruined first impression. A man identified himself as Ju Jiahuan, CEO of Yuxong Ventures, presenting his business card. "CEO Ju Jiahuan," Ilsun Doryang murmured, recognizing the name and recalling their previous encounter. Ju Jiahuan, with a friendly smile, extended his hand, asking if they had met at a forum previously. Ilsun Doryang shook Ju Jiahuan's hand, congratulating him on his company's recent success and on discovering the king of rapid death. Ju Jiahuan apologized again for his shaman's rudeness and revealed he had sent a recovery gift to Ilsun Doryang in the hospital. Ju Jiahuan then addressed the king of rapid death and CEO Justin Lee. He proposed that everyone gathered there should join hands, sealing his offer with a firm handshake with Ilsun Doryang. Shin Myojin sharply rejected the proposal, clarifying that Ju Jiahuan wanted to join their hands, and they had no reason to accept his. Ju Jiahuan, gesturing broadly across the modern lobby, challenged Shin Myojin to explain how they planned to survive in the blood-soaked landscape of Yeouido. He emphasized that Osong and its cronies received direct policy information from the government. Ju Jiahuan continued, detailing how Ilsun Doryang and his blessing shamans had begun actively hunting death shamans. He challenged them directly, demanding to know how they intended to stand against such formidable forces. Shin Myojin calmly countered, suggesting they could simply conceal the king of rapid death until the season of madness ended, then act when the timing was right. Ju Jiahuan's eyes narrowed as he questioned how Shin Myojin could predict when the madness would end, highlighting the risk of Osong completely dominating Yeouido in the interim. Both Ilsun Doryang and Chun Ji-seung exchanged concerned glances, clearly weighing the validity of Ju Jiahuan's stark warning. Ju Jiahuan passionately argued that if Osong, already a powerful adversary, continued to grow under government protection and monopolize all shamans, protecting the king of rapid death would become impossible, making immediate action essential. "Now is the time, Golden Cross," Ju Jiahuan declared as he walked away, his footsteps echoing with conviction. Justin Lee's voice cut through the air, observing that the death ritual shamans had gathered to scheme together. Justin Lee made a grand entrance, his leopard print robe flowing dramatically, turning heads as he strode forward. He complimented the death ritual shamans on their diligence for working late, but clarified that this meeting was not his idea. Justin Lee's breath escaped him in a subtle hiss, a dramatic accusation already forming as he observed their clandestine gathering. A wave of raw fear and palpable surprise rippled through the gathered death ritual shamans. Justin Lee strode through the crowd, his voice carrying a mocking edge as he noted the death ritual shamans diligently working late into the night. The name Lee Tae-ha escaped Shin Myojin's lips, a stark realization dawning on her as she processed its implications. Justin Lee's thoughts swirled around the name Lee Tae-ha, an unspoken question lingering in his strategic mind. Chun Ji-seung's expression was grim, his mind already calculating the perilous weight of the unfolding events. Alone in the minimalist office, Chun Ji-seung sank into a pensive silence, the gravity of their situation weighing heavily. Shin Myo-jin approached, a formidable stack of documents held firmly in her hands. With a decisive tap, Shin Myo-jin placed a stack of papers before Chun Ji-seung, a silent prelude to their discussion. Shin Myo-jin slid the papers forward, outlining a list of stocks ripe for shorting and instructing Chun Ji-seung to mark any that resonated with his intuition. With a decisive flick as she lit a cigarette, Shin Myo-jin declared that as her partner, Chun Ji-seung was now expected to make these critical financial calls on his own. Chun Ji-seung rustled through the financial documents, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he absorbed their contents. Chun Ji-seung noted the yellow highlighted stocks scattered across the pages, his voice sharp as he pressed Shin Myo-jin for the meaning of those ominous marks. Shin Myo-jin's voice was stark, delivering a chilling warning, touch those and you die. A profound perplexity washed over Chun Ji-seung, his startled question barely a whisper in the tense silence. Shin Myo-jin then unveiled the chilling truth, the highlighted stocks were the ones she suspected Ilsun Doryang, Lee Tae-ha, was inextricably involved in. Chun Ji-seung remained silent, his mind reeling as he processed the profound implications of Lee Tae-ha's involvement. Chun Ji-seung couldn't shake the feeling that they had been on a roll since Ae-hyun's return, yet a deep concern gnawed at him, did they truly have no chance of winning, even now? With a subtle, resigned gesture, Shin Myo-jin confirmed his fears, her single word hanging heavy in the air, yeah. A bitter, determined resolve sparked within Chun Ji-seung's eye, a silent defiance against the grim reality. Her heels clicked rhythmically as Shin Myo-jin began to recount a story from her past, a tale of a shaman named Cheon-chi, whom she had raised before she found him. Her rhythmic steps echoed as Shin Myo-jin continued, describing Cheon-chi as a talent far beyond genius, a prodigy tragically bested by a monster in his very first Yeouido debut. The devastating revelation then emerged, the monster who had brought down Cheon-chi was none other than Ilsun Doryang, Lee Tae-ha. Shin Myo-jin stood frozen in profound horror, witnessing Cheon-chi's severely injured and bleeding form as the brutal aftermath of the confrontation unfolded. Her voice grim, Shin Myo-jin explained that Lee Tae-ha was not merely a finely honed weapon or the warrior wielding it, his destructive power leaving its mark. She concluded her chilling assessment, Lee Tae-ha was not merely a fighter, but an overwhelming force, a whole war, a natural disaster in human form. As he observed Lee Tae-ha in the yellow robe, Chun Ji-seung realized with a jolt that this was the formidable man Shin Myo-jin had described. A hard gulp strained Chun Ji-seung's throat, a visceral reaction to the overwhelming presence of Lee Tae-ha. Shin Myo-jin's voice was frantic, a desperate plea for Chun Ji-seung not to squander his life on youthful bravado, for she simply could not bear to lose someone like that twice. Justin Lee grabbed Shin Myo-jin's hand with a desperate grip, earnestly begging her not to ally with that CEO, warning that if they provoked Lee Tae-ha, Chun Ji-seung would certainly die. Justin Lee, still visibly worried, reluctantly conceded that if team leader Mi had given an order, he would obey. Justin Lee's annoyance flared as he commanded everyone to cease staring and return to their duties, rebuking them for barging into their company uninvited. Justin Lee began to politely reject CEO Ju Ji-hwan's offer, but a brown-haired man scratched his head, uneasily questioning the unsettling smile that now played on Ju Ji-hwan's face. Ju Ji-hwan's lips curved into a sinister smirk, his gaze sharp with an unsettling triumph. With a triumphant grin, Ju Ji-hwan declared that the king of rapid death had now been irrevocably forced into fighting on their side. For a fleeting moment, everyone present forgot that the man before them was also a monster, one who had clawed his way through hell and back to become a CEO at a remarkably young age. The brown-haired man, with a slight, defiant squirm, admitted the alliance was a burden to reveal in front of Ilsun Doryang, but insisted they no longer needed to hide it, which sent Ju Ji-hwan into an outraged frenzy, demanding to know what insane crap he was spouting. Justin Lee, now addressed as Ilsun Doryang, extended his hand, meeting the growing tension with a quiet confidence. Ju Ji-hwan's voice burned with passion as he declared their utter disdain for the arena run by Ilsun Doryang and Oh-song, for a market that deliberately crowned hegemons for sport, and announced their audacious plan to stage a delightful little rebellion. As Ju Ji-hwan passionately declared his intent to overthrow the existing system, the old woman's thoughts drifted, confirming her own reasons for aligning with him. The old woman articulated her allegiance, drawn by Ju Ji-hwan's slyness and unfathomable depth, asserting that with his latest move, the king of rapid death was now undeniably compelled to fight on their side. Ju Ji-hwan stressed the irrevocable commitment of Golden Cross, stating that even if they attempted to retract their words now, Lee Tae-ha would never be swayed. Shin Myo-jin's expression was grave as she articulated her suspicion, the circumstances and their content lined up far too perfectly to be coincidence. Ilsun Doryang recalled the persistent rumor that all the remaining death shamans of Yeouido were converging at this very location. A serious understanding dawned on Ilsun Doryang as the true purpose behind the gathering finally clicked into place. Chun Ji-seung clenched his fist, his resolve hardening as he acknowledged that they were now operating at full power. Lee Tae-ha declared his true intent, stating he was not there to threaten with words or issue warnings, but, as always, to settle matters with sheer ability. With a sardonic smirk, Lee Tae-ha announced his departure, allowing them, he said, to continue their plotting in peace. His yellow robe fluttering dramatically, Lee Tae-ha strode away, leaving the others to watch his retreating form, the tension still palpable in the hall. A hand aggressively grabbed a suit lapel, the tension escalating into a physical confrontation. Shin Myo-jin furiously confronted the brown-haired man, demanding if he realized the gravity of his actions and condemning him for dragging them all into his reckless death wish. The brown-haired man, utterly unfazed, dismissed her anger as pointless talk, immediately pivoting to the vast cash reserves held by their firms. He continued, detailing the formidable resources at their disposal, all the death ritual shamans they could field, and their extensive political and financial connections. Ju Ji-hwan abruptly protested, alarmed, demanding if their original intent wasn't merely to orchestrate a fight between the King of Rapid Death and Ilsun Doryang, warning that such a full commitment could indeed put their lives on the line. The old woman simply replied, her tone resigned, admitting that her employer's intricate calculations moved far too swiftly for her to comprehend. She maintained her certainty, without these deliberate and provocative actions, they could never drag either the King of Rapid Death or Lee Tae-ha onto the inevitable battlefield. Ju Ji-hwan, now confident in his assessment, declared that after seeing everyone's true faces today, he would unequivocally rather stand with the King of Rapid Death than with Ilsun Doryang. Lee Tae-ha, with a subtle shift, calmly proposed the initial terms, 50-50. With a resolute expression, Lee Tae-ha immediately adjusted his offer to 70-30. The brown-haired man countered swiftly, his gaze unwavering, 60-40. Lee Tae-ha's eyes narrowed, his voice precise as he refined his offer, 68-32. The brown-haired man's gaze was equally unwavering as he countered once more, 65-35. With a firm click, the brown-haired man declared, deal, as their hands met, solidifying a perilous and high-stakes agreement. Shin Myo-jin urgently declared to the CEO that the trigger had already been pulled, and now the only thing that mattered was extracting every possible gain from the unfolding chaos. The brown-haired man bowed deeply, formally expressing his complete reliance on Chun Ji-seung, the formidable King of Rapid Death. Heavy footsteps echoed as the various figures, including Lee Tae-ha and Chun Ji-seung, purposefully departed from the now concluded gathering. At a warmly lit bar, two men sat seemingly relaxed, the recent chaos momentarily set aside. Holding his wine glass, the white-shirt man mused aloud, contemplating if the recent defiance truly meant that even worms squirmed when stepped on. The man in the gray jacket, his expression serious, made a chilling request, Chairman, I'd like you to personally design the battleground, one big, devastating board. The man in the gray jacket outlined his ruthless strategy, a board large enough to gather them all and wipe them out at once, a game, the chairman realized, that would demand they go beyond full power and throw in their very lives. With a cynical grin, the chairman remarked that holding back would indeed be rude for fellow industry players, especially given the impeccably clean execution. He concluded with a cynical, ironic thought, he couldn't even hate them for giving him such work. The man in the gray jacket added a chilling detail, with assistance from a carrier executive, he had pulled call logs from a work phone, confirming the death ritual shamans were indeed on the move. He then revealed a deeper layer of the conspiracy, the caller had been on the phone with Ju Ji-hwan's secretary, implying Ju Ji-hwan himself had orchestrated their presence. His eye glinted with cold calculation as he pinpointed Ju Ji-hwan's true objective, to specifically ensnare both Golden Cross and the King of Rapid Death into this deadly game. Lee Tae-ha's voice was chillingly detached as he echoed a familiar adage, as you always say, the process doesn't matter. With a subtle push of his glass, Lee Tae-ha declared his ultimate objective, what truly mattered was that the King of Rapid Death had stepped into his hunting ground, and that he would die by his hand. With a subtle, contemplative shift, the chairman calmly suggested that perhaps even the King of Rapid Death's demise was merely another calculated part of the larger process. With a sharp clink, their wine glasses met, sealing a chilling pact of shared, ruthless intent. The scene shifted with a stark finality. Shin Myo-jin sat by a towering window, gazing reflectively at the sprawling, brightly lit city below, a stark and transient calm settling upon her. She smoked her cigarette thoughtfully, the cool blue light of the city illuminating her pensive profile as she watched the distant world. Her eye reflected a deep somberness as her inner thought resonated with longing, Puni. The thought of Puni echoed again, laden with unspoken history and poignant emotion. A sudden, deafening bang shattered the quiet, sending Shin Myo-jin running frantically through the ornate hall, her arm outstretched in panic. Shin Myo-jin panicked, frantically shouting for an ambulance, her desperate cries echoing through the bloody scene as she ordered everyone to move, tapping her foot in frantic urgency. A heart-wrenching sob escaped Shin Myo-jin as she knelt, cradling Cheon-chi's bloodied form in profound distress. A violent tremor ran through Shin Myo-jin's body as she struggled, now covered in blood, to lift the injured Cheon-chi, a desperate cry escaping her lips. Her face blood-splattered, Shin Myo-jin stared, wide-eyed and utterly overwhelmed by the unspeakable horror unfolding before her. From the blood-covered floor, Cheon-chi's weak voice pleaded, "Uni, please save me. I don't want to die." Shin Myo-jin's blood-splattered face remained frozen, a mask of intense shock and unbearable agony. A bloodied figure reached out a desperate hand, their voice a haunting plea, "Please save me." Back in the present, Shin Myo-jin quietly brought a teacup to her lips, seeking a moment of fleeting calm. With a soft hiss, Shin Myo-jin lit another cigarette, her contemplative gaze once more sweeping over the city lights, a renewed resolve firming her features. The insistent brrr of her phone shattered the silence, pulling Shin Myo-jin's attention to the urgent incoming call. With a decisive click, Shin Myo-jin gave a terse, urgent command, "Cheolgan, have the car ready." With a new, resolute purpose, Shin Myo-jin declared her destination, her words resonating with a foreboding determination, "I'm going to see Cheon-chi." The man's desperate plea for salvation was swallowed by the dark, intense space. Shin Myo-jin sought a moment of quiet, though turmoil still swirled within her. A soft hiss accompanied her pensive gaze as she considered the city's vast, indifferent expanse. The insistent vibration shattered her contemplation, demanding an urgent response. With a resolute click, Shin Myo-jin commanded Cheolgan to prepare the car, her destination Cheon-chi, no matter the ominous energy swirling around her. Their urgent journey led them to the Yukian Children and Teen Cancer Center, a beacon of stark reality against the night sky. The hushed, sterile corridor seemed to stretch endlessly, amplifying the tension of the impending encounter. Behind this unassuming door lay the truth she desperately sought, its light a stark contrast to the hallway's gloom. A decisive click of the handle broke the silence, ushering them into the unknown. The relentless, rhythmic beeping of machinery filled the dim room, a constant reminder of life clinging by a thread. Shin Myo-jin's voice, laced with raw concern, broke the sterile silence, calling out a name she had longed to utter. From behind the curtain, Cheon-chi's voice asserted her resilience, prompting Shin Myo-jin to demand further explanation. Shin Myo-jin explained her cautious approach, but Cheon-chi, sensing a deeper motive, urged her not to twist the truth. Shin Myo-jin then revealed the real surprise: Cheon-chi had a visitor, a fact that deeply unsettled the bedridden woman. Cheon-chi jolted with a visceral start, a forgotten name escaping her lips as if it were a ghost. Shin Myo-jin confirmed the name had been used by the visitor, confident it would resonate with Cheon-chi. The two women sat in quiet apprehension, the unspoken history between them a heavy presence in the dim hospital room. A man in a suit, carrying a gift, entered the room with a respectful bow, signaling the arrival of the mysterious visitor. Shin Myo-jin greeted Cheon-chi with a quiet intimacy, acknowledging the long passage of time since their last encounter. Cheon-chi, from behind the protective curtain, questioned how Shin Myo-jin had managed to find her hidden sanctuary. Shin Myo-jin revealed her unsettling knowledge of Cheon-chi's past sacrifices and her current, desperate hiding place within the hospital she herself had built. Shin Myo-jin, with a firm grip on her teacup, confessed she had known about Cheon-chi's plight for quite some time. Cheon-chi's voice cracked with a poignant question, demanding to know why Shin Myo-jin had only chosen to visit now, a silence hanging heavy between them. Shin Myo-jin confessed her overwhelming guilt, admitting she was responsible for Cheon-chi's devastation and tragic circumstances. Shin Myo-jin perceived herself as a monstrous figure, believing she had forfeited any right to face Cheon-chi again. Cheon-chi, sharp and skeptical, countered Shin Myo-jin's self-condemnation, questioning what had suddenly granted her such a right to return. Shin Myo-jin denied any newfound right, and Cheon-chi, cutting through the pleasantries, demanded the true, unvarnished reason for her visit. Shin Myo-jin revealed that after Cheon-chi's departure from Yeouido, she had cultivated a new death ritual shaman, acknowledging his talent was still far from Cheon-chi's mastery. Shin Myo-jin, haunted by a past vision of Chun Ji-seung, conceded that his raw talent held the potential to eventually replace Cheon-chi. Shin Myo-jin explained that Ilsun Doryang had just declared an all-out war against Chun Ji-seung, demanding his total defeat. Shin Myo-jin mused that perhaps every blessing shaman in Yeouido would now be targeting Chun Ji-seung, a chilling prospect. Pleading, Shin Myo-jin implored Cheon-chi to help, appealing to their former bond and Cheon-chi's unparalleled expertise in death rituals. Shin Myo-jin's desperate plea intensified, as she directly asked Cheon-chi to perform a death ritual once more. Cheon-chi jolted with a pained, guttural sound, her distress clear even from behind the curtain. Cheon-chi's enraged voice pierced the air, questioning Shin Myo-jin's sanity for making such an outrageous request. With a sudden, dramatic flourish, the privacy curtain was yanked back. Cheon-chi emerged, her face bruised and discolored, confronting Shin Myo-jin with a furious accusation of inhumanity. Cheon-chi pointedly demanded Shin Myo-jin look at her, her voice raw with indignation. Cheon-chi's scream echoed through the room, her words a visceral testament to her dire condition. Cheon-chi thrashed violently on the bed, her distress overwhelming, while Shin Myo-jin and her aide watched the painful scene unfold. The other woman quickly moved to embrace Cheon-chi, urging her to calm down, as Shin Myo-jin watched with concerned eyes. Cheon-chi clutched the other woman's hand, confessing she had waited for this moment for an agonizingly long time. Cheon-chi admitted she never truly blamed Shin Myo-jin, revealing that her true hatred was reserved for Ilsun Doryang. Shin Myo-jin flinched with a startled jerk, taken aback by Cheon-chi's unexpected declaration. Cheon-chi looked up, her expression a mix of surprise and a flicker of fear, as if realizing a profound truth. Cheon-chi reached out a desperate hand, her wide eyes reflecting a profound sense of urgency. Cheon-chi proclaimed that Shin Myo-jin was her rescuer, not her tormentor, emphasizing a debt of gratitude. Two hands clasped together, a silent pact sealing a fragile bond of reconciliation and renewed trust. Cheon-chi admitted she had already resolved to forgive Shin Myo-jin, revealing her own terminal diagnosis that left her with mere months to live. A doctor explained Cheon-chi's grim prognosis to an unseen man, stating that medical intervention was no longer effective. The doctor offered a somber apology, the weight of his words hanging heavy in the sterile air. Cheon-chi, enraged, challenged Shin Myo-jin, questioning if she expected her to aid a new shaman and confront Ilsun Doryang in her current state. Cheon-chi's trembling hand reached out, her voice raw with pain, demanding to know what she had truly meant to Shin Myo-jin. As Shin Myo-jin tried to interject, the other woman frantically warned that Cheon-chi's escalating fury was putting her life in grave danger. Shin Myo-jin bit her lip with such ferocity that it bled, a stark display of her inner turmoil. Blood dripped from Shin Myo-jin's lip as she confessed that Cheon-chi was her deepest, most painful vulnerability. Cheon-chi flinched in surprise as Shin Myo-jin explained her torment stemmed from Cheon-chi's suffering and very existence. Shin Myo-jin admitted her shame, explaining that her desperation to protect her new shaman from Cheon-chi's fate was the true reason for her audacious visit. Shin Myo-jin knelt, bowing her head in a desperate plea, while Cheon-chi's enraged reflection burned in the mirror, mirrored by the other woman's worry. Cheon-chi's face contorted with agony, her eyes welling with tears as she gritted her teeth against the overwhelming emotions. With a sudden, explosive command, Cheon-chi ordered Shin Myo-jin to leave, her voice raw with a final, desperate refusal. The narrative shifted to the serene Emerald Silver nursing home in town, a seemingly peaceful haven. Chun Ji-seung approached an elderly woman on a sofa, his footsteps echoing softly in the spacious lounge. The old woman flinched in surprise as Chun Ji-seung gently touched her hand, her gaze questioning his presence. Chun Ji-seung introduced himself as her grandson, playfully asking if she had forgotten him due to his recent busyness. Chun Ji-seung spoke of bringing medicine and supplements, then gently inquired about her well-being at the nursing home and how she was being treated. The old woman remained silent, prompting Chun Ji-seung to regard her with growing concern. Chun Ji-seung called out to his grandmother, his voice laced with apprehension at her continued silence. The old woman broke the silence with a grave declaration, revealing her unexpected knowledge of Chun Ji-seung's involvement in death rituals. Chun Ji-seung flinched in surprise as his grandmother ominously stated that he had been fortunate thus far. His grandmother warned that his good blood wouldn't protect him indefinitely, asserting that this time, death was an inevitable outcome. Chun Ji-seung, bewildered, questioned his grandmother's cryptic words, which she reiterated with unsettling certainty. The old woman's serious gaze fixed on Chun Ji-seung, offering a stark and urgent warning to run. Chun Ji-seung defiantly clenched his fist, declaring that he had come too far to retreat, refusing to suffer another defeat. Chun Ji-seung looked to his grandmother, believing she had regained her senses, and asked for her guidance. The old woman responded with a confused question, unsure what kind of advice Chun Ji-seung could possibly seek from her. The old woman gently shifted the conversation, offering to go downstairs for a meal, a warm gesture amidst their tense discussion. Chun Ji-seung's subtle eye movement betrayed a flicker of his internal reaction to his grandmother's words. Chun Ji-seung's profile remained intent, his mind processing his grandmother's shifting demeanor. Chun Ji-seung agreed with a subtle smile, confessing his hunger, and accepted her invitation to eat. A sudden vibration interrupted Chun Ji-seung's focus as he worked diligently at his office desk. Chun Ji-seung's hand moved swiftly to check his phone, revealing an urgent message. A colleague enthusiastically reminded Chun Ji-seung about the team dinner, eager to celebrate the positive market conditions. Chun Ji-seung apologized, stating he couldn't make it, much to his colleague's surprise and curiosity. Chun Ji-seung explained his urgent departure, revealing that his savior had finally contacted him after a long absence, compelling him to leave immediately. His colleague wished him safe travels, an odd bat in hand, as Chun Ji-seung departed with renewed purpose. The Yukian Children and Teen Cancer Center sign stood starkly illuminated against the night. Chun Ji-seung sat on a bench outside, beside a woman in a wheelchair, a quiet vigil under the street lamp's glow. Chun Ji-seung explained it had been a long time since he last reached out, proudly detailing his stable new life as a stock analyst, far removed from his ritualist past. Chun Ji-seung acknowledged his analyst salary wasn't as lucrative as his ritualist earnings, but still offered generous bonuses, for which he gratefully thanked the woman. Chun Ji-seung credited the woman's retirement for allowing him to discover the unexpected happiness of a stable, ordinary life. Chun Ji-seung inquired about her current well-being, to which the woman revealed that Yeouido had recently visited her. Chun Ji-seung's face registered surprise and immediate concern upon hearing Yeouido's name, wondering why she would be there. The woman informed Chun Ji-seung that Yeouido had asked her to perform a death ritual, specifically to confront Ilsun Doryang. Chun Ji-seung responded with a disbelieving, nervous laugh, the news clearly unsettling him deeply. Chun Ji-seung gasped in shock, struggling to comprehend how Cheon-chi, in her delicate state, could possibly confront Ilsun Doryang again. The woman, her face etched with determination, firmly declared her unwavering intention to proceed. Chun Ji-seung, overcome with anger and frustration, furiously questioned her reckless decision. The woman offered a gentle, almost serene smile in response to his outburst. The woman revealed the profound and simple truth behind her decision, her love for Shin Myo-jin. Chun Ji-seung gasped in disbelief, desperately questioning how Cheon-chi, with her frail body, could possibly confront Ilsun Doryang again. Despite the tears forming in her eyes, Cheon-chi's resolve remained unyielding. Chun Ji-seung exploded in frustration and anger, unable to comprehend the calm defiance in her presence. An unsettling, subtle smile played upon Cheon-chi's lips, an eerie calm amidst his turmoil. With a gentle, tearful smile, Cheon-chi revealed the simple, profound truth behind her decision, her love. Chun Ji-seung, despairing, called her insane, predicting her death, as a spilled cup symbolized their broken exchange. He looked away, his weariness etched deep as he reflected on the sheer irrationality of the situation. The narrator pondered the two driving forces behind all human irrationality, greed and love. The towering glass skyscraper of GC headquarters stood illuminated, a monument to corporate power. A sleek black vehicle approached the modern building's entrance, its headlights cutting through the night. A quiet click signaled a man reaching for a tissue box in the car's dimly lit interior. The man questioned the woman in the rearview mirror if Cheon-chi's rejection had caused her such pain. With tear-filled eyes, Hyun adamantly asserted that Cheon-chi would never turn her down. Hyun declared Cheon-chi would perform the death ritual, prompting a questioning glance from the man. As tears streaked her face, Hyun claimed Cheon-chi's compliance stemmed from love, leading the man to question her obvious sorrow. Hyun's voice broke, revealing the deep anguish of having to manipulate Chun Ji-seung's love to save him, knowing it would wound him further. The weight of her actions crushed Hyun, making her feel like utter trash, while the man remained stoic. The Emerald Silver nursing home and town sprawled under a vibrant sky, an expansive and deceptively serene complex. Choi Dae-ho sat pensive in his car, lost in thought. Choi Dae-ho waved, signaling their arrival to Chun Ji-seung. Chun Ji-seung acknowledged their arrival, his thoughts heavy as he looked down, footsteps soft on the pavement. With a sigh of concern, Choi Dae-ho asked Chun Ji-seung if something was amiss or if his grandmother's condition had worsened. Chun Ji-seung reassured Choi Dae-ho that his grandmother was fine, though his gaze remained distant. Cars blurred past on the highway, their headlights a steady stream through the night. Choi Dae-ho's eye blinked, a sharp moment of focus. Chun Ji-seung, his voice serious, asked Choi Dae-ho if he remembered the address of Shaman Daman, whom Hyun had mentioned. Choi Dae-ho confirmed the address should be in the car's navigation system, somewhere in Gangwon-do, as he tapped the screen. With intense resolve, Chun Ji-seung urgently demanded to be taken there immediately. Choi Dae-ho looked surprised, questioning the sudden urgency behind Chun Ji-seung's request. Chun Ji-seung explained his unwavering need for greater strength, driven by a solemn promise to himself never to lose anything again. The old shaman sternly waved Chun Ji-seung back, denying him entry to the traditional building. Chun Ji-seung boldly confronted the old shaman, asserting that even as Hyun's guardian, he had no right to make demands. The old shaman gestured, preparing to continue his stern pronouncement. The old man dismissed Chun Ji-seung's attempt as pointless, explaining that the pink coffin was only for shamans whose powers had waned. The old shaman's challenge was met with a tense moment, indicated by a clenched fist. Chun Ji-seung, resolute, declared his determination to gain even 1% more strength, regardless of any risk. With a start of surprise, the old man, swayed by Chun Ji-seung's resolve, instructed someone to allow him inside. The old shaman mused on Chun Ji-seung's unexpected depth of resolve, surprising for someone so young. The ominous creaking of doors signaled the somber beginning of the ritual, as Chun Ji-seung and the old man lay down. Chun Ji-seung silently affirmed his grandmother had never been wrong. He contemplated that the only way to defy his grandmother's foresight was to become immeasurably stronger. The door creaked ominously as Chun Ji-seung stepped into the profound darkness. Chun Ji-seung knelt, head bowed, in the desolate darkness, preparing for his ordeal. Mysterious rustling sounds announced the emergence of glowing white tiger paws from the blackness. The white tiger's voice echoed, questioning why Chun Ji-seung had foolishly entered its inner sanctum when they could have spoken outside. The white tiger questioned Chun Ji-seung's foolish entry, to which Chun Ji-seung simply replied he wanted to get stronger. Chun Ji-seung's hand gripped his robe fiercely, the physical tension betraying his desperate situation. With eyes squeezed shut, Chun Ji-seung declared his unwavering resolve to cling to even the most pathetic methods for improvement. The white tiger questioned his fear as tears silently streamed down Chun Ji-seung's closed eyes. The white tiger commanded Chun Ji-seung to open his eyes and face it. The colossal white tiger loomed, roaring as it challenged Chun Ji-seung's terror of Il-Sindoriang. Chun Ji-seung, with a grimacing, almost smiling defiance, admitted his fear. A sudden, violent whack struck the darkness. Chun Ji-seung's head snapped back with a brutal impact, blood splattering as the white tiger's claw struck him down. He lay on the ground, racked with painful coughs that brought forth blood. The white tiger's menacing presence questioned Chun Ji-seung's fear again, while Chun Ji-seung gasped, questioning its destructive actions. Chun Ji-seung's bleeding lips parted in terror as the white tiger accused him of trying to smash his own vessel. The white tiger roared its disinterest, threatening to break Chun Ji-seung and await a new vessel to be born instead. As the glowing paw descended once more, Chun Ji-seung desperately cried out, "Wait!" The powerful blow sent Chun Ji-seung plummeting through the dark space. As he frantically fell, Chun Ji-seung's desperate cry of, "Wait!" echoed. Coughing blood, Chun Ji-seung's disoriented mind fixated on finding the exit. He realized the futility of escape when the very god he served was attacking him in the lightless void. Terrified, Chun Ji-seung ran frantically, green energy swirling menacingly behind him. Chun Ji-seung fell again, a raw burst of blue energy radiating from his back. A pained groan escaped Chun Ji-seung's lips, racked with agony. The trembling Chun Ji-seung faced the blurred, luminous white tiger as it demanded an answer. As the white tiger pressed its glowing paw upon him, Chun Ji-seung, against all odds, answered no to its question of fear. The white tiger probed what truly caused Chun Ji-seung to doubt it, and he confessed his greatest fear was death itself. Chun Ji-seung then revealed a deeper terror, not his own death, but the demise of those he loved. His confession of weakness echoed a past trauma, a haunting image of his loved ones in danger from a dark entity. The glowing white tiger starkly reminded him that his chosen deity embodied death itself, a truth his body had already embraced. With piercing blue eyes, the white tiger sternly instructed him, as a true servant of death, never to fear it. The white tiger's paw retracted as it delivered a final, chilling admonition against showing weakness ever again. Though bruised and bloody, Chun Ji-seung defiantly wiped the blood from his mouth. The white tiger, hovering above, issued its ultimate, chilling threat: it would personally grant him death if he showed weakness again. Kneeling, Chun Ji-seung desperately begged the mystical beast to teach him how to become strong, to calm his gnawing anxiety. The white tiger delivered a harsh, fatalistic truth: no strength existed that could defy the inevitable. It commanded him, a stubborn fool, to first conquer his fear of what could not be avoided. His sneaker lay stained with fresh blood, a stark image of the brutal cost of his journey. With slow, deliberate footsteps, Chun Ji-seung walked away, the old shaman watching his departure. A mysterious, glowing godmark now coursed with blue energy across his back, evidence of a painful, mystical transformation. An unsettling, denser negative energy radiated from him, manifesting as a menacing shadow with glowing red eyes. The old shaman reflected on Chun Ji-seung's undeniable growth in power, wondering if the young man himself comprehended the change. With a decisive gesture, the old shaman revealed Chun Ji-seung had received a visitor during his ordeal. His bruised face etched with weariness, Chun Ji-seung questioned if the visitor was team leader Me. The shaman explained he had already conveyed instructions through Hyun, if it was indeed the person Chun Ji-seung suspected. His limping footsteps echoed as the shaman revealed the visitor was another of their kind. The shaman gravely declared he had never encountered such vicious negative energy in 30 years of practice. To the unaware, she appeared merely frail, yet a deeper, more sinister truth lay beneath. A dizzying surge of overwhelming dark energy pulsed through the air. The sheer density of the negative energy was suffocating, forcing a pained gasp from Chun Ji-seung. The narrator emphasized the unprecedented scale of this dark power, acknowledging that even if deliberate, it was unlike anything ever witnessed. Bruised and bewildered, Chun Ji-seung demanded to know the identity of this powerful, unseen force. The woman identified herself as Cheon-chi, a formidable, senior death ritual shaman who harbored enough hatred for him to kill. With a chilling, enigmatic smile, the woman finally revealed her name, Cheon-chi. Chun Ji-seung, still reeling from the overwhelming dark energy, demanded to know the identity of this powerful, unseen force. With a smug certainty that belied her injured state, the woman declared herself his senior, a death ritual shaman so consumed by jealousy that she harbored a lethal hatred for him. Then, with a chilling, enigmatic smile, the woman finally revealed her name, Cheon-chi. The name struck Chun Ji-seung with a profound and painful shock, a realization of deeper, unexpected connections. The formidable Cheon-chi then disclosed that, long before their meeting, she had once fostered a shaman who bore the very same fabled name. She asserted that if Chun Ji-seung possessed genius, then this Cheon-chi was a force beyond even that, a prodigy of unmatched power. Chun Ji-seung's mind raced, connecting the dots and realizing this was the very Cheon-chi that team leader Lee Tae-ha had once spoken of raising himself. He grappled with profound disbelief, questioning how a shaman emanating such raw power and pressure could possibly have lost a ritual to anyone. As he observed her, a new understanding dawned on Chun Ji-seung. This was the shaman team leader Lee Tae-ha was now training, his new weapon. Cheon-chi expressed a mix of surprise and resentment that someone had found a vessel capable of filling her empty spot, as the narration marked this as the first encounter between two once-in-a-generation death ritual geniuses. Chun Ji-seung, bruised and pensive, quietly questioned his own misfortune, while the narrator acknowledged this pivotal moment as a generational shift. The woman confessed her hearing was impaired due to chemotherapy, revealing a vulnerable side as the magical moment of twilight painted the sky in hues of yellow and blue. Chun Ji-seung cut to the chase, asking why she had sought him out, only for Cheon-chi to defiantly declare she was there to confront him directly. Inside the dim car, Cheon-chi began issuing instructions, ordering them to find Myouido at a place she vaguely referred to as Golden Cross. The man with green hair behind the wheel bristled, asserting his loyalty to Chun Ji-seung and demanding they prioritize his employer's rescue before anything else. His eye, a beacon of focus and unwavering resolve, showed his determination to protect Chun Ji-seung. In the back seat, Chun Ji-seung sat in thoughtful silence, processing the rapid turn of events. On the highway, their van sped forward, carrying them toward an unknown destiny. Both Cheon-chi and Chun Ji-seung sat in the car, each bearing the visible marks of recent battles and unspoken burdens. A single tear traced a path down Cheon-chi's cheek, revealing a hidden reservoir of sadness beneath her fierce exterior. With a quiet, almost reserved gesture, the woman adjusted her robes, pulling them carefully over her legs. A subtle smirk played on her lips, hinting at a hidden agenda or a private amusement unknown to those around her. Cheon-chi provocatively asked if Chun Ji-seung feared that her ravaged state was a glimpse into his own future, receiving only silence in reply. She pressed him further, speculating if his injuries were the result of a stray curse from his battle with Lee Tae-ha. Her face, etched with a dark, bruised mark, offered a silent testament to the brutal costs of her past. Cheon-chi gravely admitted that her very survival was only due to Lee Tae-ha's mastery not yet reaching its current devastating peak. With stern eyes, she warned Chun Ji-seung that facing today's Lee Tae-ha alone would undoubtedly mean his demise. She explained that Myouido understood this grave truth, which was precisely why she had come to Cheon-chi for aid. Yet, Cheon-chi still wondered aloud what made Chun Ji-seung so special that Myouido would cast aside her pride for him. Abruptly, Cheon-chi turned the tables, asking Chun Ji-seung if he harbored feelings for Myouido, catching him completely off guard. She insisted on an honest answer, proclaiming that such matters were as serious to her as life and death itself. Chun Ji-seung's face betrayed a flicker of nervousness under the harsh car lights. He settled into an unreadable, expressionless facade, a silent defense against her probing questions. Finally, Cheon Ji-seung broke the silence, admitting he didn't know if he would call it like, but confessing his deep regard for Myouido. His thoughts drifted back to monochrome memories, recalling that she was the first person to truly discover his potential. He remembered Myouido consistently appearing by his side, the first to look after him whenever he collapsed and awoke from his intense rituals. The flashback showed Myouido kneeling, diligently tending to his severe wounds amidst a crowd of indifferent onlookers. Cheon Ji-seung mused that, aside from his grandmother, Myouido was the only person who had ever genuinely worried about his well-being. He declared his earnest wish for team leader Mi's happiness, a simple yet profound sentiment. Cheon-chi's eye, with its faint mark, observed him with a subtle, watchful intensity. Elsewhere, Dandori meticulously combed Cheon-chi's long, purple hair, a moment of unexpected care. Dandori commented on Cheon-chi's presumed wealth, then inquired about her deeper motivations for performing rituals beyond mere financial gain. Cheon-chi, looking directly ahead, simply stated her goal, to live happily with her for a very, very long time. Dandori, absorbing the sincerity of the answer, concluded with a solemn understanding that such a goal made her efforts entirely worthwhile. Cheon-chi teasingly called Chun Ji-seung a sneaky brat, suspecting ulterior motives behind his pure confession, which only further exasperated him. The driver, observing their bickering, humorously wondered if they were siblings, given their dynamic. A traditional wooden door, slightly ajar, hinted at secrets within or a passage to a different realm. Cheon-chi's eye widened in sudden, profound surprise. Her expression shifted from pure shock to a flustered surprise, as if a hidden truth had just been revealed. A suggestive smirk graced her lips, a drop of liquid adding to her mysterious allure. Dandori, with a serious demeanor, uttered Cheonchi's name, acknowledging her presence. Dandori pointedly reminded Cheonchi of her original purpose, to seek help at the hospital. Dandori observed the injured shamans, questioning Cheonchi about her corpse-like expression in her current state. Cheonchi, touching Dandori's face with a serious expression, clarified that she had not come solely to save Chun Ji-seung. She expressed pity for Dandori's situation and firmly stated her true motivation was to settle scores in a revenge match against Lee Tae-ha. Dandori, wiping away a tear of gratitude, thanked Cheonchi for her presence, regardless of her stated reasons. With the formalities concluded, Dandori prepared to discuss the pressing business at hand, gathering Cheonchi and Chun Ji-seung for their meeting. Dandori presented their strategic plan on a whiteboard, outlining the path forward for the two shamans. A montage offered fleeting glimpses into the everyday lives of various individuals, hinting at a wider cast of characters soon to be introduced. Dandori's hand swept across the whiteboard, pointing to a collection of pictures, seemingly assembling a team for their upcoming challenge. A mosaic of headshots, a motley crew of diverse individuals, awaited their call, their faces a mix of seriousness and surprise. Cheonchi clutched her chest in sudden pain, a stark reminder of her fragile physical state, as Chun Ji-seung sat behind her, still recuperating. Her hand was covered in blood, a visceral sign of her internal struggles and injuries. Chun Ji-seung's eyes widened with worry, his concern palpable as he registered Cheonchi's sudden distress. His own hand, stained with blood, dripped onto a matchbox, a fresh wound mirroring Cheonchi's pain. Cheonchi covered her eyes with a hand, her gesture conveying profound physical and emotional distress. Critiquing the existing strategy, Cheonchi declared that attempting to match Oziang's 5 figures against individual opponents would inevitably lead to failure. The two women intently studied the pictures on the whiteboard, contemplating a more effective strategy against their formidable foe. Her bloody hand sorted through the scattered photos, highlighting a picture of Cheon Ji-seung. The blood-stained finger pointed directly at a picture of a man and a woman, singling them out for their vital roles. Cheonchi's bruised face and bloody, pointing finger emphasized the gravity of her words. A single drop of blood fell from her finger, a stark and dramatic punctuation to her assertion. She explained that only by combining their forces, dogpiling their opponent together, could they even hope to bring him down. Cheonchi emphasized Ilsun Doryang's immense strength, prompting Dandori to question if Cheon Ji-seung was truly to be used merely as an assistant. Cheonchi swiftly dismissed the notion, deeming such a role a waste of Chun Ji-seung's considerable power. With firm resolve, Chun Ji-seung declared the necessity of performing a joint ritual. The narration clarified that a joint ritual involves two shamans operating within the same sacred space. The principle, as simple as its name, was illustrated by 3 figures bowing and praying in a solemn, synchronized ritual. The narration further explained that both shamans and their deities must combine powers for a shared goal through a single ceremony, but a closer look revealed the immense difficulty involved. Visually, turning golden gears emphasized the absurd precision and immense difficulty such a ritual demanded. For success, the two shamans' strength and tempo had to align perfectly in both intensity and nature, requiring their assistant shamans to also maintain a similar pace. 2 figures in traditional attire, deep in prayer, represented the vital support role of assistant shamans in the intricate ritual. 2 women, surrounded by swirling light, were depicted with serious expressions, symbolizing their synchronized connection within the ritual. The narration concluded by stating the ultimate challenge: the two shamans' gods had to blend without conflict, a prospect so daunting that Chun Ji-seung questioned its very possibility. Dandori confirmed the possibility but highlighted the insane difficulty and immense risk, noting that a properly executed joint ritual hadn't occurred in nearly 3 decades. Dandori voiced her concern, calling the plan reckless due to Chun Ji-seung's inexperience with his god and his inability to match Cheonchi's pace. The man with brown hair countered, arguing that without this ritual, they would surely lose to Ilsun Doryang anyway. Cheonchi stepped forward, offering to personally train Chun Ji-seung and his team until they could keep pace, prompting Dandori to ask if she meant a crash course. Cheonchi sternly commanded them to summon her teammates, declaring that the original, true king of death rituals and his crew would teach them a lesson. Dandori, connecting the dots, realized crew referred to the infamous Cheonchi gang and confirmed that Joe team leader had already gone to gather them. A vibrant street scene unfolded, where a man played an instrument amidst a lively market crowd. The man enthusiastically played castanets, surrounded by a cascade of musical notes. With a precise press, a hand activated sound equipment. A man with long hair sharply warned another not to damage his valuable work equipment. The man in the hat reacted with a look of pure surprise. A large screen announced a Hagam Master Jong Somi solo concert, advertising a performance of traditional Korean music. Inside a bustling hallway, a woman in traditional clothing prayed, observed by a man with a briefcase, as others passed by. Her face was serene, eyes closed in gentle prayer, radiating a calm reverence. The neglected, rotary pass building stood, its cracked windows reflecting a sense of disrepair. In an office, a woman at a desk looked up in surprise as a man, appearing injured, approached her. The man, with a serious expression, announced the dramatic return of Cheon-chi. The woman reacted with profound surprise upon hearing that Cheon-chi needed everyone's immediate help. A shaman and their support crew often maintained a strictly vertical relationship, as illustrated by their hierarchical structure. The shaman typically stood at the center, commanding and leading every aspect of the ritual, soaking in all the attention. Meanwhile, the shaman crew toiled frantically in the shadows, ensuring their leader's brilliance remained untarnished. Most of the credit for any success ultimately went to the shaman, whose performance captivated all. In this demanding industry, many shaman crews were treated as disposable temporary workers, not even directly hired, leaving their futures uncertain. But Cheon-chi's crew, famously known as the Cheon-chi Pack, stood apart from all other death ritual shamans. Cheon-chi never once stole the spotlight from her supporting cast merely to shine brighter herself. Instead, the crew worked seamlessly, a lively backstage environment humming with activity. Because they were a death ritual shaman crew, often looked down upon, she prioritized their care and comfort, even shielding a distraught man from the rain. Her playful smirk suggested a camaraderie uncommon in their rigid world. In quiet moments, Cheon-chi and her dark blue-haired companion found harmony, their instruments weaving traditional melodies. Yet, there were also moments of intense concern, as Cheon-chi gestured worriedly toward a shocked woman in a sterile hospital hallway. And so, with a determined rumble of wheels through a grimy alley, the Cheon-chi Pack began to gather once more. Even as a digital display announced the cancellation of a master's performance, promising a 120% refund, the whispers confirmed they were heading towards a path fraught with peril. "Let's go, boys," the woman with glasses urged, her voice laced with firm resolve, knowing their leader, Cheon-chi, awaited them. A man in a red jacket stretched, ready for the challenge, as the unseen narrator mused that such loyalty was simply what it meant to be human. In the dimly lit outdoor area, the diverse members of the Cheon-chi Pack stood together, forming an unwavering line. "Then, let's each coach our positions," Cheon-chi declared to Chun Ji-seung, her serious gaze reflecting the weight of their upcoming task. The woman with glasses turned to the man with glasses, "I heard you're handy with tools." She then wondered, touching her face thoughtfully, if he also knew how to throw a punch. She explained to the group that Oziang's goons would stop at nothing to win, likely resorting to physical force to wreck the ritual site. Her voice, tight with intensity, challenged them, "Can you protect your shaman if it comes to that?" Two crew members launched powerful punches at the man with glasses, who recoiled from the blows, testing his readiness. Meanwhile, the man in the shaman hat and the woman in dark blue robes observed a band named Falling Whole performing on a vibrant stage. "I can manage," the man in the shaman hat conceded, then sharply criticized the band's performance, finding it to be full of random noise and lacking true artistry. Holding a pair of fans, he emphasized to the percussionists that while hyping things up was fine, the sound truly needed to carry, to resonate with power. With skilled precision, a hand drew a bow across a traditional instrument, producing a resonant sound. Another hand deftly manipulated multiple folding fans, creating distinct, percussive clicks. The man in the shaman hat performed a dynamic display with his fans, while the woman in dark blue expertly played her instrument, captivating the surprised band members. Across the room, the man with spiky hair stood facing Yeouido, who looked up at him with serious attention. He leaned in, asking the young woman, "What's your shaman's favorite food?" Yeouido responded with a bewildered, "Sorry." Undeterred, the man with spiky hair pressed on, his eye intense, "Do you know what they do in their free time?" He continued, bombarding her with personal questions about the shaman's home, family, and most hated memory, prompting a flustered Yeouido to ask what any of it had to do with support. His stern voice cut through her confusion, explaining that if she didn't know the feelings, memories, or habits of the person she supported, her efforts would be futile. "If you want to devote yourself to someone," he asserted gravely, "you need to know who that person is first." Back in the hall, Cheon-chi, leaning on a crutch, instructed Chun Ji-seung to reenact his ritual, caring only to observe his movements, not to summon his god. Chun Ji-seung stood thoughtfully before the ritual tools, observed by Cheon-chi in the background, preparing himself. He performed the initial actions of his ritual, shaking a rattle and wielding a stick with focused intensity. His bare feet stepped with deliberate rhythm onto the wooden planks, each sound a quiet part of his practiced movements. Cheon-chi watched, a thoughtful expression on her face, as Chun Ji-seung appeared distressed, white substance on his face, midway through his performance. "It's a mess," Cheon-chi declared critically, her mouth slightly open in disappointment. She directly confronted him, asking if he had ever formally learned how to do a ritual, to which Chun Ji-seung defensively admitted he hadn't, but countered that he still managed to beat many shamans. Cheon-chi dismissed his argument, stating that his wins were due to raw talent and bravado, but among top-tier shamans, victory truly lay in the details. She announced her intention to teach him the basics again from scratch, beginning by presenting the bells. Holding up a rattle, she explained its sacred purpose: "These are a calling device for your god. It's how you tell your god, I'm here." She demonstrated the bells, clarifying that while they efficiently opened a ritual, shaking them continuously would not significantly increase its power. Next, she introduced a red cloth, explaining its profound significance as a direct connection line to one's god. This cloth, she revealed, was the most direct way to convey one's intentions to their god, showing what emotions they wished to pour into the ritual. Chun Ji-seung reflected silently, surprised by the complexity, realizing he had never even considered using a ritual cloth before. A hand gripped a staff firmly, ready for the next lesson. Cheon-chi then presented a large sword, explaining that it and other blades were for detonating a ritual once its build-up was complete. She warned Chun Ji-seung that the technique depended entirely on how they were used, urging him to watch closely as her stamina would only allow one demonstration. With a swift, powerful swing, Cheon-chi demonstrated the large sword, her dynamic movement filling the panel as a surprised Chun Ji-seung watched. Chun Ji-seung reacted with wide-eyed shock to her display, his expression betraying his astonishment. He realized inwardly that her movements were not merely swinging a blade, but an intricate, almost ritualistic dance. Cheon-chi's own thoughts confirmed her mastery, realizing that it wasn't about a single powerful swing, but a continuous loop that seamlessly connected build-up and release. Chun Ji-seung pondered that instead of a single burst of energy, her continuous method could keep the ritual's embers alive indefinitely. Kneeling, Cheon-chi instructed Chun Ji-seung that he must learn the specific dance for each weapon, whether it be sword, knife, or spear. With a soft thump, Cheon-chi collapsed to the floor from exhaustion, and Chun Ji-seung quickly crouched to support her. Chun Ji-seung confessed feeling pressured, prompting Cheon-chi, looking tired and pained, to ask if it was because she was burning her life to teach him, or because she'd left her hospital bed for the ritual. He looked at her seriously, simply stating, "Both." Tears streaming down her face, the woman grabbed Cheon Ji-seung's shirt and made him promise he would never betray her and would make her happy. Chun Ji-seung inwardly questioned the depth of her devotion. "What kind of person is team leader me to you, Cheon-chi, that you'd go this far?" Her face, streaked with sweat and tears, showed the raw intensity of her emotions. Looking up with a gentle, tearful smile, she declared, "She's my everything. My whole world," she confessed, "my love." Her life, she revealed, had been a literal trash can, a stark contrast to the prestigious Bongmyang family, whose traditional gate now appeared. An aerial view revealed the vast, sprawling complex of the Bongmyang family, nestled in green mountains under a clear blue sky. This family possessed a proven method for creating high-quality blessing shamans, which a man now observed in the shadowy figures. That method, she explained, involved stripping negative energy from those shamans. To achieve this, they needed a trash can, a vessel to absorb all that negative energy. Since negative energy clung to stronger sources, they took in a young girl born with a massive amount of it, destined to become that miserable trash can. They made her absorb it all, and knowing that negative energy fed on human misfortune, a man walked with solemn purpose. The man stood before the desolate wooden box, his back to the viewer, implicating his grim role. To feed the darkness, they deliberately made that child the most miserable being in the world. Huddled in misery, the woman reflected that her sole reason for existence had been to be the unhappiest creature alive. But then, a woman with long black hair, a streak of white shining like hope, reached out and pulled her from that despair. The woman's fragmented cries were like a duckling's first sight of its mother, an imprinting of love and salvation. It was the unconditional love of a baby for its mother, expressed in the gentle comfort of clasped hands. And so, she came to love her, embracing a man in her tearful release. Looking at Chun Ji-seung with a touched expression, the woman asked how she could ever hate someone her beloved cared for, like him. With a dramatic finger raised, the woman declared her firm intention to make Chun Ji-seung the worst shaman in all of Yeouido. Her intense eye conveyed an unwavering, fierce determination. Meanwhile, the man with spiky hair linked pinkies, making a heartfelt promise to ensure no one would ever end up unhappy again. Within a grand, lantern-lit hall, preparations for a momentous ritual unfolded, each traditional decoration meticulously placed. Every detail mattered, as one man diligently worked to perfect the intricate decor for the looming ceremony. Other figures moved with purpose, ensuring every piece was in place for what was to come. From scaffolding, a man carefully affixed paper talismans, each charged with an unseen purpose. As preparations neared completion, the blonde-haired man thoughtfully surveyed the intricate work, his confidence a quiet hum. A man's deliberate steps echoed through the dim space, each stride an announcement of his approach. The door swung open abruptly as the man in glasses, startled, began to reveal crucial information he had intended to hold back. He announced the shocking news: Chi had joined Golden Cross, a revelation that shifted the very ground beneath them. The man with blonde hair reacted with stark skepticism, unable to believe Chi could still be alive after such a devastating curse. He had believed she should have perished from the returned curse, but the blonde-haired man confirmed his intel was solid, originating from a planted contact. The gravity of the news settled over the blonde-haired man as he listened, weighing the unexpected turn of events. A heavy silence fell as the man in glasses processed the implications, his mind racing with possibilities. With chilling resolve, the blonde-haired man cut through the tension, asking if he should simply eliminate her. From her stark hospital bed, the woman with white hair delivered a chilling, unequivocal command: kill her. Her weary eyes held a distant rage as she spoke of Bongmyang's downfall, tracing its beginning to the very moment that Brat entered the human world. Chun Ji-seung listened intently, his grip tightening as she bitterly noted how that Brat now enjoyed power in Yeouido. Spitting with visceral fury, she commanded him to personally eliminate her, declaring it his solemn duty as the head of the Bongmyang family. Back in the decorated hall, the man in glasses confidently assured his superior that with government backing, a sudden death would raise no police inquiries. But then, with a sharp intake of breath and narrowed eyes, he delivered a stark warning: don't lay a finger on her. Instead, the blonde-haired man declared his intention to handle the situation personally, announcing they would proceed with the counter-ritual as planned. As the pieces of their strategy came together, Dandori outlined the intricate plan, each step a calculated move in a high-stakes game. The core members underwent intense training, honing their skills and preparing for what was to come, while Chun Ji-seung observed, deep in thought. To solidify their momentum, Dandori shockingly proposed gathering all the death ritual shamans, making the woman with long purple hair question her audacious plan. The woman with long purple hair voiced her deep concern that some shamans would inevitably hesitate to join their fight. She knew the sheer power of Ilsun Doryang and Osong would make many shrink back, too intimidated to oppose them. Dandori insisted they needed to ignite the shaman's resolve, explaining that a public declaration of her full return would be the spark. The woman with the white streak worried that Osong already had informants among the death shamans, meaning news of their ritual would inevitably reach their enemies. Despite the concerns, the woman with purple hair remained calm, believing their adversaries were already aware of their intentions. Rather than hiding, she argued, an open and defiant display of their strength would prove a far greater threat to their opponents. A woman with long black hair carefully applied makeup, completely absorbed, as a man with long hair cautiously peeked from behind her, a curious hum escaping his lips. This was no ordinary makeup, but special effects prosthetics, the black-haired woman explained, prompting an annoyed reaction and a clenching fist from the long-haired man. With a final light tap, the black-haired woman finished her work, announcing that Cheonchi's transformation was complete. The woman with long purple hair allowed herself to be adorned with rings, each piece adding to her carefully crafted persona. A hand gently rested on her shoulder, a silent gesture of solidarity in the dim light. Smiling, the woman with purple hair and glasses affirmed Cheonchi's beauty, reminding her that they needed one truly flashy piece to capture every eye. Both women held their own silent anticipation, each lost in thought as the moment of revelation drew near. With an eye patch adding to her mystique, Cheonchi offered a confident smirk, her readiness palpable. Then, with a sudden realization, the woman with purple hair exclaimed that she had forgotten something crucial, gesturing toward her arm and startling the spiky-haired man. The spiky-haired man adjusted her prosthetic arm, reassuring her that it wouldn't be noticeable as long as she moved with care. Her makeup now complete, the woman with purple hair confidently declared it was time for them all to step onto the stage. A procession of figures in traditional attire moved through the grand hall, drawn toward a brightly lit area where the ritual would soon commence. A diverse group of shamans stood together, their expressions grim and resolute, awaiting the impending confrontation. Side by side, the two women maintained their serious demeanor, their gazes fixed on the same unseen point of focus. The red-haired man impatiently questioned why they were still waiting when the king of rapid death had called them, while the old woman remained lost in thought. Then, the sharp ding of the elevator broke the silence, signaling a new arrival. A single foot, clad in a traditional shoe, stepped out with a decisive thud. The old man's eyes widened in profound surprise as he recognized the formidable figure before him. It's Cheonchi. A wave of murmurs rippled through the gathered crowd, each whisper conveying the collective shock of Cheonchi's unexpected return. As Cheonchi and her companions walked with rhythmic steps through the awestruck crowd, it became clear what her very name meant to the shamans of Yeouido. She was the revolutionary who shattered the stagnant dominance of the blessing shamans, rewriting the rules with every deliberate stride. Her legacy was so profound that she had rewritten every counter-ritual record of the time, moving the red-haired man to tears. She was also the shaman who popularized aggressive shorts for hedge funds, a testament to her influence that even the traditional shamans acknowledged with solemn prayer. Even among her peers, a sense of awe rippled through them as they regarded her as nothing less than innovation, a living legend, and an undeniable trendsetter. With each rhythmic step, she embodied the beginning, the end, and the very golden age of their world. Despite the support of a crutch, Cheon-chi walked with an unyielding confidence through the crowded hall, a testament to her resilience. Chun Ji-seung silently reflected on his own presumptuous title of king, recognizing the colossal shadow cast by Cheon-chi's unparalleled legacy. With a sudden, sharp realization, Chun Ji-seung understood it wasn't merely her negative energy, but Cheon-chi's entire presence that transcended his own. Then, Cheon-chi's hand extended with a deliberate grace, a silent invitation or a looming claim. Chun Ji-seung looked up, surprised, as Cheon-chi's hand settled firmly on his shoulder. With a knowing smile, Cheon-chi instructed Chun Ji-seung to watch and learn, for these were the very people he would someday lead. With a sweeping grace, Cheon-chi led her retinue towards the stage, her crutch not a hindrance but a symbol of her powerful resolve. With a decisive pause, Cheon-chi declared her intention to perform a joint ritual with the King of Rapid Death. Her voice ringing with fierce determination, she vowed that this time, they would bring down Ilsun Doryong. Among the crowd, an old man and woman exchanged looks of utter shock and awe. That's Cheon-chi. And she's still standing strong. The spiky-haired man, who had been certain of their impending defeat, now saw a glimmer of hope. With Cheon-chi, they might actually succeed. Addressing the shamans, Cheon-chi acknowledged the world's perception of them as vile curse-wielders, but insisted their ability was far more profound. She asserted that the thick negative energy they carried was not a choice, but an innate part of their very birthright. With fiery passion, she declared that they were merely exercising the inherent rights they had been given by their very existence. The woman with the white streak looked down, absorbing Cheon-chi's powerful words, lost in thoughtful contemplation. She spoke of their arduous journey, a fate shrouded in heavy darkness, yet they had clawed their way to Yeouido to finally shine. Her hand clenched tightly around her crutch, underscoring the raw desperation and brutality that set them apart from the radiant blessing shamans. With that very desperation and brutality, she declared, they would bring down those who possessed everything. The woman with the white streak recognized Cheon-chi's genius, forging a bond far stronger than mere financial gain, uniting them in the shared, cruel fate of death ritual shamans. With a fervent roar, the crowd erupted, shouting, Cheon-chi, in enthusiastic support. The red-haired man and others joined the chorus, their unified shouts of Cheon-chi echoing through the dim hall. The woman with the white streak mused on the magnetic charm a true king must possess, silently urging Chun Ji-seung to witness its power. She silently implored Chun Ji-seung to watch and absorb, hoping he would fill the painfully large space Cheon-chi would one day leave behind. With a powerful, defiant roar, Cheon-chi rallied her followers, proudly we will curse. She promised they would relentlessly drag their enemies down, without hesitation. Her determined voice declared they would be dragged to the very bottom, until they fell within her grasp, her every word captured by a recording smartphone. In a gilded, opulent chamber, the blonde-haired man sat confidently on his throne, his smartphone revealing he had been listening to every defiant word. Before his opulent throne, a diverse group of his own allies stood, their faces turned toward his formidable presence. With a subtle shift of his weight on the throne, the blonde-haired man sneered, speaking of vile, wicked creatures who dared to target them. He paced with deliberate steps, condemning them as beings who fed on sinister energy and took perverse pride in their garbage act of cursing others. He issued a dire warning to his followers: defeat meant the resurgence of death rituals across Yeouido, a past he clearly wanted to prevent. With a smooth, reassuring gesture, he placed a hand on a woman's shoulder, declaring them the lamps that light the dawn. He then firmly tapped another man's shoulder, proclaiming them the vital pillars that upheld the country's stock prices. With a gentle touch, he moved to another, declaring them the life-giving rain that brought prosperity to all. Finally, with a confident smile and a hand resting on a woman's shoulder, he delivered his ultimate command: so let's win. The rhythmic clatter of the train echoed through the bustling city, a prelude to the relentless pulse of the financial world. Inside, the quiet tension of countless individual destinies rode the rattling train, each moment ticking towards an uncertain future. Amidst the commute, one man's world narrowed to the volatile graphs on his screen, each tick a silent beat of impending judgment. The relentless pursuit of fortune captivated another, lost in the numbers while the city moved around him. Even mundane errands became a backdrop for the ceaseless vigil over the market's whispers. Above the city, grand banners proclaimed a new era of prosperity, their celebratory messages fluttering against the sky. At the heart of this soaring financial epic stood Golden Cross Investment, a beacon of wealth in the glittering city. Behind the corporate facade, a nondescript sign marked the chamber where critical decisions would be forged. In the cool silence of the meeting room, two figures convened, the air already thick with unspoken strategy. With a deliberate slide, the man in the suit initiated the exchange, a subtle challenge in his gaze. Choi Dae-ho, arms crossed, declared the sum of their collective ammo, revealing the full extent of their war chest for the impending battle. The man in the suit explained the sheer depth of their commitment, detailing how Yuksong Ventures and 7 other hedge funds had liquidated everything to forge their financial bullets. As the document was subtly adjusted, Choi Dae-ho absorbed the implications, his attention unwavering. Choi Dae-ho's fingers tapped a quiet rhythm against the table, each soft beat marking the depth of his pensive calculations. The rhythmic tapping grew more insistent, a silent expression of escalating internal pressure. Finally, a single, soft tap sealed a weighty conclusion. Despite their collective financial firepower, Choi Dae-ho voiced his grim realization that it still wouldn't be enough to dismantle Oh-song. Choi Dae-ho explained their critical vulnerability. Even a shamanic victory wouldn't save them from a capital onslaught, as the banks had mysteriously blacklisted their credit lines. Resentment etched on his face, Choi Dae-ho speculated on a hidden hand, that man, who orchestrated their financial blockade, leaving no room for variables. With stark determination, Choi Dae-ho proposed the desperate measure of securing foreign capital, a suggestion met with a weighty silence from the man in the suit. Choi Dae-ho then fixed his gaze on the CEO, directly probing his past for any high-stakes connections on Wall Street. The next desperate move led them across oceans, to the legendary crossroads of Broad and Wall Street. Here, amidst the hallowed halls of global finance, fortunes were forged and shattered with equal, ruthless power. In the cool expanse of a distant office, a man offered a crucial introduction, yet his tone carried a subtle, ominous warning. The man paused, then revealed the true nature of their potential benefactor. She was no ordinary investor, but a force far beyond. Rumors painted a chilling portrait, speaking of her singular role in orchestrating global financial collapses, a testament to her terrifying influence. A final, stark warning resonated through the line: they must be careful, lest she devour them whole. In his dimly lit office, Justin Lee prepared for a monumental conversation, the city's glow reflecting in his focused eyes. The weight of the moment settled on Justin Lee's face, his expression grim as he braced for the encounter. The digital interface became a portal to immense power, Justin Lee's image reflecting his quiet resolve. A stark alert proclaimed the arrival of Lady Black Swan, her enigmatic name echoing the very rumors that preceded her. Justin Lee's live image faced the stark, symbolic presence of Lady Black Swan, a black swan emblem the only glimpse into her persona. The stark emblem of the Black Swan served as a silent, potent declaration of her arrival and her formidable presence. Justin Lee began his formal introduction, a practiced attempt at composure in the face of the unknown. Lady Black Swan's cutting, immediate question struck Justin Lee, leaving him utterly breathless with surprise. The bluntness of her words sent a ripple of involuntary shock through Justin Lee's composure. Regaining his composure, Justin Lee calmly stated the colossal figure, an estimated 8 trillion won. A profound silence stretched, pregnant with the weight of her contemplation. Then, with terrifying brevity, the single word, done, affirmed her unfathomable wealth and swift decision. Justin Lee's attempt to discuss interest was met with a chilling dismissal, leaving him utterly stunned by her unusual terms. Lady Black Swan then revealed her true price, not money, but lives, specifically demanding the king of rapid death. Justin Lee's eyes widened in profound shock as Lady Black Swan articulated her uncanny awareness of their uniquely titled shaman. The woman with purple hair calmly articulated her audacious demand, the right to lease their powerful shaman for an entire year. The narrative declared that with all players, resources, and stages set, the Grand Curtain was finally poised to rise on the impending conflict. The woman with purple hair, now addressing her team, illuminated the inherent tactical edge held by death ritual shamans in any counter-ritual. She emphasized their decisive advantage, the absolute, strategic power of the first strike, a deadly opening move. She detailed typical counter-ritual strategies, such as deploying feigned rituals to exhaust opposing shamans, their actions echoing with the resonant thrum of spiritual energy. She added that deploying intricate distraction plays was another crucial tactic in their strategic arsenal. Yet, a somber note entered her voice as she revealed her body was failing, its strength ebbing with every passing moment. With grim determination, she declared an unavoidable head-on confrontation, resolved to finish the battle tomorrow night, a decision met with unified, resolute nods. The Yukian Children and Teen Cancer Center stood, a beacon of fragile hope against the darkening night sky. In the subdued calm of the hospital room, the woman with purple hair gently patted the bed, while a man quietly packed their belongings, the air heavy with unspoken departures. The woman with purple hair gazed downward, lost in a profound moment of reflection, her expression a mix of contemplation and melancholy. With purposeful steps echoing softly, a woman with short dark hair walked through the hospital hall, her expression deeply serious. The woman with purple hair subtly touched her face, a tender, almost unconscious gesture before the coming farewell. She extended her arm with an open palm, a silent invitation to connect. From behind, the woman with short dark hair embraced her, a silent, comforting gesture filled with profound emotion. The woman with purple hair, turning her head slightly, offered a soft smile and a gentle pat of comfort in return. A soft, gentle smile graced the woman's lips, a rare moment of serene warmth. In the hospital corridor, a doctor bent to greet 3 small, curious children, their soft footsteps echoing their innocent wonder. The doctor gently suggested that before she departed, the children should know the true benefactor behind the hospital that saved them. The woman with purple hair walked past, keenly aware of the children's curious, upward glances. A soft, almost imperceptible chuckle escaped the woman with purple hair, a rare moment of genuine amusement. With a contemplative smile, the woman revealed her complex truth: the hospital was built not purely from altruism, but a selfish hope for karma, for more time, and a quiet place for her own treatment. As a small, bald child clung to her leg, the woman softly, almost hesitantly, dismissed the tender gesture, claiming she didn't deserve such heartfelt service. The children clung to her tightly, their soft murmurs of "sister," dissolving her defenses in a surge of pure, unexpected affection. With a gentle smile, the doctor encouraged her to embrace the warmth, reminding her that the world was not entirely devoid of good. The woman with purple hair offered a silent, soft smile, profoundly touched by the unexpected comfort and the doctor's gentle words. Embracing a child tightly, the woman with purple hair uttered a tender, bittersweet plea for them all to remain well, never to fall ill. Over the city, ominous clouds rumbled with growing intensity, signaling the advent of an inevitable, foreboding tempest. High above the city's glittering grid, the woman with the white streak sat smoking, her pensive gaze lost in the vast, illuminated expanse. Exhaling a cloud of smoke, the woman with the white streak acknowledged the perfect, critical timing of their adversaries, sensing the imminent downpour of conflict. A man's hand adjusted his elegant watch, marking the precise, fleeting moment before the storm. 3 sharp knocks on the wooden door heralded the arrival of vital, urgent news. The woman with the white streak took a drag from her cigarette, then sharply inquired about any counter-movements from Osong. The man in glasses confirmed their enemies had all entered Oziang's towering stronghold. Exhaling smoke, the man deduced Oziang's cunning strategy, a prolonged war of attrition, rotating shamans to preserve their precious stamina. Holding her phone tightly, the woman reflected on Cheonchi's accurate prediction: Ilsen Doriang would remain dormant until their ultimate card was played. With unwavering resolve, the woman commanded that the shamans be informed. It was finally time to unleash their full power and open the stage. In the solemn, a chilling rustle filled the air as 2 wooden sticks subtly moved across the surface of a human skull, signaling the ritual's commencement. With deliberate grace, a woman with gray hair slid an ornate red mask into place, embracing her ritualistic role. A resounding, sudden clang pierced the silence, marking the ritual's potent inauguration. A chilling gush of blood streamed over a kneeling woman's head, an extreme act of dedication to the ritual. A bare-chested man with red hair made a slicing incision into his own chest, offering his blood as fuel for the ritual. Supported by a helper, a woman in white balanced precariously on sharp objects, her perilous ritual demanding absolute focus and spiritual endurance. A man in a red robe powerfully wielded 2 swords, dark smoke billowing from them as he performed a potent, mystical ritual. Above the traditional Korean doors, countless and distorted, tumbled chaotically through a swirling storm of vibrant, mystical energy, as if reality itself was tearing apart. With an eerie creak, the traditional doors slowly parted, revealing an ominous, pulsing red glow from within the energy-laden storm. Lightning tore through the tumultuous night, its fierce roar a prelude to the chaos unleashed below. From the swirling mists of an unknown dimension, ominous gates shuddered into existence. With a chilling creak, the mystical portals began to part, promising to unveil untold dangers. Chun Ji-seung was dragged through a maelstrom of raw, untamed energy, his very being stretched to its limits. In a room steeped in tradition, 4 figures prepared for a ritual that would determine their fate. A staff held by the purple-haired woman glowed with an otherworldly aura, channeling power. Chun Ji-seung's hand gripped a ritual blade with unwavering resolve, ready for the harrowing task ahead. The purple-haired woman, staff held high, demanded to know if Chun Ji-seung was truly prepared for the ordeal. With a resolute confirmation, Chun Ji-seung stood poised with his sacred instruments, ready to face the unknown. Nearby, the man with spiky brown hair held a talisman, offering a silent prayer to bolster their defenses. Ancient words of power were invoked, seeking to bind grudges and transform blood into protective forces for the people. The woman with the shaved head intently examined the glowing, ritualistic mark that pulsed on her palm. With eyes sharpened by intent, both the spiky-haired man and the shaved-head woman focused their wills on the ritual's solemn incantations. The spiky-haired man declared a joint ritual, fire swirling above his hand as he channeled elemental power. The woman with the shaved head commanded the energies to open, crimson power flowing from her bleeding hand as she offered a sacrifice. The purple-haired woman and Chun Ji-seung moved with precise, ritualistic steps across the patterned floor, beginning their intricate dance. Chun Ji-seung raised his blade and rattle, his intensity palpable as he faced the ritual's next demanding stage. The purple-haired woman watched Chun Ji-seung's back with an expectant gaze, anticipating the ritual's unfolding. Chun Ji-seung elevated his rattle, and the purple-haired woman lunged forward with her staff, their combined actions electrifying the air. A radiant general spirit soared through the rainy city night, a beacon of mystical energy leaving a luminous trail. A disembodied voice explained the critical objective, to drain power from Oziang's shamans, while acknowledging the profound mystery surrounding their adversaries. An old shaman, masked and meditative, embodied the enigma of Oziang's forces, about whom so little was truly known. The man in the suit revealed Oziang's strategic restraint, noting their full power was reserved only for truly significant endeavors. The white-haired man's intense gaze suggested a deep contemplation of their formidable opponent. The man in the suit recounted the grim fates of all who dared to counter-ritual Oziang's shamans, leaving their methods shrouded in fear and silence. He grimly acknowledged Oziang's vast information network, which likely gave them an intimate knowledge of their opponent's every move. With a decisive slam of a card, the man's hand symbolized the critical disadvantage of their asymmetric information. Another card was played, each move underscoring the high stakes of this strategic game. The man with brown hair offered a subtle smirk, betraying a hidden calculation. The masked old man held his cards, engaged in a silent battle of wits with the brown-haired man. The masked old man grimaced, sweat beading on his brow as the man in the suit lamented the rigged game of Go Stop. Despite the overwhelming odds, the old man resolutely played his card, affirming their unwavering commitment to the fight. The man in the suit asserted their role as supporting caste was to relentlessly push their adversaries until they were forced to reveal their true hand. A general spirit fiercely clashed with a monstrous red serpentine creature, the heavens themselves erupting in their wake. The general spirit hovered majestically above the rain-swept city, its luminous presence a formidable power. The white-haired man urgently identified the formidable entity as Third Seat's Yangji, recognizing its immense power. The general spirit unleashed a powerful spear thrust, shocking the white-haired man who realized it was merely a long-range probe. As the white-haired man cried out, the general spirit poised its spear, preparing for further engagement. The general spirit angrily demanded why its path was blocked, fiercely striking the red serpentine creature. The red serpentine creature recoiled, its form dissolving back into the dark storm clouds above the city. The masked old man knelt, vomiting blood, a direct consequence of the remote spiritual assault. The bald shaman's mask twisted and cracked, a visceral manifestation of his agonizing pain. The red-haired man cried out in anguish, horrified by the old man's sudden and brutal injury. The armored legs of the general spirit descended powerfully, its landing shaking the very air. The general spirit came down with formidable force, spear ready, its determination etched in its form. The general spirit cut a formidable figure against the lightning-streaked sky, spear in hand, embodying raw power. The general spirit's spear brutally struck the unnamed man, leaving him screaming in agony. The general spirit looked down with fierce satisfaction at the injured woman, who lay bleeding on the floor. The general spirit and the red serpentine creature clashed in a ferocious magical battle, purple energy exploding between them. General spirits earned their divine status through triumphs on the battlefield, their glory echoing through time. The general spirit's face, weathered by rain, revealed an intense and unyielding resolve. This martial prowess allowed general spirits to effortlessly dominate in counter-rituals. The old shaman, bleeding and trembling, questioned how a single general spirit could wield such overwhelming power against multiple opponents. Stunned and injured, the old shaman looked up, demanding to know the true identity of this formidable entity. The narrator proclaimed the entity's true name, the White Horse General. An ancient illustration depicted the formidable warrior, cementing his mythical legacy. The brown-haired man expressed his awe, declaring the White Horse General to be the most exalted name among general spirits. The armored man proclaimed the White Horse General's unparalleled superiority, confidently asserting their control through sufficient yang energy. The general spirit delivered a powerful, downward strike with its spear, sending shockwaves through the air. The general spirit stood resolute, sword poised for battle, ready for the next confrontation. The masked bald man mirrored the general spirit's combat stance, his sword drawn in defiance. The bald shaman, lighting his pipe, grimly mused that their opponents underestimated them, believing them to be fools simply because they targeted Cheon-chi and the King of Rapid Death. He proudly asserted their own resilience and status as top-tier Shamans of Yeouido, having survived countless trials. The general spirit and the red serpentine creature fiercely clashed weapons, sparks flying in an explosive burst of energy. The red serpentine creature's foot impacted with a crushing force, reverberating through the rainy night. The general spirit's face was etched with a determined and angered expression, ready to continue the brutal fight. Chun Ji-seung looked up at the towering general spirit, its spear ominously poised above him. Chun Ji-seung's bloody hands gripped his staff tightly, a testament to the immense struggle he endured. The general spirit landed forcefully, its impact stirring a cloud of energy and dust. The armored man defiantly challenged the general spirit, accusing it of ganging up on him like a common thug. The general spirit unleashed a powerful vertical sword strike, cutting through the rainy air. A monstrous, bird-like creature emerged from a dark cloud, growling and drooling with menacing intent. The general spirit angrily confronted the attacking supernatural creature, defending itself with its spear. The injured red-haired man cried out, fearing another blow would be his undoing. The supernatural creature's clawed hand impacted with a destructive force. As the supernatural creature began to fall, the shaved-head woman operated a device that emitted a distinct beep. The shaved-head woman sat amidst a sea of candles in a control room, monitoring numerous screens as her device beeped with increasing urgency. A large, colorful hot air balloon descended through the rainy night sky, its rhythmic beeping echoing its strange arrival. Golden talismans erupted into the sky with an explosive burst of magical light. Golden talismans rained down across the city, affecting the various supernatural entities caught in the magical downpour. The supernatural creature, the masked bald man, and Chun Ji-seung were all ensnared by the falling golden talismans, with Chun Ji-seung visibly bleeding from their effect. The shaved-head woman concentrated with intense focus, preparing for the next stage of her ritual. With a determined command to seal, the shaved-head woman extended her bleeding hand to cast a potent spell. A large golden talisman pulsed with intense light, its magic impacting the rain-swept city. The supernatural creature was struck by a beam of light and plunged into the water below. The masked bald man struggled under the overwhelming weight of the talismans, while the general spirit remained unaffected above. A woman in traditional attire knelt amidst ritualistic items, holding grains in preparation for an ancient rite. The woman held up grains and uttered the mystical word, bone flesh, initiating a transformative spell. Skeletal plant-like structures eerily began to sprout from the grains, growing with unnatural speed. These skeletal, plant-like structures rapidly spread across the urban landscape, creating an unsettling sight. The woman held up grains once more, speaking the next part of the incantation, flesh flesh. Fleshy, red plant-like structures began to emerge from the grains, pulsating with organic life. These vibrant, red plant-like structures spread rapidly across the city street, an unnatural burst of life. The general spirit was suddenly engulfed in glowing golden patterns, its expression shifting to one of surprise. The general spirit's face betrayed its surprise as golden patterns emanated from within its being. With eyes glowing fiercely, the general spirit stood firm amidst the golden energy and lightning, resolute despite the magical attack. The general spirit declared a defiant, back to square one, as it delivered a powerful downward strike. Multiple bird-like supernatural creatures collapsed and disintegrated, leaving behind ominous crimson liquid as they dissolved. Chaos erupted as golden energy rained down, sparking brilliantly amidst a mighty roar. Amidst the dramatic lightning flashes, the general spirit stood with ominously glowing eyes, his spiritual power resonating. The general spirit descended rapidly from the sky, a chilling echo of the narrator's grim declaration, back to square one. Numerous grotesque bird-like creatures swarmed, but one was violently torn apart with a visceral crack. With a firm stance, the general spirit steadfastly faced a monstrous barrage of flying eyeball creatures that rushed from the stormy sky. The general spirit floated serenely above the defeated bird-like creature, now struggling beneath a web of immobilizing talismans. The general spirit roared, his face contorted with fierce determination as if challenging the very storm. From swirling black smoke, an ominous red mask adorned with white fur emerged, descending menacingly over the city. With a powerful burst, the red-masked figure fully manifested into a large, imposing demonic form. As the red-masked figure confronted the general spirit, an urgent, unseen voice pleaded for retreat, crying, "Get back into hiding before we're wiped out. This is as far as we can go." The woman with a shaved head deduced the grim implications, realizing, as far as we can means. They're coming. Lost in somber thought, the woman with a shaved head shifted slightly in her chair within the candlelit room. A woman in traditional attire expressed her deep concern, whispering the ominous names, Cheon-ji, and the King of Rapid Death. With unwavering determination, Chun Ji-seung raised his spear, ready for the coming conflict. Chun Ji-seung attacked fiercely, generating powerful purple energy that surged from his focused eyes. With a thunderous burst, a massive, glowing red traditional building dramatically appeared in the stormy sky above the modern city. An eerie, loud creaking sound emanated from the immense red traditional building as it settled into the stormy sky. A powerful white tiger, its blue eyes glowing intensely, stepped forward with an imposing and awe-inspiring presence. The narration unveiled a legendary figure, the first to defy the very first emperor. The first great rebel. Forefather of the demon mask, god of war, and... With a powerful leap, the white tiger surged forward as the narration continued, proclaiming, "He is the god of war." The white tiger ran at high speed, carrying its rider, embodying the narration's chilling revelation, an evil god. The narration concluded, revealing a spirit of loyalty, and a spirit of loyalty who keeps the white tiger as his death god. A distinctive spear was revealed as the narrator intoned his true name, Jo Ji-wonung. Or, in other words, amidst a storm of red energy and chaos, Chi-woo the War King rode the white tiger, his power roaring through the sky. A vast red energy field, bristling with dark, shadowy tendrils, menacingly enveloped the city, signaling a powerful entity's presence. The general spirit burst forward, charging forcefully through the rain, enveloped in a fierce red glow. Chun Ji-seung grimaced with disgust, labeling his unseen opponent, TCH. Hiding your vision. What a cowardly fiend. Chun Ji-seung watched in startled awe as Chi-woo, mounted on the white tiger, flew high above the cityscape. Chun Ji-seung's mind reeled with recognition, murmuring, that's the evil god they say even Ilsun Doryong barely managed to beat. Chun Ji-seung gasped, finally identifying the masked figure on the white tiger as Cheonchi's god. Sweat beaded on Chun Ji-seung's brow as he felt the fight's escalating intensity. It's heating up. It's starting to burn. As Chun Ji-seung performed a ritualistic gesture, vowing, with the other fingers backing me up. I'll break past my limits, the woman with a shaved head tapped away on her keyboard, providing unseen support. Chun Ji-seung landed with a powerful impact, his voice echoing with fierce resolve, I'll prove it. As the general spirit battled fiercely amidst flashes of light, the narration questioned the dramatic rise of other shamans, while death ritual shamans defies. Just how high the fortunes of blessing shamans have risen. The general spirit burst forward, charging on a glowing white horse, its speed a mere blur through the storm. His white horse galloped ceaselessly, carrying the general spirit across the rain-swept cityscape. The general spirit, with fierce resolve, burst forward on his white horse. Chi-woo, atop his white tiger, stood poised for battle, an ominous presence confronting the rapidly approaching general spirit. The white tiger snarled a menacing warning with a low hiss, I don't mind humoring you. But watch your mouth, dog. The white tiger's massive paw flexed with an ominous crackle, a raw display of power hanging over the city. With a thunderous roar, Chi-woo on the white tiger launched a powerful, charging attack. Chi-woo and the general spirit engaged in a high-speed aerial battle, exchanging powerful blows amidst lightning flashes. Chi-woo and the general spirit collided in a massive explosion of light and raw power, a cry of pain echoing through the storm. Weapons clashed violently, grinding with brutal force. Chi-woo and the white tiger launched a fierce combined attack, their blows colliding with the defending general spirit. Chi-woo glared down with resolute intensity, while the general spirit grimaced, gritting his teeth in a tense, snarling standoff. Both Chi-woo and the general spirit launched powerful, rapid attacks simultaneously, bursts of energy flashing between them. Within a warm, golden glow, a man with spiky brown hair performed a mystical gesture, his eyes wide with intense focus. Firmly, a man in a shaman hat held ritualistic fans, deep in thought, preparing for a sacred ceremony. Metallic clanging sounds accompanied a ritualistic, scissoring movement, its cadence sharp and demanding. The narration amplified the intensity, proclaiming, spear against spear, sword against sword. It echoes the clash of weapons on the battlefield, a sound that imitates war itself. Chi-woo on the white tiger unleashed a powerful, destructive assault, launching multiple spears with a thunderous impact. The man with spiky brown hair continued his mystical hand gesture, fingers subtly shifting as magic built. With a firm resolve, a woman with long blue hair played a traditional instrument, her concerned expression reflecting the unfolding drama. Her hand continued to play, creating a melody that cascaded with emotional depth, a sound sharp enough to tear, yet mournful. The woman played the stringed instrument with intense, sorrowful focus, creating sharp, resonant sounds that pierced the air. The scene graphically illustrated the brutal narration, a sound that mimics the battlefield, flesh-ripping, screams filling the air. The general spirit grimaced, enduring a powerful attack that struck with rapid impacts, his face contorted in immense pain. Though covered in blood and struck by a powerful impact, the general spirit defiantly faced his unseen attacker, his resilience unyielding. Chi-woo flew high above, observing the injured general spirit falling rapidly through the air after a devastating blow. Composed and victorious, Chi-woo looked down upon the severely wounded and bleeding general spirit, the fight seemingly decided. The woman in traditional attire flinched, sensing an overwhelming, unseen force pushing her back. I'm being pushed back. With a resolute expression, the woman with a shaved head offered crucial support, I'll cover you from here. With a decisive click, the woman's foot pressed a key on a futuristic keyboard, initiating a critical action. Lightning flashed ominously over the Hit Securities building, hinting at a powerful shift in the invisible markets. A loud, ominous humming sound emanated from the electrical room, signaling a massive surge of power. Rapid flashes of light and energy streaked wildly across the sky, signaling an immense, unnatural electrical disturbance. Widespread flashes of light erupted around multiple city buildings, hinting at a potent, pervasive magical manifestation. Lights on buildings flickered and glowed dramatically, rippling with an otherworldly energy. Glowing golden chains cascaded and intertwined rapidly across the cityscape, binding it in a shimmering, powerful net. With a powerful impact, Chi-woo and the white tiger were bound by shimmering golden chains as the general spirit observed their capture. Chi-woo struggled furiously against the binding golden chains, his face contorted in raw, agonizing pain. The general spirit observed from atop his white horse as the golden chains hissed and tightened, securely holding their formidable target. The woman in traditional attire explained the enemy's strategic advantage with a grave tone. They've got 2 support shamans on that side. As long as they avoid total annihilation, they can throw him back into the fray anytime. With a sharp exhalation, the woman's eyes narrowed with intense focus and unwavering concentration. The man took a deep, fortifying breath, preparing for his next move with quiet intensity. Chi-woo was violently struck by searing purple energy, his cries of excruciating pain echoing through the air. Bound by golden chains, Chi-woo and the white tiger bled and growled, struggling desperately against their confinement. With a startled neigh, the general spirit's horse reacted sharply to an unforeseen, sudden development. The general spirit on his white horse burst upwards, retreating as Chi-woo and the white tiger plummeted through the stormy sky. With a desperate, enraged cry, Chun Ji-seung revealed the depths of his sacrifice. I twisted even my sexual tastes just to gain this power. Now die. The general spirit and Chi-woo's spears clashed violently in the air, igniting an explosive burst of energy. Chi-woo skillfully blocked the incoming attack with his spear, deflecting it with a crackling shower of sparks. Chun Ji-seung's voice rang with bewildered accusation, questioning, "You're letting them ride you like a horse. Do I not even register as a god to you, white horse general?" The white tiger roared in agonizing pain, having sustained a grievous injury that echoed through the stormy night. The general spirit, Chi-woo, and the white tiger plummeted rapidly through the stormy sky, all bleeding and gravely injured. As chaos erupted, the white tiger turned its fury on the general spirit, roaring a challenge to his very perception. Do I not look like a god to you? Violent impacts struck again and again as the white tiger's ferocious assault splattered dark, otherworldly liquid across the stormy sky. A decisive strike sent the general spirit and his horse plummeting through the desperate sky, their purple blood spraying in an otherworldly mist. The general spirit screamed as he fell, impaled by his own spear and covered in the dark, mysterious fluid. As the general spirit plummeted in agony, the masked man descended relentlessly through the lightning and rain, closing the distance. The masked man and the white tiger plunged rapidly, leaving the injured general spirit to fall helplessly beneath them. Deep within a golden traditional room, a man lay screaming in agony on the floor, bleeding from severe injuries as objects clattered around him. The woman with long dark hair clutched a dandelion-like object, her voice urgent as she declared, "Not yet," calling out the general spirit's name. Her gaze resolute, the woman insisted they had to hold out until Ilsen Doryang's ritual reached its critical climax. Shimmering golden particles streaked down with the plummeting general spirit, whose purple blood splattered amidst the stormy night. The white tiger sneered, its eyes glowing blue as it mocked the very notion of healing in the presence of a plague god. The general spirit's hand, enveloped in swirling purple energy and multiple watchful eyes, continued its descent through the mystical darkness. As golden light streaked around him, the general spirit's form disintegrated into purple energy, consumed by the collapse. The woman with long dark hair gasped, aghast at the dark splatters around her, realizing a dangerous, evil god possessed an ability that completely countered her own. The masked man rode the white tiger downwards as a brilliant golden energy erupted from the inverted general spirit, marking his rapid descent. The masked man, his hand firmly gripping his weapon in the falling rain, confidently declared that the battle's outcome had already been sealed. As the white tiger growled, the masked man disregarded any outcome, hungering only for a taste of heavenly god meat from the falling general. The white tiger bit down savagely, its fangs tearing and spurting dark liquid in a gruesome display. In the golden room, the man lay dead and bloody on the floor, a spear silently resting beside his lifeless body. Droplets of sweat or saliva glistened on the woman with long dark hair's mouth, a silent testament to her intense effort or distress. The woman with purple hair, one eye obscured, addressed Chun Ji-seung, acknowledging his performance but hinting at the need for more. She instructed Chun Ji-seung to quickly conclude the situation and fix his stance, as he held a small object with focused determination. With a decisive motion, the woman with purple hair outlined their strategic plan to push through to Osong, all the way to Ilsen Doryang, as Chun Ji-seung listened intently. The masked man rode the white tiger, soaring powerfully through the rainy night sky high above the city's glow. Golden circles emitted a high-pitched, mystical sound as the masked man and the white tiger flew through the stormy sky. From the stormy sky, numerous glowing golden swords, inscribed with intricate script, rained down with a powerful whoosh. A barrage of golden swords descended with piercing shrieks towards a towering building below, promising destruction. Chun Ji-seung stared up in profound shock, questioning the nature of the phenomenon, wondering if it was a god, or something else entirely. Looking up alongside Chun Ji-seung, the woman with purple hair explained that what they witnessed possessed divine power, despite not being a god itself. The woman with purple hair expressed her profound confusion and doubt, questioning if it was even a shaman's ability she had never faced before, as both she and Chun Ji-seung were utterly perplexed. The scene defined chant as words imbued with shamanic meaning, illustrated by golden glowing symbols falling from the sky like celestial weapons. The fourth seat, Namgung Hyuk, was identified as the chant's user, captured standing intensely in a soundproof room, reciting the words. A close-up revealed Namgung Hyuk chanting with extreme exertion, saliva flying from his mouth as his rapid incantations filled the air. The narration revealed that chanting granted wishes the more it was performed, a grim contrast to the dead body of the man lying on the floor. The narrator posed a thought-provoking question, suggesting the immense power if a lightning-fast rapper were to perform the chant, while showing the dead man's bloody face. The woman with purple hair revealed her strategic depth, stating that she wasn't just buying time for the pretty boy, but for another as well, as blood splatters marked her. The narration exposed Namgung Hyuk's relentless dedication, having chanted, "Annihilate our enemies," 123,000 times without sleep for 24 hours, his body slumped in exhaustion. As the man collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion, the narration proclaimed that his 123,000 chants had transformed into his ultimate weapon. Golden swords, emblazoned with script, continued their powerful and destructive descent from the stormy, lightning-filled sky. The masked man and the white tiger found themselves surrounded by a relentless barrage of falling golden swords in the chaotic night. The masked man looked up, his profile tense and expectant, as golden swords descended from the stormy sky. With a piercing hiss, the masked man, spear in hand, engaged the falling golden swords, deflecting or attacking amidst the dynamic chaos. The masked man and the white tiger continued their epic assault, interacting with the swirling mass of golden swords in the stormy sky. Golden swords pierced through the air with violent impacts, striking unseen targets as the masked man and white tiger pressed their advance. In a dimly lit room, the man rhythmically shuffled multiple folded papers, creating splashes as if performing a mystical ritual. Golden swords clashed and exploded with intense energy around the masked man and white tiger, creating a destructive spectacle. The masked man and white tiger gracefully maneuvered through the stormy sky as the golden swords formed sweeping, powerful arcs of light. A hand pressed a key on a computer keyboard with a deliberate click, signaling a focused and intentional action. Mephistopheles Seonyo Yu-rehan, surrounded by multiple monitors, declared her intent to drain even more of her opponent's strength. City buildings pulsed with massive energy, lighting up with intricate glowing symbols and patterns in the rainy night. Golden chains descended from the dark, stormy sky, accompanied by crackling lightning, imbued with powerful magic. Golden chains and swords descended from the sky with a magical whooshing sound, creating an intense, mystical atmosphere. Golden chains wrapped around the golden swords, colliding with explosive force and creating a powerful burst of light and sound. With precise movements, golden chains meticulously coiled around the golden swords, asserting binding control. A massive beam of golden light shot upwards, forcing back the distant masked man and white tiger with immense power. The woman with the shaved head expressed her alarm, noting that the scattered divine power had gathered dangerously into a single point, posing a threat even to Cheon-chi. The man with long dark hair reacted with anger, his heart pounding, while the woman with the shaved head looked at him with a faint, knowing smile. Amidst the rain, the masked man tensed, gripping his spear firmly as an unsettling hum emanated from him. The masked man and the white tiger clashed powerfully against the giant beam of light, creating an explosive burst in the stormy sky. The white tiger growled, struggling with immense effort as fire and energy crackled around its paws in the stormy rain. The masked man grimaced, straining with a tight grip on his spear as guttural growls escaped him in the rain. The masked man screamed in agony, his hand, enveloped in vibrant purple energy, gripped the spear with immense struggle. A massive explosion of light and power erupted as the masked man's attack collided fiercely with the beam of energy. The masked man, with a resolute expression, defiantly warned against doubting the shaman he served, Yu-rehan. Within the bright golden light, purple energy spread and crackled dynamically, indicating a powerful magical transformation. The golden beam of light became infused with vibrant purple energy as the masked man and white tiger continued their transformative push against it. A massive red sun or orb glowed ominously above the distant, rain-shrouded city and the masked figure below. The narrator clarified that Oseong's shamans were, in fact, quite strong, depicted by a mysterious masked figure. The narration further elaborated that Oseong's shamans were strong enough to counter any ordinary death ritual, leaving its practitioner helpless. The panel juxtaposed a man crouching with a stick in a traditional setting with a woman holding a plant in a modern cityscape, showcasing contrasting worlds. A woman with glasses held out a bloody hand, revealing a dark, unsettling symbol etched into her skin. Golden swords inscribed with script cascaded through floating golden rings in the cloudy, mystical sky. The woman with the shaved head declared Cheon-chi was stronger, as the masked man rode the white tiger through the rainy city sky. With awe, the woman with the shaved head observed that Cheon-chi had grown even stronger, as the masked man and white tiger flew high above the city. In a traditional setting, the woman with the shaved head adjusted her sunglasses while other women in white attire and Chun Ji-seung watched. A close-up showed the woman with purple hair, her eye patch visible, sweating profusely, indicating her deep stress or concern. Master Zhejian, wearing a red mask, knelt and expressed profound concern, wondering if Cheonchi might actually succeed this time. The masked man and white tiger descended rapidly through the rainy city sky, their urgent movement creating a low, rumbling sound. The masked man looked up, his profile grim and intense, blood splattered across his clothing as rain fell around him. Massive golden traditional gates mystically opened in the sky, revealing a modern building below, with the masked man and white tiger flying far beneath. In a dark, unsettling space, a man looked up in confusion, his hand instinctively reaching towards his head, questioning, "What is that?" The woman with purple hair announced the arrival of that bastard, as Chun Ji-seung looked up, wide-eyed and shocked in the traditional shrine. The feet of a man in traditional robes rested formally on the golden floor, suggesting an expectant atmosphere. A man with blonde hair stood formally in a grand traditional Korean interior, exuding an aura of majestic authority in his golden robes. The blonde-haired man held a traditional ceremonial object, his hand steady, symbolizing power and ceremony. The man with blonde hair declared with command, "It is time for an audience with the king." With a final, impactful sigh, the glowing golden traditional gates slowly closed, sealing the moment. In a grand hall, Chun Ji-seung watched in shock as the woman with purple hair declared, "He's here." And that bastard had arrived, filling the space with palpable tension. Quiet footsteps moved across a gleaming golden floor, marking an unseen arrival. The man with blonde hair stood solemnly in the richly decorated hall, his gaze unwavering. His hands carefully grasped an ornate ritual object, ready for its ancient purpose. The man with blonde hair then proclaimed with unwavering determination, "It is time for an audience with the king." Outside the opulent hall, lightning suddenly rent the stormy sky above the traditional golden building. A magnificent Korean gate stood proudly, guarding the entrance to a sacred compound. Inside, several figures including Chun Ji-seung sat around a low table, intently listening to an old woman. The old woman's hands clenched, her body trembling with an intense, otherworldly focus as her eyes glowed red. 4 figures, 2 standing and 2 kneeling, presented a baby in the solemn, golden-hued room. The old woman's hands, adorned with rings, ritualistically scattered grains across the golden surface. Lost in thought or prayer, the old woman touched her lips, her expression pensive and deep. With eyes nearly closed, the old woman pronounced, "Congratulations, young lord." Her red-tinged eyes fixed, the old woman declared to the parents that the child was a king, a vessel meant to hold a king. The mother tenderly held her baby, her expression etched with a deep concern that another woman observed. A worried furrow creased the man with blonde hair's brow, a visible sign of his unease. He then questioned the old woman, seeking clarification, "Wait. By king, you mean? Which king are you talking about?" With fierce determination, the old woman sternly pointed her finger upwards, signaling a higher power. Within a traditional wooden room, 2 men stood in silence, one gazing out at the verdant landscape, lost in thought. The old man, glasses perched on his nose, gasped with wide-eyed shock, "If it's the heavens, isn't it the heavenly emperor?" With profound solemnity and clasped hands, the old man announced that after 2 centuries and 8 generations, a vessel for the heavenly emperor has been born into our Bongmyang family. Tears welled in the old man's eyes as he proclaimed the event. How blessed and noble this is." The man with green hair contemplatively stated his grandson was destined to become a vessel that will hold the heavens, and he thus must prepare a gift. As 2 other figures walked away, the man with green hair pondered what would be good for such a momentous occasion, his thoughts spinning. Then, an abrupt halt echoed the sudden shift in his plans. The man with green hair resolved that he should find a new scapegoat for him. Looking out at the sunlit landscape, the man with green hair gravely reflected that, the higher the sun rises, the darker the shadow it casts, implying that, the shadow cast by a vessel holding the heavens will be exceptionally dark as well. With narrowed eyes and stern resolve, the man with green hair instructed someone to pay special attention and bring back a scapegoat. He then added a crucial instruction for long-term use, "Since we'll need to use it for a long time, don't forget to get a young brat," as the other man bowed in deference. The man with green hair watched the other figure depart, his gaze fixed on the vanishing form. Modern cars streaked along a highway, winding through lush green mountains under a brilliant blue sky. An old, vine-covered bus stop sign stood as a silent witness under a clear sky. A vehicle drew to a stop before a large, modern building nestled amidst green hills. A soft clatter accompanied the arrival of the man with green hair, who stood calmly beside his car. A rustic wooden sign, "Anyuri Orphanage," marked the facility. The man with green hair walked away from the 2 women, one of whom gestured while the other kept her head bowed. Inside a brightly lit room filled with colorful mats, the man with green hair observed a line of young children, presented by 2 women. Several young children stood in a row, each displaying a solemn, unsmiling countenance. The man with green hair's eye focused intently, a sharp gaze assessing the young faces before him. Among the solemn children, a young girl with green hair held a stuffed animal, her expression tinged with sadness. The young girl stood dejectedly, a faint, dark purple energy swirling around her, a hint of untapped power or sorrow. The man with green hair's expression remained stern, deeply pondering what he had just witnessed. Was it from then on, the narration questioned, as the man with green hair observed the distressed children, particularly the young girl sitting dejectedly on the floor. A family strolled across a bridge in a serene traditional garden, their path winding over water lilies. Our persistent, ill-fated connection, the narration described, as the couple smiled with their baby, symbolizing a fateful bond. In a traditional village, a young girl with green hair walked hand in hand with an adult, observed by other family members. A stern-faced woman watched as the young girl with green hair sat confined within a small wooden box, resigned to her fate. I don't know if you'll remember me, the narration reflected, as a small, closed wooden box stood isolated in the darkness. You were always squirming like a bug inside a small box, eating whatever scraps fell down to you, the narration grimly continued, showing the dirty, weakened girl looking up from her dark confinement. The man standing beside the box recalled, because I was outside that box, offloading my shadow onto you, and chillingly added, if you remember me and have decided to perform a ritual again for revenge, I believe that is your rightful privilege. Above a modern city skyline under a stormy, lightning-filled sky, the man with blonde hair looked up from a skyscraper at a red, sword-wielding supernatural figure. However, the narration stated as Chun Ji-seung and the man with blonde hair both clenched their eyes, sweating and pained. However, you see, the narration clarified, even among the heavenly gods, there is a class hierarchy. There is a use and a destiny set from birth, the narration explained, as young Chun Ji-seung and young Mephistopheles Yeouido faced each other solemnly. The narration grimly declared to young Chun Ji-seung, standing beside a wooden box, you were destined to wipe away my filth. You were a human meant to simply die doing that and be forgotten, the narration concluded, as blurry figures walked away, leaving a skull behind. The narration challenged, don't curse me, and just imagine for a moment the situation where you come face to face with your own ugly shadow. An adult comforted a crying young Mephistopheles Yeouido, suggesting a moment of past trauma or solace. A bowl of rice shattered to pieces on the ground with a sharp crash, just beside the feet of the man with blonde hair. The man with blonde hair observed as an adult comforted a sad young Mephistopheles Yeouido crouching by a box. The man with blonde hair thought with regret, you shouldn't have come out into the world. Young Chun Ji-seung looked upset while a bloodied man screamed in terror in a bed, a haunting image of past distress. Chun Ji-seung's face contorted in anger and sorrow, his thoughts condemning someone, rather, you who did come out. You who dragged our family's dirty secrets out as you crawled your way here. Desperately, young Chun Ji-seung struggled to hold up a woman who appeared to be hanging in a dimly lit, industrial space. As a hand reached out and drops fell, the man with blonde hair's intense hatred was palpable, I despise you. In distinct scenes, a man with glasses stood on a staircase, while a young Chun Ji-seung smiled faintly in a modern kitchen. The man with blonde hair then thought with chilling determination, please understand that I, too, have a justifiable right to exact revenge on you, concluding, come to think of it, we both have the right to kill each other. The man with blonde hair ultimately decided, if so, let's leave it to the heavens. Amidst a brilliant flash and a thunderous sound, the man with blonde hair stood firm, holding a powerfully glowing object in the grand traditional hall. With precise movements, the man with blonde hair handled two traditional ornate objects. The man with blonde hair raised an ornate dark green object high, its tassels swaying as light illuminated him, performing a sacred rite. The man with blonde hair began to invoke, descending Holy King, ancestor of 10,000 gods. Creator of all things, supreme being of eternity. His hands firmly gripped the green ornate object, securing his connection to the ritual. The man with blonde hair issued a singular, commanding word, descend. A prolonged, mighty rumbling echoed as golden structures seemed to fall downwards from a stormy, lightning-filled sky. A collage of intense reactions showed a masked man looking stern, another man shouting, and two others looking solemnly downwards. With a massive impact and shouts, a towering, glowing golden gate structure descended from the sky over a modern city, unleashing flashes of brilliant light. With an immense, splitting sound, the narration proclaimed the God of Gods had arrived, as the luminous structure descended. The man with blonde hair's clasped hands glowed brightly, radiating the power of his invocation. The narration listed the elaborate titles of the Supreme Deity, Supreme Sovereign of the Heavens, Bearer of the Talisman, Embodiment of the True Way, Ruler of the Golden Palace and the Nine Heavens, Omnipotent Sovereign of the Great Hall of Brightness, Supreme Heavenly Emperor of the Lofty Jade Palace. In other words, the narration simplified, focusing on a glowing, ornate traditional hat. The radiant, full-bodied figure of the Jade Emperor stood revealed, glowing intensely above the blurred modern city. As a grand, glowing golden gate opened in the sky, a dark, winged creature flew beneath it, confronting the emanating light. Chun Ji-seung looked up in shock, beads of sweat on his face, sensing that the being would chip away at my divine power just by looking straight at it. He further realized the immense cost of its presence, a being that consumes spiritual energy just by maintaining a form in the same space. Chun Ji-seung understood Team Leader Mi's urgent reason to prevent this ritual, recalling Dandori's warning, do not join hands with that CEO right now. If you get on Lee Taechae's bad side, Cheon Jae-seung will die. His body trembled as Chun Ji-seung connected the dots, acknowledging, is this why my body kept instinctively making me cower? Yes. Chun Ji-seung then remembered his grandmother's dire prophecy, and why grandma gave me that warning. Someone is going to die this time. As he gripped his rattle, Chun Ji-seung realized, all the pieces of the puzzle are falling into place just from his appearance. His grip on the rattle tightened with a determined, reinforcing my resolve. Chun Ji-seung affirmed his unwavering malice as a death ritual shaman, emboldened by the presence of Cheon Chi, who fought that thing once and survived. With a tense tapping sound, Chun Ji-seung looked at the woman with purple hair, asking, what should we do now? With determination, Chun Ji-seung declared, give me the orders, and I'll move according to the strategy. The woman with purple hair slowly turned her head, looking back over her shoulder. She stated with a grave expression, there is no such thing as a strategy. Chun Ji-seung gasped in shock as the woman with purple hair dismissed the notion, don't you think it's laughable to discuss strategy in front of a being like that, Sicho and Jae-seung, leaving him to question, then. The woman then instructed Chun Ji-seung to kneel and pray, hoping that, that tiger and smallpox will be able to hold out against that bastard who wields a power that defies cause and effect. With a colossal crash, a figure on a white tiger plunged rapidly from the sky towards the city. With tearing, rumbling, and impacting sounds, the figure on the white tiger descended, seemingly colliding with golden traditional gates that shimmered into existence. A rattling sound startled the white-haired figure on the tiger, who looked up in surprise. The figure rode the white tiger into a fierce attack, the tiger roaring powerfully. The figure on the white tiger violently smashed through the golden gate structures, sending debris and energy flying. With loud cracking, the golden gate structures shattered into countless pieces, dissolving into the air. A small, glowing golden block plummeted through the air, detached from the grand structures. The figure on the white tiger continued its powerful, determined descent into a dark, stylized void, pounding through the air.